My biological mother is Pope Bibi Dong, yet I am forcing her to abdicate. In the Pope's hall of the Spirit Hall, the atmosphere was so tense it felt like water could drip from it. Qian Renfeng stood in the hall, facing Bibi Dong on the throne, his eyes colder than ice. Either step back behind the scenes or kill me. Bibi Dong suddenly stood up, her staff hitting the ground with a loud bang, the pressure of a Title Douluo sweeping across the hall. Qian Renfeng, do you dare force me? She was the Pope of the Spirit Hall, above all, yet now she was being pressured by her own biological son. The golden crocodile dog behind Qian Renfeng wanted to protect him, but was stopped by a wave of his hand. This is between her and me. Having crossed over as the son of the secret chamber Duo, he was the elder brother of Qian Renxue, but he had seen enough of Bibi Dong being deceived by that scoundrel Yu Xiaogang, ultimately meeting a tragic end at the Battle of Jiaoling Pass. Yu Xiaogang? Does he deserve it? Just a hypocritical scoundrel. I control the Spirit Hall, Qian Renxue controls the Elder Hall, and you control the Douluo Hall. Why should you interfere in my affairs? Bibi Dong said with a smile that was more like anger. She thought her son was just acting on impulse, but she didn't see the determination in Qian Renfeng's eyes. This matter must be settled today. Qian Renfeng took a step forward, his momentum not losing to hers. Just because you were deceived by Yu Xiaogang, and because you will eventually ruin everything for him. These words pierced Bibi Dong's heart like a knife, her face instantly turning pale. The golden crocodile Duo watched in horror. Young master was about to blow the roof off. But he knew clearly that Qian Renfeng's methods over the years were even more ruthless than Qian Daolius. What he said he could accomplish. Bibi Dong stared at her son, her beautiful eyes flashing with struggle. Kill him? She couldn't bear it. Abdicate? She was unwilling. Are you really going to force me to death? Her voice carried a barely noticeable tremor. Qian Renfeng met her gaze, word by word. I just don't want to see you walk towards a dead end. At that moment, a report came from outside the hall. Not good. Yu Xiaogang has come with a child to seek an audience, claiming he has the elder's order. Qian Renfeng curled his lips into a cold smile just in time. However, Bibi Dong's expression became extremely ugly. Would he let Yu Xiaogang in and expose everything in front of Bibi Dong? Would Bibi Dong, upon Yu Xiaogang's appearance, completely explode and kill Qian Renfeng? I give you one last chance to choose. Qian Renfeng's voice rang out again. Fine. I will let you manage the Spirit Hall for 3 years. Bibi Dong's voice trembled, and Qian Renfeng knew that this move had succeeded. Turning to leave the Pope's hall, the golden crocodile Duo followed behind, still dazed. Did the young master succeed in the coup? Did the Pope really relinquish power? The news reached the Elder Hall, and Qian Douluo turned sharply, his eyes shining with excitement. Good, good, good. Send my orders. The Elder Hall will follow Fenger's commands. This old monster, who had lived for 100 years, was more excited than anyone else at this moment. Qian Renfeng returned to his residence and directly summoned the system. Settle the rewards. Ding. Reward granted. Spirit Power Level 5 Upgrade Card. 10,000-year Spirit Ring X1. Boom. A violent aura exploded, cracking the floor. 9 spirit rings appeared, the last one as dark as ink. A Title Douluo at 20 years old. Tang Hao's record directly shattered. A new system task popped up. Stop Yu Xiaogang from stealing the Spirit Hall's data. Reward. 10,000-year Spirit Bone. Qian Renfeng sneered Yu Xiaogang. That hypocritical scoundrel. He was so angry at that scoundrel in his previous life that he almost spat blood. Now he could settle old and new scores together. He had just digested his power when his subordinate hurriedly reported. Yu Xiaogang has come with a child, holding an elder's order to seek an audience. Here they come. Qian Renfeng stood up, his black robe rustling. Take them to the data room. I will personally entertain them. The golden crocodile Duo frowned. Young master, should we take it down directly? No rush. A fierce light flashed in Qian Renfeng's eyes. I want him to know what it means to walk into his own trap. In the data room. Yu Xiaogang was pretending to browse through the documents, but his fingers were secretly noting the secrets of the twin martial souls. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind. Master Yu, are you comfortable looking at it? Yu Xiaogang stiffened all over, and when he turned around, he saw Qian Renfeng's face, which was neither smiling nor frowning. How would he deal with Yu Xiaogang? Would he directly break his legs and throw him out, or set a trap for Bibi Dong to see the true face of the scoundrel? Even more exciting was the system prompt. The harsher the punishment, the more generous the critical hit reward. Qian Renfeng's smile grew colder. Yu Xiaogang's good days were over. But he didn't notice that in the shadows of the data room, a figure quietly slipped by. Was it Qian Renxue? What was she doing here? Everything will be done according to the instructions of the Grand Elder. You will follow Qian Renfeng's arrangements in the future. Bibi Dong's voice echoed in the Pope's hall, and Yu Egwan and Gue Mei were stunned. Was the closed-door retreat a fraud? And the relinquishing of power genuine? Was the Spirit Hall really going to change hands? A few days later, within the Pope's Hall, Qian Renfeng sat on the Pope's throne, looking down at a group of scheming branch leaders and archbishops, a smirk on his lips. From today on, the Spirit Hall will be managed by me. As soon as he finished speaking, whispers arose from below. What does this young punk know? Qian Renfeng was too lazy to waste words and slammed his palm on the armrest. Boom! The aura of a 90-tuned level Title Douluo exploded, and 9 spirit rings fell, the top one glaringly red. 10,000-year spirit rings, 20-year-old Title Douluo. The entire hall fell silent. In an instant, the ones who had just wanted to stir trouble buried their heads lower than anyone else. In a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, strength is the hard truth. Obey the command of the acting pope. Everyone shouted in unison, their voices trembling to that moment. A guard reported, "There's someone outside named Master Yu seeking an audience." A cold light flashed in Qian Renfeng's eyes. Yu Xiaogang. Finally here. He deliberately raised his voice. Is that the Yu Xiaogang who has never broken through level 30 in his life and relies on stealing Spirit Hall's data to make a living? As soon as these words came out, there was a subtle movement from a corner of the hall. It was Bibi Dong. She was indeed eavesdropping. Qian Renfeng sneered inwardly, but pretended to be unaware. Let him in. I want to see if this master dares to step into my Spirit Hall. Yu Xiaogang leaned over. Young master, should we set up an ambush first? No need. Qian Renfeng tapped his fingers on the armrest. I want him to come in openly and leave crying and begging. If Yu Xiaogang knew that waiting for him inside was a 20-year-old Title Douluo, would he still dare to come in? Would Bibi Dong rush out to protect Yu Xiaogang upon hearing Qian Renfeng insult him? Even more exciting was the system prompt. Exposing Yu Xiaogang's true colors can trigger the ultimate reward. Bibi Dong's favorability 50. Qian Renfeng's lips curled into a smile. The show was about to begin. But he didn't notice that outside the hall, the child following Yu Xiaogang was curiously observing the Pope's hall. That was Tang San. He was still clutching the elder's order given by Tang Hao. Yu Xiaogang elder, Gui Mei elder, I trouble you to take a trip? Let that scoundrel roll out of here. Qian Renfeng's voice was eerily calm. And Yu Xiaogang and Gui Mei couldn't help but grin, sending 2 Title Douluos to drive away a great spirit master. This operation was wild enough. Sure enough, Bibi Dong's voice exploded in his ear. Qian Renfeng, you have gone too far. Mother, I have the final say now. Qian Renfeng replied, then, just wait and see what kind of person your beloved Yu Xiaogang really is. Outside the hall, Yu Xiaogang was still happily waiting to be welcomed. Seeing Yu Xiaogang and Gui Mei come out, he quickly bowed, calculating in his heart. 2 Title Douluo came to receive me. Bibi Dong is still sentimental. The secret of the twin marshal souls is secured. However, the moment Yu Xiaogang opened his mouth, he said, you can leave. Yu Xiaogang was stunned, and just as he wanted to explode, he was sent flying by Yu Xiaogan's imposing aura, landing in a heap. He got up, pulled out the elder's order, and stubbornly said, I have this. You don't have the right to stop me. Yu Xiaogang and Gui Mei exchanged glances, and they were indeed a bit troubled. Seeing this, Yu Xiaogang became even more arrogant, limping toward the hall, cursing Bibi Dong in his heart 1,000 times. Just wait until I get the secret, you'll see how I humiliate you. He was also pondering. Tang San is already at level 29 once I train him. What is the Spirit Hall worth? Qian Renfeng heard everything clearly inside the hall and sneered. This fool really thinks he can get in? He signaled to Yu Xiaogang, who immediately understood. Just as Yu Xiaogang was about to step through the hall door, Yu Xiaogang suddenly made his move and slapped him across the face. Smack! The crisp sound echoed across the square. Take your broken token and get lost. Yu Xiaogan's gaze was I see why Yu Xiaogang covered his face, completely stunned. Did a Title Douluo really dare to hit him? What he didn't know was that Bibi Dong in the shadows had already clenched her fists, her expression terrifyingly complicated. Would Yu Xiaogang give up now? What if he shouted out Tang San's name and claimed he had a disciple with twin martial souls? How would Qian Renfeng respond? Even more thrilling was the system's sudden prompt. If Yu Xiaogang forcibly breaks in, the hidden task public execution will be triggered, rewarding a divine-level soul bone. Qian Renfeng's smile grew colder, just waiting for Yu Xiaogang to dig his own grave. You guys think, will this fool sensibly leave, or will he stubbornly barge in? Reporting to the acting pope. Yu Xiaogang holds an elder's order. We cannot stop him. Yu Xiaogang and Gui Mei stood inside the hall with helpless expressions. Behind them was the arrogant Yu Xiaogang holding the token. Qian Renfeng sat on the throne, his gaze as cold as ice. A dignified Title Douluo can't even handle a broken token. He leaned forward, staring at Yu Xiaogang. Do you really think that just because you have the elder's order, you can flaunt your power in front of me? Yu Xiaogang held his head high. The acting is just an acting. The elder's order represents the pope. You have no right to touch me. As soon as he finished speaking, Qian Renfeng slammed the armrest. Boom! A wave of soul power surged forth, directly smashing into Yu Xiaogang's leg. Crack! The sound of bones breaking made people's scalps tingle. Yu Xiaogang screamed and fell to the ground, his left leg completely ruined. Waste should look like waste, Qian Renfeng said lazily. Yu Egwan, throw him out and take back the token while you're at it. Remember, throw him far away. Don't dirty the Pope's hall. Yu Egwan and Gu Mei stifled their laughter, using their soul power to drag Yu Xiaogang out. Yu Xiaogang was thrown out of the hall like a broken sack, landing heavily on the ground, covered in dust. He clutched his broken leg, gritting his teeth in pain, yet still stubbornly said, Qian Renfeng, I will remember this grudge. The guard at the door couldn't help but scoff. I thought he was amazing, turns out he's just a punching bag. In the shadows, Bibi Dong tightened her fists, her expression extremely complicated. She hadn't expected Qian Renfeng to be so ruthless, nor did she expect Yu Xiaogang to be so pathetic. Yu Xiaogang struggled to get up, a vicious glint flashing in his eyes. Just wait. When my disciple Tang San arrives, I will make the Spirit Hall pay the price. He didn't know that this was exactly what Qian Renxue overheard as she rushed over. Qian Renxue frowned, looking at Yu Xiaogang on the ground. Who is this Tang San you speak of? Yu Xiaogang thought he had found a savior and hurriedly shouted, He's my disciple. Twin martial souls. The future #1 in Douluo Continent. Qian Renxue's eyes narrowed, and she turned to walk back into the hall. Would she tell Qian Renfeng about this? Once Qian Renfeng knew about Tang San's existence, would he immediately send someone to capture him? Even more exciting was the system prompt. If Yu Xiaogang attempts to unite external forces for revenge, the task root out the problem will be triggered, rewarding martial soul. Sealing technique. Yu Xiaogang was still shouting there, completely unaware. This time he was digging his own grave, not only harming himself, but also selling out Tang San. Next, would Qian Renfeng deal with him first or go after Tang San? Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and get lost. The guard's cold shout hit Yu Xiaogang like a whip, and he clutched his broken leg, listening to the mockery around him, nearly exploding with rage. Just wait. Once I make a name for myself, I will make you all pay. But as he turned away, he changed his face, limping to find an inn, and began writing love letters to Bibi Dong. Donger, I heard you've been in closed-door meditation. Did that acting Pope make things difficult for you? I've taken on a disciple with twin martial souls. He can help you in the future. As he wrote, he suddenly grinned viciously. He wanted Bibi Dong to take Qian Renfeng as her disciple. As long as that kid becomes my disciple, won't he be at my mercy? At that time, it'll break his other leg and make him lose face in front of everyone. The more he thought about it, the more pleased he became. He even bought a small doll, wrote Qian Renfeng on it, and while stabbing it, he cursed. Let you be arrogant. Let you hit me. But little did he know, the letter had just been sent out and landed in Qian Renfeng's hands. Qian Renfeng looked at the contents of the letter, laughing coldly. Want to take me as a disciple? This old fool must be dreaming. He casually handed the letter to Qian Renxue. What do you think your mother would look like if she saw this? Qian Renxue frowned as she read it, her eyes filled with disgust. What a toad wanting to eat swan meat. The system suddenly chimed, detected Yu Xiaogang's conspiracy, triggering task expose his true nature. Reward 3 soul awakening opportunities. 3 soul awakenings? Qian Renfeng's eyes sharpened. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang in the inn was still dreaming, even beginning to plan how to torment Qian Renfeng. He didn't know that Qian Renfeng had already brought Yu Egwan and Gu Mei to the inn's door. Master, you long time no see? Qian Renfeng's voice sounded like a death knell. Why Yu Xiaogang shivered in fright, the needle he was using on the doll pricking his hand. Would he be killed on the spot? If Bibi Dong suddenly appeared and saw this scene, who would she help? Even more thrilling was that Qian Renfeng was holding that letter, ready to read it out loud in front of everyone. Yu Xiaogang's doomsday was really about to arrive. You guys think, is it still too late for him to kneel down and beg for mercy? By then I won't make you suffer so much that you can't live or die. All right, my name, Yu Xiaogang, backwards. As he spoke, Yu Xiaogang repeatedly stabbed at the small puppet with a small knife. With his strength at its lowest, this was the only way he dared to vent his frustrations. Spirit Hall, in the palace of Qian Renfeng, sitting cross-legged in the empty courtyard, a dark figure formed behind him. Strands of black mist fell from the figure, spreading an aura of extreme coldness and evil. Behind this dark figure, 8 black wings unfurled. The figure was none other than Qian Renfeng's martial soul, the 8-winged fallen angel. In stark contrast to the angel martial soul that represents purity and is aligned with the martial soul hall, his current fallen angel martial soul embodies extreme evil. In the fallen angel martial soul's hands, a dark scythe was gripped tightly, serving as the weapon of the fallen angel. On his wrist, a small snake was also coiled, resembling a little long worm wrapped around as a decoration at first glance. Qian Renfeng was meditating with his eyes closed, and, to outsiders, he appeared to be a mutated martial soul. Even Title Douluo and Bibi Dong believed that his martial soul had mutated throughout the Douluo Continent. If the parents' genes are exceptionally good, their offspring will inherit one of their martial souls, forming a martial soul lineage. There is only a tiny possibility that they could inherit the martial souls from both parents. Just like his sister Qian Renxue, who inherited the angel martial soul from their biological father. Qian Renfeng did not inherit any angelic martial souls or Bibi Dong's martial souls. When he was reincarnated in Bibi Dong's womb, he awakened the system and achieved the 3 lives martial souls. The 8-winged fallen angel is one of them. The death god Scythe is also one of them. The last one is the little snake that wraps around the arm of the 8-winged fallen angel, whose true identity is not a snake, but a miniaturized abyssal demon dragon. These 3 martial souls are a trinity and are highly integrated with each other. Much like how Yu Xiaogang became part of the so-called Golden Iron Triangle through deception, allowing him to utilize the Trinity martial souls. Qian Renfeng can unleash the Trinity martial soul fusion technique anytime and anywhere. His true strength is currently just a Title Douluo at level 90, combined with a 100,000-year soul ring and the absolute advantage of the 3 lives martial soul. In a one-on-one fight, neither Yueguan nor Gue Mei are his opponents. System. Complete the task. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 100,000-year soul bone 1, and for successfully punishing the evil Title Douluo Yu Xiaogang by severing a leg, triggering a critical reward. Congratulations to the host. The 100,000-year soul bone you obtained has successfully crit and transformed into the Fallen God Armor Combination soul bone. Fallen God Armor, the supreme evil side of the Creator God, the leader of the fallen gods. Successfully collecting 6 pieces of Fallen God soul bones can activate all effects of the Fallen God set. Fallen God Amo? Qian Renfeng was slightly surprised, but a hint of joy soon appeared on his face. The soul bone set is an absolute treasure on the entire Douluo Continent. It's comparable to the angel god armor that has been passed down through the Spirit Hall, or the sea god armor that Tang San completely inherited after becoming the sea god, or even the dragon god armor controlled by Gu Na in the deepest part of the Stardow Forest. These are all items that countless soul masters covet. In terms of strength, Qian Renfeng already possesses the power to stand at the peak of the continent. In terms of talent, his 3 lives martial soul can overshadow numerous geniuses. Now, armed with one of the fallen god armors, his strength is making rapid progress. Checking the soul bone information. Name: Fallen Demon Dragon Torso Bone Age, 990,000 years. Soul skills: Dragon Demon S Wrath, Demon Dragon Scale Armor. Interesting. One is an attack soul skill that affects the mind, and the other is a defense soul skill that protects the body. It seems that the head of the fallen deity clearly understands the flaws of soul masters. They are all fragile magic users, and without adequate defense, it's all in vain. After gathering this reward, Qian Renfeng's heroic spirit soared straight into the clouds. With an extremely powerful strength configuration and the soul bones set like the fallen god armor, where in the Douluo world could one not go? Even in the divine realm, is it really that simple to trample on those divine kings, as if it were just having a meal? Creak. The courtyard door was pushed open, and Bibi Dong entered, holding the Pope's staff. Upon seeing the black figure behind Qian Renfeng, Bibi Dong's expression slightly paled. Bibi Dong thought to herself that Feng's martial soul was still so evil. But the words that came out were different. Qian Renfeng, what exactly do you want to prove? For what happened before, I didn't see anything you wanted to prove. Or are you just planning to use this as an excuse to act recklessly? P.S. This book has been signed, and the contract is being processed. Please rest assured to collect it, and I humbly ask for strong support with recommendation votes. Your support is the greatest affirmation for the author. Recommendation votes and collections are related to the performance of a new book. Thank you very much, dear readers. Chapter 007. The True Face of Yu Xiaogang. Acting recklessly? Qian Renfeng gathered his thoughts, looking at Bibi Dong with a smile that was not quite a smile. Since you want to prove what path you have taken wrongly, you must understand it completely. Just like now, if you truly understood, you wouldn't come to me with such questions. Don't you think so? Mother, dear person. Each word was pronounced with strength. Qian Renfeng has always been strong and has held back for 20 years. He doesn't want to continue enduring like that. Continue to endure? He's going to become a coward. Oof. Bibi Dong is greatly disturbed. The term mother that Qian Renfeng used stirred endless waves in her calm heart. A son and a daughter, both children present. Yet only Qian Renfeng still called her mother, though it carried a hint of sting. It was much better than how Qian Renxue addressed her. Taking a few deep breaths, Bibi Dong once again assessed the black shadow behind Qian Renfeng and added, "Don't let the martial soul influence you too deeply." Qian Renfeng smiled, unable to miss the concern in Bibi Dong's words. She pretended to be colder than anyone else, but in reality, she was warmer than anyone. If one were not warm-hearted, they would not do those foolish things that followed history. Willing to bear the label of evil, just to prove something to a certain scoundrel. Besides being foolish, there was no other reason. Having seen the Pope and having seen the acting Pope. Suddenly, a communication soul master entered the courtyard, holding a letter. Upon seeing Qian Renfeng and Bibi Dong both present, he hurriedly saluted. "What is it?" Qian Renfeng asked. The soul master replied, reporting to the acting Pope. "There is a confidential letter for the Pope." "Then bring it here." Bibi Dong waved her hand, and the letter in the communication soul master's hand fell into her grasp, after which she dismissed him. "A letter from Yu Xiaogang?" Qian Renfeng asked with a smile. Bibi Dong's expression turned cold, and her silence was taken as an acknowledgement. Qian Renfeng was dismissive. Such a thing could be easily figured out even with closed eyes. The only person who could still write to Bibi Dong at this time, apart from the so-called pure and innocent Yu Xiaogang, was no one else. When Bibi Dong noticed that Qian Renfeng had guessed it, she simply opened the letter to read it. Qian Renfeng didn't, but he still saw the content of the letter clearly. When he saw that Yu Xiaogang had given up on the secret of the twin martial souls, he felt a deep contempt for such a failure. However, soon a cold glint flashed in Qian Renfeng's eyes. In the letter, Yu Xiaogang was actually boasting to Bibi Dong that he was a master of martial soul theory, having researched thousands of martial souls. Qian Renfeng, at a young age, was able to hold the power of the martial soul hall, which must mean he was exceptionally talented. With such exceptional talent, wouldn't it require a theoretical master like him to make up for the deficiencies of an excellent soul master in theory? Yu Xiaogang, did he really have the audacity to want to be his master? Having seen excellent people, Qian Renfeng believed he had never encountered someone as excellent as Yu Xiaogang. "I'll go with you." Qian Renfeng suddenly spoke up and took the initiative to make this decision for Bibi Dong. He knew that Bibi Dong would definitely go to meet Yu Xiaogang. "Do as you like." Bibi Dong retorted to Qian Renfeng and turned to leave, their relationship not resembling that of a mother and son at all. Watching Bibi Dong's departing figure, after Qian Renfeng fell into a brief silence, he followed Bibi Dong's pace, thinking about the letter where Yu Xiaogang mentioned things to Bibi Dong, and how Yu Xiaogang still wanted to be his teacher. What a clever way to use someone else's knife. Wanted to make Bibi Dong target him, using the so-called good to accomplish this plot. No wonder Yu Xiaogang is capable of such manipulation. You've really been living too comfortably. It's time for you to be dealt with. In the end, after Yu Xiaogang sent off the letter, he continuously tortured a small puppet in his room, filled with rage. He didn't know how many times he had vented his frustrations on the puppet. In such a short time, the puppet had already been severely deformed. Anyone who saw it would definitely associate it with its twisted and perverted master. Bang! Having tortured the puppet enough, Yu Xiaogang casually threw it towards the corner of the wall. Looking at his right leg, which had been plastered, his face was shrouded in gloom and increasingly cold. "Endure it, Yu Xiaogang, you must endure. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. You don't have to wait long. Just wait for Bibi Dong to come see you, and you can take your revenge." Thinking of this, Yu Xiaogan's grim expression eased slightly. He leaned on a wooden stick and approached the mirror in the room, carefully tidying up his appearance. Silently gazing at the weathered face in the mirror, a cold smile crossed Yu Xiaogan's face. My current look should be enough to dazzle Bibi Dong, to let her know how much her heartless betrayal affected me back then. However, that's in the past. She betrayed me, and now I can continue to use her without any problems. If there's anyone to blame, it should be her for being blind and not appreciating me. Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but sneer. His mind began to conjure a grand play, considering that Bibi Dong had already risen to a high position. Even if she had now delegated power back to Qian Renfeng, she was still the Pope in name. The former saint of the Spirit Hall had now become the Pope of the Spirit Hall, holding a high status. Her temperament, skills, etc. had all reached their peak. Yu Xiaogan's throat rolled slightly. Throughout this time, he never worried that this plan would fail. In his view, when a woman receives help from a man at her most vulnerable moment, her heart can easily be opened. Especially now, with Bibi Dong's skills. She had no choice but to delegate power to Qian Renfeng. One could imagine the grievances she must feel. This was a heavenly opportunity, and he just wanted to take advantage of it to melt Bibi Dong's cold heart again. As for what would happen afterward, at this thought, Yu Xiaogang's face only showed a ruthless expression. Abandoned. There was no need to say more. He was not truly the good-natured person he appeared to be. He had ambitions like any normal person. Even after years of being labeled as useless, the twisted desire for revenge buried deep in his heart had reached its peak. He didn't care about what made a man good or bad, as long as he succeeded in the end, as long as he could vent all the grievances he had suffered back then. That would be enough. Just thinking about melting the queen's cold heart again, and then ruthlessly abandoning her afterward, made Yu Xiaogang's breath quicken, and an abnormal flush spread across his face, greatly satisfying his perversion. Chapter 008. The hypocritical Yu Xiaogang and Bibi Dong's fury. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Yu Xiaogang was lost in his thoughts, an urgent knocking at the door jolted him back to reality. Hearing the knocking, Yu Xiaogang's face lit up with joy as he quickly tidied his clothes, leaning on his wooden stick as he hurried to the door. Dong, you're here? As soon as he opened the door, before he could see who it was, Yu Xiaogang already wore a hypocritical smile. But as soon as he spoke, his expression suddenly froze. Where is she? Where is Bibi Dong? Looking at the empty doorway, Yu Xiaogang felt something was off. Who was playing a prank? Yu Xiaogang cursed inwardly, and out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed a figure about half his height in front of him. You were the one knocking? Yu Xiaogang's tone was very unfriendly. His dreams were abruptly shattered, and his mood was now at rock bottom. Yes, yes. Master, please take me as your disciple. My family was cruelly killed by soul masters, and I want to become stronger. I want to take revenge for my family. Master, I've heard of you. You are a renowned theoretical master across the continent. You can surely help me become stronger, right? The shadow was a child, appearing to be only 6 or 7 years old, dressed in ragged linen clothes that many would prefer not to look at directly. At this moment, the child had a pitiful expression, looking earnestly and hopefully at Yu Xiaogang. Master, I heard about your great achievements when I was a servant at a tavern. You once said a profound saying, there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. At that time, I knew you must be the most outstanding person. Please, master, I beg you to help me. The child continued, tears streaming down his muddy face. Came here out of admiration? Yu Xiaogang, who was about to get angry, raised his eyebrows, looking at the child's sincere face. Release your martial soul. Let me check your talent first. Yu Xiaogang placed his wooden stick against the door, leaning on it to stand steady, while still maintaining an air of authority by putting his hands behind his back. Yes, right away. The child was so excited that he hurriedly prepared to release his martial soul. Yu Xiaogang watched all of this indifferently, thinking to himself, is this a good seedling? Has he heard of my reputation, so he doesn't want to tarnish his talent? Buzz. The child spread open his hand, and a dull gray iron pick appeared in his palm, with weak soul power fluctuations emanating from it. The moment Yu Xiaogang saw the child's martial soul, his face suddenly darkened like a pot bottom. Little one, are you deliberately making fun of me? Just a mere iron pick. And you dare to come to my door as a disciple? Who gave you the courage? Yu Xiaogang was furious. Just a moment ago, he had been feeling pleased at the thought of possibly finding a hidden talent, not having to place all his bets on Tang San. In this moment, all his fantasy shattered. All his frustration was directed at the child before him. Master, didn't you say that there are no useless martial souls? Only useless soul masters? I know my martial soul is very useless, but I have a heart to become stronger. I earnestly ask you to help me. The child was taken aback for a moment, then said pitifully, in his dirty yet clear eyes, there was still a slowly rising hope. Yu Xiaogang was furious and, noticing there were no other people around, coldly snorted with a stern face. Little thing, I'm in a very bad mood right now. I don't have time to play house with you here. No useless martial souls? Only useless soul masters? Did I not know that back when I fooled people? If you don't even understand such statements, how can you have the face to come and be my disciple? And your martial soul is just a useless iron pickaxe. What can an iron pickaxe achieve? Do you think just having a strong heart to become powerful is enough? If that were the case, wouldn't strong people in this world be as rare as phoenix feathers? Don't think too naively. Stop daydreaming all day long. Get lost. Yu Xiaogang shouted. All the suppression he felt after arriving at Martial Soul City transformed into anger at this moment. He unleashed a barrage of words at the child, not caring at all about how it would affect his image, as long as no one saw him in public. The words he said to this child would be laughed at by others later. The child would be the one looked down upon, while he would still be the graceful Yu Xiaogang. Master, yes, I understand now. Master, you must be testing me, right? As he spoke, the child suddenly knelt in front of Yu Xiaogang. Master, please accept me as your disciple. I can endure any test. Get lost. Yu Xiaogang roared. Didn't you hear me tell you to get lost? With your useless martial soul, what do you expect to achieve? Grabbing a wooden stick, Yu Xiaogang swung it toward the child without hesitation. He didn't care whether the person in front of him was a child or not. The stick made a loud cracking sound. The child cried out in pain, crawling away down the corridor, crying and cursing Yu Xiaogang as a beast. Yu Xiaogang's forehead bulged with veins. If he weren't currently limping with a leg in a cast, he would want to chase after him directly. It was so infuriating. After being humiliated by Qian Renfeng in the Pope's Hall, he could say he was outmatched. And now, a little beggar that could be easily seen through was also here to provoke him. Damn! Not far away, Qian Renfeng and Bibi Dong stood atop a building, both possessing the strength of Title Douluo. As long as they wanted to know, there was nothing around them that could be hidden. Qian Renfeng and Bibi Dong had seen everything that Yu Xiaogang did with the children. A trace of disbelief flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes. Back then, she was so infatuated with Yu Xiaogang precisely because he knew he had a useless martial soul, but refused to give up on his cultivation, still hoping to improve. At that time, she thought Yu Xiaogang was such a stubborn and hardworking person. In her youthful years, it was completely normal to fall for someone like that. However, she never expected that the scene she was witnessing now was completely different from the grand words Yu Xiaogang had spoken in the past. There are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. All of this turned out to be just a gimmick for Yu Xiaogang to stand out back then. Who did he take himself for? Was he deceiving her, Bibi Dong, as if she were a naive girl? With a breath of anger held in her chest, Bibi Dong's fair hand slightly tightened into a fist, revealing her unsettled emotions. Qian Renfeng looked at all this with indifference and said at the right moment, Mother, it's time to set off. Wuhun City is not a place for a waste of metal. Chapter 009. Bibi Dong acts out of anger inside the room. The sound of curses continued. Yu Xiaogang, furious, raised the teapot, wanting to smash it down, but ultimately refrained, fearing the cost. Damn it, there are really countless frustrating things. A waste martial soul like a pickaxe wants to come and be my disciple, and they came here out of admiration? What a joke. What does Yu Xiaogang think of himself? Do I have the leisure to train a waste martial soul? Haha, and there's a heart to become stronger. I also have a heart to become stronger, but I still haven't even broken through level 30. The more he spoke, the more distorted Yu Xiaogang's expression became. The veins on his forehead bulged, and he looked extremely ferocious. Every time he thought about the fact that he had a mutated waste martial soul, Yu Xiaogang felt terrible. If it weren't for the limitations of the waste martial soul, would he have suffered so many disdainful looks in the sect, ending up in a situation of deception and trickery? Sigh, forget it. Don't get angry, don't get angry. What if Bibi Dong sees me later? That would be bad. Yu Xiaogang took several deep breaths, trying his best to control his facial expressions, and soon managed to recover to a state as if nothing had happened. All the thoughts in his mind had transformed into the various grim scenarios after Qian Renfeng fell into his hands. Outside the door, Bibi Dong stood side by side with Qian Renfeng. Listening to the self-talk inside the room, Bibi Dong clenched her teeth tighter. Her fists were tightly clenched, and her cold aura seemed to want to melt everything away. Once fantasizing about something so wonderful, now the reality was cruelly shattered. Creak, the door opened, and Bibi Dong gracefully walked into the room. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang was lost in thought about torturing Qian Renfeng when he suddenly looked up upon hearing the sound. When he saw Bibi Dong appear before him, Yu Xiaogang was immediately overjoyed. Dong Dong? Yu Xiaogang excitedly moved to embrace Bibi Dong, disregarding all dignity. Bibi Dong sidestepped, avoiding Yu Xiaogang's embrace, and coldly said, Yu Xiaogang, mind your identity. I am now the Pope of the Wuhun Palace. You are just a commoner. Her voice was chilling to the bone, causing Yu Xiaogang to shudder all over, but he quickly adjusted himself again. You, Bibi Dong, still pretending to be aloof in front of me at this time? Do you really think I don't know what kind of person you are? Yu Xiaogang thought to himself. Seeing Qian Renfeng, who had come here with Bibi Dong, further solidified his suspicions. The secret letter must have reached Bibi Dong's hands, and she must have agreed to the contents of the letter. Otherwise, will the arrogant Qian Renfeng really come with Bibi Dong? With bold speculation in his heart, Yu Xiaogang thought that he would soon be able to torment Qian Renfeng, and he felt incredibly pleased. However, Bibi Dong's indifference made him deeply uncomfortable. Yu Xiaogang thought to himself, "You can pretend to be aloof, Bibi Dong," but he changed his tone. "Darn, not seeing you for a day feels like 3 autumns. How have you been these years?" As he spoke, Yu Xiaogang sat back down on the stool, wearing a deeply affectionate expression, his eyes filled with sorrow, as if he were the one most deeply hurt. Bibi Dong's heart trembled, and her cold expression softened slightly. Yu Xiaogang keenly caught all of this and felt a bit smug, secretly thinking, "Bibi Dong, I've just used a little trick, and you can't hold it together anymore, can you?" Hee. Intentionally avoiding the mention of the twin spirit matter, Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up. To deceive others, one must first deceive oneself. Yu Xiaogang felt that his current behavior had no flaws to criticize. Qian Renfeng felt a wave of nausea. The Yu Xiaogang he knew was repulsive, making it hard to eat. The real Yu Xiaogang, however, was even more nauseating, nearly making him throw up his last meal. Just 2 words: disgusting. "You say there's something serious to discuss. What is it?" Bibi Dong coldly snorted. Hearing this, Yu Xiaogang said, "Bibi Dong, I took in a new disciple a few years ago. You might not know him, but he is a genius like you, a twin martial soul. I know you have a twin martial soul and have succeeded, so I want to consult you about some things regarding twin martial souls. Also, regarding your position as the acting pope of the Spirit Hall. Even though I'm no longer with the Spirit Hall, I still care about it." At this point, Yu Xiaogang paused. "You know, I've researched countless martial souls and the theory of martial spirits. A qualified soul master definitely needs a qualified teacher for guidance. And I believe I can play a huge role in this. Although there has been a slight misunderstanding between me and the acting pope, I won't let these things create a rift. Bibi Dong, you should know that my original intention has never changed. I truly want what is best for you." Shamelessly praising himself, Yu Xiaogang spilled all his thoughts in a rapid-fire manner. "I know this acting pope is so young and can hold the power of the Spirit Hall, so I believe you have high hopes for him. With my guidance, as long as he becomes my disciple, I can definitely make him stronger, let him stand out, and make it easier for him to manage the power of the Spirit Hall in the future." In the end, Yu Xiaogangs tone seemed very sincere, but it carried a sarcastic undertone. "Disciple? Stand out? More conveniently manage the power of the Spirit Hall?" Bibi Dong's expression turned cold. At this moment, she recalled the pitiful appearance of that beggar just now. A 6 or 7-year-old child, just because he awakened a useless martial soul, was beaten by Yu Xiaogang with a wooden stick until he cried and ran away. Now, this scoundrel Yu Xiaogang still dared to mention teaching disciples in front of her. "Yu Xiaogang, that's enough," Bibi Dong shouted. In an instant, she was furious, seeing the situation turning unfavorable. Yu Xiaogang thought Bibi Dong was questioning his qualifications and continued to brag about himself. "Bibi Dong, I'm doing this for the good of the Spirit Hall, on the Douluo Continent. Aside from me, where else can you find a famous theoretical master? Trust me, with the martial souls I've studied, as long as the acting pope becomes my disciple, I can save him a lot of detours." Bang! Bibi Dong was completely enraged. Yu Xiaogang's nauseating demeanor made her feel sick to her core, and her palm reached out toward him. Seeing this, Yu Xiaogang sneered inwardly, thinking that he had convinced Bibi Dong. Just as he was about to grasp Bibi Dong's hand and add a reassuring comment, Bibi Dong's hand bypassed his palm and struck him hard. Chapter 010. Embarrassment Yu Xiaogang. Someone from the Tiando royal family. Bang! A huge sound erupted, and Yu Xiaogangs body uncontrollably flew sideways, crashing through the wall and creating a large hole. As he flew through the air, a stream of blood droplets fell. Yu Xiaogang was dazed. What has happened? Why did Bibi Dong suddenly attack me? Why is she attacking me? In a series of 3 questions, Yu Xiaogang was stunned in midair. Immediately afterward, a sharp pain surged through his body, and he let out a long, mournful scream. Bang! Bang bang! A series of sounds rang out, startling many guests in the inn, and several people poked their heads out of the windows. What happened? It seems someone flew out? Whispered conversations arose, accompanied by a series of bang, bang, bang sounds from the ground. Who is Bibi Dong? One of the strongest on the entire Douluo Continent. Her wrath alone, even without using soul power, had unimaginable destructive power. Yu Xiaogang lost half of his life and rolled on the ground for quite a distance before finally lying there, motionless and in a pitiful state. After the attack, Bibi Dong's cold gaze softened slightly as she approached the edge of the hole. Looking at the half-dead Yu Xiaogang, she couldn't help but snort coldly. This isn't like you. My lady, Qian Renfeng said softly. Bibi Dong remained silent. She understood Qian Renfeng's sarcasm all too well. Regarding this issue, She didn't want to explain too much. After being deceived for so long, what was wrong with acting out in anger? Before Bibi Dong could respond, Qian Renfeng added, "But it's a pity you didn't use your soul power. Otherwise, you could have turned him into dust." Bibi Dong was speechless. She had acted in anger, but she hadn't aimed to kill. Regarding her views on Yu Xiaogang, Bibi Dong was horrified to find herself unable to articulate them clearly now. The sudden move by Bibi Dong today has caught Qian Renfeng off guard. Those who are pitiable must have their own faults. Everything that Yu Xiaogang is experiencing right now is merely the result of his own actions. Suddenly, a series of hoofbeats sounded. A convoy entered from outside the spirit city, with silver-like armor adorning each person. Qian Renfeng took a look and immediately recognized that it was the royal convoy of the Tiando Empire. It seemed that today he wouldn't be able to make a move against Yu Xiaogang. What a pity! Qian Renfeng continued to lament. The royal convoy of the Tiando Empire left him with a slight sense of regret. Cutting the grass without removing the roots allows it to grow back with the spring breeze. It's an unchanging theorem of the world that villains die from talking too much. Qian Renfeng did not consider himself a villain. However, one thing was certain. In the eyes of scum like Yu Xiaogang, he was undoubtedly a great villain. Is there a problem when a villain strikes at the righteous? It's just that the Spirit Hall is still lacking in some aspects. Now that the royal forces of the Tiando Empire have appeared, it was inconvenient to tear off the facade in public. Help! Help! I am Yu Xiaogang, the famous master of spirit theory. Please save me. Yu Xiaogang, in a desperate situation, saw the Tiando Empire's royal convoy and scrambled towards it, shouting frantically. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead as his breathing became extremely hurried. What was happening ahead? A cold voice emerged from a carriage, followed by a refined and easygoing young man stepping out. The first prince of the Tiando Empire, Shueqinghe. Following him, two more individuals emerged from other carriages, one being the fourth prince of the Tiando Empire, Shuebong, and the other being Prince Shuexing, the younger brother of the Emperor Shuiyi of the Tiando Empire. Reporting to the first prince, "It seems like a beggar," the leading soldier replied in a deep voice. Sitting high on his steed, he looked down at the dirty Yu Xiaogang, his face full of blood, causing him to frown. Do not underestimate people. Shueqinghe's voice was cold as he stood on the carriage step, observing Yu Xiaogang's disheveled appearance. On the surface, he wore a look of compassion, but in the depths of his eyes, a contemplative gleam flashed. Yu Xiaogang saw Bibi Dong and Qian Renfeng had already emerged from the inn, especially noting the coldness in Qian Renfeng's eyes, as if struck by lightning. Qian Renfeng wanted to kill himself? No, I can't die here. I still have a genius disciple. I am destined to be famous throughout the Douluo Continent. I must live. His eyes darted around, and suddenly he looked towards Shueqinghe. He didn't know Shueqinghe's exact identity, but he guessed that Shueqinghe must be a prince. And Shueqinghe, as a prince of the Tiando Empire, could just be the one to protect him. Stop right there. The leading soldier sensed Yu Xiaogangs intentions and directly crossed his spear in front of Yu Xiaogang, halting his actions. A dog servant actually dares to stop me? Yu Xiaogang cursed in his heart, but didn't dare to make any further movements. His eyes were spinning wildly, and seeing that he couldn't get close to Shueqinghe, he suddenly shifted his gaze to two other carriages not far away. The fourth prince, Shuebeheng, and the prince, Shuexing. Seeing that Shuebeheng had already gotten off the carriage, Yu Xiaogang hurriedly rushed towards Shuebeheng. Shuebeheng, arrogant and domineering, inadvertently allowed Yu Xiaogang to pounce beside him. Immediately, a look of disdain appeared on Shuebeheng's face. But Yu Xiaogang didn't care about that. He only knew that Shuebeheng was definitely a prince, and he desperately clung to Shuebeheng's thigh, howling, "Your Highness, you must stand up for me. In Wuhun City, there are thieves trying to attack me. In such a large Wuhun City, not a single person has come forward to uphold justice for me." He cried out with tears and snot, wiping his nose and tears on Shuebeheng's pants, crying as if he were truly heartbroken. His weak right leg and the tattered burlap clothes that had been worn down to strips seemed to proclaim just how miserable he was. In the distance, Qian Renfeng and Bibi Dong walked towards the Tiando imperial family's convoy together. Their pace was slow, but an invisible aura silently intimidated everyone's hearts. Qian Renfeng couldn't see that Yu Xiaogangs' current thought was to cling to the big, thick legs of the Tiando Empire's royal family in order to save his own life. However, thinking about what kind of person Shuebong was, Qian Renfeng couldn't help but feel a shiver down his spine. Under his sister's manipulation, Shuebong had now been packaged as an extremely spoiled royal heir. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang was crying and complaining to Shuebong, wiping his snot and tears on the hem of Shuebong's pants, treating him as some kind of benefactor? Chapter 011. Shuebeng strikes, dead dog Yu Xiaogang. Get lost. You beggar, don't come near me, you're dirtying my clothes. Shuebeng was furious, slapping Yu Xiaogang in the face, then kicking him hard. Immediately, punches and kicks followed, fully displaying his spoiled image. What the hell is going on? Why am I getting beaten again? Yu Xiaojiang's mind was in a daze, helplessly holding his head and occasionally letting out a wail. In just a moment, he was lying on the ground like a dead dog, gasping for breath more than he was exhaling. Fourth brother, what are you doing? Shueqinghe suddenly spoke up, his words filled with criticism. Shuebeng's expression changed, and he kicked Yu Xiaogang hard again. Someone, do you dog servants have no eyes? Quickly throw this dead dog far away from me. How would you let such trash get close to me? Do you know that all my clothes are custom-made? Imperial soldiers hurriedly approached, dragging Yu Xiaogang away and running far off before throwing him directly into a garbage heap. In the Hall of Spirits, the acting Pope, Qian Renfeng, welcomed the distinguished guests from the Tiando Empire's royal family. Qian Renfeng stepped forward, his gaze first lingering on Shueqinghe for a moment, then pausing again on Prince Shuebeng and Prince Shuexing for a moment. Unexpectedly, upon my initial assumption of power, even His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince, and even Prince Shuexing all came to congratulate me. Qian Renfeng smiled as he spoke, his expression very gentle. At this moment, Qian Renfeng had completely changed from the previous indifference he showed towards Yu Xiaogang. By mentioning Prince Shuexing last, he further expressed his respect for him. Oof. Prince Shuexing snorted coldly, ignoring Qian Renfeng. Seeing this, Shueqinghe quickly tried to smooth things over. The acting Pope is indeed young and talented. We represent the Tiando royal family to congratulate you. We wish the Spirit Hall can thrive under the management of the acting Pope and achieve even greater glory. Qian Renfeng smiled. Soon, many Soul Masters from Soul Master City arrived here, a large group marching back toward the Spirit Hall. In the garbage heap, the foul smell was overwhelming, and Yu Xiaogang crawled out of the garbage like a dead dog. A piece of vegetable leaf was still hanging from the corner of his mouth, and blood was dripping down his cheek. The cold wind blew, making Yu Xiaojiang's disheveled appearance even worse as he looked around with a very displeased expression. At this time, many of the original inhabitants of Soul Master City had gathered around, pointing and whispering as they saw Yu Xiaojiang's miserable state in the garbage heap. Is this person seriously sick? Definitely. That batch of people just now were obviously royal nobles, and you want to complain? What a joke. Our Soul Master City is thriving, and he says there are thieves trying to harm him? Crazy. Seeing nobles around, he exaggerates his misfortune to cling to them. I've seen many like him. Yu Xiaojiang's face turned ashen. The harsh comments pierced his eardrums, and he looked at those pointing fingers with extreme resentment. Just wait. You all just wait. When I achieve success and rise to the top, I will make all of you pay the price. Soul Master City, Spirit Hall, and that prince of the Tiando Empire just now. Just wait for me. He ground his teeth and roared in his heart. Whether strong or weak, noble or commoner, Yu Xiaogang remembered everyone in his heart. He leaped from the garbage heap, found a broken wooden stick, and fled from the pointing and whispering crowd. He had arrived with such arrogance, yet he left like a dead dog. I can't swallow this anger. Yu Xiaogang fled towards the outskirts of Soul Master City. Suddenly calming down, I was too impulsive just now. Even if I told the Tiando royal family that Bibi Dong attacked me, they probably wouldn't believe it, right? This matter must be planned carefully. That fleeting killing intent in Qian Renfeng's eyes shows he really has a strong aversion towards me. But it seems he held back after the Tiando royal family arrived. It looks like there's still a way out. Yu Xiaogang thought to himself. For the purpose of scheming, he began to recall everything that had happened before. Suddenly, a flash of brilliance crossed his eyes. Right, Bibi Dong only attacked me once and didn't continue. She must have been trying to spare that little one's feelings, right? Indeed, she's such a foolish woman, destined to be manipulated by me. How could she kill me? That attack, while appearing angry, actually saved me. Indeed, all of this was orchestrated by that little one, the acting Pope. Bibi Dong must have been concerned about the other party's feelings, so her conflict with that little one must have reached its peak. Thinking of this, Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but praise himself for being so clever. In such a dangerous situation, he managed to analyze the specifics clearly. It seems that this time, there was no way to learn about the secrets of the twin spirits from Bibi Dong. Earlier, I was truly foolish to contact Bibi Dong in Soul Master City. The city is now under that little one's control, and there must be spies everywhere. The matter of the twin spirits must be pursued elsewhere to obtain information from Bibi Dong. Today's events should be noted down for future reference. I will reclaim my dignity later. Those who humiliate me, Yu Xiaogang, have never ended well. With a fierce determination, Yu Xiaogang's palm was blistered from the wooden stick. But he gritted his teeth and continued walking. While sorting out matters related to the Spirit Hall, he also contemplated the Tiando royal family. That prince who assaulted me. Another prince seemed to have called him the fourth brother. So, the one who hit me is the current fourth prince of the Tiando Empire? Another identity must be higher than the fourth prince. It seems the other princes died young, so that person must be the first prince. The Tiando family is heartless. Since that fourth prince assaulted me, spoke harshly, and insulted me as a beggar, I completely don't need to care about him. After returning this time, I will prepare more. Then I can find a way to latch onto the first prince's big ship, and things will be much easier. I want to see who the real beggar is. Yu Xiaogang roared in his heart again. All his little schemes had now shifted towards Shue. He felt that getting close to Shue would be as easy as taking candy from a baby. He didn't believe Qian Renfeng could compete with the Tiando royal family. Chapter 012. Acting crazy and foolish, the provocation of an avalanche. In the Spirit Hall, in the guest hall, Qian Renfeng sat in the main seat, and Bibi Dong had disappeared from everyone's sight again after her return. The royal entourage of the Heaven Do Empire had all arrived at this place, and Shue was having a pleasant conversation with him. Before the relationship had soured, the Spirit Hall and the two empires were still relatively harmonious, and no one wanted to make things too difficult for each other. After talking for a long time, Shue finally stood up and performed a noble salute to Qian Renfeng. Shue expresses his gratitude to Your Excellency, the acting pope. Your guidance has been immensely beneficial to me. Qian Renfeng waved his hand. It's just some minor issues. As for the matters we discussed before, if His Highness the First Prince has the heart, please convey it to your country's emperor. Qinghe understood that he would follow up on the ordinary soul master subsidy issue after returning. Shue replied. Suddenly, a cold laugh echoed. Shuelang sat there with a completely arrogant demeanor, showing none of the composure expected of a prince. His hands rested on the armrests of the chair. His legs stretched out, and he wore an expression of disdain. Big brother, are you being a bit too foolish? The acting pope merely mentioned this in passing. And you actually took it seriously? I really don't understand how the Spirit Hall would suddenly let such a young person take power. Although I may be a bit of a wastrel, what the acting pope said is simply impossible. Talk without substance. Utterly ridiculous. Shuelang sneered repeatedly, speaking while casting a provocative glance at Qian Renfeng. Arrogant and overbearing, these traits were vividly displayed in Shuelang at this moment. Fourth brother, what nonsense are you spouting? The acting pope is young but has the ability to wield power in the Spirit Hall. That surely proves his competence. Stop talking nonsense and quickly apologize to the acting pope. Shue's expression changed drastically as he looked reproachfully at Shuelang, urging him repeatedly. Apologize? Big brother, do you think I need to apologize? If it were the previous pope, I might consider it, but a young man wants me to apologize? Who do I think I am? I am the fourth prince of the Tiando Empire. I am a prince of high status. Shuelang sneered, continuing his arrogant display, all the while maintaining his wastrel persona. Shue felt helpless. Fourth brother, we cannot underestimate this. Quickly apologize. Apologize? Impossible. Shuelang's voice suddenly became sharp, as if Shue's request for him to apologize was a great insult. His hands tightly gripped the armrests, veins bulging on his forehead, and his expression became extremely twisted. You brought me here to represent the royal family to congratulate this young acting pope on taking power, and I'm 1,000 times unwilling. Now you want me to apologize? What joke? Am I to give up my dignity as a prince? Shuelang showed no respect for Shue, acting like a madman, ready to lash out at anyone. After venting his frustrations, Shuelang suddenly turned his eyes, pinched his chin, and began to smile strangely. Big brother, actually, if you want me to apologize, that's fine. Although I am a wastrel, I do have the cultivation of a soul sect. This acting pope seems to be about my age. Why don't you set up a match between us? If he can win against me, I will apologize to him. How about that? At this point, Shuelang looked provocatively at Qian Renfeng again. A match? Shue's expression changed again. Fourth brother, how long do you intend to cause trouble? Father did not teach us this way. Father, upon hearing this word, Shuelang exploded. Don't bring up that old man. Why has he ever cared about a son like me? Huh. Shue felt helpless. Shuelang's reaction frustrated him, and he turned his gaze, seeking help from Prince Shue, who was sitting nearby in a seemingly absent-minded manner. Among the royal family, Prince Shue held the highest status, and Shue hoped to rely on him. Uncle, please persuade fourth brother. He is being far too reckless. Shueqinghe said earnestly. We came to congratulate the acting pope on taking power, not to offend anyone. Offend? What offense? Prince Shuexing suddenly raised his eyebrows, placed his teacup on the table, and looked puzzled. Shuelang has always been this way. You know that. Besides, I don't think there's anything wrong with this. Shuelang is grown up now, a soul sect of over level 40, and he indeed wants to prove himself. It's not inappropriate for young people to spar with each other. Shueqinghe realized at this moment that he could see Prince Shuexing was deliberately playing dumb. The exchange between Shuelang and Shuexing was clearly a coordinated effort. Seeing this, Shuelang stood up and walked towards Qian Renfeng. You're the acting pope, right? I'm Shuelang, the fourth prince of the Tiando Empire. This position of pope is on the same level as my father, whom I don't see eye to eye with. You're also a young man. I don't want to acknowledge you as my senior. I officially challenge you now. If you win against me, I will admit it. If you can't win, I suggest the Spirit Hall replace you with the previous pope, or find another acting pope. Shuelang confidently proclaimed. He had never heard of someone like Qian Renfeng before. In his view, Qian Renfeng must be a genius of the Spirit Hall, and his elder brother, Shueqinghe, was certainly trying to win over Qian Renfeng. Perfect. This was a chance to stir things up. Meanwhile, Qian Renfeng wore a subtle smile. Shuelang's arrogance and his readiness to confront someone made him find it quite amusing. At this moment, many people likely perceived him as arrogant and unruly. In reality, this Prince Shuelang had a deeper cunning than one might expect. His current behavior, although it seemed reckless, was actually a way of causing disruption from within. Prince Shuexing's tacit approval clearly added fuel to the fire. What? You don't dare? Shuelang urged impatiently. Qian Renfeng withdrew his smile, and after seeing through the thoughts of avalanche at this moment, he quietly got up. It was truly naive to think of him, Qian Renfeng, as a pawn to disrupt the chess game. Since Prince Avalanche had this idea, the Pope had no reason to refuse. Prince Avalanche, how do you want to compare? Chapter 013, Life and Death Ignored? Dugu Bo takes action. Retreat? In Qian Renfeng's dictionary, there is no such word. It is clear that Avalanche intends to cause trouble, and has even set its sights on him. This cannot just be let go. Upon seeing Qian Renfeng agree, a look of excitement instantly appeared on Avalanche's face. Really agreed? Avalanche asked. Qian Renfeng smiled and said this Pope's word is as good as gold. So it's life and death, no matter what? Shueping licked the corner of his mouth and spoke frantically. Shueping had a beautiful idea. Life and death, no matter what. Once he could defeat Qian Renfeng, he would definitely be able to send Qian Renfeng away. At that time, if the acting Pope of the Spirit Hall died at the hands of someone from the Tiando royal family, it would not be so easy for Zwiking to continue to win over the Spirit Hall. But what if he accidentally ran into trouble at the hands of Qian Renfeng? A prince getting injured fatally by someone from the Spirit Hall would make any attempts to win them over even less likely. The stakes were high, but the rewards were great. Hearing Shueping's words, Qian Renfeng quickly guessed Shueping's true thoughts. Before he could respond, Zwiking anxiously interjected, "Fourth brother, a friendly match is enough. Why does it have to be life and death?" After saying that, Zwiking hurriedly turned to Qian Renfeng and anxiously said, "Your Excellency, the acting Pope, I sincerely apologize for our royal family's rudeness. Let's just have a friendly match. My matters don't concern you." Shueping was furious, shouting with utmost arrogance. He dashed out of the main hall. With his hands tightly clenched, 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings suddenly swirled around him. "Come on, let me show you how I will defeat you today." Seeing Qian Renfeng also come out of the main hall, Shueping said frantically, "Remember, I won't hold back. Although it's just a friendly match, accidents can easily happen." With these words, Shueping's thoughts were known to all. Most people's view of Shueping was that he was the craziest among the crazies. However, at this moment, Qian Renfeng thought that this kid was quite clever. It was no wonder that in the original history, he could endure for so many years, only revealing his true self at the moment of seizing the throne. However, Shueping's choice was extremely misguided in today's scenario. "Prince Shueping, feel free to make your move. This Pope will stay right here. And if you can push me back even a step, then I will consider it my loss." Qian Renfeng stood with his hands behind his back. Dressed in white, he looked like a piece of uncut jade on the road. As the fourth prince of the Tiando Empire, he wouldn't bother to engage in such meaningless chatter with Shuebong otherwise. A single slap would be enough to deal with him. Shuebong, upon hearing Qian Renfeng's words, immediately turned red with anger and embarrassment. "How arrogant of this kid to look down on me like that. Today, I'll show you that as a dignified fourth prince, I'm not someone who can be underestimated." Bong shouted angrily, and suddenly, the four soul rings around him began to shine brightly, and a golden swan phantom appeared behind him. With the soul skill activated, his speed increased tremendously. Bang, bang, bang. Relying on his speed advantage, Bong darted around Qian Renfeng, launching numerous attacks in an instant. He couldn't believe that his soul sex power couldn't even force Qian Renfeng back a single step. He even thought that Qian Renfeng was just pretending. However, as the fight progressed, Bong suddenly realized that despite his dozens of attacks in such a short time, he hadn't even come within a meter of Qian Renfeng. So your soul skill is defensive? What kind of skill is that, hiding like a turtle? Does the Spirit Hall not have anyone capable? After a long time without breaking through, Bong shouted in frustration, unable to penetrate Qian Renfeng's defense. He unilaterally concluded that Qian Renfeng must have used some kind of defensive soul skill, while he himself was not a strong attack-type soul master. He wanted to break through Qian Renfeng's defense relying on the strength of his soul skills. Qian Renfeng was slightly silent. He was a Title Douluo in all his glory. Although he had not yet officially confirmed his title, he undeniably possessed the strength of a Title Douluo. Did he really need to activate his martial soul to deal with an avalanche? Did he need to use soul skills? Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Considering your identity as the fourth prince of the Tiando royal family, I'll humor you and play along for a bit. A slight punishment will suffice. Qian Renfeng whispered softly, still not having activated his martial soul or used any soul skills, just casually waved a hand towards the approaching avalanche. Bang! A deafening sound suddenly erupted, and the avalanche was sent flying backward like a cannonball. The swan martial soul behind him disintegrated the moment it met Qian Renfeng's palm. Bang! Bang bang! The avalanche tumbled awkwardly on the ground several times, and the noble attire on him was torn in many places. Puffed, a mouthful of blood was spat out, and the avalanche rolled his eyes and fainted. Avalanche! From the very beginning, pretending to be sophisticated, the Snow Star Prince, who had been acting foolishly along with Avalanche, suddenly stepped forward. The Avalanche had suddenly lost the battle and was knocked out with a single slap, causing his eyes to bulge in shock. His old face was filled with anger. Young man, your actions are too excessive. At this moment, an old man in a green robe with messy white hair suddenly appeared beside the Avalanche. He gently placed a hand on Avalanche's wrist, confirming he was indeed unconscious, and coldly said, as soon as he finished speaking, a powerful pressure suddenly descended around Avalanche, and a foul smell began to waft through the air. While speaking, the old man coldly stared at Qian Renfeng. The old man was none other than the poisoned Dugu Bo, who followed the Snow Star Prince. Qian Renfeng was not surprised by the appearance of Dugu Bo. After hearing Dugu Bo's words, he once again placed his hands behind his back. How'd I go too far? Qian Renfeng retorted. Dugu Bo replied, at such a young age, shattering a martial soul with a single palm strike is a tremendous blow to a soul master. Such ruthless methods are not considered going too far. Dugu Bo, are you getting old and confused? Qian Renfeng coldly snorted. If I were to strike seriously, he wouldn't even have a breath left, and would have long been dead without a burial place. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful pressure suddenly pressed down on Dugu Bo. Dugu Bo was not like Peng. After all, he was a Title Douluo at level 92. With such a character suddenly appearing, especially one who was extremely skilled in poison, he could not be treated carelessly like Peng. Accompanied by the sudden explosion of momentum, 9 soul rings descended from Qian Renfeng's head. The moment the topmost red soul ring appeared, Qian Renfeng's indifferent voice echoed again. A Title Douluo must not be insulted. Dugu Bo, do you still think I've gone too far? Chapter 014, Peng. Why don't you just go to heaven? Title Douluo. Dugu Bo's body suddenly froze, staring in disbelief at the 9 soul rings descending from Qian Renfeng's head, especially the topmost one, a red 100,000 year soul ring, which was something countless soul masters dreamed of. Even though he himself was also a level 92 Title Douluo and had a long-standing status, the intimidation brought by the 100,000 year soul ring still caused unease in his heart. And Qian Renfeng's age? He was so young, yet already a Title Douluo, likely breaking the record for the youngest Title Douluo on the continent. The accusatory look on his face vanished in an instant. Accusing a Title Douluo? What a joke. Just as Qian Renfeng said, he merely shattered Peng's martial soul and did not directly kill him, which was already Qian Renfeng giving face to the Tiando royal family. It was Peng who had actively provoked Qian Renfeng. Even if Qian Renfeng had killed Peng right in front of everyone, The Tiando royal family would have to swallow this bitter pill. With a stiff neck, Dugu Bo hurriedly picked up Shui Peng and returned to the side of Prince Shui, his heart filled with a single thought that he couldn't say out loud. Although he knew the reason behind Shui Peng's actions, it was still unwise to directly provoke a Title Douluo. A Title Douluo must not be insulted. Why didn't Shui Peng just go to heaven? Uncle C, I just told you to stop, fourth brother, and now this has turned into a big mess. Shui hurriedly came out to mediate. Taking this opportunity, he began to criticize Prince Shui. Fortunately, the acting pope does not hold a grudge against the little ones. Otherwise, Shui Peng would be in danger this time. As he spoke, a trace of worry appeared on Shui Qing's face, as if he was truly afraid that his fourth brother might accidentally die here. Prince Shui remained silent, allowing Shui Qing's accusations, his old face turning ashen. Only heavy breathing could be heard, without a single word in response. Staring at the 9 soul rings beside Qian Renfeng, his throat moved with a gulp. A Title Douluo. This was truly something one could not afford to offend. Qian Renfeng smiled without speaking, watching Snow Qing's troubles unfold. Your Holiness, I mean no offense. And I thank you for your leniency. The prince said, I am weary from travel and suddenly feel unwell, so I will take my leave to rest. I hope you can understand. After being criticized for quite some time, Prince Shui knew he had to make a statement, so he hurriedly expressed his position. Qian Renfeng sneered coldly in his heart and said in a calm tone, since the prince is unwell, he should rest well first. Our spirit hall also has many healing soul masters. If needed, feel free to call on us. Prince Shui forced a smile and replied, thank you for your kind offer. Your Excellency, the acting pope. After saying this, Prince Shui intended to lead his team away. Seeing this, Shui suddenly said, Uncle, Your Excellency, the acting pope is already a Title Douluo at such a young age. I have been confused about my cultivation lately and would like to ask the acting pope for some guidance, if that's all right. At this moment, Prince Shui had no mind to care about these matters. After being put in a difficult position, he just wanted to leave quickly. You may do as you wish. With that, he led his team away, and Dugu Bo also left with him. Your Excellency, the acting pope, please? Shui continued to maintain his posture as the crown prince and made an inviting gesture toward Qian Renfeng. Qian Renfeng smiled and said, since the crown prince has invited, then let us go. With that, the two of them returned to the main hall. The remaining royal cavalry could only wait patiently outside at this time. Upon re-entering the pope's hall, the solemn door closed with a loud bang. Apart from Qian Renfeng and Shui there were no other people present. Sitting in the position of pope really gives off a unique aura of dominance. I never expected that woman would actually be willing to relinquish power. It seems that only my brother can make her yield. With no outsiders around, Qian Renxue stopped pretending, and the appearance of Shui vanished, replaced by a noble women's outfit. She wore a light pink long gown, stepped in high heels, with golden long hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding an air of purity. After circling around Qian Renfeng twice, she couldn't help but click her tongue in amazement. But a trace of disgust flashed across her pretty face when she mentioned that woman. Qian Renfeng understood that Qian Renxue was referring to Bibi Dong, and he also knew the extent of Qian Renxue's resentment towards Bibi Dong. He did not continue on this topic. With a calm gaze fixed on Qian Renxue, he smiled lightly and said, you've improved quite a bit this time, reaching level 72. You can truly unleash the power of your martial soul now. The angel martial soul inherited from the spirit hall only reveals its true form at level 70, and when combined with the angelic domain, it can undergo a tremendous transformation. At this moment, Qian Renxue has already broken through to level 72. Qian Renxue's face flashed with a hint of despair upon hearing this. But brother, you have already become a Title Douluo while I am only barely at level 72. I am your brother. It's reasonable for me to be stronger than you. Qian Renfeng laughed. Qian Renxue remained silent. Throughout her life, she had always been strong-willed and was not incapable of admitting that others were better than her. It was just that her older brother, who was born only a little earlier than her, had a strength that was a full 20 levels above hers. Moreover, she had been lying low in the Heavenly Do Empire for many years, and even now, she was still not making much progress. While Qian Renfeng had already ascended to the position of Pope, the gap between siblings had only widened. I know that you want to improve your strength for a reason, but one must not be too hasty. Right now, I am stronger than you, and once you reach a higher level, you will also experience a rapid increase in power. So there's no need to feel too resentful. As she spoke, Qian Renfeng looked out in the direction of the Elder Hall. The inheritance of the angel god now had only one person within the spirit hall who met the conditions, Qian Renxue. Once the 9 tests of the angel were initiated, her strength would surely soar like a rocket. Others might not know, but he was very clear that Qian Renxue would be the first woman to become a deity in the Douluo Continent. This would happen even faster than his own mother. Qian Renxue smiled bitterly and said, "Brother, you know the strength of that woman. As long as I don't surpass her for a day, I won't feel comfortable for a day. But my strength is what it is. Let's not talk about this matter anymore. The more I say, the more troubled I feel." Surpass her? Qian Renfeng whispered softly in his heart. If he wanted to steadily surpass Bibi Dong's strength, he would have to become a god at level 100. As it stands, Qian Douluo cannot even surpass the strength of their mother, let alone the current Qian Renxue. Qian Renfeng didn't say these things, nor did he dampen Qian Renxue's ambition. The two siblings continued their conversation until Qian Renxue suddenly said, "By the way, brother, how do you plan to deal with Dugu Bo?" "Deal with him?" Qian Renfeng retorted. Qian Renxue nodded naturally. "I know that you are not a soft-hearted person, brother. Are you planning to just let the previous matter go?" Chapter 015. The Uncle-Nephew Conspiracy, the targeted Yu Xiaogang. Let go? Qian Renfeng smiled to himself. He is not someone who would just let things go like that. Regardless of whether Dugu Bo actually made a move, that situation at the time cannot be overlooked. I have other plans regarding Dugu Bo, so you should go back and handle your own matters. Just be careful of the avalanche. Qian Renfeng did not mention much about Dugu Bo to Qian Renxue, as Dugu Bo had other matters to handle. However, he felt it necessary to remind Qian Renxue more about the avalanche, as its disguise was indeed quite impressive. Qian Renxue frowned in confusion and said, "Be careful of avalanches? An avalanche is unlearned and incompetent. Why should we be cautious of him? You can't just look at things from the surface." Qian Renfeng smiled and said, "Look beyond appearances and see the true nature. Otherwise, you will suffer losses in the future." Qian Renxue remained silent, continuously pondering the words mentioned by Qian Renfeng at this moment in the depths of her mind. Deep down, she truly did not believe there was a need to be cautious of the young son of the heavenly dual emperor, Avalanche. Among the original 4 princes, she had already dealt with 3, all of whom were exceptionally talented and the most likely candidates for the throne. However, Avalanche was not among these 3. Seeing that Qian Renxue did not come around, Qian Renfeng timely reminded, "Where is this place?" "Wuhun City, Wuhun Hall, what is wrong?" Qian Renfeng retorted. Qian Renfeng said, "There are countless noble families in the Heaven Do Empire, and there are many young masters who provoke others without knowing their identities. But knowing that I am the acting pope of the Spirit Hall, and still daring to provoke me, do you think this is merely the behavior of a young master? Don't forget, Spirit City is the stronghold of our Spirit Hall, the place where our core power resides." Boom! Qian Renxue suddenly woke up. She understood. Everything in the past was just an act by him. Qian Renxue gritted her teeth and said, having infiltrated the Tiando royal family for many years, her pride made her very confident in controlling everything. The reason she hadn't taken action against Shuebong was simply that she saw him as a hopeless case, posing no threat to her at all. But at this moment, Qian Renfeng's reminder suddenly opened her mind. Just be careful. Qian Renfeng stopped just in time. Saying too much would be counterproductive, as he was well aware of his sister's personality. Meanwhile, in Wuhun City, the long unconscious Avalanche finally woke up. And as soon as he did, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough, cough. Am I still alive? Avalanche's face was pale, and he looked extremely weak, unable to help but recall the moment Qian Renfeng made his move. It felt as if the space had been locked down. What seemed like an ordinary slap at the time had left a deep impression on him. He wanted to dodge, but couldn't muster any thoughts of escape, ultimately just allowing that slap to defeat him outright. You are fortunate. If not for Dugu Bo protecting your heart vein in time, you might find it hard to achieve anything in this life. Prince Xuexing stood guard by the bedside. Seeing Avalanche's weak appearance, he couldn't help but sigh. Dugu Bo, who was also in the room, said at the right moment, "It's also thanks to that acting pope not having any murderous intent. Otherwise, even if I acted, it would have been useless." As he spoke, he remembered Qian Renfeng's strength as a Title Douluo, and his expression grew dim again. "Thank you, Senior Dugu, for your help." Avalanche hurriedly dragged his weak body to bow to Dugu Bo. At this moment, his demeanor was completely the opposite of the previous arrogance. Dugu Bo acknowledged him with a grunt, and, seeing that Avalanche was not in serious danger, left the room at Prince Xuexing's gesture. Only the uncle and nephew were left in the room. Avalanche wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said weakly, Uncle, Senior Dugu just mentioned that it was that guy who didn't have any murderous intent. What does that mean? That acting pope is a Title Douluo. After a long time, Prince Xuexing quietly explained the Title Douluo. Upon hearing the term, Avalanche's expression suddenly stiffened, and then he forced out a bitter smile. This is serious. I played the role of a spoiled rich kid and ended up provoking a Title Douluo. Avalanche secretly thanked his good fortune and calmed down. By the way, Uncle, where's Xuexing? He went to consult that acting pope about cultivation matters. Prince Xuexing replied. You were very reckless this time, and I was harshly criticized by Xuexing because of it. Oomph. Avalanche gritted his teeth, his expression cold. He really doesn't miss any opportunity. But this time I survived. Next time I won't run into such things again. In front of Prince Xuexing, Avalanche showed no pretense of his true character. After all, he was well aware that being alive now was entirely thanks to Prince Xuexing, who had always taught him how to survive. Uncle, you said Xuexing went to find that acting pope to consult about cultivation? I think consulting is just an excuse. He really wants to win him over, right? Avalanche spoke again, his eyes shining with sharpness. If he can gain the support of the Wuhun Hall, his wings will become even stronger. This isn't a solution. Prince Xuexing remained silent. He could sense Avalanche's worries, but at the moment, he couldn't think of a more suitable solution. By the way, Uncle, do you think we can disrupt the relationship between Xuexing and the Wuhun Hall? Suddenly, Avalanche spoke again. Hearing this, Prince Xuexing asked, disrupt? What idea do you have? Avalanche took a deep breath and said solemnly, I don't know if you remember the beggar I chased away before. That person claimed to be a renowned master of Wuhun theory on the continent. And when we encountered him, he was gravely injured and begged us to save him. And you should know who dares to act openly in Wuhun City, right? That person must have offended that acting pope, which is why we saw that scene. And because of my humiliation towards him, he will definitely harbor resentment against me. If we push that person towards Xuexing, do you think? Avalanche didn't continue, but at this point, Prince Xuexing already understood what he meant. That beggar? I've heard of him. He is said to be famous throughout the Douluo Continent, but in reality, he is quite useless. It is rumored that at such an old age, he has yet to reach level 30 and only talks about Wuhun theory. In my opinion, he would be a qualified white-eyed wolf. Pushing such a person to Xuexing's side could indeed ruin Xuexing's relationship with the Wuhun Hall. It could be useful. The uncle and nephew quickly settled on this matter. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaogang was continuously cursing Qian Renfeng and Avalanche in his heart, attributing all the blame to others. Unbeknownst to him, he was already being watched. A tragic end was approaching. Chapter 016. Absorbing soul bones, strength breaking through again. On the road, many people were pointing at Yu Xiaogang. He looked so disheveled, stumbling along with a broken wooden stick, his face covered in dirt, looking more like a beggar than a beggar. Hearing the comments of the people along the way, among whom were several soul masters of levels 20 to 30, Yu Xiaogang felt a mix of shame and anger. It's all that fourth prince's fault, calling me useless at every turn. If it weren't for my weak strength, I wouldn't let you torment me like this. Yu Xiaogang, would write my name backward. Forget it, I'll go to Shrek first. At least Flinder can give me some basic protection. After all, not everyone dares to show off in front of me. If any level 20 or 30 soul master dares to make noise in front of me, I'll let Flinder deal with them. Thinking of Flinder's strength, compared to the weaklings pointing at him along the way, Yu Xiaogang cleared his throat a few times and gradually suppressed his emotions, leaving only the increasingly frenzied thoughts in his mind. On the other side, in the inn of Wuhun City, with the matter settled, the laughter of Avalanche and Prince Xuexing echoed. Dugu Bo stood outside the room, calm and composed, the cold wind carrying away some of the foul smell from his body. He overheard some of the conversation inside the room and saw nothing inappropriate in the discussion between the uncle and nephew. In the Douluo Continent, it's a survival of the fittest. Yu Xiaogang, just a waste who hasn't even reached level 30. Being able to conspire with the Imperial Prince and the Fourth Prince is already a huge stroke of luck. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, Dugu Bo lightly coughed a couple of times, and the figure of Xuexing appeared in his sight. Xuexing approached, saw Dugu Bo standing outside the room, and spoke gently. Xuexing greets the offering. I wonder how my fourth brother is doing? Get lost. I'm not dead yet. Before Dugu Bo could respond, Avalanche's boisterous voice had already come from inside the room. Immediately afterward, the door opened. A weak-looking Avalanche stood in front of Xuexing, pointing at him and cursing. Xuexing's expression remained unchanged, his demeanor as gentle as ever. making the surrounding imperial soldiers unable to bear to watch. What a good big prince. Unfortunately, the fourth prince is really a hopeless case. Sigh. It took a full quarter of an hour for Xuebing to finish his complaints, while Xue Qinghe remained silent throughout. After Xuebing finished his tirade, Prince Xuexing finally stepped out of the room. Qinghe, Xuebing has suffered a great defeat and is in a bad mood, so please be understanding. Prince Xuexing said. Xue Qinghe nodded slightly. Qinghe understands. Then, Uncle, please persuade Xuebing a bit more. Since the fourth brother is not in a good mood today, I will come to visit another day. After saying that, Xue Qinghe turned to leave. Just as he turned around, a cold glint flashed in the depths of his pupils, and he thought to himself, indeed, what my brother said about being cautious of Xuebing was not just casual talk. I really didn't expect that this seemingly unremarkable fourth prince would have such deep schemes. If I hadn't come with a purpose to observe, I really wouldn't have been able to discern the outcome. It seems that there will be more matters to handle within the royal family in the future. Meanwhile, inside Qian Renfeng's courtyard, after having a good conversation with Qian Renxue, he returned here. At this moment, a dark, black soul bone was floating in front of him, which was the 990,000-year-old fallen demon dragon's torso bone he had obtained from the system earlier. A sinister and cold aura emanated from the fallen demon dragon's torso bone. Qian Renfeng calmly observed for a while before he began to absorb the soul bone. The reason he hadn't absorbed it earlier was due to Bibi Dong's sudden visit, which disrupted his plans. Then there were matters concerning the Heaven Do royal family, leaving him no time to spare. Now that everything had settled, absorbing the soul bone was naturally at the top of Qian Renfeng's agenda. It was never his style to leave good things unused. Arming himself with enough strength was the key to surviving in the Douluo Continent. Acting weak to deceive others? Qian Renfeng scoffed at such a notion. He wasn't the type like Yu Xiaogang, who was inherently weak. He was originally a tiger. Why would he pretend to be a pig after being well fed? Suddenly, a deafening rumble erupted as Qian Renfeng began to absorb the body bone of the fallen demon dragon, unleashing a terrifying momentum that burst out in all directions. The massive commotion instantly woke many people. Of course, only those at the Title Douluo level could sense this disturbance. Those too weak had no right to perceive such noise. He broke through again. In Bibi Dong's palace, she suddenly rushed out of the milk bath, covered by a light veil that concealed her graceful figure, with a few droplets of water dripping from her hair. In her seemingly sorrowful yet indifferent eyes, an indescribable complexity flashed. There was no mistaking it. Indeed, he had broken through again. Sigh, I really don't know how he cultivates. Not only did he reach Title Douluo at such a young age, but he also broke through again. Bibi Dong thought to herself. She was certain that it was Qian Renfeng who had made this breakthrough. The more she knew about these matters, the more complicated her feelings became. How astonishing she was back then. Yet now she couldn't even compare to her own son. Forget it, forget it. As he is now forcefully pushing me to step down, I will focus on my own trials. After being entangled in complex thoughts for a long while, Bibi Dong sighed deeply and then submerged herself back into the bath. The white milk enveloped her body, and her thoughts gradually returned from contemplating Qian Renfeng's changes. Meanwhile, Qian Renfeng's strength was already formidable, and the body bone of the fallen demon dragon was a reward from a system. Such a soul bone had an astonishingly high compatibility with him. Absorbing it wouldn't take much time at all. Once the soul bone was completely absorbed, Qian Renfeng saw that a thin layer of scales had covered his body. It looked delicate, but in reality, it was incredibly heavy. He stood up and stretched his muscles and bones, exhaling a breath of turbid air. The fallen demon dragon's skeletal body, under normal circumstances, could protect my body like a layer of armor, which was indeed what I needed most at the moment. Qian Renfeng spoke softly, not putting too much thought into the matter of the torso bones, as she already knew what soul skills could be granted by the torso bones. She reined in these thoughts. Qian Renfeng had just focused his main attention on his own strength. The pure soul power was activated. In Qian Renfeng's eyes, a flicker of excitement mixed with disappointment flashed by. He had not managed to break through to level 95 in one go, but level 94 was still acceptable. Chapter 017. The Self-Sacrificing Dugu Bo, Title Douluo, Level 1 of Heaven and Earth. The gap in soul power at each level is enough to make one sigh in admiration. Level 95 is even more of a watershed. Qian Renfeng felt a bit disappointed that he couldn't directly reach level 95 by absorbing a soul bone. However, thinking about his current age, he quickly felt at ease again. At such a young age, having the strength of level 94 coupled with a tri-spirit martial soul, and being able to integrate the three into one. Who else in the world could compare? Other places, the breakthrough of Qian Renfeng alerted all Title Douluo. However, the Title Douluo within Wuhun City knew who was breaking through and did not pay much attention. Dugu Bo, a Title Douluo not belonging to the Wuhun Palace, suddenly woke up as soon as Qian Renfeng absorbed the soul bone and broke through. Was that aura just now? Someone in the Wuhun Palace broke through? And the commotion was quite significant? But why did this aura feel so strange? It seemed fundamentally different from that of a normal soul master. Dugu Bo murmured softly, his brow furrowing deeply. If it were just a normal breakthrough, he wouldn't have cared. After all, this was the territory of the Wuhun Palace. But in his perception, the aura from this breakthrough was somewhat unusual. The chilling aura made even a Title Douluo like him shiver. Feeling uneasy, Dugu Bo got up and left the room, exploring the source of his discomfort. It couldn't be wrong, it was this place. However, this was already the core area of the Wuhun Palace. Who could be breaking through here? Judging by the momentum of that breakthrough, it should be a tremendously terrifying martial soul. Isn't the martial soul inherited by the Wuhun Palace the six-winged angel? Why did the aura make Dugu Bo feel like he was walking on thin ice? Being in the Wuhun Palace and exploring at such a late hour, he knew very well what would happen if he were discovered. A dignified Title Douluo wandering around at midnight? No one would believe it if he said it. Moreover, if someone were to intentionally investigate a soul master's breakthrough, it could easily turn into a deadly rivalry. Finally, after exploring for quite a while, Dugu Bo had completely approached the small courtyard where Qian Renfeng lived. This was it. Dugu Bo cautiously exhaled a breath of foul air, leaped onto the wall of the small courtyard, and looked up. What he saw was a pitch-black martial soul standing in the void. Behind the martial soul were 8 wings, and wisps of air flowed down from the 8 wings. The eerie aura that sent chills down his spine was emanating from this martial soul. A mutated martial soul? The one breaking through was actually that acting pope? Dugu Bo was shocked. He recognized Qian Renfeng sitting cross-legged in front of the 8-winged fallen angel martial soul. Realizing that Qian Renfeng's martial soul was not the 6-winged angel, but a mutated 8-winged fallen angel, his heart instantly sank. Why couldn't I control my curiosity? What was I doing wandering out at night? This acting pope's martial soul was actually a mutated one, which must be a top secret of the Wuhun Palace. How did I end up discovering such a thing? Dugu Bo continuously cursed himself in his heart. While cursing himself, Dugu Bo was already preparing to make a run for it. Dugu Bo, thinking of leaving, suddenly heard Qian Renfeng's cold voice. Being in Wuhun City, Qian Renfeng would naturally not be cautious in his breakthrough. Not to mention that his chief grandfather, Title Douluo, was already stationed in the Elder Hall, with a level 99 strength enough to intimidate anyone. As for himself, he was not a person who would hide and be secretive. Being in his own territory, if he were still as careful as when absorbing soul rings and soul bones in the wild, it would truly be laughable. However, Qian Renfeng still overlooked one aspect. His breakthrough would definitely shake those at the Title Douluo level. Yet, currently in Wuhun City, there was also Dugu Bo, a Title Douluo not belonging to the Wuhun Hall. Previously, when Qian Renxue asked him how to deal with Dugu Bo, he did not provide a clear answer. After all, Dugu Bo was a worshipper of the Tiando royal family, and the Wuhun Hall had not completely torn its face with the 2 major empires, making it inconvenient for him to act directly against Dugu Bo unexpectedly. In less than a day's time, during the dead of night, Dugu Bo came knocking at his door. What a coincidence! Dugu Bo had met the acting pope. Apologies for the late visit. I shall take my leave. Dugu Bo's expression was stiff and shocked, and he presented himself very lowly, wanting only to retreat unscathed. But was it really that easy? Qian Renfeng spoke softly. At the moment of a soul master's breakthrough, apart from those close to him, anyone who approached within the range of the breakthrough could be considered an enemy. As for Dugu Bo's actions, if he were to directly kill Dugu Bo here, the Tiando royal family wouldn't dare to voice any complaints. Upon hearing that Qian Renfeng did not intend to let him go, Dugu Bo's old face suddenly became very serious. He stopped lowering his posture and took out the pride of his Title Douluo. Your Excellency, the substitute pope, I accidentally offended you late at night, which is indeed inappropriate. And I am aware of the rules regarding soul master breakthroughs. However, I would like to apologize for today's abruptness. I believe Your Excellency, the substitute pope, wouldn't want to directly fight me here, right? Moreover, my title is poison, and although I am reluctant to kill indiscriminately, if you do not wish to give me a way out, then I might have to go crazy. After speaking, the phantom of the green phosphor snake emperor appeared behind Dugu Bo, its forked tongue flicking. Are you threatening me? Qian Renfeng smiled. He had already understood Dugu Bo's thoughts at this moment. In terms of individual combat ability, Dugu Bo could be said to be the weakest among all Title Douluos. However, when it comes to killing, as long as Dugu Bo unleashed the phosphorus snake emperor, there might not be many people in the entire spirit city who could survive. Now, to deal with the matter of Yitan's breakthrough and to ensure his own safe retreat, he decided to reveal his biggest trump card. However, this tactic might work on others, but it truly wasn't enough against him. Moreover, on the Douluo Continent, there was yet to be anyone born who could threaten Qian Renfeng. Qian Renfeng walked step by step towards Dugu Bo, with his hands behind his back and a calm gaze fixed on Dugu Bo. His expression was indifferent, revealing no signs of joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness. Dugu Bo felt a sense of dread in his heart and cautiously took a step back, inwardly scolding himself for wandering around aimlessly at such a late hour. It would have been better if Qian Renfeng had directly stated the solution. But now his silence only made Dugu Bo's scalp tingle with anxiety. As he saw Qian Renfeng getting closer, he truly couldn't determine how Qian Renfeng intended to handle the situation tonight and was about to speak again. Qian Renfeng's cold voice echoed. Soul Bone Skill, Dragon Demon S. Wrath. Chapter 018. Dugu Bo Submission, News of Dugu Bo. Dragon Demon S. Wrath. The skeletal remains produced by the fallen magic dragon, a soul beast of 990,000 years. This skill is merely the primary offensive mental attack among the two skills, and at the moment of its eruption, a terrifying might has already swept down. Dugu Bo was extremely nervous in his heart, and upon hearing Qian Renfeng's final words, he was just about to react. Suddenly, a dull buzz sounded in his mind. What is this? A mental attack? Dugu Bo was horrified, his face instantly turning pale, and his body weakly collapsed to the ground. Cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. His jaw clenched tightly, and he knelt on one knee in front of Qian Renfeng, barely managing to support himself with his arms to avoid completely falling down. Impossible! How could this be possible? Dugu Bo roared in his heart. He knew that his nighttime intrusion had indeed offended Qian Renfeng, but he never intended to surrender. It was precisely because of this that he had just spoken such arrogant words, as he believed that both were Title Douluos, and he shouldn't be too weak. However, with the eruption of the Soul Bone skill, Dugu Bo was horrified to realize that he was wrong. Terribly wrong. What a monstrous skill. How could he fall into such a difficult situation in just a moment? Dugu Bo also discovered that he currently didn't even have the ability to use his martial soul, even though the poison of the Emerald Phosphor Snake King could dominate a region. At this moment, it was all useless. Your Excellency, the substitute Pope, do you truly want to completely turn against the Tiando Imperial family? I am a servant of the Tiando Imperial family. Today is inappropriate, but I am willing to make amends. What must you do for it to stop? Dugu Bo grunted, struggling to squeeze out these words. Submit or die. Qian Renfeng gave his answer. His indifferent gaze swept over Dugu Bo, as always revealing no signs of joy, anger, sadness, or happiness. Allowing a poison master, especially one capable of slaughtering an entire city at any moment, to exist outside the Spirit Hall was not his style. It was either control or destruction. This was his answer. Dugu Bo's expression changed dramatically. I am already a royal worshipper. How could I possibly submit to you? Then let me send you on your way. Qian Renfeng did not waste any words. The scythe in the hands of the eight-winged, fallen angel martial soul behind him was raised. Its blade pointed directly at the center of Dugu Bo's forehead. With one swing of the scythe, Dugu Bo would surely die on the spot. Seeing the blade coming down, Dugu Bo used all his strength to evade the scythe strike and quickly said, Your Excellency, everything can still be negotiated. What do you mean by submission? As he spoke, Dugu Bo was drenched in sweat. At that moment, he dared not say anything more. Just a moment ago, he felt the cold, killing intent from the scythe. At the same time, he understood more clearly what kind of person Qian Renfeng was. A ruthless character who spoke little. When he said to take action, there was absolutely no ambiguity. He had initially wanted to struggle a bit, to somewhat gloss over what would happen tonight. But Qian Renfeng acted directly, without giving him any chance to react. This was not the normal approach at all. Seeing that Qian Renfeng remained silent, the scythe in the hands of the eight-winged fallen angel martial soul still glimmered with a cold light. Dugu Bo was even more alarmed. Submission. I'm willing to submit. After all, submission does not conflict with my position as a worshipper of the Tiando royal family. However, I must state in advance that while I am willing to submit, I hope you will not force me to do anything that goes against my principles. Otherwise, I would rather die. After saying this, Dugu Bo looked seriously at Qian Renfeng. fully aware that Qian Renfeng's next move would determine the fate of his later life. The scythe was put away. The eight-winged fallen angel martial soul returned to calm. Qian Renfeng did not continue to take action against Dugu Bo. He was waiting for this very sentence from him. Others may not understand Dugu Bo, but he knows him very well. Although he is a master of poison and usually does things according to his own preferences, he keeps his promises and is resolute in his words. What he wants is not the obedience that Dugu Bo verbally agrees to, but true obedience in a real sense. Otherwise, he could just kill him with a scythe. A person like that, who can submit to him now, can also submit to others in the future. Danger cannot be left unchecked. Since you are submitting, then tell me the location of your cave in the Sunset Forest. Qian Renfeng spoke again, aiming at the feng shui treasure location of Dugu Bo in the Sunset Forest. Dugu Bo was first taken aback, then smiled wryly. Indeed, nothing in the world can be hidden from you, Spirit Hall. The old man then informed thee of the address. After saying this, Dugu Bo took out a map from his body and threw it to Qian Renfeng. After taking the map, Qian Renfeng looked it over, noted all the contents, and then completely destroyed the map. Sunset Forest, ice and fire yin yang I. Qian Renfeng clearly understands the value of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures in that special place. Historically, those treasures ended up in the hands of a group of so-called geniuses. Rather than allowing the treasures to be utilized by such a mixed bag of geniuses, it would be better for them to play a greater role in his hands. For example, if Qian Renxue could obtain one of the divine herbs, she would definitely be able to reach sufficient strength in advance to unlock her angelic divine trial. This would be of immense help to him in the Spirit Hall. Isn't this more practical than letting someone like Dai Mu Bai, who is of third-rate caliber, obtain the divine herb? As for the poison traps set by Dugu Bo in that place, they are not a dangerous threat and have already been selectively ignored by him. Seeing Qian Renfeng destroy the map, Dugu Bo realized he seemed to understand Qian Renfeng's intentions. As the acting pope, I have already submitted, and I have also revealed the matter regarding the cave. Can I leave now? Dugu Bo took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice. Even though the eight-winged fallen angel martial soul had already retracted the scythe, the shock brought to him by the death scythe had yet to dissipate. Qian Renfeng nodded indifferently. Feel free. Dugu Bo was left speechless, wanting to cry without tears as he contemplated leaving. He realized that his moment of curiosity had ultimately shackled him, and he had even lost his cave. He now wished he could take a few hits on himself. Dugu Bo, oh Dugu Bo, there are so many curious things in the world. Why couldn't you control yourself today? Now, it's too late. You must obediently submit. Let's see if you're still curious in the future. While wallowing in self-pity, Dugu Bo jumped back onto the small courtyard wall, just as he was about to leave when he noticed Qian Renfeng still standing motionless in place. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly turned back. Is there something else? Qian Renfeng asked calmly. Dugu Bo hesitated, then finally gritted his teeth and said, Indeed, there is another matter. Regarding the fourth prince Xu Eping and that person named Yu Xiaogang, whom we encountered at the beginning. Chapter 019 Qian Renfeng. I don't need to explain my matters to you. Speak up. Qian Renfeng Qingyu actively walked over and sat down by the stone table. His eight-winged fallen angel martial soul already dispersed. After Dugu Bo sat down as well, he recounted everything he had heard from Prince Xu Eshing and Prince Xu Eping in detail. Having already submitted, he still clearly understood his position. A necessary token of loyalty was still required. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how he would die. Although he believed that such matters were indeed inappropriate, he also felt that things were still within his control. So, after all, it was just a minor character like Yu Xiaogang, unable to stir up any waves. Qian Renfeng smiled lightly. The news that Dugu Bo had informed him was indeed not very important, but it still held some significance. After understanding this news, it was time for Dugu Bo to leave. This time, Dugu Bo left very decisively, without any hesitation, only wanting to return to Qian Renfeng's courtyard as soon as possible. After Dugu Bo had been gone for a long time, Qian Renfeng had just brewed a pot of hot tea for himself and sat quietly in the small courtyard. Since Mother has come, shall we have a cup of tea together? A pot of hot tea, 2 sets of tea utensils. After pouring 2 cups of hot tea, Qian Renfeng suddenly spoke into the darkness. The sound of high heels echoed, and Bibi Dong, dressed in an imposing manner, stepped out from the shadows. Still holding the Pope's scepter, a symbol of power, her frostbitten cheeks drove countless men mad. With your current strength, you could easily kill with just a wave of your hand. Why cause so much trouble? Bibi Dong did not sit down. Her cold aura spread in all directions, and her chilling voice carried a questioning tone. Qian Renfeng sat calmly by the stone table, swirling the teacup in his hand, his tranquil eyes meeting Bibi Dong's questioning gaze. If you wanted to kill him, you would have done it long ago. Why let him continue to live now? Don't you agree, mother? Qian Renfeng's words, cold and chilling, instantly dissolved all of Bibi Dong's questions. Bibi Dong's expression changed drastically, her eyes narrowing slightly as she recalled the moment when she had slapped Yu Xiaogang away. My matters do not require an explanation to you, Bibi Dong said sharply. Qian Renfeng smiled and said, that's just right. I don't need to explain my matters to you. Boom! The surging momentum of the dark currents suddenly collided with each other. Qian Renfeng still sat there calmly, while Bibi Dong took a small step back. After questioning with no results, Bibi Dong clenched her silver teeth and let out a cold snort before disappearing back into the darkness. Watching Bibi Dong leave, Qian Renfeng revealed a cold smile on his face. Mother, oh mother, I am not as easily deceived as Xiao Shui. If you don't convince me to change everything willingly, we will definitely have a battle in the future. How can the heaven of my spirit hall be sacrificed for such a scum? To exhaust everything of the spirit hall for a scum? You really have your ways, mother. The final whisper fell. The small courtyard returned to tranquility, and Qian Renfeng sat cross-legged again in the courtyard. In the depths of his mind, he contemplated the end of what he knew about the spirit hall. He thought of Bibi Dong, who remained stubborn until the moment of her death, and of her heartfelt declaration of her desire to unify the Douluo Continent. In Qian Renfeng's heart, there was only endless cold laughter. It was precisely because of this that he did not choose to act when Bibi Dong made her move earlier. Family matters are best known to family. What does blood relation mean? To Bibi Dong, the existence of him and Qian Renxue was simply a mistake. In terms of close relationships, Bibi Dong preferred to be close to Yu Xiaogang. Even though he witnessed Yu Xiaogang's ugly face towards that beggar, he still softened after Yu Xiaogang gave that explanation of being too preoccupied to care. If he had acted then, it would have meant standing completely against Bibi Dong. What if Bibi Dong wanted to protect Yu Xiaogang at all costs? What could he do? Kill his mother to prove his path? At night, the stars were dazzling. On the winding path, Yu Xiaogang leaned on a broken wooden stick and continued on his way. The muddy road had dirted his pant legs, which were already quite dirty. Wuhun Temple, Qian Renfeng, Wuhun City, those weak soul masters, and the Tindo imperial family. And that fourth prince, Avalanche. I cannot forget, and I absolutely will not forget. 30 years of ups and downs. I, Yu Xiaogang, still have the capital to revive everything. I, Yu Xiaogang, will definitely become the top person in Douluo Continent. The roar in his heart could not be suppressed. Yu Xiaogang's expression was so ferocious it was appalling. His bloodshot eyes, coupled with the occasional beast-like roar from his throat, made him appear like a terrifying demon under the night sky. Hey, Yu Xiaogang up ahead. If you don't want to die, stand still. Suddenly, a sound of hooves came from behind Yu Xiaogang, along with a cold voice. Yu Xiaogang was jolted awake, his neck stiffly turning to look behind, and he saw a soldier clad in the armor of the Tindo Empire, his expression suddenly changing drastically. Oh no, it's someone from the Tindo imperial family. Could it be that fourth prince Avalanche sent someone to kill me? Damn you, fourth prince Avalanche. What grievance do I have with you? You not only humiliated me, but also want to send people to assassinate me? Yu Xiaogang, filled with inner drama, boldly speculated in his heart. As the imperial soldiers approached, cold sweat streamed down his forehead, and his lips trembled uncontrollably. Gentlemen, what are you planning to do? Yu Xiaogang suddenly knelt on the ground, terrified. I am the close guard of fourth prince Avalanche. I bring the special order of the fourth prince, considering the previous events. I am willing to give you an opportunity to serve our royal family. Do you accept or not? The imperial soldier sat high on his horse, looking down at Yu Xiaogang. The depths of his eyes showed no concealment of disdain for Yu Xiaogang. There was nothing but confusion in his heart. Fourth prince, why would you insult this waste and then suddenly extend an olive branch? Feeling the high-handed contempt from the imperial soldier, Yu Xiaogang was first stunned. Then his heart surged with joy. Sir, is it really the fourth prince who is willing to give me the opportunity to serve the royal family? Yu Xiaogang eagerly questioned. The imperial soldier snorted coldly. Of course it's true. You will understand when you arrive in Tindo City. I am willing. Yu Xiaogang was ecstatic, unable to contain his joy, and immediately stood up. His nimble movements were not at all like that of a cripple. The imperial soldier looked at this scene with even more disdain, thinking he was truly a sycophant. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard Yu Xiaogangs voice. All right, since I have agreed to serve the fourth prince. If I didn't TC it wrong just now, you look down on me? Now, right now. Kneel down and apologize. Chapter 20. Yu Xiaogang's self-destruction, adding insult to injury. The imperial soldier was taken aback. He looked at Yu Xiaogang in disbelief. Watching Yu Xiaogang, who leaned on a broken wooden stick and was acting imperiously, with his mouth twitching uncontrollably. What did you say? You want me to kneel and apologize? The imperial soldier retorted. Yu Xiaogang snorted coldly, naturally, since I have accepted the invitation, and it was the fourth prince himself who sent you to invite me. How can you look down on me without kneeling down and admitting your mistake? Bang! The imperial soldier suddenly jumped down from his horse. 3 soul rings lit up simultaneously on him, and a fist as large as a sand pot flew directly towards Yu Xiaogang's face. You want me to apologize? You, a waste, dare to ask me to apologize? I chased you all day to deliver this message, and you still want me to apologize? I really don't understand how the fourth prince suddenly changed his mind about you. You are just a dog that can't change its ways. Do you believe I can kill you right here? The imperial soldier didn't care about Yu Xiaogang's cries of suffering at all. For a full quarter of an hour, the imperial soldier continued to beat him without mercy. Finally, he let out a long breath. Forget it. After all, you are someone the fourth prince wants to recruit. I'll spare your worthless life for now. Remember, if you want me to apologize, wait until your next life. As he spoke, the imperial soldier stepped on Yu Xiaogang's broken leg again. A scream tore through the sky. Yu Xiaogang's eyes rolled back, almost fainting from the pain. Even after the imperial soldier had long since left, he still couldn't recover from the excruciating pain, his expression alternating between blue and red. I. Yu Xiaogang gasped for breath, looking at the leg that had been crippled by Bibi Dong's slap, now marked with a huge footprint. The lack of feeling was a constant reminder of how useless he had become. This cannot be let go. The previous matter cannot be forgotten. I will remember it all. When I return to Tiando City and see that fourth prince again, I will make sure to get my revenge. But why did the fourth prince suddenly want to recruit me? Did he investigate my status as a martial soul theory master? That must be it. Forget it. No need to think too much. At least now I have an ally. But does the fourth prince think I will forget everything that happened before? Dream on. When I use this connection with the fourth prince to get on the big ship of the first prince, everything will be all right. Yu Xiaogang was whispering these thoughts in his heart. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was very possible. He did not believe that the fourth prince genuinely wanted to recruit him. Everything happening now was merely because of his title as a master of Wuhun theory. The moment he thought of his title as a master of Wuhun theory, a proud smile involuntarily appeared on Yu Xiaogang's face. People often said that I deceive and cheat, and previously in Notting City, some worthless teachers looked down on me, not knowing that this is also my greatest advantage, looking at the world. Who else can have a research depth in Wuhun like mine? Others may not understand, but Flander and the others definitely know. For now, I should first go to Shrek Academy and make a good impression in front of this year's new students. Otherwise, they might really think I'm just a paper tiger. He continued to mumble on. Yu Xiaogang recentered his mind and awkwardly headed back to his destination. The next day, the sky brightened. Qian Renfeng finished a night of cultivation. The pure soul power surged around him, and the extremely strong fluctuations of soul power made the flowers and plants in the courtyard sway vigorously, even without a breeze. Your Holiness, His Highness Shueqinghe, the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire, requests an audience. Suddenly, Shueqinghe's voice rang out. Upon hearing this voice, Qian Renfeng restored everything in the courtyard to normal. After tidying up his clothes, he opened the courtyard door. What brings you here so early, Your Highness? Qian Renfeng inquired formally. I seek advice on cultivation, Shueqinghe said, his eyes darting, and then he entered Qian Renfeng's small courtyard. The moment the courtyard door closed, Shueqinghe dropped his disguise and reverted to his true female form. Brother, this is the information I have gathered. Knowing that Qian Renfeng would surely have questions about Shueqinghe's morning visit, Shueqinghe didn't wait for him to ask and took out a confidential letter. What information? He asked as Qian Renfeng opened the intelligence report and took a look. When he saw the contents of the report, he couldn't help but shake his head. Thanks to your reminder, I specifically had Uncle Shi follow up on the investigation. At the avalanche site, the disguise was indeed very deep, and it seems they intend to place Yu Xiaogang next to me as a white-eyed wolf. However, that Yu Xiaogang is indeed a qualified waste. Just as he gained a little backing, he immediately began to act arrogantly. Now it's just adding injury to injury. Qian Renfeng smiled. The information sent by Qian Renxue is about Yu Xiaogang's encounter with the imperial soldiers last night. He didn't expect that Yu Xiaogang's recklessness could reach such an extent, making himself even more disabled. The scum Yu Xiaogang truly lives up to his reputation. He presents one face in front of people and another behind their backs. Yu Xiaogang really plays this game to perfection. In front of others, he can disguise himself very well, leaving no flaws to be detected. Once there are no outsiders watching, he immediately reveals his true self without reservation. By the way, brother, should I have Uncle Shi take care of that waste directly? A cold glint flashed in Qian Renxue's eyes. Hearing this, Qian Renfeng stopped her, saying, "Don't let Uncle Shi take action. Having him do so would only harm him. Your information also mentioned that Yu Xiaogang is heading back towards Suatawa City, so let him go back. If you're interested, you can continue to keep an eye on him. By then, you will naturally understand my meaning." Qian Renfeng smiled faintly. Naturally, he was the first to disagree with Qian Renxue's idea of having Snake Spear Douluo kill Yu Xiaogang. If one wanted to kill Yu Xiaogang, why wait for Snake Spear Douluo to take action? Moreover, he understood very well that for someone like Yu Xiaogang, the real nightmare would begin the moment he returned to Soto City. If nothing unexpected happened, there would be no need for Snake Spear Douluo to take action. Yu Xiaogang could very well bring about his own demise, and he could even showcase his role. If luck was on their side, they might even push the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School completely towards their spirit hall. That place had the little ancestor of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Chapter 021. Departing for the Sunset Forest, Hunting Elites. Alright, you can go back now. Your identity is still the crown prince of the Tiando royal family, and staying with me for too long is ultimately not appropriate. A quarter of an hour later, Qian Renfeng said lightly. Then, he added softly, "Yu Egwan, go Mei." Swish, swish. Two shadowy figures appeared strangely beside him. Seeing the sudden appearance of Jioluo and Qian Renxue, who had not yet left, brightened her eyes slightly. "Brother, are you also preparing to go out to do something?" I'm going to take a trip to the Sunset Forest," Qian Renfeng replied, then instructed Yu Egwan and Gu Mei. "Pack up and prepare to head to the Sunset Forest." Yu Egwan and Gu Mei exchanged glances, already aware of Qian Renfeng's assertiveness, and they nodded in agreement, disappearing again to prepare. As for Qian Renxue, upon hearing that Qian Renfeng was going to the Sunset Forest, she didn't ask much and simply left briskly. After seeing Qian Renxue off, Qian Renfeng thought about the various immortal herbs in Dugu Bo's cave and had never considered collecting them later. As the saying goes, the longer the night, the more dreams arise, and what is in hand is the most real. After a simple tidying up, Qian Renfeng left the spirit city. Aside from a Jew, ghost, he didn't take anyone else with him. Naturally, Bibi Dong, who was deep within the palace, knew immediately about Qian Renfeng's departure, but she could only watch as the three of them left. With his personality, what was the purpose of this outing? Did he want to cause a shocking event again? Bibi Dong murmured in her heart, staring in the direction the three were leaving for a long time. 2 days later, at the border area of the Barak Kingdom, Qian Renfeng, along with the twin Douluos, is temporarily setting up camp and resting. The glow of the campfire illuminates much of the night sky. Looking at Qian Renfeng, who has his eyes closed in meditation, the frown on the twin Douluos that have persisted for the past 2 days has not relaxed at all. Finally, the flower Douluo took the initiative to walk in front of Qian Renfeng, and a soft voice emerged. "Great teacher Pope, you brought me, an old ghost, out on this journey, yet we still do not know the specifics of our mission. It has already been 2 days, and we have distanced ourselves from Spirit City. Can't we discuss any information related to the mission?" Qian Renfeng frowned and said, "Once you arrive, you will naturally know. So why ask so many questions?" After receiving no answer, Zhu Douluo's expression became quite unpleasant. Deep down, he was somewhat unwilling to submit to Qian Renfeng's control over the Spirit Hall, always believing that Bibi Dong was a better leader. Even though Bibi Dong had mentioned that she had delegated power, he knew that the Spirit Hall had changed, but the accumulated dissatisfaction was becoming hard to suppress. Just as he was about to explode, Ghosto suddenly stepped forward and said, "Don't be impulsive. There's a situation." A strange sound was heard, and a luxurious convoy arrived not far from where Qian Renfeng and the others were camped. The emblem on the convoy was very clear under the night sky. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. It turned out to be the acting pope of the Spirit Hall. "Ning Fengji, at your service." Qian Renfeng had just seen the emblem on the convoy, and a gentle voice followed. As the voice faded, Ning Fengji, the current sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, stepped out from the most luxurious carriage. Behind him, Sword Douluo also followed. Upon recognizing the visitors, Qian Renfeng calmly said, "So it's the esteemed members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Is there something you need?" Ning Fengji smiled and replied, "I heard that the acting pope has just taken power. I haven't found the time to personally visit Wuhun City to congratulate you. So I took the liberty to come and interrupt upon encountering you. Qian Renfeng hummed in acknowledgement, his gaze sweeping over the team led by Ning Fengji. Seeing that Qian Renfeng remained silent, Ning Fengji shifted his eyes and continued, "It just so happens that we met the acting pope. I wonder if you have some free time, acting pope, as I would like to invite you to discuss certain matters. Are you suggesting that we travel together?" Qian Renfeng retorted. Ning Fengji replied, "That's right, but I'm not sure if it's possible." "It is." Qian Renfeng agreed very decisively. Even though he wanted to go to the Sunset Forest to collect his spoils, encountering Ning Fengji forced him to change some of his established plans. As for someone like Ning Fengji, Qian Renfeng knew he was quite a scheming person, and he had a strong ability to read people. He was also the first to notice the undercurrents stirring in the Douluo Continent. The two Title Douluos of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The Bone Duo broke through to Title Douluo with his support, and the Sword Douluo joined the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School at his invitation. When Ning Fengji suddenly proposed to travel together, Qian Renfeng was curious about what tricks he had up his sleeve. "Then thank you. However, since it's already late today, how about we discuss further with the acting pope when we travel together tomorrow?" Ning Fengji spoke again. Qian Renfeng nodded indifferently. As he watched Ning Fengji leave, a hint of surprise flashed across his brow. The Ju Gue Douluo and the Sword Douluo Qinshin were equally puzzled by Qian Renfeng's sudden change of heart. Once back in the carriage, Qinshin immediately wrapped the carriage in soul power and asked in a deep voice, "Fengji, why did you suddenly invite someone from the Spirit Hall? Aren't we supposed to be going to see Rong? Uncle Jian, can't you see this is a delaying tactic?" Ning Fengji replied with a wry smile. "Our sect spies reported that this acting pope is very aggressive. Bringing Ju Gue Douluo away from Spirit City so suddenly makes me worry they might have a big plan." Qinshin furrowed his brows and pondered. "Are you saying he found out about that girl Rong? Did he specifically bring people to hunt down the talented disciples of our sect?" Ning Fengji nodded. The former Spirit Hall might not have done this, but the current Spirit Hall cannot be ruled out. If that's the case, traveling together would make it inconvenient for them to act. Qinshin understood and didn't press further. Meanwhile, Qian Renfeng did not explain anything to Ju Gue Douluo. Relying on the uniqueness of his own martial soul, he had caught snippets of the conversation between Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo. A strange smile appeared on Qian Renfeng's face. Ning Fengji's imagination was surprisingly rich. So, after encountering them, he suddenly proposed to travel together? When did he ever have the idea of hunting down elites? He had conjured up such a possibility out of thin air. However, the mention of hunting elites was a different matter. Qian Renfeng couldn't help but fall into deep thought, secretly contemplating, since I've already imagined something that didn't exist, why not actually hunt once to show them? Directly eliminating all threats to the Spirit Hall from the weak seems like a good idea as well. Chapter 022. Internal Strife in Shrek, Dominance of Qinshin. Deciding on a plan, Qian Renfeng no longer wanted to dwell on this matter, and, after the camp disbanded the next day, boarded the carriage with Ning Fengji and the others. Along the way, he listened to Ning Fengji's awkward small talk, feeling increasingly uncomfortable and thinking about the absurd questions Ning Fengji might come up with. It would be a lie to say he wasn't impressed. Ning Fengji was truly a talker. He could bring up any topic just to ease the tension, rather than worrying about his own problems. He might as well be concerned about Ning Rongrong's issues back at Shrek Academy. Counting the days, Yu Xiaogang should have arrived at Shrek by now. He whispered to himself. After another round of awkward conversation with Ning Fengji and the others, Qian Renfeng simply closed his eyes to rest. Seeing Qian Renfeng resting with his eyes closed, Ning Fengji noticed that the convoy had arrived at Soto City and was about to head towards Shrek, finally feeling relieved. He exchanged glances with Chun Xian. Both displaying a look of the plan succeeded. At Shrek Academy, Ning Rongrong was completing her daily training when she suddenly noticed a ragged beggar standing at the academy's entrance. Leaning on a broken wooden stick, she frowned at the sight. However, having been at Shrek for a while, her personality had changed somewhat. She took some money from her pocket and walked over to Yu Xiaogang. "This uncle, here are some gold soul coins. We're in a Soul Master Academy, so please don't just come in here begging, or it could lead to misunderstandings." "Beggar." Yu Xiaogang suddenly looked up. After a long and arduous journey back here, he wanted to vent his frustrations to his old friends. But before he even entered the academy, a young student had called him a beggar. He had heard so many people mocking him as a beggar during the journey, and his anger had long been pent up. Hearing Ning Rongrong tell him not to come in begging ignited his fury. With a slap, he knocked away the money pouch Ning Rongrong had offered and shouted sharply, "What did you say?" Who are you calling a beggar? Are you saying I'm a beggar? He looked as if he had gone mad, his eyes bloodshot and glaring at Ning Rongrong with a fierce intensity. Ning Rongrong's expression changed dramatically, her inner little witch starting to resurface, hands on her hips. I'm saying you beggar uncle. I kindly offered you money, and you're so rude? You're the beggar. Your whole family is full of beggars. Yu Xiaogang roared back. I am about to become a specially appointed teacher at this academy. How can there be students like you here? The commotion attracted a number of people, including Flandre, Zhao Wujia, and Tang San, who all came to the academy's entrance. Flandre immediately recognized Yu Xiaogang and couldn't help but exclaim, Xiaogang, is that you? How did you end up looking like this? Yu Xiaogang nodded heavily. It's me, Flandre. Let's not talk about my situation for now. Is this girl a student of your academy? Flandre replied, yes, she just enrolled this year. Before Flandre could finish, Yu Xiaogang interjected, expel her. This student has extremely bad character. She just called me a beggar. Expel her. Flandre was taken aback by Yu Xiaogang's sudden reaction. Yu Xiaogang didn't care about that. Seeing Flandre in a daze, he urged, Flandre, do I look like a beggar? Or do I look like one? Flandre twitched his lips, thinking to himself that he actually did look like one, but said, maybe Ning Rongrong just couldn't tell clearly. Xiaogang Yu, expel her. She must be expelled. Yu Xiaogang insisted. The anger he had bottled up during the journey had exploded as he claimed this place as his territory. Rongrong, apologize. He is my teacher. Just apologize and we'll be over. At this moment, Tang San recognized Yu Xiaogang and chose to side with him. Ning Rongrong's eyes turned red, feeling extremely wronged. Why should I apologize? I saw him in ragged clothes and thought he was here begging, so I kindly offered him money, and now I'm wrong for that? Look at what he is saying. He wants the dean to expel me? I used to think of you as Sange, but now you want me to apologize to someone like him? You don't deserve to be my Sange. I, Ning Rongrong, will not apologize today. Originally, Ning Rongrong's character had changed a lot since coming to Shrek Academy, and she had mellowed out. But now, Yu Xiaogangs aggressive demeanor had completely triggered her true nature as the Little Witch. The Little Witch feared nothing, but today she felt such a huge grievance. How could she be asked to apologize for something that was clearly wrong? Dream on, Ning Rongrong. Tang San's tone turned cold as he directly called her name. Oscar stood protectively in front of Ning Rongrong, his voice equally cold. Tang San, what do you mean by that? She did something wrong and doesn't deserve to apologize? Tang San snorted coldly. Dai Mubai then stepped up beside Tang San and scolded Oscar. Little A.O., quickly let Rongrong apologize to Teacher San. This matter will be over. What do you mean, Dai Mubai? What wrong has Rongrong done? Zhu Zhuqing couldn't stand it anymore. When did you become so indiscriminate? I thought you had changed. Saying that, Zhu Zhuqing became extremely angry. This matter, which had nothing to do with her, now made her feel indignant for Ning Rongrong. The kind-hearted Ning Rongrong was being forced to apologize. How could there be such a reason in the world? Zhuqing, thank you. Ning Rongrong choked up. But let me handle this myself today. After all, I am a disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. I can't let others look down on us. Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Yu Xiaogangs ears perked up. He looked at Ning Rongrong a few more times and then scoffed. You are a disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? I am the direct heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Today, even if you are the king of heaven, what you did to offend me cannot be overlooked. As long as I am in Shrek for a day, you won't be able to stay here. Yu Xiaogang directly bypassed Flandre and said. Flandre's expression stiffened. Suddenly, he felt that Yu Xiaogang had become very unfamiliar. Just as his gaze was complex, a loud noise came from afar. Clang! A sword light cut through the sky. On the 7 killing sword stood Sword Douluo Continent. Looking down at Yu Xiaogang from a height, his voice icy and fierce. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan? Is that strong? Let that old dragon from your clan come out and spar with me. I, an old man, will not change my name or sit down to change my surname. Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Jian Xin, Chapter 023. Yu Xiaogang? Or should I just kill him? Jian Xin. Yu Xiaogang was stunned. Seeing the sword Douluo standing on the 7 killing sword, his expression instantly went pale. Flandre also turned pale upon hearing the name Qian Renfeng. He immediately realized who it was. One of the Title Douluos of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Sword Douluo Qian Renfeng. Grandfather Sword. Ning Rongrong cried immediately upon seeing Qian Renfeng appear. Girl, don't cry. Your father is here too. Grandpa Jian will solve the matter here first. Qian Renfeng got off the 7 killing sword and gently patted Ning Rongrong's head, then shouted at Feng Ji not far away. Feng Ji, is this what you call not worrying? Look at how you've bullied our Rongrong. Come over here and give me an explanation. Qian Renxue was extremely angry at this moment. He had always regarded Ning Rongrong as his granddaughter, and he was the type who was completely doting on his granddaughter. How could he not be furious upon seeing this scene? The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's convoy approached, and Ning Fengji stepped down from the carriage with a frosty expression. He sensed the anger of his sword uncle. Not only was Sword Douluo angry, but he was also filled with endless rage. He had guaranteed in front of Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo that his daughter would not be wronged, and he came to check on her because he was worried. But now, what was his guarantee worth? His daughter had already been bullied to this extent, and not only was she being forced to apologize for doing a good deed, but she was also being treated in this manner? What a Shrek! What a blue lightning tyrant dragon family! Dad, seeing Ning Fengji, Ning Rongrong directly leaped into his arms. Good girl, stop crying. Dad will resolve this matter, Ning Fengji said, suppressing his anger. While comforting Ning Rongrong, he turned to the carriage and said, Your Excellency the Acting Pope, I apologize for the inconvenience. Please allow me to handle the situation here first. No problem. A calm voice answered from inside the carriage, and Qian Renxue looked out at everything through the window. She had anticipated that Shrek's situation would become quite bad, but she never expected that Yu Xiaogang would never disappoint in satisfying her expectations. After receiving Qian Renxue's response, Ning Fengji turned his gaze to Yu Xiaogang. You say you're from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family? I didn't hear that before. You said my daughter is a beggar? Our whole family is beggars? Our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is rich beyond measure. Have the courage to tell me when our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School became beggars? Or do you Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family think you can completely look down on us now that you're among the top 3 sects? Anger surged as Ning Fengji spoke each word clearly. Looking into Yu Xiaogan's eyes, there was nothing but rage. Qian Renxue stood coldly by, the 7-killing sword upright behind him, watching Ning Fengji resolve the current situation. He had not retracted his martial soul and had already made up his mind. As long as Ning Fengji couldn't resolve the situation, he wouldn't mind ending Yu Xiaogang's life with a sword. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family? Is that just one old dragon? For Ning Rongrong, what harm would it be to take down that old dragon? At worst, it would turn the top 3 sects into 2. Anyone who bullies his granddaughter deserves to die. Yu Xiaogang remained silent. After recognizing Qian Renxue and Ning Fengji, his eyes darted around in a panic. Then he suddenly caught on to Ning Fengji's last statement and thought of a clever idea. Qian Renxue, I know it's you. Did you arrange today's events on purpose? What kind of hero hides behind the scenes like this? You're the acting pope of the Martial Soul Hall, and this is all you know how to do. His sudden shout deepened the frowns of Sword Douluo, Qian Renxue, and Ning Fengji. They had been traveling with Qian Renxue and Zhu Douluo all the way, so they knew that this situation could not have been arranged by Qian Renxue. Moreover, did this situation even need to be arranged? With Yu Xiaogang's image, calling him a beggar was already overestimating him. His daughter had done a good deed and had been wronged? Stop with the jokes. You say your name is Yu Xiaogang, the so-called master of martial soul theory known throughout the continent? If you're really a master, then you're a master of a lifetime, Ning Fengji declared, his anger unabated. Today, I, Ning Fengji, put it plainly. If you, Yu Xiaogang, do not give me a reasonable explanation, I won't mind letting our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School go to war with your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Ning Fengji was furious. The usually refined and easygoing man had tightened several veins on his forehead. It was rare for him to be so angry with someone like Yu Xiaogang. He had previously thought that the so-called masters of martial soul theory had some ability, but after seeing the real person today, he felt deep disgust. And such a person was supposed to be a teacher at Shrek? And then there was that kid named Tang San. Just because Yu Xiaogang was his teacher, he wanted his daughter to apologize without distinguishing right from wrong? It was truly laughable. Yu Xiaogang pretended to be dumb, as if he hadn't heard Ning Fengji's questioning, and roared again, Qian Renxue, are you doing things without bearing the consequences? The situation I'm in now is all thanks to your Martial Soul Hall. Now you only dare to hide, right? Yu Xiaogang wanted to divert the topic. He feared that Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo would cause him trouble and wanted to use other matters to disrupt everything. But he had miscalculated. He hadn't seen the sparring between Qian Renxue and the Avalanche Prince. And he didn't know that Qian Renxue was also a genuine Title Douluo. In his calculations, he thought that as long as he could divert the situation, Qian Renxue, being young, couldn't possibly be too strong. Meanwhile, he had Flinder on his side. Ning Sectmaster, please give me a favor today. Let me resolve the current matter first. How about that? Inside the carriage, the voice of Qian Renfeng suddenly rang out. He didn't want to get involved in the matters of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, but Yu Xiaogang actively pointed the spear at him, so he couldn't avoid it. Ning Fengji frowned and pondered for a moment. All right, I am willing to give you, the substitute pope, some face. After he spoke, Ning Fengji signaled to the sword Douluo. The sword Douluo understood and retracted some of the killing intent from the seven-killing sword behind him. At this moment, the curtain of the carriage was pulled aside, and Qian Renfeng stepped out with a calm expression, hands clasped behind his back, looking at the seemingly mad Yu Xiaogang, while the shouting of Yu Xiaogang filled his ears. Indeed, he wanted to give Yu Xiaogang some more time, allowing Bibi Dong to clearly see Yu Xiaogang's true face before taking action to avoid excessive backlash. But now, with Yu Xiaogang acting recklessly, he had already decided to change his mind. A waste like this should just be dealt with. Chapter 024. Conveniently eliminate Tang San together. Standing on the front board of the carriage, Qian Ren looked at Yu Xiaogang with indifference. Seeing him in such a sorry state, yet still thinking highly of himself, he coldly smiled. Yu Xiaogang, you are nothing but a waste. Does this pope still need to borrow the hand of the seven-treasure glazed tile school to deal with you? Qian Renfeng opened his mouth indifferently. Each word struck Yu Xiaogang's heart like a heavy hammer. Hearing himself referred to as a waste again, Yu Xiaogang's face turned red, his teeth clenched tightly, and his eyes were filled with resentment. I, Yu Xiaogang, admit that my martial soul has undergone a malignant mutation, which has led to my inability to break through. But my martial soul theory is unparalleled in the world. The brilliance of my Yu Xiaogang is not limited to cultivation, even if I cannot break through now. When my martial soul theory completely surpasses its limits, I, Yu Xiaogang, will be a talent that your spirit hall cannot hope to reach. Yu Xiaogang shouted desperately. He was extremely sensitive to the word waste, and he vehemently defended himself against the label. Tang San also glared in anger. Seeing Qian Renfeng refer to his teacher as a waste, he immediately argued, my teacher is not a waste. My teacher is the most outstanding person I have ever seen in my life. You people from the Spirit Hall should stop slandering others and tarnishing their reputation. It was because of your Spirit Hall that I awakened my martial soul, and now I can clearly see the ugly face of your Spirit Hall. After saying this, Tang San turned to Yu Xiaogang and said, Teacher, I believe you are definitely the most outstanding person in Douluo Continent. Yu Xiaogang was moved and, holding Tang San's hand, choked out, Xiao San, luckily you still believe in me. Today's incident must have been secretly arranged by that substitute pope. After you left nodding, I went to the Spirit Hall, but they humiliated me in every possible way. The way I am now is also due to their actions. The people from your Spirit Hall have malicious intentions. Not only did they humiliate me, but they also incited today's events, destroying the relationships among your students. Tang San suddenly woke up. Hearing Yu Xiaogangs explanation, he glared at Qian Renfeng. You people from the Spirit Hall really have a ruthless heart. Not only did you humiliate my teacher, but you also orchestrated today's events. I said before that Ning Rongrong was fearless when she came to the school, and it turns out she had a backing. She pretended to change her personality, but it was all a disguise. Your schemes are truly far-reaching. Tang San spoke fiercely. His chest rose and fell rapidly, his hands clenched into fists, looking as if he and his teacher had suffered great injustice. Beside Tang San, Dai Mubai also heard these things and reacted. Looking at Zhu Zhuqing, who was accompanying Ning Rongrong, he shouted, Zhuqing, did you hear that? Today's events are all due to others stirring up trouble between us. Don't let them deceive you. Come back quickly, and I can pretend that nothing happened just now. I'll treat it as if you were misled. Zhu Zhuqing snorted coldly, looking at Dai Mubai with indifference. She felt a wave of nausea at his extreme display of male chauvinism. She had come all the way from the Star Luo Empire, facing numerous dangers to reach Shrek, hoping that Dai Mubai had changed. What was this called change? What was she so fond of before? Zhu Zhuqing kept cursing her previous foolishness in her heart, and her gaze towards Dai Mubai had lost all affection. Zhuqing, don't be angry. Today's events are all because of me. I will make sure we get justice. Ning Rongrong grabbed Zhu Zhuqing's hand, feeling a wave of nausea in her heart as well. Then, with her already red eyes, she coldly glared at Tang San. Tang, stop pretending here. Let me tell you, I came to Shrek after escaping from my sect without anyone arranging it. If it weren't for the dullness of the sect, I would never have met someone as trashy as you, who can't even distinguish right from wrong. I regret calling you third brother for so long. Now I see clearly. You want to be my third brother? You're not worthy. Ning Rongrong scolded loudly. After reprimanding Tang San, Ning Rongrong turned her cold gaze toward Yu Xiaogang. You pathetic beggar. I was really blind to give you money earlier. You can twist the facts all you want. But I'll have my grandfather the sword deal with you later. Just wait. Ning Rongrong completely exploded. The little witch of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, who was not to be trifled with in the sect. Now she finally understood. In order to integrate into Shrek, she changed her personality, only to end up being bullied because of her kindness. This personality, it might be better not to change. At least for people like Tang San and Dai Mubai. Such a change was not worth it. Yu Xiaojing's expression turned dark. Tang San suddenly said, Teacher, let me help you solve the issues here. After speaking, Tang San looked at Ning Rongrong, who was angrily scolding him and Yu Xiaogang, and lowered his voice. Rongrong, today's events have already been clarified. It was the people from the Spirit Hall who were secretly stirring trouble. As long as we understand everything clearly, I think you just need to sincerely apologize to my teacher. My teacher is magnanimous and will definitely not hold it against you. As for your previous actions, we can treat them as if they never happened, and we can continue being our Shrek's 7 monsters. I will handle the matters related to the Spirit Hall properly. What do you think? Qian Renfeng listened to Yu Xiaogang claim that he would definitely be a talent that the Spirit Hall could not afford, and heard Tang San constantly talking back. He stepped forward, having already walked from the carriage to stand close to Tang San and Yu Xiaogang. A talent that the Spirit Hall cannot afford? And Tang San repeatedly saying that he awakened his martial soul thanks to the Spirit Hall, while their actions were still very clumsy. Living in the Douluo Continent, in this world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, Qian Renfeng never believed that any side was completely clean. Even if he was a member of the Spirit Hall, he wouldn't think that the Spirit Hall was absolutely clean. It was just that what they did was what should be done in a world where the strong set the rules. And right now, Tang San's situation, where he could only successfully awaken his martial soul thanks to the policies of the Spirit Hall, and his early life was still somewhat comfortable thanks to the subsidies provided by the Spirit Hall, was simply ridiculous. Just because Yu Xiaogang casually fabricated story, the Spirit Hall was labeled clumsily? That was truly absurd. Forget it, whether it's 1 or 2, it's still the same. Continuing to listen to nonsense was also annoying. 1 more or 1 less, it doesn't matter. With that, Qian Renfeng raised his hand and heavily struck towards Tang San and Yu Xiaogang. Chapter 025, Tang San's iconic scene. I suffer for my teacher. Wait, do the people from the Spirit Hall only dare to talk and not take action? Tang San's pupils widened in anger. At this moment, he could no longer continue to persuade Ning Rongrong. Looking at the threatening Qian Renfeng, he immediately shouted loudly, Today's matter is your Spirit Hall's problem. My teacher would never lie to me. However, I have indeed received favors from your Spirit Hall, as it was you who helped me awaken my martial soul. In my opinion, if your Spirit Hall is truly righteous, then you should clarify everything. Although I don't know what grievances my teacher has with you, I can apologize on his behalf. Once a teacher, always a father. Debts must be repaid by the son. I can make amends for the grievances between you. After saying this, Tang San straightened his body, placing his hands behind his back, gently resting on his belt. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Dai Mubai also shouted loudly, Are you from the Spirit Hall afraid to even offer an explanation? Then Dai Mubai shouted to Zhu Zhuqing, Zhuqing, did you see that? Little San is not the person you think he is. He is even willing to repay his teacher's debts. Don't you trust Little San's character? The palm of Qian Renfeng paused as it came down and slowly retracted. Watching Tang San straighten his back and Dai Mubai shout loudly, he suddenly recalled certain nostalgic things. It seemed like a very familiar script. During the time of the Soul King, atoning for my father's sins. During the time of the Title Douluo, what crime did my father commit? After becoming a god, are you all guilty? Qian Renfeng was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect to see a real-life version of such a classic scene again. This set of tactics was actually used on him by Tang San. Is it to atone for the master? Waiting until his strength is strong enough to declare me guilty? The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. If you want to use such a strategy, you're still a bit too inexperienced. Qian Renfeng coldly laughed. Surprisingly, he did not continue to attack, but instead wanted to see what Tang San would do next. Willing to suffer for his master and then being forcefully killed by him. His claims that the Spirit Hall should be just and above board should be completely undermined. If it were an ordinary person, encountering such a situation would indeed cause a headache, potentially allowing Tang San to escape a disaster for the sake of preserving his own wings. Unfortunately, he was Qian Renfeng. Tang San's expression suddenly changed. He did not expect that his most genuine thoughts would be seen through by Qian Renfeng. To be honest, he had just thought in his heart that he could lower his head for now, and when he became strong enough, he could refute all doubts and declare Qian Renfeng guilty. There would be no rush. Twin martial souls. He was still very confident in himself. But now, the situation had become very unusual. No, this cannot continue. Tang San thought to himself, if he doesn't fall for this trick, then I can only resolve the current situation through other means. The 17th principle of the Tang sect's Xiantian treasure record states, never give up resistance in a desperate situation. One must have the belief of fighting to the death to survive. Strike first or suffer later. Since he has seen through my true thoughts, then I can only fight to the death. Clang, clang, clang. Tang San took a hidden arrow out from his belt, pressing a button on it. Immediately, several long needles shot towards Qian Renfeng. The hidden weapons tore through the air with incredible speed. Dai Mubai, who was shouting with Zhu Zhuqing, suddenly froze. What's going on? Why did he suddenly attack? Not far away, Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo furrowed their brows. Indeed, what a ruthless intent. Did the sudden attack stem from the fact that the acting pope saw through his true thoughts? He truly is someone cultivated by Yu Xiaogang. The sudden ambush is such a despicable tactic. Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo both coldly snorted in their hearts. In just an instant, the two had seen through the essence of the situation. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong turned pale. The two of them saw Tang San suddenly using hidden weapons, and their expressions changed drastically. At the same time, they scorned in their hearts, what a shameless person. Even the acting pope did not continue to attack. Yet he suddenly ambushed. Well done, Yu Xiaogang shouted in his heart. Seeing Tang San suddenly launch a sneak attack, he had a look of this child can be taught. Suddenly, Qian Renfeng spoke softly. The numerous steel needles flying through the air all strangely stopped in midair. It was visible to the naked eye that a layer of black air was swirling around these steel needles, neutralizing their offensive power. Clang, clang, clang. The steel needles fell to the ground, creating a crisp sound. Good, you Tang San. How dare you suddenly launch a sneak attack? Shameless. Ning Rongrong scolded. He Dai Mubai. Is this what you call he is not wrong? That he is a person of utmost sincerity and faith? Can a person of utmost sincerity and faith do such shameless sneak attacks? Zhu Zhuqing followed up by questioning Dai Mubai at this time. The expressions in their eyes had completely turned indifferent, fully realizing what kind of face Dai Mubai truly had. How could the two of them become such close brothers? They must have a mutual stench. As for Tang San, seeing that all his hidden weapons were blocked, fine beads of sweat immediately formed on his forehead, and he cried out in his heart, how is this possible? He is so close to me. He has no reason to dodge my hidden weapons. The situation has become a bit dire. He looks young. How could he possess such strength? It was hard to believe. With the hidden weapons ineffective, Tang San began to feel a bit unsettled. Yu Xiaogang here saw that Qian Renfeng was unharmed, and his heart also became uneasy. How is this possible? How could he detect Xiao San's sneak attack? Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo relaxed their previously tense hearts. They had just been worried about what would happen if Qian Renfeng got hurt at such a close distance. After all, this was their matter, and Qian Renfeng was just pulled into it. They would bear some responsibility. Seeing that Qian Renfeng was fine, they felt much lighter and turned their completely indifferent expressions towards Tang San. To be honest, when they heard Tang San was willing to suffer for his master, they were somewhat surprised. But the sudden sneak attack made them fully understand what kind of person Tang San was. After Qian Renfeng knocked down all the steel needles, he did not stop at all. His previously lowered hand was raised again, moving several times faster than at the beginning. The vast hand of emptiness came down directly towards Tang San's head, no longer giving him any chance. Seeing the vast hand approaching, Tang San's limbs suddenly turned icy cold, and sweat poured down like rain. He kept reciting the Tang sect's principles in his heart, but couldn't think of any way out. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang was also shouting internally, No, I, Yu Xiaogang, cannot die here. I haven't proven myself yet. Chapter 026. All in one pot Spirit Hall, do you dare? As the hand was about to descend, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the heavens above. Accompanying this burst of aura, a red light rushed towards the vast hand, instantly dispersing it. Boom! The earth shook as a dark hammer smashed into the ground, creating a huge pit. Brilliant red light erupted from the hammer, shooting up into the sky like a pillar, as if it were to become the absolute protagonist of this world. At the same time, a tremendous aura erupted in the sky. The red halo stained the heavens, and a man dressed in tattered leather walked down from the sky step by step. With each step he took, the space trembled. The cold and fierce aura seemed to want to slaughter everything. Title Douluo. Yu Xiaogang was overjoyed. Just a moment ago, he felt as if he was about to die. But now, he felt as if he had come back to life. Looking at Qian Renfeng's expression filled with extreme resentment. Spirit Hall's trash. Tremble. Title Douluo has arrived. You all wait to die. As he roared internally, Yu Xiaogang began to laugh madly. Tang San's expression was stiff and shocked. Just a moment ago, he felt as if he was about to die, but the sudden change left him confused. However, when he saw the person walking down from the sky and the Tian hammer in the huge pit, his face showed wild joy. Dad, Tang San whispered. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang walked to Tang San's side. Little San, forgive me for not telling you before. Your father has always been very strong. He was the youngest Title Douluo in history. With your father here today, there is nothing to worry about. Title Douluo. Tang San was shocked. He never dreamed that his alcoholic father actually had the strength of a Title Douluo. And he was the youngest Title Douluo in the history of Douluo Continent. What honor. Qian Renfeng's expression was calm. He was not surprised that the imposing aura generated by Qian hammer scattered him. After all, he did not mobilize much soul power. He was not surprised by Tang Hao's appearance either. He had always known that Tang Hao was secretly protecting Tang San, and he realized this the moment he took action against Tang San. Now that Tang Hao had appeared, it was within his expectations. Tang Hao, it's him. The twin Douluos of the Jew ghosts flashed to Qian Renfeng's side, their expressions changing dramatically upon seeing the sudden appearance of Tang Hao. They had a deep fear of Tang Hao. The scenes of being kindly attended to by the great Sumeru hammer lingered in their minds. How embarrassing, Qian Renfeng whispered softly. The reactions of the two Title Douluo, Zhu Gue and Shuang Douluo, made him feel somewhat humiliated. However, he did not waste too much time on the two of them, as his gaze fell on Tang Hao. On the other side, Ning Fengji and Jiannuo also frowned tightly. Upon seeing the suddenly appeared Tang Hao and the Qian hammer emitting a red glow from the massive pit, Ning Fengji was taken aback. He never expected that Tang San was actually the son of Tang Hao. Ning Feng Ket. The Qian Douluo, it had disappeared from the continent for many years. And now it had reappeared. Jianduo nodded and said, the Qian clan has always been at the top of the three great sects, and the Qian Douluo is the strongest Title Douluo in their entire sect. Tang Hao's sudden appearance may complicate the current situation. No wonder that Yu Xiaogang had so much confidence, and no wonder that Tang San dared to bully my granddaughter like that. Speaking of Ning Rongrong, Jianduo was momentarily speechless, but Tang Hao's appearance calmed him down a bit. Adapt and respond, Ning Fengji said softly, having already made a decision in his heart. Regardless of the reasons, simply for his daughter's sake, he could not let today's incident slide. Even if Tang San had Tang Hao backing him. So what? As a sect leader, if he shrank back like this, he would not be worthy of the title. Jianduo nodded. Behind him, the 7-kill sword emitted a low humming sound, and 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, descended from above. Tang Hao ignored Qian. As soon as he appeared, he gently grasped the handle of the Qian hammer. Little San, step back with your teacher. I will handle today's matter. Boom. As he spoke, Tang Hao lifted the Qian hammer from the massive pit, the tattered leather jacket on him rustling. At the same time, 2 yellow, 2 purple for black, and 1 red soul rings descended, and the moment the 100,000-year red soul ring fell, the Qian hammer in his hand shone brightly. With a cold expression, Tang Hao looked at Qian Renfeng and coldly snorted, a kid who hasn't even grown up yet, along with a Jew flower and a little ghost. Dares to bully my son? The account with the Spirit Hall will be settled today. His momentum surged, and Tang Hao glared fiercely. The Qian hammer in his hand radiated an imposing aura. At this moment, Tang San had retreated far back with Yu Xiaogang. Watching Tang Hao's imposing demeanor, he felt a surge of excitement. He never knew his father was so powerful. If he had known, he wouldn't have ambushed earlier. If he hadn't, his father would have likely stepped in to protect him, right? It's a pity that my image is probably ruined now, but it's not too late. As long as my father resolves today's issue, I can still be the previous Tang San. Tang San thought, his eyes filled with endless hope. Yu Xiaogang thought Tang San was worried and quietly said, Little San, believe in your father's strength. You're still young and don't understand what the 4 words Qian Douluo mean. Just watch. Those who humiliated us today will surely fall here. they won't be able to stir up any trouble in front of your father. Just look at that Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo. Tang San nodded, his gaze burning as he looked at the impending battle. The two Title Douluo from the Spirit Hall were already fearing his father. What difference would an additional substitute pope, Qian Renfeng, make? The whispers reached Qian Renfeng's ears. Qian Renfeng sneered coldly. What's the big deal about having one more acting pope? Ridiculous. Boom! The momentum exploded, and the eight-winged fallen angel martial soul instantly appeared behind Qian Renfeng, with the same soul ring configuration as Tang Hao cascading down from above. The red light from the 900,000-year soul ring immediately shattered a large part of Tang Hao's aura. At the same time, the phantom of the eight-winged fallen angel martial soul grew immensely, standing tall beneath the martial soul's shadow. The terrifying momentum crazily spread outwards. He would not be as fearful of Tang Hao as the Zhu Guishuang Douluo. On the contrary, Tang Hao had already appeared. He wanted to see if Tang Hao, still bearing hidden injuries, could still wield his Haotian hammer. Breaking them one by one is always more thrilling than taking them all at once. Chapter 027. Twin Martial Souls? So proud. Scatter. The sword Douluo's pupils suddenly constricted, seeing Qian Renfeng unleash the power of a Title Douluo, and noting that the ninth soul ring was also a 100,000-year soul ring. He immediately shouted to Ning Fengji and the others. The 7 killing swords stood before him, the terrifying killing intent shielding him and those behind him. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji quickly shouted to the sect members accompanying him, "Go to the surrounding villages and disperse the crowd." The members of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School quickly left. A small and exquisite 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Tower then appeared, amplifying all benefits onto the sword Douluo. Meanwhile, in the arena, Qian Renfeng stood there, unmoving and imposing. Tang Hao looked slightly surprised, and upon seeing that Qian Renfeng had the same soul ring configuration as himself, couldn't help but sneer. No wonder he dares to bully my son. The Spirit Hall has produced another genius. But that's all there is to it. Boom! As he spoke, he gripped the Haotian hammer tightly, and a violent wave shook the surroundings. In the distance, Tang San's pupils suddenly contracted. Just a second ago, he heard Yu Xiaogang say that his father was Haotian Douluo, the youngest Title Douluo in the Douluo Continent. Now, suddenly seeing that Qian Renfeng was at most in his early 20s, yet also a Title Douluo, he felt a blockage in his heart. I never expected this person to be a Title Douluo as well. How did he cultivate to this level? Tang San exclaimed in astonishment. Yu Xiaogang immediately replied, Xiao San, you must believe that your future achievements will surely surpass everyone else's. You have to believe that you are the 3rd twin martial soul in a century, and one of the 2 twin martial souls that still exist. When you become a Title Douluo, you will easily crush him. Hearing Yu Xiaogang's encouragement, Tang Hao, holding the Haotian hammer, coldly smiled and said, Master, I am no longer the Tang Hao who had to flee from 3 Title Douluo of the Spirit Hall. Today, I will take down 3 with 1 hammer. He did not deny the master's evaluation of Tang San. Tang Hao had high hopes for his son, and his ambition soared to the skies. A massive phantom enveloped Qian Renfeng. The wings of the 8-winged, fallen angel martial soul spread wide open, and a terrifying black light fell from above. Black, red, purple, and yellow halos painted the entire sky in vibrant colors. Twin martial souls, feeling proud, Qian Renfeng whispered softly. As his whisper fell, a dark black scythe appeared in his hand, and the scythe of the Grim Reaper in the hands of the 8-winged fallen angel suddenly enlarged countless times. Seeing this scene, Chen Xian and Ning Fengji couldn't help but smile slightly. Another dual martial soul. In one day, they had encountered 2 dual martial souls. Ning Feng Ket. The sword Douluo also replied. Indeed, the achievements of dual martial souls are incredibly high. Within the Spirit Hall, including the reigning pope, there are 2 Title Douluos with dual martial souls, which is truly terrifying. The Zhu Douluo's body shook violently. Seeing a glimpse of Qian Renfeng's strength, the 2 were shocked to the extreme. At that moment, it seemed they finally understood why Qian Renfeng dared to confront Bibi Dong earlier. Both having dual martial souls and being Title Douluos meant one of them would have to step back into the shadows. And Qian Renfeng was clearly the one who would succeed. Dual martial souls? How could he possibly also have dual martial souls? Tang Hao's pupils contracted. When the 8-winged fallen angel martial soul first appeared, he thought the Grim Reaper scythe was just a weapon that came with the 8-winged fallen angel. Similar to the angel's holy sword he faced when confronting Qian Renxue. But now that a substantial weapon appeared in Qian Renfeng's hand, he understood the situation all too well. If not for the dual martial souls, the death scythe could never appear in Qian Renfeng's hands. In an instant, Tang Hao's thoughts experienced a slight shift. In the blink of an eye, Tang Hao soared into the sky. A towering red phantom suddenly appeared behind him, and he tightly gripped the hammer's handle with both hands. Xiao San, today I'll let you see the true form of our Haoyan hammer's martial soul. The number one weapon, martial soul. It's not just an empty name. Rumble. The momentum was overwhelming, deafening. Haoyan true form? Qian Renfeng looked up at Tang Hao's sudden move and coldly snorted. The true form of the martial soul is not something you alone possess. Boom! The phantom of the eight-winged fallen angel martial soul was equally gigantic, with the massive scythe firmly grasped in hand. The true form of the fallen angel. Since Qian Renfeng broke through to level 70, he had only revealed this for the first time before everyone after becoming a Title Douluo. The overwhelming pressure, even more terrifying than Tang Hao's Haoyan true form, surged forth like a torrent. Is this the battle between Title Douluos? Tang San was in awe. Yu Xiaogang nodded and said, Indeed, this is the battle between Title Douluos. You will definitely reach this level in the future. Yes, I'm sure I can succeed. Teacher, don't worry, I will clear all the stigma from you. Tang San said with determination. Seeing Tang San still like this, Yu Xiaogang felt extremely satisfied. He chuckled inwardly. Ha! This kid Tang San is really easy to fool. I took him as a disciple just because he has twin martial souls, but I didn't expect his second martial soul to be the Haoyan hammer. Now that his father is here, my deadlock has been broken. When Tang San reaches the level of Title Douluo, I, Yu Xiaogang, will truly succeed. However, how could that little beast from the Spirit Hall also possess twin martial souls? That eight-winged fallen angel and the quality of that scythe's martial soul seemed quite high. He was worried in his heart. Yu Xiaogang's eyes were darting around. Tang San, unaware of Yu Xiaogang's thoughts at this moment, was just looking up at the sky. At this time, the red Haoyan true form and the black fallen angel true form were all displayed across the sky. In a vast area around, many villagers witnessed this scene, but before they could be astonished, the disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School who had rushed over were all evacuated. In the sky, only the two remained in confrontation. Tang Hao's power was fully charged at this moment, and he raised the Haoyan hammer high above his head and smashed it down fiercely towards Qian Renfeng. Qian Renfeng raised the death scythe in his hand, and with a swing, it struck towards the Haoyan hammer. The red energy shield generated by the Haoyan hammer was easily sliced through by the shadow of the death scythe, as if cutting through vegetables. The onlookers thought the two were evenly matched, but the truth was different. Throughout the battle, Qian Renfeng maintained a calm demeanor. Facing the onslaught of the Haoyan hammer, and the blade of the death scythe clashed violently against the body of the hammer. The sharpest point instantly sparked a shower of sparks, and cracks began to form on the surface of the Haoyan hammer. The famed Haoyan hammer, known as the strongest weapon spirit in the world, was visibly damaged. Chapter 028. Haoyan hammer shattered. Not good. The rapid changes on the Haoyan hammer were immediately felt by Tang Hao. His initial belief that Qian Renfeng was not a worthy opponent of the same rank was completely overturned in that moment. Dad! Tang San exclaimed anxiously. The cracks on the Haoyan hammer were alarming. The supposedly indestructible Haoyan hammer was being shattered under the scythe of Qian Renfeng. Yu Xiaogang's pupils shrank as he thought to himself, how can this little guy's twin martial souls be so fierce? It can even break the Haoyan hammer. Even though he was anxious, no one was paying attention to Yu Xiaogang's reaction at that moment. Not even Qinxin and Ning Fengji, who had great respect for him. Both of them looked up at the duel in the sky. From this point forward, the title of the world's strongest weapon spirit might change hands. Qinxin sighed. The scythe in the hands of the acting pope has a more formidable attacking power than the Haoyan hammer, and this is without any soul rings. Tang Hao's boasting today will come to nothing. Ning Fengji nodded, but he was unsure of the name of this scythe. He hadn't even noticed that the scythe in the acting pope's hand was also a martial soul. One oversight. At this moment, the extreme dominance of Qian Renfeng made them no longer optimistic about Tang Hao. Even though Tang Hao was the youngest Title Douluo before Qian Renfeng, and even though he was the strongest Haoyan Douluo of the current Haoyan clan, today he would probably have to suffer a bitter defeat here. Exploding rings. Suddenly, Tang Hao's roar echoed violently in the sky. As the sound fell, 2 yellow soul rings among the 9 surrounding him exploded with a deafening bang. The shattered soul rings once again unleashed an incredibly terrifying force, causing the speed of the Haotian hammer to start to slow down. Is this how the rings explode? Qian Renfeng whispered softly in his heart, not at all surprised by Tang Hao's roar at this moment. If Tang Hao didn't explode, that would be abnormal. He remembered clearly that if it weren't for the fact that Tang Hao had also exploded many rings back then, his cheap old dad wouldn't have been weakened to the point of being defeated by his cheap old mom. The same history destined for a different outcome. I'm not my cheap old dad. Qian Renfeng sighed slightly, and the cold light in his eyes intensified. The true body of the fallen angel martial soul wielded the grim reaper's scythe, and the offensive became even more ferocious. The sharp blade, which could not continue to break through due to Tang Hao's explosive rings, reopened the path of destruction. If Tang Hao had no hidden injuries, if he had detonated all 9 rings and also used the great samurai hammer, dealing with him would indeed be quite troublesome. That one strike could incapacitate even a 98th level golden crocodile Douluo. But the current Tang Hao, burdened with hidden injuries and not in peak condition, had not even used the great samurai hammer. A mere explosive ring, what is there to fear? Break! Qian Renfeng let out a sharp shout. The blade of the scythe swiftly pierced into the Haotian hammer like lightning. Explode again! Tang Hao saw the situation and roared again, the veins on his forehead bulging. 2 more purple soul rings burst open. But even with 2 more purple soul rings exploding, the Haotian hammer, which had already been breached to its core, had lost all its power. Bang! The red phantom shattered. Tang Hao's true form suddenly disintegrated, and the dark Haotian hammer turned into fragments, drifting down from the sky. The shadow of the scythe loomed over Tang Hao's head. The Haotian hammer actually shattered? Shen Xin was shocked. Ning Fengji also gulped nervously. The strength of the acting pope is even more terrifying than we anticipated. Bathed in the fragments of the Haotian hammer, Tang Hao's face turned ashen. Facing the scythe shadow hovering above him, he suddenly fell downwards. Seeing this, Qian Renfeng immediately shouted, Yu Xiaogang, Gue Mei block Tang Hao. As soon as he finished speaking, Qian Renfeng's body quickly fell from the sky. Upon hearing this, the twin Douluos of the Chrysanthemum Ghost were stunned for a long time before suddenly reacting, rushing towards Tang San and Yu Xiaogang in the blink of an eye. Tang Hao's actions were clearly for the 2 of them. Get away! Tang Hao shouted angrily, and in an instant, his speed reached its peak. He swept up Tang San and the others from the ground, turning into a shadow as they flew towards the other side of the sky. Was he using the power of the explosion ring to enhance their speed? Qian Ren fell to the ground, bathed in the shattered fragments of the Haotian hammer, watching Tang Hao, who had already rushed far away, without continuing the pursuit. Please forgive us, Your Majesty. We are useless. Seeing this, the twin spirits Douluo immediately knelt on one knee in front of Qian Renfeng, filled with fear and respect, having witnessed Qian Renfeng's true strength. Even the Haotian hammer was shattered directly. They no longer dared to harbor even the slightest thought of disloyalty. At the same time, a voice from the distant sky echoed back. Haha, what if you, Qian Renfeng, also have twin martial spirits? The spirit hall owes me a debt, and one day I will collect it all. Just wait. Hearing this sound, Ning Fengji and Chen Xin couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths. The Haotian hammer had been shattered, and the person was forced to flee for their life. Yet they were still making threats? Are all the people from Haotian sect this flamboyant? Just as they fell silent, Yu Xiaogang's voice came back from a distance. You little thing with the surname Qian. I will never forget the insults you have given me during this time. In this world, my disciple also has a dual martial soul. At that time, the 2 of us, master and disciple, will definitely reclaim everything. Having survived a great disaster, Yu Xiaogang has also regained his vigor. Tang Hao's sudden escape brought him along as well, completely breaking the deadlock, and he felt much more relaxed. Your Majesty. Zhou Gui's expression changed drastically. It's one thing for Tang Hao to say such harsh words, but how dare a useless person like Yu Xiaogang say something like this? Tang Hao's sudden success was also due to the negligence of the 2 guards, who were in a daze for too long at the beginning. Otherwise, they could have easily taken the lives of Yu Xiaogang and Tang San during the confrontation between the 2. Qian Renfeng did not have the same insights as Yu Xiaogang and Gue Mei. He simply watched quietly as Tang Hao and his group, who were almost out of sight. Tang San had Tang Hao fully protecting him, so it was indeed not easy from such a distance. But a worthless scum, just being taken along as a side note, really thought he was safe? Qian Renfeng whispered. Hearing this, Zhu Douluo and Gai Douluo both looked up in surprise at Qian Renfeng. Is it already this far? Even if it's a Title Douluo, it won't help at all. Including Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo, They were all surprised as they looked at Qian Renfeng. In such a situation, could it be that Qian Renfeng still had some trump card? Just as everyone was confused, a pitch-black beam suddenly rushed towards Tang Hao and his group, catching up in the blink of an eye. Upon seeing the sudden arrival of the black beam, Tang Hao's expression changed drastically, and Yu Xiaogang's pupils contracted sharply. The black beam passed halfway up Yu Xiaogang's body and the leg of Tang Hao that Yu Xiaogang was holding. At the same time, the cold voice of Qian Renfeng slowly echoed. Ninth Spirit Skill, Void Creation. Author's note, please take a look, Yin Zhu. After a roundabout journey, the day for the book's release is almost here. The book will officially be available tomorrow at 12 p.m. I hope all readers will continue to support it, and I sincerely thank all of you. Of course, many readers have mentioned that the updates are too slow, and I feel it's necessary to explain this issue. The book was released on December 26, 2021, and today is January 21st, 2022, which means it has been 26 days since the release. Based on an average of 2 updates per day, that would be a total of 52 chapters, but we are currently at 65 chapters, with 13 additional chapters released along the way. I am not slacking off. I've been working hard to write. Before the release, I had the intention but lacked the ability. I saw many readers urging for updates, but I have my own struggles. I'm not trying to complain on purpose. The issue of power outages and writer's block is very real. There were 3 days of power outages, and I could only write at an internet cafe. Readers in the Author S group can confirm that I wouldn't deceive anyone about such matters. As for the writer's block, if I am not satisfied with the content myself, how could I dare to release it? That's why sometimes updates are delayed by an hour or 2, and I hope all readers can understand. As long as the author is still alive and hasn't kicked the bucket directly, daily updates will definitely not be lacking, so readers can rest assured. The book will be available tomorrow, and the author can guarantee all readers that the updates will definitely not fall short. The initial collection is around 22,000, and based on the usual subscription ratio of 20:1, that should translate to about 100 subscriptions. The author is not that strict. As long as the first subscriptions exceed 1,000, there will be a guaranteed minimum of 5 updates every day, and the author will definitely keep this promise, including the backlog of recommended and monthly votes. The author will also work hard to repay. The author can't guarantee how good the writing will be, but I can only say that I have always taken this matter seriously. The manuscripts I can produce are written in my best state at the time. They may not satisfy everyone, but I still thank all the readers who have been supporting me. The collection is quite daunting. The author just seeks 1,000 subscriptions. With 1,000 subscriptions, the author will provide a minimum of 5 updates every day, 5 updates every day, 5 updates every day. It's important, so I say it 3 times. Then I will continue to humbly ask for recommendation votes and monthly votes. The rules for recommendation votes remain unchanged. Once the subscription standard is met, there will be a guaranteed update every day, and I will gradually repay the debt. As for monthly votes, the old rules still apply. The author will first repay the debt, and then for every 50 monthly votes, additional updates will be provided. No more nonsense. The new chapter will be available at 12 noon tomorrow. I humbly ask for a first subscription. I sincerely request a normal subscription ratio. Please don't treat the author like a human. Updates will definitely be arranged clearly. Lastly, I would like to thank all the readers who have been supporting me, as well as those who have generously rewarded this book. The author expresses heartfelt gratitude to all of you here. Your support is the greatest affirmation for the author. Thank you. See you tomorrow at noon 12 o'clock. Don't be late. At that time, I will first update the last 5 chapters. Chapter 029, Fortune Plunder. Spoils of War, Ain. The black light flickered and vanished. Only when the black light extinguished into nothingness did the scenes it passed through reveal themselves to everyone. Tang Hao's left leg had completely disappeared into the air, along with half of Yu Xiaogang's body that vanished as well. His bare upper body continued to hold on to Tang Hao, and after a while, a tragic howl from Yu Xiaogang echoed in the sky. My legs, my legs. How did they suddenly disappear? Tang Hao spat out a mouthful of blood, his speed increasing to an extreme point, not daring to glance back even once, disappearing from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. Only the empty space where his left leg used to be remained, and nothing else. All that was left was Tang Hao's one leg and half of Yu Xiaogang's body. Qian Renfeng frowned. He was not very satisfied with the current outcome. The void creation was one of the accompanying soul skills from the 100,000-year soul ring he absorbed as a system reward. It ignored all defenses and could annihilate everything in its path, just like the situation between Tang Hao and Yu Xiaogang. In silence, It transformed Tang Hao from the Hodian Douluo into a crippled Douluo, allowing Yu Xiaogang to become a half-human, half-monster. Although he won, and it was a crushing victory, he still felt something was missing. Ding. Side quest. The host has successfully defeated Tang Hao. Please collect your loot as soon as possible. Upon completion of the quest, the host will receive a loot crit reward, and there will be no penalty for quest failure. The sudden system prompt surprised Qian Renfeng slightly. He was well aware of his system's nature. It wouldn't issue tasks or rewards unless it was very necessary. At this moment, just collecting loot could be considered a side quest, and it could even trigger a loot crit. Qian Renfeng looked up at the last position where Tang Hao had stayed. A soul bone was floating there, radiating light. Was it a critical reward from the spoils of war? Could it be that the soul bone can directly crit to tens of thousands of years? Just like the previous crits? Qian Renfeng became interested. In the blink of an eye, he had approached the side of the soul bone and waved his hand to take the soul bone into his own possession. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Congratulations to the host for successfully collecting the loot. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a loot crit. Congratulations to the host for triggering the loot crit successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Blue Silver Emperor reforged. Blue Silver Emperor? Upon hearing the system's crit prompt, even Qian Renfeng, whose mindset was always as steady as a dog, suddenly felt a bit unsettled. What is going on? Just as Qian Renfeng was at a loss for words, a graceful figure suddenly appeared beside him, perfectly aligning with his inner speculation. Dressed in a light blue robe adorned with patterns of blue silver grass, her skin, as white as sheep fat jade, was faintly exposed between the gaps of her clothing, and her blue long hair danced in the wind. How did I suddenly come back to life? The blue figure was none other than the Blue Silver Emperor, Ain, whom Qian Renfeng had speculated about. Ain looked a bit dazed, glancing around, and when she noticed that Qian Renfeng was a Title Douluo, her expression turned pale instantly. With the Yin's appearance, Qian Renfeng realized that he seemed to understand why the system had given a critical hit to Ain and even allowed her to reshape her human form. If you remember correctly, the system he was bound to when he arrived in Douluo Continent was called the Infinite Fortune Plundering System. The current situation really could be related to plundering fortune. Tang Hao's early rescue of his son and a Yin's sudden appearance were both linked to fate. Moreover, Tang San's fortune was closely related to the Blue Silver Emperor. Originally, Tang San was supposed to be rescued after the Soul Master competition, but by chance, his bloodline had undergone a transformation. A Yin's appearance now, Qian Renfeng no longer thought too much. He already understood what the system wanted to do, which coincided with his own intentions. It is this Pope who will reshape you. What about my husband? What about my son? Ain suddenly panicked. Hearing Qian Renfeng refer to himself as the Pope and that she had suddenly been reshaped, countless terrifying guesses emerged in her mind. Her cheeks turned pale as snow, and she anxiously began to inquire. You Spirit Hall pursued me back then. I know that there is destined to be such a slaughter between spirit masters and spirit beasts. But why don't you just come at me? What exactly has your Spirit Hall done to my husband and son? Seeing that Qian Renfeng remained silent, Ain hurriedly asked again. Qian Renfeng raised her eyes and calmly stared at Ain. You've died once already, yet you're still fixated on that twisted black and white person, so-called son? For that so-called scum of a teacher, slandering others with malice, forcing others to apologize, wrongfully accusing others of non-existent crimes, so-called husband? No matter what your son does, even if you know it's wrong, you always jump in directly, trying to use force to validate all the distortions? Ain took 2 steps back in the void. After knowing Qian Renfeng's identity, she didn't think she could escape, and she responded without showing any weakness. Impossible. My husband and son cannot be that kind of people. Woman, do not use your naivety to question my eyes. Qian Renfeng stepped forward, one hand gripping a Yin's chin, his face very close to hers. The breath he exhaled landing on her cheek. His powerful words and extremely strong attitude instantly made a Yin's head buzz. As he finished speaking, Qian Renfeng grabbed a Yin's shoulder with one hand and fell from the sky. The crowd below, now realizing what was happening, especially the Sword Douluo and the Dugu Douluo, instantly recognized a Yin's identity. 100,000-year soul beast? How did a 100,000-year soul beast suddenly appear? At first, they were furious about Xiao Wu's situation and paid little attention to her, even neglecting to take a glance. Now, with the battle settled, a Yin's sudden appearance was hard to ignore. Your Majesty, what is this? Is she Tang Hao's soul beast wife? The Dugu Douluo immediately recognized Ain. They had previously chased her down alongside Qianshu and Ji, so it was impossible not to recognize her. Qian Renfeng hummed in response and released Ian, not worried that she could escape. Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo, upon hearing Qian Renfeng's reply to Dugu Bo, had their pupils widen in shock. What did I just hear? This 10,000-year-old humanoid soul beast in front of me is actually the soul beast wife of Tang Hao, the Hao Yin Douluo? Wait a minute. Tang Hao's wife is a 10,000-year soul beast? Does that mean that the previous Tang San is actually a hybrid? Realizing this belatedly, Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo exchanged bitter smiles, both recognizing the astonishment in each other's eyes. In the recent battle, not only had they crushed Tang Hao in terms of strength, but now they had also controlled his soul beast wife, and were about to continue psychologically breaking him down. Chapter 030. Weakness is the original sin, Dai Mubai's apocalypse. It seemed Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo were dumbfounded. They couldn't help but recall the once arrogant Tang Hao, who even while fleeing, didn't forget to make threats. You look quite cool while running, but your wife was taken. Shaking their heads, the two tried to calm themselves down, their mouths twitching uncontrollably. The revelation was too big. They needed to digest it. After a long while, Ning Fengji cupped his hands and bowed to Qian Renfeng. Your Holiness the Substitute Pope, I sincerely apologize for involving you in such a situation. Today's events are thanks to your intervention. Otherwise, if Tang Hao had made an appearance, we would have truly been in a tough spot, and might not even have been able to incapacitate him. Ning Fengji said this, and Chen Xian had no objections. He had witnessed Tang Hao's explosive ring earlier, and indeed it would have been quite tricky to deal with. Qian Renfeng's action has temporarily put an end to today's events. There's no need for thanks for something done casually. But, Master Ning, haven't you considered changing today's situation? Qian Renfeng responded with a question. Ning Fengji let out a sound of confusion, looking at Qian Renfeng with suspicion, completely unsure of what he meant by his words at that moment. Your Holiness, what do you mean by that? Ning Fengji asked. Join the Spirit Hall, and I will restore the 9 treasures name for your 7-treasure glazed tile school. On the Douluo Continent, it's the law of the jungle. Being weak is a sin. When the name of the 9 treasures is restored, the world will naturally not dare to underestimate the 7-treasure glazed tile school. What? Ning Fengji's eyes widened in shock. Qian Renfeng's sudden words nearly caused him to lose his composure, his pupils wide and his breathing rapid. At the same time, Sword Douluo also looked at Qian Renfeng in disbelief. To restore the 7-treasure glazed tile school to the name of the 9 treasures? How could that be possible? The disciples of the 7-treasure glazed tile school can only reach a maximum of level 79 in their lifetime. They cannot break through to Soul Douluo, let alone the level of Title Douluo. However, even at the peak strength of a soul saint, the auxiliary capabilities of the 7-treasure glazed tile tower are terrifying. If they could reach the level of the 9-treasure glazed tile tower, what would their auxiliary capabilities be at the Title Douluo level? Sword Douluo couldn't imagine it further. Even if the 7-treasure glazed tile school only had 2 Title Douluo, and even though the Hao Yin sect had more Title Douluo, they would dare to practice directly. Your Majesty the Substitute Pope, is what you said true? Do you have a way to restore the 7-treasure glazed tile school to the name of the 9 treasures? Ning Fengji asked excitedly. Qian Renfeng hummed in agreement. So, whether to join or not, Lord Ning, you can decide for yourself. If it's true, Fengji is willing to lead all the disciples of the 7-treasure glazed tile school to join the Spirit Hall. Ning Fengji replied straightforwardly. If it weren't for the limitations of the martial souls of our 7-treasure glazed tile school disciples, preventing them from breaking through to the Title Douluo level, those like Yu Xiaogang and Tang San wouldn't have dared to bully our sect so wantonly before. The response was very certain. One must be strong oneself to forge iron. Ning Fengji understood this principle very well. Although there are the sword-bone twin Douluos within the sect, they are essentially external assistants, and there are no direct disciples of the sect who are Title Douluos. It's probably for this reason that Yu Xiaogang could act so recklessly. Once our sect can produce its own Title Douluo and break through the martial soul limitations, the prospects will be limitless. After that, Lord Ning, you can walk alongside me. Qian Renfeng replied, his gaze just now directed towards the remaining members of Shrek. Flender said nothing. He was the dean of Shrek, but what had just happened completely exceeded his expectations. Moreover, Yu Xiaojiang's actions had blown his mind. What kind of person had he known back then? Qian Renfeng did not pay any attention to Flander. His gaze directly shifted to Dai Mubai. Yu Guan, Hui Mei, control this Dai Mubai. When Tang San slandered our Spear Hall, this person also said quite a bit. The cold voice drove the 2 Title Douluos. Concerned about the 2 who had just been reprimanded for their performance, the sole power of the two Title Douluos pressed down on Dai Mubai. Thud! Dai Mubai was directly suppressed to the ground, his head hitting the floor heavily, blood flowing. Unbridled. I'm the third prince of the Star Luo Empire. If you dare to do anything to me, our Star Luo Empire's army will definitely march on your spirit hall immediately. His hysterical roar echoed. Dai Mubai was not as fortunate as Yu Xiaogang. When Tang Hao left, he took Yu Xiaogang with him, but he had no one to take care of him. Realizing that things were going south, he began to shout out his identity and also yelled at Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing, are you just going to watch? You should know that I am your fiancé. Quickly bring out my proof of princehood that I left with you. Hurry. Zhu Zhuqing looked coldly at Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai, I have completely seen through your true colors. Just now, you firmly stood with Tang San. Given Tang San's actions, I don't believe you couldn't see through it. We call him third brother, yet you could stand up for such a person and offend the Spear Hall. You deserve it. She was so angry that she was gasping for breath. Zhu Zhuqing's proud mountains trembled violently. She had long since lost the desire to care about Dai Mubai's matters, and never expected that at this moment, Dai Mubai would still ask her to help prove him, wanting to use his identity to show how great he was? Ridiculous. Zhu Zhuqing, you shameless woman. I am your fiancé. A husband and wife should support each other. Whatever I say, you must respect. Dai Mubai shouted madly. The pressure from the two Title Douluos was almost making him unable to breathe. Noisy, Qian Renfeng frowned slightly and slapped Dai Mubai with his hand. He wasn't happy that he didn't kill Yu Xiaogang, and even more displeased that he couldn't deal with Tang Hao over at Tang San's side. Now, Dai Mubai was still chattering away in front of him without any backing, making noise for no reason. Boom! The slap landed, creating a deep pit in the ground. It was even larger than the crater made by the Hao-Ian hammer earlier, and within the pit, Dai Mubai was gasping for breath, no longer making any noise. You Eggwan Ghost, take Dai Mubai back to the Spear Hall and detain him, and one of you go to the Star Luo Empire to inform the Star Luo Emperor. Dai Mubai has spoken disrespectfully to this pope. Make sure they give this pope an explanation. Qian Renfeng arranged it indifferently. He did not slap Dai Mubai to death because the Spirit Hall indeed could not take action against both empires at the same time. For the time being, he decided to let Dai Mubai live a little longer. Once the matter of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was settled, it would save the Spirit Hall many years of preparation. That would be the moment for him to rule the world. Chapter 031. Ain, is my son really not a good person? Extra update for 1,000 recommendation votes. On the side, Ain witnessed everything. Qian Renfeng's dominance completely refreshed her understanding of the human world she once entered for cultivation, as she directly took action when speaking to the royal family. However, her focus on Qian Renfeng's strength was more on the words of Ning Fengji and Zhu Zhuqing at this moment. Tang San's actions? That is her own son. How could he possibly be that kind of person? Qian Renfeng did not pay any attention to a Yin's confusion here. After sending away the two Douluo of the Chrysanthemum Ghost, he got back into the carriage of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengji made some arrangements, and everyone else also got on the carriage. But Ain remained still in place. Sigh, although I don't know your name, since you are a 10,000-year-old beast who has transformed into a human, you must have your own fortune. If you still can't believe it, following the acting pope, I think you will see more. I, Ning Fengji, am open and upright, and I never do anything that would owe others. As for what happened just now, what Tang Hao did and what Tang San did, I can assure you, are all absolutely true. You should feel fortunate that you can see these things so early. After saying this, Ning Fengji also got into the carriage. Ain still did not move, but soon a pure soul power was binding him. Gumin, the cold voice of Qian Renfeng sounded. The soul power controlled Ain and forced him onto the same carriage. Simple and brutal. As for Bibi Dong, after all, she was his biological mother in this life. And he still remembered the education he received under the red flag, so he couldn't commit the act of killing his mother to prove his path. He had fewer concerns regarding Ain. After forcibly restraining Ain on the carriage, he closed his eyes to rest, sitting beside Qian Renfeng in a daze. He looked at Qian Renfeng's golden hair, which bore some resemblance to the former Qiang Sunji, and his calm expression with closed eyes, his mood shifting inexplicably. He should be the descendant of that person, right? That pope chased me, and now that I have been resurrected, his descendants have not continued to hunt me down. Did I really make a mistake back then? Ain thought to himself. In his ears, he couldn't help but recall Ning Fengji's powerful words from earlier. Just as Ning Fengji said, when Ain was training in the mortal world, he had heard many things about the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. It was one of the top 3 sects, famous alongside the Haotian sect. Over countless years, there had been no negative rumors about it. Moreover, someone like Ning Fengji, who was recognized as a good person, possessed the wealth of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, but had helped countless poor people. Such a person's words left her without a reason to doubt. When I reached a bottleneck in my strength, Tang Hao had vowed to ensure my safety, but took me to many dangerous places. Could it be that all of this was intentionally arranged by Tang Hao back then? This place still carries the aura of another 100,000-year soul beast. And was it because I had already died that Tang Hao was planning to use the same trick again? If that's the case, then what was just said might all be true. The son I gave birth to after 10 months of pregnancy really isn't a good thing. Ayan's mind was filled with chaotic thoughts. Qian Renfeng's previous dominance over her, without any acts of violence, had already caused her a great shock. Ning Fengji's persuasion added another stone to her heart, making it impossible for her to find inner peace. Although Qian Renfeng was meditating with his eyes closed, he was constantly observing a yin situation, noticing that a yin was in a state of confusion. He didn't bother to say more and began to move toward the sunset forest. Right and wrong will be determined in due time. A few days later, in the sunset forest within the deep mountain mansion of Dugu Bo, countless poisonous barriers affected everything around. Qian Renfeng and his companions arrived here. Ning Fengji had a tall 7-story pagoda hovering above his head, which was his 7 treasures' true body. Although Qian Renfeng was not afraid of these poisonous obstacles, with Ning Fengji's assistance, he avoided a lot of trouble. After successfully reaching the Eye of Ice and Fire, the sight of the celestial herbs stunned Ning Fengji and the others. Your Majesty, the substitute pope, could it be that what you said could help our 7-treasure glazed tile school regain the name of 9 treasures? Is these? Ning Fengji glanced around at near the Eye of Ice and Fire, his gaze burning with intensity. Qian Renfeng responded and walked to the Qiluo tulip, using a pure soul power to pluck the Qiluo tulip from its stem without harming it in the slightest. This item is called the Qiluo tulip, the king of immortal herbs. After consuming it, you can break the limits of the martial souls of your 7-treasure glazed tile sect, and it will also assist you in researching how to help others break through the shackles of their martial souls in the future. Sect Master Ning, after you have considered it, decide who in your sect should consume it. Qian Renfeng did not directly arrange this immortal herb for Ning Rongrong, but instead left the choice to Ning Fengji. What he wanted was the allegiance of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Ning Fengji's decision would be the decision of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Give it to Rongrong. Rongrong has great talent. After all, I've been stuck at the peak of Soul Sage for too long. Rongrong will benefit more from it than I would. Perhaps in the future, Rongrong can really try to challenge for the position of the first Title Douluo of our 7-treasure glazed tile school. Ning Fengji quickly made his decision. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's eyes immediately turned red. Dad, you should take this immortal herb. Silly child, what parent doesn't want the best for their child? If your father says you should take it, then you will take it. It's decided. Ning Fengji gently ruffled Ning Rongrong's hair and spoke in a warm tone. Ning Rongrong bit her red lip lightly. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing also spoke up from the side. Rongrong, just listen to Uncle Ning. Ning Rongrong responded with an first thanking Qian Renfeng before taking the Qiluo tulip from his hand. After receiving the hint, Ning Rongrong sat down cross-legged and consumed the Qiluo tulip. A gentle halo enveloped Ning Rongrong. The phantom of the 7-treasure glazed tower slowly began to take shape behind her, causing both Ning Fengji and Shan Xian to be astonished as changes gradually appeared on the 7-treasure glazed tower. Could it really be possible? Ning Fengji was surprised for a moment, and, realizing he had lost his composure, collected his thoughts and walked over to Qian Renfeng's side. Your Excellency, the substitute pope, regardless of whether it succeeds today or not, our 7-treasure glazed tile school will remember your kindness. But I still have one thing I do not understand. Although I have some guesses, I have never been able to confirm. I want to know if your Excellency, the substitute pope, or rather your spirit hall, truly intends to do that thing? Qian Renfeng heard the hidden meaning in Ning Fengji's words and replied lightly. You guessed right, Sect Master Ning, and I have no need to deny it. The current Douluo Continent is too chaotic. Chapter 032. The name of the 9 treasures, slay Yu Xiaogang. Ding. Detecting that the host has shown initial brilliance, the main quest is now issued. Ding. Main quest. Please prepare and decide whether to choose to complete the path to godhood using the power of the Douluo Continent. Upon completion, the host will gain the ability to create a divine position through the power of faith. No penalties for failure. A series of prompts suddenly sounded. As soon as Qian Renfeng finished speaking to Ning Fengji, the system suddenly went into chaos. After clearly understanding the system task, Qian Renfeng's expression suddenly became serious. A main quest that had never appeared before? Or is it to decide whether to choose to become a god independently? Qian Renfeng held his breath. In Douluo Continent, the lifelong goal of countless soul masters is to reach level 100 and become a god. But how many exceptionally talented individuals ultimately can only remain at the level of Title Douluo? To reach level 100 and become a god, one must either rely on the divine examination method to break through or forcefully break through using the method of faith at level 99. Qian Renfeng knew that tens of thousands of years ago, there was a sea god who gathered many followers on the sea and ultimately achieved the remarkable feat of becoming a god on his own. He never expected that the main storyline task that suddenly appeared in the system would require him to walk a similar path. Xiaoxiu had the divine exam of the angel god, and that cheat mother also had the divine exam of the Rakshasa god. The only known remaining ones were the divine exam of the Shura god from the City of Slaughter and the divine exam of the sea god from Sea God Island. Neither of these divine exams aligned with my chosen direction. The conflict between the Shura and the Rakshasa gods was deep, as was the conflict between the sea god and the angel god. It seemed that I had no choice but to embark on the path of becoming a god on my own. Qian Renfeng whispered softly in his heart. At this moment, many fiery colors flashed in his eyes. The choice given by the system was to allow him to become a god on his own using the entire power of the Douluo Continent's plane. This was much more impressive than that old sea god who used a portion of the sea tribe's power to become a god. If the sea god could become a level 1 god on his own, then how powerful would it be for someone to independently become a god using the entire plane's power? Qian Renfeng brushed his hair back and surveyed the entire Douluo Continent. It seemed that only the dragon god, who ascended millions of years ago, had truly achieved godhood using the power of the entire plane, creating the position of dragon god. He left the 5 great kings at a loss, unable to find their bearings. If it weren't for their own issues, the 5 great kings would have no say in the divine realm now. Thinking about walking such a path himself, Qian Renfeng's indifferent heart began to surge with excitement. Since Qian Renfeng had come to this world, he could not settle for second place and would not want to be beholden to the 5 great kings after becoming a god. What use is becoming a god, if not being first? He accepted the mission and chose to achieve godhood on his own. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the mission. And the methods for gathering faith have been fully transmitted to your mind. You can consult them at any time. Suddenly, a wave of information surged into Qian Renfeng's mind. After absorbing and digesting all this information, Qian Renfeng felt much more refreshed in his limbs and bones. With the Spirit Hall as the foundation and the Douluo Continent as support. Once the Spirit Hall reigns supreme, Qian Renfeng will also reign supreme. Achieving godhood alone is within reach. Just as Qian Renfeng was accepting the mission, Ning Fengji also awakened from his shock. His mind was slightly dazed, and his breathing was somewhat rapid. Indeed, the Spirit Hall is truly aiming to dominate the world. I was not mistaken, Ning Fengji thought to himself, noticing that Qian Renfeng was no longer speaking, and couldn't help but ask, Your Holiness the Substitute Pope, if you truly intend to do this, won't many common people suffer from the ravages of war? War is inevitable, but after the war, the common people will have hope for a turnaround. Qian Renfeng came to his senses. Now, the subsidies for soul masters are still obtained by our Spirit Hall from the 2 empires. If we do not achieve complete unification, how can we allow soul masters to reach a higher position? Hiss! Ning Fengji was greatly shaken. Your Holiness the Pope, it seems I've been short-sighted. Since that's the case. Suddenly, a soft moan came from not far away. Ning Rongrong, who was absorbing the Chiloat tulip, suddenly opened her eyes. At the same time, the 7 treasures glazed tower behind Ning Rongrong inexplicably added 2 more layers, completely transforming into the 9 treasures glazed tower. Ning Fengji's gaze was abruptly drawn over. After confirming he wasn't mistaken, his mind was even more shaken. She really broke through the martial soul limit and truly became the 9 treasures glazed tower? As soon as he finished speaking, Qian Renxue had already flashed to Ning Rongrong's side, looking at the 9 treasures glazed tower floating in her palm, his eyes nearly popping out. Fengji, how old are you? Stop being so wishy-washy and make a decision. The 9 treasures glazed tower has truly appeared. While observing the 9 treasures glazed tower, Qian Renxue couldn't help but urge Ning Fengji, completely having the feeling of a father reprimanding his son. Ning Fengji smiled wryly and said, Your Holiness the Pope, From now on, our Seven Treasures Glaze sect will join the Spirit Hall and will be the most loyal ally of the Spirit Hall. However, for the time being, it is inconvenient for our Seven Treasures Glazed sect to relocate to Spirit City. Since Rongrong has succeeded here, our sect also needs to resolve some matters first. Qian Renfeng made a sound of acknowledgement and replied, "No need for relocation. I only need your decision. Thank you for your understanding, Your Holiness." Ning Fengji cupped his hands in salute and said, "Today's favor. I cannot think of another solution. It just so happens that Yu Xiaogang has also slandered our sect and has old grievances with you, Your Holiness. Why not let us, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, take care of it and deal with Yu Xiaogang? Consider it our sect's token of loyalty." Upon hearing this, Qian Renfeng looked thoughtfully at Ning Fengji and suddenly understood why Ning Fengji was regarded as the most perceptive person in Douluo Continent. "As for the matter with Yu Xiaogang, you can handle it as you see fit," Qian Renfeng murmured lightly. "Although some still don't want him to die, I'll take care of that matter." Ning Fengji did not ask further who did not want Yu Xiaogang to die. After getting Qian Renfeng's response, he looked towards the Sword Douluo. At this moment, the Sword Douluo was still observing Ning Rongrong's 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda and couldn't be bothered to respond to Ning Fengji, only using the 7-killing sword to answer for him. "When Yu Xiaogang, what's the big deal about killing him? Who is Qinshin? The Sword Master Qinshin, a 96th level super Douluo, can't even handle a useless person? Just like his previous domineering declaration, Yu Xiaogang has only one old dragon father. If provoked, he'll be killed together." The 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda was already completed, so everything else was not a problem. Just as Ning Fengji was about to take his leave after making a decision with the Sword Doll, suddenly, Yin, who had come with him, appeared to be in a daze. Her expression turned very confused. A fine layer of fragrant sweat appeared on her forehead, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Seeing this, a glimmer of light flashed in Qian Renfeng's eyes. Chapter 033. Life and death are light. If you don't accept, just fight. Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the eye of ice and fire. The terrifying airflow descended throughout the cave, and many celestial herbs present there seemed to respond to the descending airflow. Not far away, the fiery apricot flowers and the octagonal ice grass reflected a terrifying luster together. So that's how it is. Qian Renfeng let out a cold snort, finally realizing what was happening. The Chihuahua tulip, this extraordinary immortal herb, which had nearly 200,000 years of cultivation when the Silver Dragon King was born 2,000 years later, was hailed as the leader of the 6 great fierce beasts of the ice and fire Yin-Yang-I. Now, just over 20,000 years ago, this immortal herb likely had over 100,000 years of cultivation, and it was about to make an appearance. After sorting out his thoughts, Qian Renfeng understood why he encountered such a situation. When Tang San came to the ice and fire Yin-Yang-I, he swept away all the immortal herbs here, and his family also severely damaged the true form of the fire apricot flower, causing it to face obstacles during its tribulation, ultimately leading to an intense hatred for humans. When he picked the Chihuahua tulip, he only took a small part and did not harm the root. Perhaps because of this, in the normal course of history, when Tang San came to pick the immortal herbs, he did not encounter such a situation, possibly because he harmed the true form and roots, which led to their absence. In this case, it turned out to be an unexpected turn of events. Not harming the roots of the Chihuahua tulip actually triggered other occurrences. The current commotion was highly likely to be the Chihuahua tulip, the leader of the 6 great fierce beasts, about to make its appearance. How audacious! Qian Renfeng let out a sharp shout, and the 8-winged fallen angel martial soul instantly appeared behind him. The unparalleled power swept around him. Centered on the 8-winged fallen angel martial soul, the terrifying black luster and the suddenly boiling aura of the celestial spirits in this place reflected off each other. 7 treasure, true body. Suddenly, Ning Fengji also sensed something was wrong, and a massive 7-treasure glaze tile appeared, with the terrifying support bonuses all falling onto Qian Renfeng. Sword Douluo also reacted sharply. Without time to continue observing the 9-treasure glaze tile, he positioned himself in front of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. With 2 fingers brought together, his white hair danced in the wind. The 7-killing sword lay horizontally before him, its sharp and unmatched killing intent bolstering Qian Renfeng's side. With the enhancement of the 7-treasure true body, Qian Renfeng's aura surged dramatically. Finally, in a moment when the aura of Qian Renfeng exploded, the clear lake water and the ice fire 2 instruments I suddenly parted. A purple figure walked out from within. which was none other than the leader of the 6 great fierce beasts of the Ice Fire 2 instruments, known as Xiang by the many soul beasts. With both hands behind its back, its handsome face was filled with anger. Upon seeing this figure appear, Qian Renfeng was completely certain that the other party had already cultivated spiritual awareness, and the speculation in his heart was very likely the truth. The reason Tang San did not appear when he came was that his true body and root stem were damaged, and thus he did not show up. Xiang. It's Xiang who has come out. It had been a long time since he had seen Xiang, and its strength had improved considerably. These humans are truly despicable for having plucked part of Xiang's true body. This is unforgivable. Xiang, take action. As Xiang appeared, all the celestial herbs growing in the Ice Fire 2 instruments emitted sounds. Immediately, phantoms began to materialize from these celestial herbs. Although their auras were not as powerful as Xiang's, they were still quite astonishing. These phantoms appeared, glaring fiercely at Qian Renfeng and his group. Your Holiness, the substitute pope. What is this? Ning Fengji swallowed hard, feeling a bit uneasy at Xiang's sudden appearance. It seemed like a soul beast, but also not. At this moment, Douluo looked at Xiang with a stern gaze and said in a deep voice, Spirit of the celestial herb. All things can cultivate. Humans can, soul beasts can, and celestial herbs can naturally do so as well. This is the spirit of the Qilua tulip that Ning Rongrong just consumed, estimated to have over 100,000 years of cultivation. Over 100,000 years. Ning Fengji and Douluo were simultaneously shocked. Due to the celestial herb's influence, the chaotic aura made it difficult for them to see the truth at a glance. But upon Qian Renfeng's words, they realized what kind of place this was. This cave could even be considered a nest for soul beasts. A celestial herb with over 100,000 years of cultivation. Who would believe it if told? Previously, to encounter a 100,000-year soul beast, one had to delve deep into the core area of the Stardow Forest. But in recent days, they first encountered a humanoid 100,000-year soul beast like Ain, and now, at the Ice Fire 2 instruments they came across a celestial herb with over 100,000 years of cultivation. Were 100,000-year beings gathering together, surprised in their hearts, realizing that the Xiang before them was a soul beast with over 100,000 years of cultivation, along with so many other extraordinary celestial herbs present. Instantly, they felt a chill down their spines. Humans, leave this place. You're not welcome here. If you do not leave, I do not mind taking action. Xiang stood with its hands behind its back, looking indifferently at Qian Renfeng, its aura very strong. Being side mission, it has been detected that you, the host, are currently at the Ice Fire 2 instruments, and encountering numerous soul beasts. Please choose whether to confront them head-on or to leave. The final task reward will be determined based on your final choice. Another task, Qian Renfeng was slightly surprised. In recent days, he had received an unusually large number of system tasks. After looking at the requirements of the system tasks, a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. With a light clang, the scythe of death in the hands of the 8-winged, fallen angel martial soul fell into his hand. The cold handle, covered in profound runes, made the scythe negate the aura of the immortal herbs brought by Xiang as soon as it was grasped. With the assistance of the 7-treasure true body, the enhancement from Ning Fengji, who was at the peak of soul sage cultivation, was still very powerful. Now, he really didn't need to give too much face to Xiang. Even though there were more than just Xiang among the soul beasts with over 10,000 years of cultivation here. Seeing Qian Renfeng's actions, Xiang immediately snorted coldly. Human, do not be so stubborn. This is your last warning. If you do not leave, we will annihilate all of you here and turn you into our nourishment. Qian Renfeng smiled faintly at the words. He certainly wouldn't agree with the idea of nourishment. Besides, he still had a system task on him. Although he hadn't seen what the final reward would be, it didn't affect anything. If he were to leave, dejectedly, just because of some warnings from Xiang, he wouldn't be Qian Renfeng anymore. Even if there were no tasks related to the current situation, he only had one answer in his heart. In Qian Renfeng's life dictionary, the creed he adhered to always consisted of 8 words. Life and death are trivial. If you're not satisfied, fight back. Chapter 034. Ain, my son is indeed a reckless thing. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task and successfully making a choice to confront head-on. Ding, according to the task assessment, the host has chosen to confront head-on. The reward is being processed. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the method to communicate with the Golden Ancient Tree, allowing the establishment of a communication bridge between yourself and the Golden Ancient Tree. Hmm? Qian Renfeng raised his eyebrows in confusion. The system's abrupt notification almost caught him off guard. The method to communicate with the golden ancient tree? The life core of the Douluo Continent. Establishing a communication bridge with the golden ancient tree would mean he could connect with the life core of the Douluo Continent himself, right? Sorting through these thoughts, the main quest content from before resurfaced in his mind. So that's it. The tasks given by the system in recent days have all been preparing for me to gather the power of the entire Douluo Continent to achieve godhood on my own. Qian Renfeng let out a breath of turbid air. After understanding the operation of the Mingwu system, a faint smile suddenly appeared in his eyes. For him, a seemingly insignificant decision had unexpectedly brought such rich rewards. Truly an unexpected surprise. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted. A wave of shocking power filled the entire cave. As the spirit of the Douluo tulip unleashed an extremely terrifying momentum, Qian Renfeng's actions completely angered him. The ice and fire duality is his territory, and he will not allow outsiders to make trouble here. Is his strength not more than 100,000 years? Qian Renfeng came to his senses and felt the power emanating from the surrounding Douluo tulip spirit body. A sudden flash of insight struck his mind, and Qian Renfeng finally realized what the problem was. The ice and fire yin-yang allows any plant life here to achieve tenfold growth and cultivation enhancement. In the era when the Silver Dragon King was active, the Douluo tulip had nearly 200,000 years of cultivation, which was due to the strength it gained after regrowing. And now, he had not harmed the roots of the Douluo tulip, which had existed here for an unknown number of years. The accumulated strength over such a long time should not be underestimated. It seems I didn't go to the extreme like Tang San, sweeping everything away, and instead brought myself some amusement. Based on the current situation, the growth of this Douluo tulip should have taken tens of thousands of years, and the cultivation it is currently displaying should have a starting point of at least 300,000 years, right? Qian Renfeng whispered softly in his heart, and his thoughts gradually became clearer. In the history of Douluo he knew, after Tang San arrived here, he ruined everything. But there was no mention of the age of these celestial herbs, and the spirit of the Douluo tulip had not appeared, which made him overlook this point. Having figured all this out, Qian Renfeng did not dwell on the issue any longer. A Douluo tulip at the level of 300,000 years, having survived 3 tribulations, was indeed difficult to deal with. Although he could directly destroy the opponent, he would gain no benefits from it. However, the completion of the recent task had alleviated these concerns. Being able to establish a communication bridge with the golden ancient tree, he had various methods to make the Douluo tulip completely submit. Your Holiness, the substitute pope. This spirit of the celestial herb seems to be more than just 100,000 years of cultivation. A layer of cold sweat appeared on Ning Fengji's forehead. The sudden eruption of power from the spirit of the Douluo tulip made him feel a strain. Although he was not the weakest, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were protected by the sword Douluo, so the impact was not very significant. However, here, the pressure he bore was the greatest among everyone. Umans. We do not welcome any evil beings here. Leave. The purple figure continued to snort coldly. As his voice fell, the aura he exuded became even more powerful. His cold eyes fixed intensely on the 8-winged fallen angel martial soul behind Qian Renfeng, and the cascading black sheen made him frown in displeasure. Not welcoming evil beings? Then tell me, what is righteous? What is evil? Shinren's eyes turned cold. The channel for communicating with the ancient golden tree was completely opened. In an instant, an endless surge of vitality erupted beside him, merging with the cold aura of the 8-winged fallen angel martial soul. The chaotic power ruthlessly pressed down towards the Douluo tulip town. There was not the slightest bit of mercy. Qian Renfeng showed no respect to Douluo Yu. Just because of his martial soul, he was directly defined as an evil person, which is truly ridiculous. There are always 8-winged fallen angel martial souls, and the other 2 martial souls can also be said to be of sinister nature, but in the 20 years he has been on the Douluo continent, he has never indiscriminately killed an innocent person. How can he bear the name of evil? Is that possible? At this moment, Douluo Yu expression suddenly turned serious, as a chaotic power completely pressed down on him. The figure, still standing above the 2 springs of ice and fire, suddenly knelt down under the pressure. Even though it was just a spiritual body, one could still clearly see a layer of cold sweat appearing on its forehead, showing great discomfort. The breath of life. This aura seemed to make Douluo Yu think of a very terrifying conjecture. and his expression suddenly became one of shock. The core of life. It couldn't be wrong. This is definitely the aura of the core of life. Could his judgment really be wrong? Qiluo Yujixiang thought to himself. He did not believe that the core of life would willingly approach someone he considered evil. And now the situation was unfolding right before his eyes. Qiluo Yujixiang. I respect the rare growth of the immortal treasure, and have taken from it without harming its roots, yet you define me as evil. Now, tell me your answer again. Suddenly, Qian Renfeng's voice echoed. As his voice fell, an unparalleled oppressive aura once again pressed toward Yujixiang alongside the chaotic power. Because Qian Renfeng had communicated with the ancient golden tree, a rich breath of life erupted, and the slightly muddled Ain, influenced by Qiluo Yujixiang, finally reacted. Although she was confused, everything that had just happened was imprinted in her mind. Looking at the suppressed spirit body of Qiluo Yujixiang, feeling the thick breath of life within the chaotic power, a Yin's expression became very peculiar. Beneath her peculiarity lay a hint of unacceptance. The power of the core of life. We plant life have known that the core of life is the source of life for all living beings since we gained consciousness. Those who can approach the core of life must be sincere and trustworthy individuals and cannot be associated with evil. So if we calculate this, doesn't what the previous acting pope said come true? Thinking about her inexplicable resurrection, combined with the current situation, a Yin's mind buzzed. Her son, whom she carried for 10 months and gave birth to, is truly not a good person, but a real scoundrel. Chapter 035. Change in Spirit City, Bibi Dong's Fury. I am blind and have offended the esteemed adult chosen by the core of life. I am willing to atone for my sins by submitting. Finally, after a fierce internal struggle, Qiluo Yujixiang made his answer again. The thoughts Ain had in her mind were also imagined by him. When he thought that he had defined someone who could approach the core of life as evil, Qiluo Yujixiang couldn't help but feel a rush of shame. Thus, you shall continue your cultivation here, and when I need you, I will come here to take some of your branches and leaves. No outsiders are allowed to come here besides me. Qian Renfeng issued an order. Qiluo Yujixiang stood up, yes. Qiluo Yujixiang's complete submission also brought Ain back to reality from her wild thoughts. It really seems possible. Even Qiluo Yujixiang has said so. Yin's feelings were very complicated. At this moment, she stood beside Qian Renfeng, gazing at his extraordinarily handsome profile, her eyes momentarily dazed. Your Majesty, the substitute pope. What you said earlier about Tang San and his teacher, is it really all backed by solid evidence? Yin's tone was very complex. Qian Renfeng, hearing this, glanced at Yin's complicated expression and responded indifferently. If you want to know the answer, just stay by my side honestly. Yin replied softly, complying with Qian Renfeng's request. Yin felt the stone that had been blocking her heart grow larger, making her chest feel increasingly suffocated. It was uncomfortable and very oppressive. With a bitter smile, Yin couldn't help but softly murmur to herself, perhaps this is the best way for me right now? If the previous speculations were true, then Tang Hao had indeed deceived her for too long. Knowing that she had been resurrected, he would probably try to take action against her again. Staying by the side of this acting pope might provide some protection, right? On the other side, the sudden display of strength from Qiluo Tulip indeed made Ning Fengji feel quite uneasy. However, at this moment, seeing Qiluo Tulip submit like this made the uneasy pressure disappear, leaving him dumbfounded. Acting pope, is everything resolved? Ning Fengji asked in astonishment. Qian Renfeng replied with an It's already resolved, and this matter can be settled here. Hearing this, Ning Fengji clasped his hands. In that case, I shall take my leave first. There are many affairs in the sect that need to be dealt with, including the matters we just agreed upon, so I won't stay here for long. If the acting pope has any needs from our sect, just send someone to inform us, and our sect will unite as one, without any hesitation. Seeing Ning Fengji say this, Sword Douluo also put away the 7-killing sword. Acting pope. I will take my leave with Fengji and little Rongrong now. Go ahead. Qian Renfeng responded with a sound, and watched as Sword Douluo took Ning Fengji and the others away from here. Soon, the entire ice and fire Liangyi, I was left with only the numerous fairy herbs and the two of them, him and Ain. We should leave as well. Qian Renfeng lightly whispered a word, gently grabbing Yin's exquisitely smooth shoulder, and in an instant, they disappeared from the place. Below, the Qiluo tulips and other fairy herbs all spoke in unison. We wish you a safe journey, my lord. Half a month later, in Spirit City, two figures entered the city. It was Qian Renfeng and Ain, who had returned after leaving the ice and fire yin-yang eyes. Knowing that Spirit City was an absolute domain, Ayin felt no longer worried about being hunted while following Qian Renfeng, and just looked around. She was slightly shocked to see countless soul masters patrolling within Spirit City. Indeed, it was worthy of being the place with the most soul masters in the entire continent. Did Tang Hao intend for me to be exposed back when he said he would take me to train in Spirit City? Have I seen enough? Just as Ayin was lost in thought, Qian Renfeng's cold voice rang in her ear. Coming back to her senses, Ayin said nothing and obediently followed behind Qian Renfeng as they walked through Spirit City. Qian Renfeng's gaze was cold and sharp as he watched the soul masters passing by him, his brows slightly furrowed. The Spirit Soul City had always been heavily fortified. However, after he took control of the power, he did not deliberately strengthen this aspect, yet the current situation was even more guarded than before he left, which was quite different from the norm. Something was off. Qian Renfeng whispered softly, keeping this matter in mind, and soon brought Ayin to the outside of the Pope's palace. Greetings, Elder. Greetings, Elder. Upon seeing Qian Renfeng return, the soul masters guarding outside the Pope's palace immediately bowed to him. Hearing the title Elder, a look of realization flashed in Qian Renfeng's eyes. He did not directly get angry with these soul masters. Qian Renfeng walked straight into the Pope's palace with Ayin. As they entered the towering main gate, they saw Bibi Dong sitting in the Pope's position in a light robe. The Pope's scepter was held in her hand, and her delicate fingers gently tapped on the scepter. A clear voice echoed in the Pope's palace, while many soul masters knelt on one knee on both sides, with her legs crossed. Her fair and delicate legs exposed to the air stirred many people's nerves. Upon seeing Qian Renfeng return, Bibi Dong calmly scanned him from her throne. Although her gaze was very calm, her face showed signs of anger. In such a scene, Qian Renfeng has already understood what has happened. No wonder the guards at the door only referred to him as Elder and not as the true acting Pope. His good mother, just less than a month after abdicating, can no longer sit still. She wants to regain power. He sneered inwardly. Given the recent events, Qian Renfeng was well aware of why Bibi Dong was suddenly acting this way. It seems that you want to reclaim your authority. Qian Renfeng, I told you to have 3 years of power, but you've held it for less than a month. Look at what you've done. Do you know that what you're doing will ruin our Spirit Hall's decades of preparation? The preparations are not yet complete. The final plan has not been implemented, and any reckless actions on your part will have extremely serious chain reactions. Have you ever considered the consequences? She quietly listened to his questioning. Qian Renfeng smiled faintly, not showing any signs of weakness as he looked back at Bibi Dong. Is it just for this reason? They say a mother knows her child best. The power is already in my hands, and I have never said I would return it to you. Do you think that is possible? My dear mother. Chapter 036. Maternal Murder and Proof of the Path. His voice seemed gentle, but it revealed endless frost. Bibi Dong frowned tightly, and listening to Qian Renfeng's words, she retorted sharply. I'm doing this for the good of the entire Spirit Hall. Your actions have already endangered our entire plan. If there is any change in the plan, our Spirit Hall will have to pay a greater price to bring it back on track. And it will also alert the enemy. Looking at the face so close in front of him, gazing at Bibi Dong's South beauty that could drive countless men crazy. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly. They could feel each other's warm breath, and Qian Renfeng smiled faintly. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect has already joined my Spirit Hall. Do you still think I am acting recklessly? Huh? The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect joined the Spirit Hall? This means... Bibi Dong was surprised in her heart. A bold idea appeared in her mind, and she had clarified the meaning of Qian Renfeng's words. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, one of the top 3 sects, possesses the most powerful support martial soul in the entire Douluo Continent. With such a sect joining the Spirit Hall, she could understand how significant it was. Suddenly, while Bibi Dong was still in shock and had no time to react, a wave of coldness came from her neck. Behind Qian Renfeng, the 8-winged fallen angel martial soul has appeared, and the death scythe is gently held in his hand, its blade pressed against Bibi Dong's neck. What do you want to do? Qian Renfeng? Bibi Dong shouted in anger. The many soul masters kneeling around, as well as the ghosts already in the Pope's hall, were all dumbfounded, looking in disbelief at Qian Renfeng, who suddenly brandished the death scythe against Bibi Dong's neck. Elder Qian Renfeng, is this because the authority of the acting Pope has been stripped away? So you are preparing to take direct action against the current Pope? A power struggle bloodbath is about to unfold in the Pope's palace? You understand my character clearly, and I also understand yours. There is no need for you to harbor any secret thoughts in front of me my dear mother. There's a saying among the people. If one is not raised, there is no way to repay. If one is born but not raised. Severing fingers can be a form of repayment. The day I sever my fingers will be the day I permanently suppress you. And it will also be the day I kill my mother to prove my path. My dear mother, you must think this through. The Grim Reaper's scythe transformed into light and shadow and disappeared. Qian Renfeng used a sound that only two people could hear to inform Bibi Dong of everything. Today's events. Even with his eyes closed, he could guess the reason behind it. Bibi Dong suddenly wanting to reclaim the papal authority was merely due to what happened at Shrek Academy. She pretended to be a heartless person, but deep down, she had always been thinking of someone. This little thought might fool others. But to want to deceive him as well was undoubtedly unrealistic. Bibi Dong's face suddenly turned pale. Even though the Grim Reaper's scythe had disappeared and the cold sensation around her neck was completely gone, her heart still felt cold. Did I really do something wrong? In the past, Feng showed more closeness to me than Shuer, but it seems now that Feng's closeness to me is even more distant than Shuer's. Born, but not raised. Is severing ties a way to repay? Are we really going to reach this point? Bibi Dong was in turmoil. Since Qiang Sunji's death, she had held the papal authority for many years, and Bibi Dong had never admitted to having a day of inner turmoil. But today, she felt her heart was in chaos. Her cheeks were pale as snow, showing no trace of color, and Qian Renfeng looked on indifferently. He passed by Bibi Dong and walked step by step toward the papal seat. What was his, without his consent, no one could take away, even if it was Bibi Dong, even if Bibi Dong held the title of his birth mother. Bibi Dong did not stop Qian Renfeng's actions. Not even when Qian Renfeng sat back on the papal seat did she attempt to say a word. Ghostly, the patrols of soul masters within the spirit hall were too dense, severely affecting the normal lives of the people. You need to take charge of the arrangements, adjust the patrol system back to the previous mode, notify all major branches, and increase personnel for the awakening of soul masters among the commoners. Then send a team to various soul subtemples to deliver the records of soul awakenings for commoners in recent years to the Spirit Hall. Ghostly trembled all over. He hurriedly knelt on one knee and replied, I will faithfully obey the orders of the acting pope. But why do we need to gather the records of soul awakenings from all over? When doing things, there is no need for so many questions. Qian Renfeng snorted. For soul masters, different levels of cognition vary. The powerful can know more, while the weak are limited to their own small territory. Qian Renfeng still remembers. In the Spirit Hall of Notting City, the blind law Su Yuntao once made a mistake in judgment. The current arrangement is to gather all those who might have been overlooked, allowing them to have better development prospects. Achieving godhood with the combined power of the entire plane is not something that can be accomplished merely by words. The glory of the Spirit Hall cannot be overshadowed by Douluo Continent, as it will ultimately fall short. He does not want those overlooked talents to help him, nor does he have the time to wait for those talents to grow. What he wants is simply for the world to clearly discern who is truly working for the common people. Yes, Hui Mei responded, stepping back and no longer asking further questions. Bibi Dong took a deep breath. She turned to look at Qian Renfeng, who was methodically arranging numerous matters from the position of Pope. After sorting out the affairs here, go meet your grandfather. He has something to discuss with you. Understood. Qian Renfeng should be followed by the next line, continuing to focus on the arrangements. A full half an hour passed before he managed to organize numerous affairs. And with a flash of his body, he appeared at the entrance of the Pope's palace. Ignoring Bibi Dong, who was still inside the Pope's palace, he left straight away. Watching Qian Renfeng leave and seeing the silver-haired Ain beside him, Gui Mei suddenly appeared next to Bibi Dong and said in a deep voice, Your Holiness, are we really going to follow the arrangements made by the acting Pope? Increasing personnel in various branches and gathering data is no small task, and it might have a significant impact on the overall plan of the Spirit Hall. Gui Mei asked in a low voice. Bibi Dong sighed lightly. Let's do as he asks. Before this, who could have imagined that we could get the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to join our Spirit Hall? After saying this, Bibi Dong looked at the completely vanished figure of Qian Renfeng and felt a deep sense of emotion. Now within the Spirit Hall, it seems that no one can stop his progress. If I want to regain power, I fear I can only wait until the day I completely succeed. Chapter 037. The arrival of two beauties, Bibi Dong and Hulaina. In the Elder Hall, a huge angel statue stood here. A faint golden light fell from the sky, making the entire hall feel as if it were immersed in holiness. Beneath the angel statue, a figure stood with their back to the main entrance, hands clasped behind their back, as if they existed, yet also as if they did not. Have you arrived? Qian Douluo suddenly turned around. Looking at Qian Renfeng, who had already entered the main hall, he spoke in a gentle voice. You have arrived. Qian Renfeng replied. Qian Douluo chuckled, not paying much attention to Qian Renfeng's usual indifference. His tone was slightly melancholic. Actually, she did nothing wrong. She just underestimated your abilities. You two siblings should try to ease the relationship with her a bit if possible. As for what happened back then, Schwerer doesn't know. But I believe you must know that it was our Qian family that wronged her. Qian Renfeng hummed in agreement. Indeed, it was my scumbag father who wronged her. As long as she hasn't gone too far in this matter, there is still room for maneuver. Qian Douluo sighed. Grandpa knows that you are a very opinionated person, so he won't persuade you too much on this matter. You and Schwerer have not experienced paternal love since childhood, nor maternal love. I hope that one day you two siblings can make up for some of those shortcomings. Speaking of which, Qian Douluo timely shifted the topic. All right, let's get back to business. Why have you never told Grandpa about your twin martial souls? When you awakened your martial soul, I actually misjudged it and didn't recognize that the scythe on your 8-winged fallen angel martial soul is also one of your martial souls. I've almost completed my life's journey, and I didn't expect to have such a lapse in judgment in my old age. Qian Douluo was left speechless, shaking his head in helplessness and sighing. Qian Renfeng did not clarify that he was not just a dual life, but a triple life. He merely replied, the brilliance is too overwhelming, making it easy to have flaws. Appropriate concealment and nurturing of one's capabilities is also essential. Qian Douluo, it seems very reasonable, and I find myself completely unable to refute it. Well, since you've already reached the level of Title Douluo and possess a twin martial soul, I want to say much more, just waiting to see your final achievements. However, since you have a twin martial soul and your first martial soul has already reached the Title Douluo level, you can start considering the matter of bestowing spirit rings for your second martial soul. Regarding the spirit rings for your second martial soul, you can confidently leave the spirit hall to prepare. As long as I am alive for a day, no one can cause trouble in Spirit City. Qian Renfeng nodded. With a peak strength of level 99, unless encountering a god, and with Qian Douluo overseeing the Spirit City, there truly is no one who can act recklessly here. Even that big hammer or Poseidon himself, the reputation of being invincible in the sky is not unfounded. It would be difficult to gain any advantage here with Qian Douluo around. I will consider this matter, but it is not urgent for now. As for the second spirit ring, it's better to be cautious than hasty. Qian Douluo did not refute. Then go ahead and do it. As a soul master, reaching level 100 and becoming a god. My grandfather has no hope of reaching the divine level in his lifetime, but I still hope to see you and Schwerer both reach that step. Qian Renfeng remained silent, giving a faint smile before leaving the Elder's Hall. Just as he reached the door, a streak of light suddenly rushed in from behind. This is my Grand Elder's order. Although I've already conveyed the verbal decree for the elders to obey your commands, having this order will make it more convenient for you. The voice of Qian Douluo came over. After this voice fell, he turned around again, facing the angel statue. Qian Renfeng did not turn around, waved his hand to receive the Grand Elder's order, and walked towards the outside of the hall. Qian Douluo's intentions were obvious. He wanted the entire Elder Hall to contribute to the matter of his second martial soul's soul ring. The stronger the available power, the higher quality soul beasts they could hunt, and the increase in strength would be even more terrifying. Before long, Qian Renfeng had returned to his small courtyard. Just as he reached the entrance, Ain, whom he had placed there, was already waiting at the door. Not gone in? Qian Renfeng asked. Ain smiled wryly and said, she is here. As she spoke, Ain felt as if she were dreaming, as a 100,000-year soul beast. She was in the very heart of a spirit hall. Moreover, in the small courtyard, there was also a Title Douluo present. It was hard not to feel like this was a dream, but at that moment, Ain was not lost in fantasy. Instead, she looked thoughtfully at Qian Renfeng. Qian Renxue understood immediately. There was no need for Ain to explain anything further. He already knew who she was in a Yin's words. Pushing open the courtyard gate, he immediately saw Bibi Dong sitting by the stone table in the yard. Not only Bibi Dong, but her disciple Hulaina was also accompanying her. At that moment, Bibi Dong was flipping through a book, her expression cold and enchanting, while Hulaina gently massaged her shoulders. The three beauties of the spirit hall, Bibi Dong, Hulaina, and Qian Renxue. Any one of them would be enough to drive countless men to madness in pursuit. Qian Renfeng did not expect that two people would suddenly arrive today. In the past, although Bibi Dong would come, Hulaina would never accompany her. However, today Bibi Dong brought Hulaina along, which was somewhat unclear in meaning. Upon noticing Qian Renfeng's return, Bibi Dong did not raise her eyes, still focused on the book in her hands, but her voice still rang out. Your way of doing things is too forceful. When water is too full, it overflows. It should change, Bibi Dong said softly. She closed the book in her hands and calmly looked at Qian Renfeng. Qian Renfeng frowned slightly. His style of doing things was too strong and needed a change. Was he still unwilling to accept the previous events and still wanted to take back all the power that belonged to the Pope? Qian Renfeng thought to himself. He understood very well that the one who was wrong was not Bibi Dong. The real wrongdoer was a scumbag father and that useless scum who had always kept Bibi Dong in the dark. Although the words spoken by Title Douluo in the Elder Hall still echoed in his mind, his expression had completely turned cold. In the Pope's hall, he had said everything he needed to say, but Bibi Dong's actions at this moment were making him feel quite uneasy. In an instant, the eight-winged fallen angel martial spirit appeared behind him, and the Grim Reaper's scythe slipped into his hand. It seemed that you were eager to see me sever my fingers, weren't you? Qian Renfeng walked towards Bibi Dong while speaking. The blade of the death god's scythe smashed down onto the bluestone slab, shattering it into pieces. A series of sparks erupted around the blade of the death god's scythe, accompanied by the piercing sound of the blade making contact with the bluestone. Chapter 038. Confident Bibi Dong. 2,000 recommended votes for an update. The sound of sizzling and the bright flames were incessant. Liana, who was massaging Bibi Dong's shoulders, suddenly became anxious. Your Holiness the Substitute Pontiff, my teacher is not here to trouble you. My teacher has come to deliver something to you. Liana hurriedly stepped forward. Despite feeling genuine fear at Qian Renfeng's murderous demeanor, she still positioned herself between Bibi Dong and Qian Renfeng, appearing as if she was truly willing to die for Bibi Dong. Qian Renfeng's pace slightly halted. His gaze was very complicated as he looked at Liana and then at Bibi Dong. Throughout her life, Bibi Dong had not encountered a good man, but she had a good disciple like Liana, which was a small blessing amidst her misfortunes. Seeing Qian Renfeng's movements come to a standstill, Liana hurriedly wanted to say something, but Bibi Dong's palm had already gently pressed on her shoulder. Liana, don't act rashly. If he truly wants to fight with me, even if you wish to help your teacher, it won't have any effect. Liana was anxious, but teacher, we clearly didn't come to cause trouble. We need to explain. No need to say more. Bibi Dong signaled Liana to stop, and with a single gesture, the book in her hand immediately transformed into a phantom and flew towards Qian Renfeng. Qian Renfeng waved his hand to grasp the book, and all the content on the pages jumped into view. What are the precautions for cultivating twin martial souls? Qian Renfeng whispered softly. The content in the book truly surprised him. You have a twin martial soul. With your aggressive behavior, if you were to absorb the soul ring of your second martial soul, your style would lead to your downfall, Bibi Dong said. The scythe of death transformed into a flash of light and disappeared, and the eight-winged fallen angel martial soul also dissipated. Qian Renfeng smiled and said, You want to ease the relationship between us? I'm doing this for the plan of the entire Spirit Hall. Your approach is too aggressive, and the same style will inevitably lead to failure when absorbing the second spirit ring, Bibi Dong explained. Listening to Bibi Dong's half-hearted explanation, Qian Renfeng continued to flip through the contents of the book, and from the handwriting, he could tell that it was written by Bibi Dong herself. In the short time he had gone to the Elder Hall, Bibi Dong had prepared such a document. The ink was not yet completely dry, and there were many corrections made after initial mistakes, indicating that Bibi Dong had taken this matter of twin martial souls seriously while preparing this information. He chuckled inwardly, feeling somewhat at a loss. Bibi Dong, the woman who had never fulfilled a mother's responsibilities since he and Qian Renxue were born, had handed him such a book at this moment. The cultivation of twin martial souls would encounter many issues when absorbing the second soul ring. At this point, one must change their past dominance. If any abnormalities occur during the absorption process, one cannot continue to force the absorption. If mishandled, one will never reach the true peak. And even then, they will still be hindered. At this point, Bibi Dong looked at Qian Renfeng with a meaningful gaze. She spoke with great confidence, thinking of her own inheritance of the Rakshasa goddess trial, and did not believe that what she said was problematic. What if one is as strong as a Title Douluo? In the end, they only have a few hundred years of life. Without becoming a god, everything is just an illusion. Your talent is indeed outstanding, but the cultivation of a soul master throughout their life also requires countless opportunities. Bibi Dong spoke again. Qian Renfeng smiled and shifted his gaze from Bibi Dong to Liana. Liana, You go out and wait. Upon hearing this, Hulaina turned to look at Bibi Dong. The scene of Qian Renfeng holding the death scythe had a significant impact on her. Now, suddenly being asked to go out, Laina, Qian Renfeng is now the acting pope, wielding the authority of the pope. As a member of the Spirit Hall, you should just follow the arrangements. Bibi Dong said softly. Even while saying this to Hulaina, her gaze did not leave Qian Renfeng for a moment. Hulaina stamped her foot in frustration. Looking at Qian Renfeng's extraordinarily handsome face, 2 blushes appeared on her cheeks. However, she quickly regained her composure, reluctantly glanced at Bibi Dong, and left the courtyard unwillingly. Laina has already left. What do you want to say? Bibi Dong asked. Qian Renfeng sat in front of Bibi Dong. Although you value her greatly and plan to make her the Saintess of the Spirit Hall in the future, some things are not for her current level to know. Bibi Dong was speechless. After a slight adjustment, and without waiting for Qian Renfeng to continue speaking, she said, if you have any doubts about the matter of twin martial souls, you can ask. I won't keep it to myself. Remember our agreement. I will only give you 3 years. After 3 years, I will reclaim the authority of the Pope, regardless of whether you are willing at that time. Qian Renfeng remained silent as he poured 2 cups of hot tea from the pot on the table. I've said before, what I don't want to let go of, no one can take away. When the time comes, it won't be up to you. Bibi Dong took a deep breath. Although you're a twin martial soul, don't forget, I also have a twin martial soul, and I have been at the Title Douluo level for many more years than you. That day, I indeed did not have the intention to kill you, which is why I granted you power. Otherwise, even if your grandfather came, he wouldn't be able to take the position of Pope. At this point, Bibi Dong's aura became much stronger. Since the moment Qian Renfeng ended his low-key approach, she felt like she had been under pressure, especially earlier in the Pope's palace. Qian Renfeng had even held the death scythe to her neck, clearly ready to act. Bibi Dong felt it necessary to assert some of her authority as a mother. Sensing Bibi Dong's thoughts, Qian Renfeng smiled and finished 1 cup of hot tea, then walked over to the flowers and plants in the small yard, turning his back to Bibi Dong, who was trying to regain her authority. So you mean after 3 years, you can take back the power with absolute strength? Qian Renfeng spoke softly. Bibi Dong snorted coldly. How you understand that is your business. In any case, you have only 3 years. As the words fell, Bibi Dong thought of her inheritance of the divine position, and her face gradually revealed an authority that had been absent for a long time. Watching Qian Renfeng turn his back on her, feeling that she had regained some of her previous pressure over him, her heart felt a little better. Crack! Qian Renfeng picked up a pair of scissors, and the sound of trimming flowers and grass echoed, along with his voice, relying on your inherited Rakshasa divine position. Chapter 039, Bibi Dong's Tears. What? Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. She looked at Qian Renfeng, who was trimming the flowers and grass, admiring his tall figure. Deep in her heart, she was already profoundly shaken. How could he possibly know? The matter of my inheriting the Rakshasa divine position is something that no one could know. How does Feng know about it? Bibi Dong was in a state of chaos. Seeing that Qian Renfeng had turned around, she stared at his chiseled face, her heart racing. For her, the Rakshasa divine position was her final secret and her last trump card. To ensure that her inheritance of the divine position could proceed smoothly, she was certain that she had never told anyone, and thus, it was impossible for others to know, including Qian Douluo, the true strongest of the Spirit Hall. She was 100% sure that he could at most sense the divine aura on her, but he could not know the specifics. Qian Renfeng, this piece of flesh that fell from her, this son of hers who has barely fulfilled his duties as a mother, can clearly know that she inherits the position of the Rakshasa god? How do you know? Bibi Dong took a deep breath. A layer of frost hung on her beautiful face as she asked word by word. My martial soul. Qian Renfeng answered very simply, providing a barely convincing reason. Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes slightly. Relying on your 8-winged, fallen angel martial soul? The attraction of the same source, aura? Since you know this, how can you still forcefully demand the authority in my hands? You can understand it this way. Qian Renfeng put down the flower scissors and said nonchalantly, since you know, why still be apprehensive? Moreover, if you truly become a god, I have the ability to deal with it. In the worst-case scenario, I can also take precautions. This made Bibi Dong break down. She gasped for breath, and every word Qian Renfeng spoke hit her heart like a heavy hammer. Worst-case scenario? Taking precautions? How could Bibi Dong not understand the meaning behind Qian Renfeng's words? Combined with previous events, if it really came to that, was Qian Renfeng planning to sever his fingers to repay the of giving life, and then embark on that path of bloodshed? Her face turned pale, and Bibi Dong dared not continue thinking about this issue. When Qian Renfeng and Qian Renxue were younger, she had thought about strangling both children to death, although Tian Douluo had always protected them well. But if she truly wanted to kill them, Tian Douluo couldn't possibly protect them all the time. She had enough opportunities to succeed. Every time she thought of them as her own flesh and blood, on the brink of taking that final step. She couldn't bring herself to do it, ultimately leading Tian Douluo to notice and rescue them. Now, thinking that Qian Renfeng might walk down a path of mother-slaying to achieve enlightenment, her heart trembled, and her mind was in disarray. Perhaps it was because I didn't watch you grow up that I truly don't understand you. You are even harder to comprehend than her. Bibi Dong stood up, left this sentence behind, and walked toward the courtyard exit. Her back appeared quite desolate. At this moment, Bibi Dong no longer exuded the authority of a pope. She was living as someone who had lost completely. Her proud trump card had been seen through, and hearing Qian Renfeng's resolute words, she felt she had lost too thoroughly. Qian Renfeng remained silent. At the moment he saw Bibi Dong about to leave the courtyard, his cold voice softened slightly. If you encounter any problems with the Rakshasa God trial, you can tell me. Before the last moment arrives, you will always be my mother. Bibi Dong's body trembled slightly. Strong as she was, a single tear glistened as it fell from the corner of her eye, ultimately dissipated by soul power in the air. Her steps quickened significantly. Bibi Dong completely vanished from the courtyard. The last sentence from Qian Renfeng struck deeply at the softest part of her heart. Her heart was in disarray. Outside the courtyard, Hulaina was anxiously stamping her feet. From time to time, she looked towards the courtyard gate, her cheeks filled with worry. Not hearing any significant commotion from inside the courtyard only heightened her unease. Several times she wanted to rush in, but recalling Bibi Dong's admonitions, she managed to control herself after much effort. Teacher? Just as Hulaina was about to lose her patience completely, Bibi Dong's figure emerged from the courtyard. Seeing Bibi Dong come out unharmed, Hulaina's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled. Teacher, you almost scared me to death. Why didn't you let me accompany you just now? If something happened to you, what would I do? Hulaina hurried forward and grabbed Bibi Dong's hands. At this moment, she completely disregarded Bibi Dong's usual authority, carefully examining her hands before circling around her. Teacher, did the acting pope do anything to you? After confirming that Bibi Dong was unharmed, Hulaina anxiously asked again. It's fine, there is no need to worry. Bibi Dong sighed softly. We've delayed long enough. Let's go back with me. As her voice fell, Bibi Dong glanced back at Qian Renfeng's small courtyard with a complex expression. The crisp sound of high heels echoed. Bibi Dong's figure gradually moved away, and in a moment, she was already far off. Hulaina didn't move immediately. She watched Bibi Dong's departing figure with a sense of sorrow, although she didn't know exactly what had happened in the courtyard. She noticed that Bibi Dong's emotions were quite abnormal at that moment. The current Bibi Dong seemed like a different person from the authoritative teacher, she remembered. And all of this was merely due to what had just transpired in the courtyard, those things she was unaware of. After pondering for a long time, Hulaina glanced at the small courtyard and silently made a decision in her heart, then quickly set off to chase after Bibi Dong. In the blink of an eye, she caught up with Bibi Dong, closely following her just half a step behind. On the wall of the courtyard, Qian Renfeng's figure quietly appeared here. He silently watched as Bibi Dong gradually walked away, and then he looked at Hulaina, who had already caught up with Bibi Dong. A trace of seriousness flashed across his brow. Hulaina was indeed a good disciple. In her lifetime, she finally met the right person. However, thinking of the way Hulaina looked back at the small courtyard in the end, Qian Renfeng softly murmured and gathered his thoughts, redirecting his focus back to Bibi Dong's matters. On his calm face, there was no sign of any joy or anger, but beneath his furrowed brow, many glimmers flickered. In normal development, after Xiaoxiu opened her angel god examination, she completed the god position inheritance in a relatively short time. That guy Tang San, after opening the sea god examination, also completed the god position inheritance in no time. She had opened her divine examination much earlier than the two of them, yet in the end, she succeeded later than both. What exactly was the content of the Rakshasa god examination? What problems did she encounter? Chapter 040. Late night little fox, Hulaina visits. Thoughts were limitless. Qian Renfeng hadn't thought deeply about the matter for a long time. Regarding Bibi Dong, he actually didn't know much. Only that she inherited the position of the Rakshasa god. There was still much more to uncover. However, one thing he could be certain of was that Bibi Dong must have secrets she hadn't revealed regarding the inheritance of a divine position. It was precisely because of this that she had not been able to succeed. Otherwise, with Bibi Dong's talent, it would be impossible for her to take longer than Qian Renxue and Tang San to inherit the divine position. In the known history of Douluo Continent, the first person to counter the backlash of twin martial souls was also, apart from him, the youngest Title Douluo after Tang Hao. With such talent, neither Qian Renxue nor Tang San could compare, and there was no reason for her to need so much time. Well, this matter can be discussed later. By the time I can achieve divinity on my own, any malevolent spirits will be easily crushed. Qian Renfeng suppressed these thoughts about the Rakshasa god test and kept them in his heart. You can come in. With those thoughts put away, Qian Renfeng looked at Ayin, who was still waiting outside, and regained his strong demeanor. Once Ayin entered the courtyard, Qian Renfeng casually pointed to an empty room. That room is temporarily for you to use. Whether you want to practice or do something else is up to you. As the voice fell, Qian Renfeng threw a token towards Ayin. This token will ensure your safety within the Spirit Hall, and you can move freely in Spirit City. With this token, no one will dare to harm you, but your activities are limited to Spirit City. If you step out of the city, I wouldn't mind bestowing a 100,000-year soul ring to my second spirit. After receiving the token, Ayin said nothing. She solemnly placed the token down, still feeling as if she were dreaming. Being in Spirit City not only allowed her to move freely, but also provided her with the protection of Qian Renfeng's token. No matter how you looked at it, this was not the life of a prisoner. Feeling a slight warmth in her heart, Ayin realized that the balance in her heart had tilted unexpectedly. Indeed, he was a person chosen by the core of life, and his actions were indeed straightforward. But why did he treat me so differently in the interest relationship between humans and soul beasts? Was it just because of what he said to me before? Deep in thought, Ayin saw that Qian Renfeng had closed his eyes and started to cultivate in the courtyard, her delicate teeth lightly biting her red lips. The blue light shirt on her body danced slightly in the wind. Her chest rose and fell, and her gaze fell on Qian Renfeng with a complex expression, thinking of Bibi Dong, who had just left not long ago. Or was it because of Bibi Dong? Or was there a similar story between me and Bibi Dong? Observing the relationship between him and Bibi Dong, it was extremely cold, but not completely broken. What kind of things existed between them? Ayin thought with a complicated mind. She wanted to explore the truth, but couldn't find any answers. After sorting out the many thoughts in her mind, she glanced at Qian Renfeng one last time, filled with questions, and walked towards her room, leaving Qian Renfeng alone in the courtyard to meditate. That night, the sky darkened, and Spirit City became very quiet. Around the Spirit Hall, apart from the patrolling soul masters, everyone else had already gone to rest. Bibi Dong's palace was also very peaceful. After enjoying a milk bath, Bibi Dong lay on the bed in a thin veil, her eyes tightly closed. Meanwhile, Hulaina, who had stayed with Bibi Dong since she left, was squatting in front of Bibi Dong's bed, gently arranging her somewhat disheveled pink hair. After tidying everything up, Hulaina was about to tiptoe away when Bibi Dong suddenly opened her eyes. Laina, Bibi Dong's voice rang out. Teacher, you're not asleep yet? Hulaina trembled and asked softly. Bibi Dong did not answer, but stared at the ceiling for a long time with her autumn-like eyes. And then her cold voice followed. Laina, do you think the teacher has ever missed anything? I'm sorry, teacher. Hulaina suddenly knelt in front of Bibi Dong's bed. I accidentally woke you up. Please punish me. Tell me, has the teacher ever missed anything? Bibi Dong asked again, not responding to Hulaina's plea for punishment. Hulaina immediately replied, Laina doesn't know what happened between you and the acting pope, but whether you are right or wrong. Laina will always stay by your side. Even if it costs me my life in the end, I will never leave you, teacher, for even half a step. Are you really still unaware? Bibi Dong sighed inwardly, elegantly sitting up and letting Hulaina sit beside her. A tenderness that had never been shown before appeared beside Hulaina. It seems I really have a good disciple. With your words, the teacher can rest assured. However, the teacher must remind you, do not go against him, nor offend him. Hulaina did not want to nod, but facing Bibi Dong's gradually stern demeanor, which had a hint of sadness beneath its authority, she ultimately nodded. Laina will heed your teachings. Teacher, it's late at night, you should rest. Hulaina said as she helped Bibi Dong lie down, gently massaging her arm. It wasn't until more than an hour later, confirming that Bibi Dong was sound asleep, that she cautiously left. Sigh. Just as she left, Hulaina heard a sigh coming from the bedroom. Her body trembled, and 2 lines of clear tears flowed down her cheeks as she whispered in her heart. So the teacher's sleep was just an act for me. She must still be troubled by the events of the day. What exactly happened at that time? The pain in her heart was like being cut by a knife. At this moment, Hulaina's heart was completely in turmoil. Although Bibi Dong was just her teacher, she had always treated her as a mother. Feeling Bibi Dong's sorrow, the emotions in her heart were indescribable. After a long time, Hulaina wiped the tears from her face and looked up towards Qian Renfeng's small courtyard. The night was deep, and the wind was still blowing. Recalling her gaze, Hulaina worried that Bibi Dong was paying attention to her, so after returning to her own courtyard, she went through her usual routine and only got out of bed after more than half an hour. In the dark night, Hulaina quickly rushed towards where Qian Renfeng was. The enchanting figure of the fox moved through the darkness with a hint of determination. Chapter 041, Saintess Hulaina. After the stars aligned, 3,000 recommended votes for an update creak. The door opened, and the empty courtyard felt very strange. Just as Hulaina arrived at the entrance of Qian Renfeng's small courtyard, she hadn't reacted yet when the courtyard door was pulled open by soul power. Before she could make any move, Qian Renfeng's voice faintly sounded from inside the courtyard. "Since you're here, come in." Qian Renfeng spoke softly. Under the black night sky, Qian Renfeng had finished his cultivation and sat at the stone table, looking at Hulaina at the entrance. He hadn't expected that Hulaina would come alone in the middle of the night. Hulaina took a deep breath, stood at the entrance, and respectfully bowed. Hulaina pays respects to the acting pope. After finishing her greeting, Hulaina followed him into the small courtyard. The candlelight flickered, and there was still hot tea on the table, as usual. After entering the courtyard, Hulaina seemed a bit uneasy. "What brings you here so late?" Qian Renfeng asked. Thud. Hulaina suddenly knelt in front of Qian Renfeng. Unlike the initial half-bow, she truly knelt down. "Acting pope, my teacher has been unable to sleep at night. I believe it is because of what happened during the day. At that time, you had the intent to kill, but in the end, you did not harm my teacher. I do not know what exactly happened between you and my teacher, but I want to request you to guide me on what I can do for my teacher." Her voice was hoarse, but Hulaina's tone was very firm. Her originally enchanting eyes were now full of determination. "What do you think of your teacher?" Qian Renfeng asked again. Hulaina, confused, replied, "In my heart, the teacher is the best person in the world. I can never repay the teacher's kindness in my lifetime. Therefore, I want to do some things within my ability for the teacher. I don't want to see the teacher sighing alone in the deep of night." Qian Renfeng's expression remained unchanged. No matter how good a person is, there will be times of confusion. If you want to achieve what is within your ability, you only need to improve your strength. In this world of the survival of the fittest, weakness is the original sin. Strength is the foundation of everything. Hulaina was shaken. She carefully savored Qian Renfeng's words. "Tomorrow, I will appoint you as the new Saintess of the Spirit Hall. After Yu Xiaogang returns from the Star Luo Empire, I will arrange for you to enhance your cultivation." Just as Hulaina was still contemplating Qian Renfeng's words, his voice sounded again. Upon hearing this, Hulaina's expression first showed shock, then only confusion remained in her eyes. "I am going to become the Saintess of the Spirit Hall?" She was very clear that her teacher was the previous Saintess of the Spirit Hall, the one who could inherit the position of Pope after the last Pope abdicated. Hulaina could not even dream that Qian Renfeng would make her the new Saintess. "The acting Pope," Hulaina said in disbelief. Qian Renfeng said softly, "She has been training you as the next Pope. If you want to help her, you must take on this role early. However, with that identity comes corresponding responsibilities. After Yu Xiaogang returns, I will have him escort you to the mysterious canyon." "What?" Hulaina's expression suddenly widened many times. She couldn't believe her ears and looked at Qian Renfeng in shock. To a place like the mysterious canyon? Recalling her previous experience in the mysterious canyon, she remembered that there was a strong team protecting them back then, yet they still suffered heavy casualties, especially from the three great kings inside. The ancient divine bird, the black phoenix, one of the fiercest beasts on land, the wasteland wolf, and the even more terrifying creature, the dark blue horned dragon. Thinking of these terrifying creatures she had seen before, Hulaina's expression became stiff. However, soon Hulaina brought out her usual tenacious attitude. "Since the day of my coming-of-age ceremony, I vowed to dedicate everything to the Spirit Hall. Since His Holiness, the acting Pope, values me so much and is willing to offer me the position of Saintess, I will certainly fulfill my responsibilities. Moreover, this matter is also for my teacher. I must have enough strength to help my teacher, and for my teacher, I can give up my life." Hulaina replied resolutely. The initial surprise on her face had now completely disappeared, replaced only by determination. "Then let's go back and prepare. After the ceremony for appointing the Saintess tomorrow, when Yu Xiaogang returns, let him take you there. The voice fell. Qian Renfeng did not say much. Just as he was about to dismiss Huliana, he sensed the Title Douluo's aura rapidly approaching Wuhun City. You can go back and prepare. Yu Xiaogang has returned. With these words, Qian Renfeng's figure vanished from the courtyard with incredible skill. It wasn't until a long time after Qian Renfeng had disappeared that Huliana finally calmed her restless emotions and let out a heavy sigh. Mizong Grand Canyon. I will definitely come back alive. For my teacher, all of this is worth it. Huliana's tone was very firm. Her figure slowly merged into the darkness. Unlike when she arrived, Huliana's steps became more steady as she left. Outside Wuhun City, Qian Renfeng unleashed his fastest speed. In the blink of an eye, he had already left his small courtyard and arrived outside the city, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. With Yu Xiaogang's identity and status, he shouldn't approach the spirit city at such an astonishing speed. As a dignified Title Douluo, he should at least be mindful of his image. However, the Yu Xiaogang he sensed did not exhibit the demeanor one would expect from a typical Title Douluo, standing tall in the cold wind. Qian Renfeng's garments fluttered as he gazed deeply in the direction of the aura's pull. Soon, Yu Xiaogang's figure appeared as line of sight. The speed was still quick, and despite the obstruction of the night sky, Qian Renfeng clearly saw a trace of blood at the corner of Yu Xiaogang's mouth. His aura seemed somewhat wilted, and his attire was somewhat tattered. With such a scene, Qian Renfeng could no longer be oblivious to what had happened. Yu Xiaogan's journey to the Douluo Empire had not gone as smoothly as imagined. Otherwise, he wouldn't have returned in such a disheveled state. Realizing this, a cold light flashed in Qian Renfeng's eyes. Things were not going well. Yu Xiaogang was even being chased outside of Seoul City, and considering the situation, there seemed to be no sign of giving up. Did they really think the Spirit Hall was unguarded? The death god's scythe appeared in his hand. The dark scythe handle was firmly gripped in his hand. The moonlight reflected cold glimmers on the blade of the scythe. Beneath the cold glimmers, the intricate runes on the blade seemed to pulse with life. Chapter 042. The Douluo visitors. Do they think the Spirit Hall is unmanned? Soon, Yu Xiaogang was closing in. Standing under the moonlight, Qian Renfeng saw that Yu Xiaogang's situation was indeed a tragic sight. Behind Yu Xiaogang, Qian Renfeng spotted two other figures, chasing rapidly and closing the distance to Yu Xiaogang. In terms of strength, just a glance was enough for Qian Renfeng to discern that they were slightly below Yu Xiaogang, but still at the level of Title Douluo, comparable to Dugu Bo. Two level 92 Title Douluos had chased Yu Xiaogang into such a state, which inevitably reminded Qian Renfeng of a certain saying. Whether human or ghost, everyone was showing off. But only Yu Xiaogang was taking the beating. A dignified, level 95 Title Douluo had a huge footprint on his garments, and his pale face, even marked with some dirt, was filled with terror. It was simply embarrassing. Your Majesty. Yu Xiaogang noticed Qian Renfeng and quickly dashed in front of him, dropping to one knee immediately. Qian Renfeng let out a sound of acknowledgement, his gaze scrutinizing Yu Xiaogang once more, noticing his weak and wilted aura, clearly having suffered heavy injuries. Whoosh whoosh. Two figures approached one after another, and upon seeing Qian Renfeng holding a dark scythe under the night sky, their brows furrowed simultaneously. Seeing this, Yu Xiaogang hurriedly explained, Your Excellency, I followed your orders to handle matters in the Xingluo Empire. The Xingluo Empire disregarded martial ethics and sent 3 offerings to deal with me, one of whom was slightly stronger than me. After defeating me, they had the other 2 pursue me relentlessly. The mission has failed. Qian Renfeng nodded slightly, indicating that he understood the matter. The long-distance pursuit by the Douluo Empire truly demonstrated their prestige as one of the 2 great empires. At this moment, the 2 Douluo offerings realized Qian Renfeng's identity and immediately said, Your Grace, the acting Pope, we are offerings of the Douluo royal family. We have come to request that you return our 3rd prince, otherwise. A light ringing sound was made by the scythe. Qian Renfeng raised his eyebrows lightly. His voice cold, otherwise what? A chill swept through the air. The sharp blade of the scythe reflecting the pale moonlight that fell on the faces of the 2 Douluo attendants. A silent aura instantly enveloped the 2. It was eerily cold and desolate. In that moment, the 2 Douluo attendants were drenched in sweat, breathing heavily like old oxen, and mustering a breath said, Our emperor has issued an edict. Although the competition among the Douluo royal family is cruel, and the prince's mistakes outside are indeed faults, we cannot allow the royal prince to be humiliated outside. Your Holiness, I advise you to return our 3rd prince. The wrath of our Douluo Empire is not something to be taken lightly. Weaker in strength, The two-star Luo attendants did not dare to act rashly. Their gazes fixed on Qian Renfeng, threatening word by word. Moon, take these two to the spirit hall. Qian Renfeng spoke softly, two Title Douluos, daring to act recklessly outside the spirit hall. There has never been such a precedent. With his voice falling, Qian Renfeng intended to turn around and leave. However, Yu Xiaogan's expression showed a moment of surprise, quickly followed by a long sigh of relief. Before Yu Xiaogang could take any action, the eyes of the two Xingluo offerings narrowed simultaneously. Their gazes shifted, and in unison, they said, "It seems that Your Holiness the substitute pope has made a decision. Since that's the case, we won't disturb you any further. There's no need to report back or enter the city. Did I say you could leave?" Qian Renfeng's figure disappeared. A ghostly silhouette suddenly appeared behind the two-star Luo offerings. The scythe of death was clamped against the necks of the two, and a shallow blood mark split open on their necks, with fresh blood trickling down and finally merging into the scythe of death. With the nourishment of blood, the aura of the scythe became more active, buzzing softly as it expressed its joyful heart. The cold touch and the slight pain on their necks caused the two-star Luo offerings to change color dramatically. Their breathing rapid, and beads of sweat as big as beans dripped down from their foreheads. As the light and shadow swept past, the scythe of death vanished. In the next moment, Qian Renfeng's figure had disappeared behind the two, only to float back a voice long afterward. "Next time, you two can stay." Seeing this, Yu Xiaogang hurriedly gestured to the two who had chased him all the way, feeling a bit of relief from the pent-up frustration in his heart. The expressions of the two-star Luo offerings turned ashen. Outmatched, they exchanged unwilling glances and followed Yu Xiaogang into the martial Soul City. The chilling moment from just now still lingered in their minds, hard to shake off. The coldness of the scythe and the intimate contact with their necks. They had no doubt that if Qian Renfeng had wanted to kill them then, they would have been dead. And that last sentence? "Next time, you won't need to leave?" Does that mean they wouldn't have to leave? They certainly didn't believe that Qian Renfeng would still want them to stay as guests. In the Pope's hall, although the night was still deep, Qian Renfeng was already sitting high on the Pope's throne. Yu Xiaogang brought the two-star Luo offerings into the hall. The two looked at the lofty Qian Renfeng, still unclear about what he really wanted to do. The fear of the unknown gradually rose to its peak at this moment. "Ghostly, go bring Dai Mubai here." "Yes." Qian Renfeng whispered softly, and a ghostly figure suddenly appeared. Following Qian Renfeng's arrangements, the ghostly figure left once again. In the blink of an eye, only a few breaths had passed, until the ghostly figure completely departed. The two-star Luo offerings only then realized what had happened, and their anxious hearts gradually began to calm. They stared at each other in surprise, wide-eyed. What was going on? They had been so domineering before. Why had they suddenly changed their minds? Was this the rhythm of returning their own third prince? After speculating for a while, the two gradually settled their thoughts. They recalled how they felt embarrassed entering the spirit hall under watchful eyes, feeling they had lost the dignity of being star Luo royal offerings. Now, both felt reassured. It turned out the spirit hall was just a paper tiger. Qian Renfeng had acted so forcefully, yet now he had no choice but to lower his head. Reflecting on Qian Renfeng's earlier murderous intent, the more they thought about it, the more they felt they could understand. If he truly had that kind of power, they would have been finished long ago, and there would be no way they could stand here now. After all, they were offerings of the royal family. Working for the Star Luo Empire, a spirit hall should still not dare to do anything to them. On the papal throne, Qian Renfeng calmly watched the gaze exchange between the two-star Luo offerings. Based on the sporadic changes in those glances, he had more or less guessed the situation in his heart. His hands were clasped in front of him, and his deep-set eyes resembled the stars in the night sky. Chapter 043. Dai Mubai Spring? Let us loosen up a bit. In the prison, Gui Mei arrived here, and after dismissing the guarding soul masters, he came alone to the cell where Dai Mubai was detained. Bang, bang, bang. Second soul skill, White Tiger's fierce light wave. Third soul skill, White Tiger's diamond transformation. Open, open for me. The rumbling sound continued. Inside the cell, Dai Mubai was roaring madly, light flashing continuously within. He unleashed soul skills as if they were free. His golden hair danced wildly, and he let out a beast-like roar from his throat. Damn it, truly damn it. I'm the third prince of the Star Luo royal family. I am of royal descent. When I return, I will definitely turn all those involved in this matter to dust. That stinky woman, Zhu Zhuqing, thinking she can rest easy just because she can cooperate with me to use the martial soul fusion technique? Standing with that scoundrel from the spirit hall? Unforgivable, right? And that woman Ning Rong. This whole incident stemmed from her. How could the mistress be at fault? How could I be at fault? The one at fault is that woman. I need an opportunity. I must fight for that sole position, and when I sit on the throne, I will definitely flatten the Spirit Hall and the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. Oh, crash. Suddenly, the sound of the door lock echoed. Gu Mei appeared before Dai Mubai, and Dai Mubai jolted awake. It's you. Let me out. Otherwise, when I return to the Star Luo Empire, I will definitely make sure your Spirit Hall is destroyed. Dai Mubai spat as he spoke, veins bulging on his forehead. Even though Gu Mei was a Title Douluo, he couldn't help but shout. Gu Mei frowned slightly. He slapped Dai Mubai on the head and lifted him like a chick, leaving the cell. Dai Mubai had yet to react. Realizing he was being treated like a chick only fueled his fury further. Let go of me. You're just an offering of the Spirit Hall. I'm a prince of the Star Luo Empire. Take your filthy hands off me. Gu Mei accelerated significantly. In just a few flashes, he had already brought Dai Mubai to the Pope's Hall. Bang! He heavily threw Dai Mubai onto the ground. Gu Mei rubbed his ears, which had been subjected to noise all the way. You insolent fool. Dai Mubai felt pain and painfully crawled up from the ground. Realizing he had arrived at the Pope's Hall, he quickly looked around, noticing Qian Renfeng sitting high on the Pope's throne. Instantly, endless rage filled Dai Mubai's pupils. It's you again, you scoundrel. I, Dai Mubai, swear here that I will not let you go. Your Highness the Third Prince. Suddenly, an old voice rang out. Upon seeing Dai Mubai being brought out, the two-star Luo offerings reacted. Although they were gradually confirming that the Spirit Hall was a paper tiger, seeing Dai Mubai shouting incessantly still left them with a black line on their foreheads. Hearing the voice of his own offerings, Dai Mubai quickly turned to look at them. So it's the second and third offerings? You're here to take me back? Dai Mubai was jolted. Both star Luo offerings simultaneously replied, Yes, Your Highness the Third Prince. With this answer, Dai Mubai's heart bloomed with joy. The words of the two offerings made him feel as if spring was arriving. The pent-up frustration from many days suddenly began to be released. Two offerings. The Spirit Hall has humiliated our Star Luo Empire without anyone to defend us. Imprisoning a dignified prince like me within their Spirit Hall, this absolutely cannot be forgiven, right? And regarding the Zhu family of our empire, I had a prince ID left with Zhu Zhuqing at that time, and she chose to ignore me. That matter cannot be let go either. The Zhu family must have treasonous intentions. And the Seven Treasure glazed tile school of the Tiando Empire. This incident entirely stemmed from that little demoness of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, who incited others' hearts, slandered my brother's mentor, and caused me to fall into this predicament. These matters cannot be brushed aside. We must demand an explanation from them for our Star Luo royal family. With a backing, Dai Mubai felt his back straighten considerably. He struggled to stand up, forcing himself to endure the pain in his bones while sucking in cold air. The expressions of the two offerings darkened. Pretending not to hear Dai Mubai's outburst, they felt a chill in their hearts. The previous Dai Mubai didn't seem like this, just because he was imprisoned. Did his true nature get exposed? Are they still in the Spirit Hall's stronghold, and saying such things as courting death? And the Zhu family's treason? Don't they know the Zhu family controls a vast imperial army? The Seven Treasure glazed tile school of the Tiando Empire? One of the top 3 sects supporting the Tiando royal family. Making so many enemies at once, why not just stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Your Highness, this matter should be reported back to the Emperor before any decisions are made. Today we have come here only to bring you back safely. That is all. The two-star Luo offerings dared not accept Dai Mubai's outburst. After muttering to themselves, they answered stiffly. As their voices fell, one of the star Luo offerings turned to Qian Renfeng and said, Pope of the Spirit Hall, since you have returned our third prince, we will not linger any longer. Farewell. After saying this, the offering tried to grab Dai Mubai to leave. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying soul power pressed down. Qian Renfeng, seated on the Pope's throne, suddenly made a move, unleashing an extremely terrifying soul power that suppressed the two offerings. Seeing them so self-satisfied and hearing Dai Mubai's incessant noise, Qian Renfeng was not an easy person to deal with. The absolute soul power suppression made the two-star Luo offerings bend slightly. All their previous calmness instantly vanished. What do you mean, Pope of the Spirit Hall? One offering shouted loudly. Qian Renfeng stood up, controlling the suppression of his soul power as he walked towards the 3 people. The Spirit Hall is not a place where one can come and go as they please. You, the princes of the Star Luo Empire, have brazenly slandered me and even dared to wish for the Star Luo Empire to flatten our spirit city. What boldness you have! If I let you leave today, wouldn't anyone with a royal title be able to run amok in our spirit hall? Would they be able to insult me, Qian Renfeng, to my face? The cold voice was neither hurried nor slow. At this point, Qian Renfeng's tone suddenly shifted. Gui Mei, remove one of Dai Mubai's hands and let these two offerings of the Star Luo Empire take it back. The Spirit City is not a place for the royal family of the Star Luo Empire to run wild. Chapter 044. The Art Under the Starry Sky. The Blooming Dance of the Scythe. Remove one of the third prince's arms for them to take back. How is that possible? The acting Pope of the Spirit Hall, you've gone too far. The second offering of the Star Luo spoke in a low voice, his eyes flashing with a cold light, speaking harshly. The other offering, although silent, also wore a cold expression as he looked at Qian Renfeng, who sat high on the Pope's throne. Every nerve in his body tensed up at that moment. Yu Guan is an elder of our Spirit Hall. If you let them chase our elder to our Spirit City and take him away completely, then wouldn't the people of our Spirit Hall have to shrink back inside the Spirit City in the future? You, the Star Luo Empire. How imposing. Bang! Qian Renfeng slammed the armrest fiercely, and the soul power suppressing the two people increased significantly again. Let's go. The two offerings from Xingluo realized the current situation. They exchanged glances, grabbed Dai Mubai's shoulder, and darted out of the hall like lightning. Your Majesty! The ghostly figure saw this and noticed that Qian Renfeng was still sitting on the Pope's throne, quickly shouting out in urgency. Without my permission, no one can escape. Qian Renfeng's voice fell, and in the blink of an eye, his figure had vanished within the Pope's palace. Upon realizing Qian Renfeng's disappearance, the ghostly figure hurriedly chased outside, intending to intercept Dai Mubai and the two Title Douluo from the Star Luo Empire. In the sky above, illuminated by the bright moonlight, the two great worshippers of the Star Luo Empire moved through the night, their expressions exceptionally grave. This acting Pope of the Spirit Hall is a madman. He actually dares to lay hands on our royal family. He must be insane, otherwise he wouldn't be in charge of the Spirit Hall at such a young age. Fortunately, we are one step ahead. As the two conversed, they were almost about to break out of the main city of the Spirit Hall in the blink of an eye. Enough of the nonsense. Let's focus on escaping first. Encountering such a madman, if we don't leave quickly, we're in danger. Just as the Star Luo's three worshippers finished speaking, a cold light suddenly came from straight ahead. The two grabbed Dai Mubai and quickly dodged, turning to look at the source of the cold light. In midair, 9 soul rings were beneath their feet. A figure stood silently there, holding a dark scythe in hand. Behind him, 8 wings seemed to merge with his body, with black air flowing down, standing out starkly even against the night sky. It's this madman. The two worshippers of Star Luo were abruptly awakened. They came to a sudden halt in midair, their foreheads covered in sweat as they stared at Qian Renfeng. I said, the Spirit City is not a place for your Star Luo Empire to act recklessly. Dai Mubai offended me first. I'll let you take one of his arms. And you think you can take more? If I want you to take his head, you won't be able to refuse. You have no choice. The two worshippers of Star Luo were drenched in sweat. At this moment, their breathing was rapid to the extreme, their lips tightly pressed together. 2 different martial souls appeared behind them. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings also appeared beneath their feet. Qian Renfeng's words fell into their ears like steel needles, completely giving them a new understanding of him. As the acting Pope of the Spirit Hall, you are going too far. The second worshipper of the Star Luo Empire scolded angrily, while the beast spirit behind him merged into his body, and long black hairs began to grow wildly from him. Another worshipper of the Star Luo Empire also started to be covered in a layer of earthy gray shell, with 2 horns growing from his forehead. Dai Mubai was firmly protected behind them, perhaps feeling that with 2 Title Douluos guarding him, and being the 3rd prince of the Star Luo Empire, this was a rare opportunity to leave the Spirit Hall. The sky cleared, the rain stopped, and Dai Mubai felt he could act again. Looking ahead, he saw Qian Renfeng standing in the air, holding a black scythe that emitted a chilling light, yet remained silent. Dai Mubai's face turned terrifying. Qian, if you don't let us go peacefully now, the iron cavalry of the Star Luo Empire will surely trample your Spirit Hall. While saying this, Dai Mubai looked around again. He noticed that although the ghostly figures had chased after them, they showed no intention of attacking, and a heavy stone in his heart finally dropped. Slash! Just as Dai Mubai was contemplating this, Qian Renfeng's cold voice rang out, and the death side's cold gleam almost instantly reached the third worshipper of the Douluo Empire, who was covered in the earthy gray shell. The third worshipper suddenly let out a muffled groan, his body flying backward into the sky. And in the direction he flew, there was also a phantom of an 8-winged fallen angel. Above him, the shadow of the death scythe mercilessly swept down toward the third worshipper of the Douluo Empire. Puff! The scythe pierced flesh, and the third worshipper's pupils widened countless times as cracks suddenly exploded on his body. Blood splattered into the sky, blooming like blood-colored lotus flowers. Throughout all this, the third worshipper of the Douluo Empire could hardly believe what was happening. How could he have no ability to resist? Why was there such a huge gap between Title Douluos? With his eyes wide open and a twisted expression, the death scythe in the hands of the 8-winged fallen angel erupted with a series of scythe-like flashes. At first glance, it seemed as if a dancer was performing joyfully wherever the blade passed. Only one remained, evenly matched. Suddenly, Qian Renfeng's voice rang out again. Dai Mubai's little thoughts were too trivial for him to explain. The most straightforward approach would yield the best results. Did these two level 92 Title Douluos really think they were invincible? That they could escape from him using their explosive ring skills? Dai Mubai felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Qian Renfeng's cold words sent a chill down his spine. Watching Qian Renfeng return to his original position, he was terrified to the extreme. Wuhun Temple's acting pope. What do you want? Xingluo's second elder was furious. In just the blink of an eye, a companion who he had known for decades had suddenly disappeared. This was intolerable. Absolutely intolerable. I told you. You have to take him away. The voice fell. Qian Renfeng was silent as he walked step by step towards the second offering of Xingluo and Dai Mubai. Seeing this, Dai Mubai's expression changed dramatically. He suddenly felt that he had spoken too carelessly. Just as he was about to ask the second offering what to do, he unexpectedly met the terrified eyes of the second offering of Xingluo. Your Highness the Third Prince, for your life, for the heritage of our royal family. I'm sorry. Dai Mubai was initially taken aback by the words, then suddenly awakened. Just as he was about to scold him fiercely, the second offering of Xingluo had already grabbed his shoulder. Chapter 045. A golden coffin as a gift. A yin's request with a tug, his arm was torn off. The second offering of Xingluo did not give Dai Mubai any time to react. With his Title Douluo strength, it was incredibly easy to deal with a soul master of over 30 levels like Dai Mubai. Blood splattered. The action was simple and brutal. The second offering of Xingluo directly tore off one of Dai Mubai's hands from the root. Second offering you. Dai Mubai was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, his face as pale as snow, looking incredulously at his royal offering. I'm sorry, Your Highness the Third Prince. Your strength is not enough. You may not have felt his terror. If I don't do this, I might not be able to leave, and you won't be able to either. One hand can buy you temporary safety. This is the only way now. The second offering of Xingluo explained. While speaking, holding the hand that had been forcibly pulled off, the second offering looked at the approaching Qian Renfeng, the acting pope of the Spirit Hall. I have done as you requested. Can we leave now? If anything happens to our third prince while he is in your Spirit Hall, we, the Xingluo Empire, with a thud, an ear fell off. Annoying. Qian Renfeng's cold voice sounded again. Before you threaten others, consider your own situation. As his voice fell, Qian Renfeng had just looked in the direction of the ghostly figure. Ghost, take this noble prince of the Xingluo Empire back, and then forge a golden coffin suitable for our royal family. Next time, if the Xingluo Empire dares to act recklessly again, let them take their third prince's golden coffin back with them. After saying this, Qian Renfeng no longer paid any attention to the second offering of Xingluo and headed straight back to the Pope's hall. The ghost received the order. Glancing at the second offering of Xingluo, he directly slapped Dai Mubai on the head in front of him. He had been annoyed by the incessant noise. He didn't want to continue listening to Dai Mubai's clamor, especially since he was now screaming in agony, making one think something was being killed. Watching the ghost's simple and brutal action, one could see Qian Renfeng and the ghost heading deeper into the Soul Land. The second offering of the Xingluo Empire's eyes changed repeatedly. He gritted his teeth and turned to head into the darkness. His speed exploded, reaching its peak. In an instant, the second offering of Xingluo had already distanced himself from the Soul Land, not daring to turn back for another glance. He was afraid that if he turned around, he would see the gleam of the grim Reaper's scythe. The Pope's hall. Qian Renfeng sat on the throne of the Pope. The specter, who had dealt with Dai Mubai's matters, had returned here, while Yueguan was also gasping for breath in the hall. Having suffered heavy losses in the Star Luo Empire, he had not had a chance to recover along the way and was now panting heavily. "Thank you for your assistance, Your Majesty. I, Yueguan, am deeply grateful." Yueguan knelt on one knee, looking at Qian Renfeng, whose expression remained as indifferent as ever, but there was a glimmer of light in the depths of his eyes. The specter also knelt on one knee. At this moment, Qian Renfeng was still seated on the Pope's throne, and they felt a sudden unease in their hearts. "May I ask, Your Majesty, is there another arrangement to follow?" The specter inquired. Qian Renfeng hummed in acknowledgement. "Tomorrow, I will officially appoint Hulaina as the Saintess of my spirit hall. Gue Mei, you will continue to handle the matters I have arranged for you. Once Yueguan recovers, send Hulaina to the Misty Canyon." Huh? Both Yueguan and Gue Mei looked up at the same time. Appointing a Saintess? And immediately sending her to the Misty Canyon after her appointment? That cursed place. Escorting Hulaina, there is clearly setting her up for failure. "Your Majesty, since you're going to appoint Hulaina as the Saintess, why send her to the Misty Canyon? That kind of cursed place." At this point, a hint of fear flashed in Gue Mei's eyes. In such a dreadful place, even a Title Douluo could only say they had enough ability to protect themselves. And for Hulaina, he could even imagine that once she went there would be no chance of her returning. Those in power must bear the responsibilities that come with their position. The decision is made. With that, he left those words hanging. Qian Renfeng didn't care about the reactions of Yueguan and Gue Mei. He had already disappeared from the Pope's hall. Inside the Pope's hall, Yueguan and Gue Mei looked at each other. Watching Qian Renfeng leave, they could only twitch their lips, unable to find any other way to express their unsettled hearts at that moment. Qian Renfeng didn't care about what Yueguan and Gue Mei were thinking. In an instant, he had returned to the small courtyard. It was different from when he left. Before departing, Ain had returned to her room to rest. Qian Renfeng has returned now, but Ain is waiting in the courtyard, looking troubled. "I have met with Your Holiness the substitute Pope." Ain greets, yet the troubled expression on his face remains. Qian Renfeng sat down at the stone table without saying a word. "What is it?" he asked. "There is something I wish to request." Ain replied, "I saw everything that just happened, and I was very disappointed with that Dai Mubai's performance. I worry that someone like him could become good friends with my brother. I am concerned that like attracts like. Also, when you resurrected me, Your Majesty, I sensed the presence of a soul beast that had been active for 100,000 years in that place. I fear that those two, father and son, might target that 100,000-year soul beast. Although I cannot fully ascertain what kind of people they truly are, I do not want to see a fellow being in danger. I implore you, Your Excellency, to help." As she spoke, Ain bowed deeply to Qian Renfeng. While requesting help from Qian Renfeng, Ain felt a deep conflict within herself. Previously, she had only suspected that she had given birth to a troublesome child. But like attracts like, being able to become close friends with someone like Dai Mubai likely meant they were of the same kind. Considering this, if her past assumptions were true, she could easily guess what might happen next. "You want me to save that soul beast?" Qian Renfeng countered, his calm gaze fixed on Ain, likely having guessed her thoughts. After the counter, he added, "Don't forget, this is the Spirit Hall, and there is more than one Title Douluo here. Have you considered the consequences of asking me to bring back a 100,000-year soul beast?" Ain understood, but if her assumptions were indeed true, she would explain the situation clearly to the other party. Dying clearly was better than dying in confusion. With a determined tone, Ain raised her head. Her eyes filled with resolve. Qian Renfeng said nothing, quietly gazing into Yin's eyes, seeing the brilliance at the bottom of her gaze. After a long while, he finally uttered 2 words, "Okay." With this response, Qian Renfeng shifted part of his focus to Xiao Wu's situation. Indeed, the matters concerning Xiao Wu should be resolved, and such a request had come from Ain. Qian Renfeng showed a thoughtful expression on his face. Chapter 046, Xiao Wu's Identity Exposed, Yu Xiaogang's Madness. "Who?" Ain let out a long sigh of relief. The promise of Qian Renfeng made the heavy stone that had been hanging in her heart fall with a loud thud. After bowing to bid farewell once more, she headed back to the house. The candlelight went out, and there was no more sound. Qian Renfeng merely noted this matter down, and after some cultivation, returned to his room to rest. The next day, as the sky began to brighten, Qian Renfeng went alone to the Pope's palace. Unlike the solitude of the previous night, many soul masters were kneeling on one knee inside the palace at this time, with Yueguan and Gue Mei also standing in the hall. Hulaina, Xie Yu, and Yin The three members of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall stood side by side within the palace. When Qian Renfeng arrived, everyone turned their gaze towards him. Yu Guan, the ghostly figure. Now that everyone is present, the conferment ceremony can begin. Qian Renfeng was straightforward and blunt. Inside the enormous Spirit Hall, he never liked to hear opposing voices. Having witnessed Qian Renfeng's dominance, no one in the Spirit Hall dared to refute him at such a moment. Suddenly, Bibi Dong's voice rang out. As her voice fell, Bibi Dong quickly appeared in the hall of the Pope, dressed as always. Although she had lost her real power, she still held the Pope's scepter. Upon seeing Bibi Dong appear, Qian Renfeng's calm gaze fell upon her. Don't you want Hulayina to become the Saintess? No. Bibi Dong replied in a stiff tone, not soft at all, remembering the last words Qian Renfeng had said to her yesterday. Bibi Dong realized she couldn't see through her own heart now. The moment her gaze collided with Qian Renfeng's, her heart became indescribably chaotic. She deliberately avoided Qian Renfeng's gaze and walked straight to Hulayina's side. Whether as the Pope of the Spirit Hall or as your teacher, I won't interfere with your decision this time. But before you leave, absorb it first. After saying this, Bibi Dong waved her hand, and a soul bone flew towards Hulayina's forehead. Teacher, this is too precious, Hulayina gasped. She never expected that at this moment. Bibi Dong would not only not stop her, but would also give her a soul bone. No matter how precious it is, its value must be realized. Come back alive, Bibi Dong said softly. After gifting the soul bone to Hulayina, she turned and left the Pope's hall. Now, wherever Qian Renfeng was, she didn't dare to stay even a second longer, fearing her heart would be in turmoil. Qian Renfeng smiled without speaking. He recognized the soul bone that Bibi Dong had given to Hulayina, which should have been given to her 2 years after the failure in the Soul Master competition. Taking this opportunity, Bibi Dong directly bestowed it upon her. However, he was too lazy to stop her. Hulayina's loyalty to the Spirit Hall was unquestionable. She was a person of the Spirit Hall in life and a ghost of the Spirit Hall in death. Having an extra soul bone could indeed help her survive well in the mysterious canyon. The sealing began. Under the arrangement of Qian Renfeng, the matter of the conferment was settled. Yu Guan and Guimei both withdrew their envious gazes from the soul bone that had already merged into Hulayina's forehead. Taking a deep breath, the two began to handle the conferment affairs. Half an hour later, the conferral was completed, and Qian Renfeng took Ain and left the Spirit City. He had already promised to take action once last night, and he didn't mind going out for a walk. In the Balak Kingdom, at the border, where it adjoins the Stardow Forest, after many days of recuperation, Tang Hao and his group, who had escaped from Shrek, had mostly recovered. Compared to their previous bravado, Tang Hao now limped on one leg, relying on his soul power to condense a foot to move freely. With his hands behind his back, Tang Hao stood on a small hillock. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao San, come here. After a series of coughs, Tang Hao waved to Tang San. Along with this, he noticed Yu Xiaogang lying not far away, having escaped in a hurry. Now, without his 2 legs, Yu Xiaogang could only rely on a small cart to crawl along the ground, worse off than a beggar. Master, I am very sorry. The situation was very urgent before, and I couldn't protect you. Tang Hao thought for a moment and then said to Yu Xiaogang, it's just that I want to tell Xiao San something that is quite troublesome, so you can come over and listen too. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang's eyes flashed with confusion, but he still crawled over to Tang Hao using his hands. Dad, what do you want to tell me? Tang San asked as he approached. Tang Hao replied, has Xiao Wu fallen asleep? She has, but Dad, I found that since leaving Shrek, Xiao Wu seems to be quite afraid of you. Tang San asked. Tang Hao sneered. How could a 100,000-year transformed soul beast not fear me? Because as long as I want, I can turn her into a soul ring for others to absorb at any time. Huh? Tang San looked at his father in disbelief, his face full of astonishment. Yu Xiaojiang's pupils also widened significantly, staring at Tang Hao in shock. Your Highness Haoyin? Xiao Wu is really a 100,000-year transformed soul beast? That's right, Tang Hao replied affirmatively. As long as she has reached the transformed soul beast stage without entering maturity, a Title Douluo level can see it at a glance. You are just like me now. Initially, I couldn't see your mother's identity. You might not know, but your mother is also a 100,000-year transformed soul beast. Hiss! Tang San gasped. Before he could say anything, Tang Hao continued, you must know that I come from the Haoyin sect, the top of the 3 upper sects, and I was even designated as the next sect leader successor. However, I fell in love with your mother, and later she sacrificed herself for me, which offended the Spirit Hall and implicated the sect. From a soul master's perspective, I could kill Xiao Wu at any time, but from a father's perspective, I leave this choice to you. Before Tang San could respond, Yu Xiaogang's eyes turned fiery red, and his breathing became rapid. Looking back at his two missing legs, filled with hatred and madness, Xiao San, this matter doesn't need to be considered. You have twin martial souls, and your future achievements will surely be immeasurable. If you can obtain a 100,000-year soul ring, you can imagine how much this will enhance you. Make a quick decision. With His Highness Hao Qian here, obtaining a 100,000-year soul ring will be incredibly easy. Yu Xiaogang urged him uncontrollably. If he hadn't lost his legs, he would have rushed directly in front of Tang San, grabbing his shoulders and persuading him fervently. Qian Renfeng brought Yin to this place. Just in time, he heard Tang Hao's words and Yu Xiaogang's final impatient remarks. Chapter 047. Little 3. You're just a hypocrite. Did I really guess wrong? Yin was taken aback, involuntarily questioning herself. Hearing Tang Hao's advice to Tang San, allowing him to make his own choice in such matters, a sense of anticipation surged in her heart. For a moment, endless longing welled up from deep within Yin. She wanted to return to her husband and son. Just as she was about to take action, Qian Renfeng suddenly made a move, roughly grabbing her wrist with one hand, his voice leaving no room for doubt. Keep watching. Your Holiness, you may have truly misunderstood. I took a deep breath and explained. I said keep watching. Qian Renfeng's expression was calm. Under his gaze, a pink figure stepped out from the darkness. She gently placed both hands in front of her. Xiao Wu emerged from the tent, her lips tightly pressed together, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. All the words spoken before were also stored in her ears. Xiao Wu's sudden appearance startled Tang Hao and the others. They were discussing her when she unexpectedly showed up. Yu Xiaogang was the first to snap back to reality. He crawled fiercely on the ground, and the small cart quickly moved toward Xiao Wu. At the same time, a dagger appeared in his hand. Xiao San, humans and soul beasts are inherently incompatible. She is a 100,000-year soul beast. If you kill her to obtain a soul ring, it's fate. The teacher knows we are definitely of the same kind. Let the teacher help you with this. Yu Xiaogang said as the small cart was about to approach Xiao Wu. With Tang Hao present, he wasn't worried about what Xiao Wu might do to him. Xiao Wu selectively ignored Yu Xiaogang and looked at Tang San with a complex expression. Xiao San, you said you would protect me. You said that if anyone wanted to kill me, they would have to step over your corpse. Now your voice has faltered. Xiao Wu didn't continue speaking. Her body flickered and disappeared from the spot. Knowing that Tang Hao was there, she didn't try to escape but quietly watched Tang San. Compared to the idea of escaping, she was more concerned that Yu Xiaogang was about to attack her while Tang San remained motionless. Xiao Wu, the master is my teacher, and the teacher is also doing this for my good. Initially, I didn't even know you were a 100,000-year soul beast. A cracking sound of a heart-breaking echoed. Xiao Wu's face suddenly turned pale. She staggered, and in that moment, she realized she had truly seen through Tang San. Before revealing her identity, she used to think, whoever wants to kill you has to step over my corpse. Now, with Yu Xiaogang wanting to harm her, Tang San just said the other party was his teacher. And what Yu Xiaogang was doing was for his own good. Feelings, is this kind of thing something that can be changed at any time with just words? Boom! At the moment she staggered, a terrifying red light suddenly erupted from Xiao Wu's body. The adjusted Yu Xiaogang, trying to charge at her again, was completely blasted away. After reaching 80,000 years of cultivation, soul beasts can use the ability of sacrifice. As a 100,000-year soul beast, Xiao Wu naturally could. Just like when Yin decided to sacrifice herself for Tang Hao back then, it made Qiang Sunji and Zhu Tuo unable to approach. After sending Yu Xiaogang flying, Xiao Wu's voice became sorrowful. I thought I could avoid following my mother's path and find my lifelong love. You said you would protect me with your life. I was very touched. I also decided that I would follow you for life. But now, just because Yu Xiaogang is going to harm me, it's something beneficial to you. So you just stand by and watch? Is your true thought now that if Yu Xiaogang can threaten me to sacrifice myself to you, you can accept it without guilt? At this point, Xiao Wu's tone paused, tears streaming down her face. Xiao San, I see through you. You are nothing but a complete hypocrite. I heard everything you just said. Your mother is also a 100,000-year soul beast. If she knew that the one she sacrificed to protect was a hypocrite like you, wouldn't she regret it? Although there's no one around for me to sacrifice, I can maintain this state for a while. Even if I randomly sacrifice to someone, I won't let you benefit. After saying this, Xiao Wu pretended to leave. However, before she could truly begin to leave, a phantom of an 8-winged fallen angel appeared above her head. With a low hum, just as Xiao Wu's sacrifice was about to fully commence, The sudden appearance of the eight-winged, fallen angel phantom completely halted her sacrifice. At the same time, Qian Renfeng descended from the sky, one hand gently raised. The eight-winged fallen angel martial soul steadily suppressed Xiao Wu beneath it, sacrificing for a hypocrite. You soul beasts really are stubborn and reckless, Qian Renfeng whispered lightly, pressing down with his palm. The sacrificial ceremony was suddenly halted, and Xiao Wu looked in shock at Qian Renfeng, who was stepping down from the sky. In just a glance, she recognized him. Previously, she had left with Tang Hao, and Tang San and Yu Xiaogang had talked a lot about Qian Renfeng along the way, especially Yu Xiaogang, who did not hide his dislike for Qian Renfeng at all. It was then that she learned of Qian Renfeng's identity. Now, seeing him appear, her expression, which was already filled with deep sorrow, suddenly became very strange. It seems my fate is indeed the same as my mother's. My mother died at the hands of your spirit hall people. I cannot fulfill the wishes of these hypocrites. Am I really destined to fall into the hands of your spirit hall people? Should soul beasts really not exist in this world? In the end, I still ended up in the hands of those I least wanted to be with. Xiao Wu smiled bitterly. Deep in her heart, there was hatred for Tang San and a grudge against Spirit Hall. Ain, still in the sky, was in no better situation than Xiao Wu, her expression pale. At first, she wanted to rush down, but in the end, she was stopped by Qian Renfeng. What happened afterwards severely impacted her worldview. Tang San, the son she carried for 10 months, actually said such sweet words to Xiao Wu. I would be willing to die for you. And just because Yu Xiaogang was his teacher, he adorned it with a pretense of kindness. So, it was all justified? Her red lips pressed tightly together. Ain closed her eyes, and a stream of tears slid down her cheeks. At this time, Tang Hao and the others reacted, seeing Qian Renfeng suddenly appear and forcefully stop Xiao Wu's sacrifice with the eight-winged fallen angel spirit. Their pupils widened, and all the events that had occurred at Shrek Academy flashed before their eyes. A deep sense of unease arose in their hearts. This killing god, how'd he get here? Chapter 048, Xiao Wu's Fury, 8-section throw on Tang San. Xiao Wu's voice was crisp. Qian Renfeng listened quietly. Looking at Xiao Wu's expression, he spoke indifferently. Humans and soul beasts have always been in a hostile relationship. For humans to increase their strength, they need to hunt soul beasts to obtain spirit rings. This is a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Any shortcomings can only be attributed to insufficient strength. Your mother, who was reborn more than 10 years ago, if she had already broken through to the Title Douluo level, how could she have been hunted? This is the fate between humans and soul beasts. When soul beasts are weak, humans hunt them for spirit rings. When humans are weak, they fail to hunt and are killed by soul beasts. In such a world, there is no right or wrong. Buzz. Xiao Wu's mind buzzed. It had only been a little over 10 years since her rebirth, and how often had she thought about the essence of the entire world? Suddenly hearing Qian Renfeng say this, countless pieces of information rushed into her mind. Thank you. I understand now. I hope you can wait a bit before killing me. I want to resolve some things. Xiao Wu took a deep breath and suddenly raised her head, looking serious. Ding. Side quest. Classics never go out of style. Please, host, recreate the Classic 8. Completing this task will grant the host a level 1 spirit power upgrade card. Failure will incur no penalties. The sudden system prompt echoed in Qian Renfeng's mind. Hearing such a task from a system, he slightly paused, realizing what the system was trying to do. The 8 was clearly Xiao Wu's signature skill. To recreate, it once more meant for Xiao Wu to execute the 8 again. His gaze fell on the reward. Qian Renfeng quietly looked at the reward for the level 1 soul power upgrade card, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight smile. This reward from the system is quite interesting. It was always level 5 upgrade cards before, and now it suddenly changes to level 1. Is it because my strength has reached level 94? Does this make it easier for me to directly break through to the super Douluo level? This actually saves a lot of trouble. If I were to cultivate normally, it would probably take several years to go from level 94 to level 95, but now it's much simpler. With a thought, he acted. Qian Renfeng accepted the task. With a calm gaze, he turned to Xiao Wu and said coldly, "You can do whatever you want. Just come back to the spirit hall with me after you're done." After hearing Qian Renfeng's response, Xiao Wu bowed to him, gripping her clothes tightly, her face showing no signs of concealing her anger. "Xiao Wu, what do you want to do?" Tang San asked nervously upon noticing Xiao Wu looking at him. Xiao Wu took a step towards Tang San. Having seen through his hypocritical facade, all she wanted now was to reclaim everything she had been deceived about in the past. Without answering, Xiao Wu suddenly bent her body and swiftly attacked Tang San. Seeing this scene, Tang Hao's eyes widened in shock. A mini version of the Haotian hammer suddenly appeared in his palm, but before he could act, Qian Renfeng's voice interrupted his thoughts. Don't move, or someone will die. Qian Renfeng calmly gazed at Tang Hao. The death scythe silently appeared on him, his eyes slightly raised, and his tone was very indifferent. At the same time, a powerful aura suppressed all of Tang Hao's little thoughts. At this moment, Qian Renfeng had realized what Xiao Wu wanted to do. If Tang Hao intervened in what Xiao Wu intended to do to Tang San, wouldn't that task be impossible to complete? Although there was no punishment for failure, who would compensate him for the soul power level-up card and years of hard training? Tang Hao let out a muffled grunt, truly not daring to act directly under Qian Renfeng's pressure. Instead, he shouted loudly towards Tang San. Little San, be careful. Instant de déportation. Waist bow. First throw. Xiao Wu suddenly disappeared. The next second, when she reappeared, she was already closing in on Tang San from behind. Bang! Her long hair suddenly wrapped around Tang San's neck, dragging him closer to her, even rubbing against the ground in the process. In that instant of closeness, Xiao Wu kicked fiercely at Tang San's lower back. Then her body flashed again, crouching under Tang San, her hands supporting the ground, and her legs kicked hard toward the sky. Oh no, it's the 8-segment throw. Tang San was jolted awake. The intense pain pulled all his nerves back. Xiao Wu, what exactly are you doing? You actually used the 8-segment throw on me? Have I been good to you for nothing? Tang San roared. He understood the 8-segment throw all too well. As long as the first throw succeeded, there was almost no ability to resist afterwards. He didn't want to endure the full version of the 8-segment throw. Bang, bang, bang. Xiao Wu didn't care about that, throwing one after another, the pink trajectory blooming in the night sky. Ah, Xiao Wu. Tang San's intermittent cries echoed in the sky. Looking around, it was impossible to see where Tang San was. All that could be heard were his cries of agony. The sound was like that of a pig being slaughtered. Along with those pig slaughtering sounds, Xiao Wu's cold snort followed. Your kindness to me? I can't bear it. You Xiaojiang want to lay hands on me. And you didn't stop him at all. No, teacher did that for my own good. Tang San replied loudly. Humph. Xiao Wu showed no mercy. The last few throws of the 8-segment throw were all directed at Tang San. Suddenly, she soared into the air directly above Tang San, her jade leg raised high, and she smashed down hard onto Tang San's stomach. Boom! With a loud crash, Tang San fell to the ground like a cannonball, his eyes rolling back. A sight too painful to look at. Qian Renfeng silently observed everything. Seeing Tang San being called up for the 8-segment throw by Xiao Wu, he couldn't help but take a few more glances. The system task was indeed quite simple. Classics never go out of style, and such an 8-segment throw truly lived up to the name of classic. Tang Hao's eyes were filled with rage, seeing Tang San fall to the ground. If it weren't for the fact that he still had a few breaths left, he would have doubted whether his son was still alive. A low, beast-like roar echoed in his throat. Tang Hao's veins bulged, and the Haotian hammer appeared in his hand. Although his strength had weakened considerably, he still had a level 94 power, and with the great Sumeru hammer, dealing with him should not be a problem. Tang Hao was determined. He made a firm decision in his heart. Just as Tang Hao made this decision, the system's prompt sound rang in Qian Renfeng's ears again. Ding, congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the side quest, Reenact the Classic. Ding, congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained a level 1 soul power upgrade card. The level 1 soul power upgrade card has been used directly. Please check and receive it at any time. As these system sounds faded, a terrifying soul power suddenly erupted from Qian Renfeng's body. Chapter 049, Qian Renfeng's Fury, Dragon Slaying Plan. Boom! A deafening sound suddenly erupted. The raging soul power crazily converged towards Qian Renfeng. A voice that seemed to exist, yet not exist sounded. Qian Renfeng comfortably moved his body, slightly gripping with one hand, as terrifying power flowed through his fingers. With the system, things were easier to handle. Level 95 Super Douluo achieved. What's going on? Suddenly, he broke through. Tang Hao's pupils widened. He had just decided to fight Qian Renfeng head-on. Even if he had to use the great Sumeru hammer's ultimate skill, he was determined to fight to the death. But now, in just a few breaths, Qian Renfeng had directly broken through? What was there to fight? A horrifying thought flashed through Tang Hao's mind. In his view, as long as Qian Renfeng was still at level 94, even though his own power had dropped, he still had a chance to fight to the death under the great Sumeru hammer. But now Qian Renfeng had suddenly broken through to level 95. It seemed like only a 1-level increase, but but there was a true watershed between the two levels. Under the Haotian crown, what an opportunity. Hurry up. Suddenly, a loud roar echoed. A blue light suddenly slid down from the edge of the sky, with blue wings bearing a somewhat ferocious appearance. Father? Yu Xiaogang saw the shadow flying across the sky. Initially, when he saw Qian Renfeng appear, he thought he was doomed, but upon seeing his father rushing to the rescue, his spirits lifted. Tang Hao also reacted sharply. His body flashed, grabbing Yu Xiaogang, and then quickly moved to Tang San's side. The soul ring appeared. Tang Hao didn't hesitate at all. The black soul ring exploded with a roar. Exploding ring. Boom! The soul ring shattered. And Tang Hao once again recreated the scene from before in Shrek. Speed surged, carrying Tang San and Yu Xiaogang directly towards the edge of the sky. At the same time, a voice from another side of the sky came rushing from behind. Tang Hao, you go first. I will hold them off. An aged yet powerful voice sounded. The person with blue wings completely appeared before Qian Renfeng. It was an old man, with white hair, wild and unrestrained. The moment he appeared, he immediately summoned his soul skill against Qian Renfeng. 8th soul skill. Dragon soaring thunder explosion. Boom! Thunderclouds suddenly appeared. In the black night sky, a mass of thunderclouds formed as quickly as lightning, with countless electric snakes crawling out. Each electric snake was as thick as an arm. Countless electric snakes all aimed to devour Qian Renfeng. These electric snakes not only wanted to engulf Qian Renfeng, but they also darted towards other areas. Not just this small hill, but also heading toward the nearby town. A trivial skill. 8th soul skill. Angelic descent. The 8-winged fallen angel martial spirit suddenly expanded countless times, with its hands opening and closing, and the 8 wings behind it displaying a soaring stance. Although the thunderclouds were vast, they were still slightly behind the towering body of the 8-winged fallen angel martial spirit. With hands clasped, the 8-winged fallen angel martial spirit fiercely embraced the thunderclouds. All the electric snakes erupted within the embrace of the 8-winged fallen angel martial spirit, with none escaping, nor could any electric snake rush towards the town. In the cold light of the thousand-ren wind eye, he could no longer guess who this suddenly appeared figure was. It was Yu Xiaogang from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, a 95th level Super Douluo. He had once held a certain admiration for Yu Xiaogang. With his own strength, he had shouldered the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Even in the original history, he knew when the Spirit Hall launched the soul hunting operation. Although they ultimately killed Yu Xiaogang, he had also taken down several Title Douluo with him. Overall, at that time, he believed Yu Xiaogang was a well-deserved old hero. However, at this moment, with the sudden appearance of Yu Xiaogang, Yu Xiaogang's soul skills were not just targeting him, but were also intended to create massive chaos. Qian Renfeng's face flashed with a fierce expression. Currently, the Spirit Hall still carries the halo of justice, having fought against evil soul masters for countless years, safeguarding the peace of the Douluo Continent. Yu Xiaogang suddenly took action. He could even imagine that if Yu Xiaogang succeeded this time, the nearby border town would be in utter devastation. At that time, the Spirit Hall, Qian Renfeng could guess that it would surely lose its reputation and become a target everyone wanted to attack. What a clever feint. The little ones of the Spirit Hall wanted to kill my son. Dream on. As long as I am alive, you will never succeed. In the distant sky, relying on this feint, they successfully delayed Qian Renfeng's actions and laughed heartily on the other side of the sky. Qian Renfeng listened coldly. In Douluo Continent, there are no right or wrong. Only strength. Those with strength can indeed accomplish things that ordinary people cannot, and can also bypass certain rules and regulations. Just like Dugu Bo in the Tindo royal family. As a worshipper of the Tindo royal family, he could do some privileged things relying on his Title Douluo strength. However, Yu Xiaogan's actions today truly ignited a surge of anger in Qian Renfeng's heart. If before, when dealing with Yu Xiaogang, he merely wanted Bibi Dong to recognize her mistakes, he maintained a calm demeanor, unaffected by external circumstances. But now, he was filled with fire, eager to scorch the vast sky. After shattering Yu Xiaogan's 8th spirit skill, Qian Renfeng retracted his 8-winged fallen angel martial soul. He did not pursue Yu Xiaogang. Tang Hao, who had exploded his spirit rings again, was incredibly fast. And with Yu Xiaogang possessing super Douluo strength, his dragon form with wings also made him exceptionally swift. Moreover, both Tang Hao and Yu Xiaogang still had soul bones on them, so escaping was definitely sufficient. Yu Xiaogang, we shall meet again another day. Qian Renfeng squinted his eyes and whispered softly. Looking in the direction where Tang Hao and Yu Xiaogang had left, he had no intention of chasing after them. However, another thought quietly took root in his heart. Yu engine, I hadn't planned on causing you trouble, but since you were standing up for someone like Yu Xiaogang, a scum, then you'll have to face my wrath. Just in time, I've also broken through to level 95. So now it's time for your blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family to truly understand what survival of the fittest means. With the power of a super Douluo, he also gained more leverage. The major actions of the Spirit Hall should officially begin. Have we been slowly boiling the frog for many years? Giving others more time to develop? Finally cultivating a sufficiently strong opponent, only to regretfully retreat? These matters. Qian Renfeng had never considered it. With today's breakthrough in strength, he didn't mind truly starting to wield the slaughter knife in his hand. And he had already chosen the target of his first strike. The top 3 sects. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Yu Xiaogang, the most reputable backing he could rely on right now. Chapter 050. Xiao Wu's hatred, 8 strikes a day. Talp, talp, talp. The crisp sound of footsteps suddenly echoed. Dressed in pink, Xiao Wu approached Qian Renfeng with her fists tightly clenched, her face filled with relief. Standing in front of Qian Renfeng, she couldn't help but close her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, her lips pressed tightly together. Lord of the Spirit Hall, I have completed my task. You can kill me now. What you said just now is indeed very true. The inherent conflict between humans and spirit beasts is unavoidable, and all tragedies stem from insufficient strength. My power is weak. I cannot avenge my mother against your Spirit Hall, and I have no ability to escape now. I am willing to accept my fate. As her voice fell, Xiao Wu also closed her eyes. At this moment, she no longer had any thoughts of resistance, nor did she think about committing suicide on the spot. Qian Renfeng had previously suppressed her impulse to offer herself as a sacrifice with his martial soul, and she knew she didn't have the capability to do so. It's over. Come back to the Spirit Hall with me. At this moment, Qian Renfeng's voice rang out. Without making a move against Xiao Wu, he turned and walked in another direction. Seeing Qian Renfeng suddenly turn around, Xiao Wu was taken aback. Lord of the Spirit Hall, don't you want to kill me? I'm a 10,000-year transformed spirit beast. My spirit rings, my spirit bones. Before she could finish her sentence, a blue figure suddenly appeared beside Xiao Wu. A fair hand gently grasped Xiao Wu. Silly girl, the substitute pope has said so. Let's just go back together. The person who appeared was Ain. Ever since she was stopped by Qian Renfeng from coming out, she had been observing in the shadows. The heartbreaking scenes continued until this moment when she finally managed to calm down a bit. Seeing Xiao Wu's resigned appearance, she couldn't help but recall her own resigned self from the past, her heart trembling as she continued. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I gave birth to such a person who speaks of righteousness, yet likes to go back on his word. Everything is my aunt's fault, and I apologize to you. Holding Xiao Wu's hand, Ain spoke with a trembling voice, reflecting on the scenes she had just witnessed, her body shaking uncontrollably. Huh, aunt? Xiao Wu was slightly taken aback, then suddenly came to her senses under the mutual energy connection of the 10,000-year spirit beasts. You are the mother of the third party they just mentioned? The predecessor who voluntarily offered herself? Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise. Ain nodded. Yes, back then. To ensure my child's safety and not to burden my child, I sacrificed myself, but I didn't expect it to lead to the current situation. Xiao Wu deeply understood. Grasping Yin's hand, she said, Don't blame yourself, aunt. Perhaps this is the fate that we spirit beasts are meant to endure. But why do you say I should follow this lord of the Spirit Hall back? I have an irreconcilable hatred with them. My mother died at their hands. Although all of this is each other's fate, I still can't let go of this hatred. Ain smiled gently, pulling Xiao Wu into her embrace. You just said that aunt sacrificed herself. It was the substitute pope who revived me. If the substitute pope is willing, perhaps he can also revive your mother. If you truly miss your mother, you can call me mom before that. Xiao Wu was stunned. Yin's words exploded in her ears. Is there really hope for resurrected spirit beasts that have been hunted? Her mother did not use the ability of sacrifice. Let's go. Resurrect, and let's see how you perform. Qian Renfeng spoke again, interrupting the conversation between Ain and Xiao Wu. His pure soul power lifted both of them and swept them into the deep night sky. Carried by Qian Renfeng, Xiao Wu couldn't help but glance at his profile. She observed his serious demeanor and the sharply defined angles of his face, her gaze becoming slightly dazed. At the same time, she couldn't help but think, if all of this is true, then the hatred between me and the Spirit Hall would be gone. According to this Spirit Hall Lord's intentions, he doesn't seem to want to kill me for my soul ring and soul bone. So doesn't that mean I can continue to cultivate? If that's the case, I would have enough opportunities to crush Tang San, that hypocrite, into ashes, thinking about being deceived by Tang San and recalling his words. The teacher is doing this for your own good. A shadow fell over Xiao Wu's face. Deep in her heart, she had already developed a hatred for Tang San. This hatred couldn't be vented through just a single 8-section throw. As long as the conditions allowed, doing an 8-section throw once a day wouldn't be too much at all. A few days later, Spirit Hall, Qian Renfeng returned here with a Yin and Xiao Wu. Yu Xiaogang and Gu Mei immediately sensed Qian Renfeng's return. They saw not only a Yin beside him, but also suddenly an additional Xiao Wu. Their eyes couldn't help but widen in shock. He brought back another soul beast that is 100,000 years old. The acting pope is so fierce. Whoosh! Before Yu Xiaogang and Gu Mei could react, Qian Renfeng had already thrown a token towards them. By my command, summon soul masters from various Spirit Hall branches to return. I want to see 10,000 soul masters assembled in the shortest time possible. The cold voice echoed in the ears of the Jew Gu Douluo. Just a second ago, they were still astonished that Qian Renfeng had brought back 100,000-year soul beast to raise. In this second, both of them were left dumbfounded in place. Your Excellency, the acting pope, what is this? Yu Xiaogang and Gu Mei asked simultaneously, both feeling a chill run down their spines. An army of over 10,000 soul masters? What on earth does he want to do? Even if such a large army of soul masters is weak, a massive combined attack would still be formidable. Yu Xiaogang and Gu Mei exchanged glances, both seeing the horror in each other's eyes, knowing they definitely couldn't withstand such a united assault. Less questions, more action. Qian Renfeng left these words, taking Yin and Xiao Wu back to his courtyard. Watching Qian Renfeng leave, Yu Xiaogang and Gu Mei remained frozen in place, still in a daze. Old ghost, what do you think is wrong with the crown? After going out, not only did he bring back 100,000-year soul beast, but he also suddenly made such arrangements? You ask me, who should I ask? Don't you know that the crown style has always been like this? It's just that this time, it's obviously more overbearing than before. Upon hearing Gu Mei's response, Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but shiver. Recalling that night when Qian Renfeng had mercilessly slain a Star Luo worshipper, and now, considering the current situation, tens of thousands of soul masters were mobilizing, and with Qian Renfeng's current icy expression, it was clear that a significant action was about to take place. Yu Xiaogang suddenly realized something. Their Spirit Hall's calamity was completely awakened. Shouldn't we help out? In the mountains, the river flowed gently. A magnificent sect stood here. Unlike the usual tranquility of this sect, a large group of people was standing at the mountain gate at this moment. On both sides of the mountain gate, 2 giant dragons were carved into the massive cliffs, their ferocious presence felt from afar. At first glance, it seemed as if real dragons were lying dormant in the embrace of the mountains. Yu Xiaogang, with a frost-laden face, stood here with many sect members, gazing at the figure flying towards them. Only when the figure descended from the sky did Yu Xiaogang stride forward. Big brother, why are you so confused? As the current sect master of our blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, you want to go out and actively offend the Spirit Hall? That's the Spirit Hall. Yu Xiaogang was furious. Even though Yu Xiaogang was the sect master and his elder brother, his status in the family was not low. Thinking that Yu Xiaogang had left the sect alone to save a useless person like Yu Xiaogang made him fume with rage. Yu Xiaogang set Yu Xiaogang down. Second brother, our blue electric Tyrannosaurus family is one of the top 3 sects. Can't we even protect our own sect members? Yu Xiaogang snorted coldly. But that useless Yu Xiaogang has already been expelled from the sect. He is no longer a member of our blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Yu Xiaogang's expression stiffened. Seeing Yu Xiaogan's furious demeanor, his face darkened. Second brother, although Xiaogang has been expelled from the sect, he is still my biological son. As a father, shouldn't I save my own son? The other sect members remained silent, each looking at Yu Xiaogang with unfriendly expressions. Although they were displeased that such a useless person had been brought back to the sect, they didn't dare to speak up due to Yu Xiaogan's status. Only Yu Xiaogang spoke. After hearing Yu Xiaogan's words, his cold eyes swept over Yu Xiaogang. Big brother, I didn't want to speak too bluntly before. So don't blame me for calling him a useless person. As a member of our blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, his martial soul has mutated into a pig. Do you think it's not his fault? How could it mutate like that? And what about the things Yu Xiaogang has done outside over the years? Don't you know anything? As the head of the family, you should know these things better than I do. His voice was low and filled with anger. Yu Xiaogang showed no kindness towards Yu Xiaogang. In fact, seeing Yu Xiaogang sprawled on the skateboard in such a pitiful state made him frown even more. Yu Xiaogang was momentarily speechless. Seeing his son rendered speechless, Yu Xiaogang began to retort. Second uncle, I, Yu Xiaogang, am not the person you imagine. I have always acted justly and uprightly. Don't tarnish my reputation. Hearing this, Yu Luomian couldn't help but sneer. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he looked at Yu Xiaogang, as if he were a fool. Don't call me second uncle. You don't deserve it. I, Yu Luomian, may not have become a Title Douluo, but I absolutely cannot have a useless nephew like you. Acting justly and uprightly? The things you stirred up in the spirit hall when you were young, do you think that's acting justly and uprightly? Knowing the identity of the two dragons from the spirit hall, you deliberately created encounters to get close to them. Is that what you call being innocent? Yu Xiaogang, remember, the two dragons are indeed my illegitimate daughters, and I have never cared for her, but she is my daughter. How can you still say you are innocent? Do you still have any shame? Each word struck hard. With every additional sentence from Yu Luomian, Yu Xiaojiang's expression grew darker. As Yu Luomian finished speaking, Yu Xiaogang pushed himself up from the ground, his fingers digging deeply into the soil. Yu Luomian, I've noted everything you said today. Just wait and see. Yu Xiaogang will definitely become someone you cannot reach in the future. And regarding the two dragons, I was worried that you would kill me directly before. So I deliberately pretended to be injured and left. Don't let me find the opportunity again. By the way, I still have that apprentice Xiao San and the Hao Qian crown here. When I find a chance, I will definitely show my affection with the second dragon in front of you. Seeing his useless son being rendered speechless, Yu Yuanjin shot Yu Xiaogang a disappointed glance and sighed inwardly. I, Yu Yuanjin, never expected to have such a useless son. If he had any talent, would he have fallen to this point? Suppressing his sigh, Yu Yuanjin then said to Yu Linyan, all right, second brother, let's put this matter to rest. You also need to understand that as one of the top 3 sects, our blue electric Tyrannosaurus family must uphold the dignity we should have. You should also know the news. Xiaojing's current disciple is Tang San, and his father was the former Hao Qian Douluo. With that young man Tang Hao around, even if that old hammer is already dead, our blue electric Tyrannosaurus family can still consider an alliance with them. At that time, if the Spirit Hall wants to move against us, they will have to think twice. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, still surrounded by mountains. A tall tower stood amidst the mountains. In the heart of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, many high-ranking members had gathered here. Ning Feng, He, Ten Qing, and Gu Rong sat in the 3 highest seats. At this moment, Ning Fengji held a confidential letter in his hand. The disciples outside the sect had returned with news that the soul masters from various Spirit Hall branches were all heading back to Spirit City. According to various intelligence reports, the Spirit Hall was very likely targeting the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Previously, our sect's disciples were slandered and insulted by their family. How do you all plan to address this matter? The many high-ranking members fell silent. All their gazes turned towards Ning Fengji and the Swordbone Douluo. They all understood that the ones who truly made the decisions were always the 3 individuals in high positions. Fengji, stop playing around. Just take charge of today's matter. I will say this. Your decision will not be questioned by the sect. There is also Old Bone here. Yesterday, he had a spar with me, and now it doesn't hold any meaning. Suddenly, Sword Douluo spoke up. Beside him, Bone Douluo Gu Rong's expression stiffened slightly as he recalled their slight disagreement during the spar yesterday, and chose to remain silent. After receiving Sword Douluo's approval, Ning Fengji nodded solemnly. Then, thank you, Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu. We are already on the same side as the Spirit Hall, so we must help out with this matter concerning the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. I still haven't forgotten about Yu Xiaojang's slander against Rong. That name dropper. I really want to deal with him quickly. Chapter 052. Sword pointing at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family name dropping. Both Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo's expressions cooled significantly. Although there were some differences in their philosophies, they had no good feelings towards someone like Yu Xiaogang. They didn't want to agree with Ning Fengji's evaluation in the slightest. Is just name dropping enough? Despicable, shameless, vile, treacherous. All these similar terms could easily be applied to Yu Xiaogang. They acknowledged that Ning Rong was spoiled by them, usually the type of little witch. But they were still very clear that her true nature was not bad. What did Yu Xiaogang do? His own lovely granddaughter was trying to help him. Yet he slandered her to such an extent? All right, Fengji, everyone here is family. There is no need to speak halfway. Since you've decided on this matter, we should recall our disciples from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School from all over. We need to settle accounts with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family regarding Rong. Sword Douluo suddenly spoke. After exchanging glances with Bone Douluo, the two quickly made a decision on the current matter. Ning Fengji did not offer any rebuttal. We will follow Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu's arrangements. Although our seven-treasure glazed tile school is a support-type soul master sect, we will not allow anyone to bully us. With that, Ning Fengji sent some scrolls flying towards the senior executives present. As a result of the decision made between Ning Fengji and the Sword and Bone Douluos, the disciples of the seven-treasure glazed tile school across the Douluo Continent began to return to the sect. This was the case in every city and region. In Wuhun City, many soul masters were patrolling the city. Compared to before, the patrols in Wuhun City had become much stricter in the past 2 days, with any unfamiliar faces being individually checked. Some soul masters even held a portrait, meticulously comparing each unfamiliar face. Moreover, those who were uncertain had to ask the person to release their martial soul for a thorough inspection to ensure the safety of Wuhun City. The atmosphere in the city was particularly solemn. In the hall of the Pope, Qian Renxue was also sitting high on the papal throne. After many days of preparation, the branch masters from all cities had returned here, along with those archbishops. Her gaze was very cold. Qian Renfeng quietly listened to the reports from each branch hall master and the various archbishops. The reports were mainly about how long it would take for the soul masters from various branch halls to return to Wuhun City. Your Holiness, the situation from the various branch halls has been consolidated. The earliest soul master team will take half a month to return to Wuhun City, while the team from the farthest branch hall will take 2 months to come back. These are the detailed report documents. Please take a look, Your Holiness. After the numerous reports were settled, an archbishop sent several documents towards Qian Renfeng. Qian Renfeng glanced over the documents and quickly understood all the contents. Speed up. The furthest team should reduce the time to 1.5 months. Qian Renfeng said coldly. The archbishop was surprised by this. Your Majesty, if we speed up, our soul master teams from the Spirit Hall will be easily discovered, which might alert the enemy. Moreover, if we suddenly mobilize such a large number of soul masters, it could make both empires wary. On the Douluo Continent, there are 2 major empires and many small nations. The true rulers of the world are the 2 major empires, while the only force capable of contending with them is the Spirit Hall. Qian Renfeng understood the archbishop's meaning. The Spirit Hall, which could rival the 2 great empires, suddenly made a big move, inevitably causing the 2 empires to be on guard. He was well aware of this. Qian Renfeng said lightly, "It's nothing. This matter is a conflict between the Spirit Hall and the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. Such things can be announced to the world. If the Star Luo Empire and the Heaven Do Empire still want to meddle after knowing about this Pope will personally visit their royal families." As the voice fell, Qian Renfeng decisively made the decision on this matter. In the Pope's chamber, many archbishops were left speechless, and the masters of various city halls fell silent. Is it confirmed that we won't wait any longer? Acting so hastily like this will lead to endless troubles. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed. As the voice rang out, Bibi Dong silently appeared in the Pope's chamber. Upon her arrival, Bibi Dong looked at Qian Renfeng's decision with a face full of surprise. In her view, Qian Renfeng's grand intentions at this moment were not a good omen. Qian Renfeng did not return. With a wave of his hand, a strange crystal appeared, which he gently crushed. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed. A magnificent scene suddenly appeared. The content of the scene was exactly what had happened on that day at the border of the Barak Kingdom. The appearance of Yu Xiaogang, the 8th soul skill even attempting to create chaos in the nearby town, became Qian Renfeng's best response at that moment. Yu Xiaogang's actions, the affairs of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. If our Spirit Hall did not express its stance, how could we still gain the people's trust? The value of the Spirit Hall's existence is not just to eliminate evil soul masters. Bibi Dong was momentarily speechless. Listening to Qian Renfeng's response, her expression changed repeatedly. Compared to the things Yu Xiaogang did, she was more focused on the various performances of Yu Xiaogang in the image. Was that really the Yu Xiaogang she knew? Your Majesty, the acting Pope. The 7-treasure glazed tile sect has sent a message. Sect Master Ning has stated that they already know what Your Majesty intends to do, and the disciples of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect are being mobilized, ready to rush to our spirit city at any time. Qian Renfeng hummed in acknowledgement, understanding Ning Fengji's meaning. After dismissing the soul master, Qian Renfeng silently appeared beside Bibi Dong, and a voice that only the 2 of them could hear softly emerged. Some people are not worth your naivety. After decades, my lady mother, it's time for you to wake up. People's hearts cannot withstand speculation, just like the saying goes. You know a person has face, but not their heart. Let's end this conversation. Qian Renfeng cast a cold, indifferent gaze at everyone in the Pope's hall. The many branch hall masters and archbishops understood Qian Renfeng's meaning completely and hurriedly agreed before leaving the hall one by one. With no one else around, Qian Renfeng stepped outside the hall. Bibi Dong remained silent. At that moment, her mind echoed with Qian Renfeng's earnest words. After a brief moment, she recalled the words he had said to her that day, which made her unable to hold back a tear. After a long silence, she ultimately said nothing, only watching as Qian Renfeng walked further away. But one thing she was completely certain of was that at this moment, Qian Renfeng had made his decision. The army was assembled, swords pointed at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Chapter 053, Yu Xiaogan's Fury, first to eliminate Yu Xiaogang. In the hall of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, reserved for high-level meetings, a stifling atmosphere enveloped everyone. Yu Xiaogang sat in the main seat, with Yu Xiaogang sitting in the first position on his left. Besides them, there were many other high-level members of the clan. Although there was only one Title Douluo, Yu Xiaogang, there were several soul Douluos present. The number of soul saints was even greater. Brother, look at the impact your impulsiveness has caused. The Spirit Hall has already begun to recall soul masters from various branch halls. All soul masters are returning to their spirit city. I know Yu Xiaogang is your biological son, but don't forget that you were the one who expelled him from the clan. For someone who has already been expelled, you have dragged our clan into conflict with the Spirit Hall. This is madness. Yu Xiaogang was furious, continuously slamming the armrest of his chair, his expression filled with anguish. Yu Xiaogang's face turned ashen. Listening to Yu Xiaogan's accusations, he cast a cold glance at many other high-level clan members. Do you all feel the same way? Our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, one of the top 3 sects with the world's strongest beast martial soul. When did we become so timid? Yu Xiaogang questioned everyone. Being scolded as foolish by Yu Xiaogang made him feel uneasy. Isn't it so? My dear brother, the Spirit Hall has recalled thousands, if not tens of thousands, of soul masters back to Spirit City. Think about it. Even though our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan has the world's strongest beast martial soul, can we withstand the onslaught of so many soul masters? Yu Xiaogang remained silent. The other high-level members chose to enter a mode of selective silence. Enough space was left for the two brothers, Yu Xiaogang and Yu Xiaogang. Second brother, Xiaogang, is also your nephew. Your words are too unfeeling. Are we, the top 3 sects, afraid of the Spirit Hall? Rest assured, I have already made arrangements for this matter. Soon, I will head to the Haotian sect. At that time, I will promote an alliance, and everything will be fine. Yu Xiaogang was so angry that his teeth itched. Looking at Yu Xiaogang's current demeanor, he suddenly felt that he was too unfamiliar with his elder brother. After a moment of thought, he seemed to regain clarity. When Yu Xiaogang was tested and found to have a mutated waste martial soul, if Yu Xiaogang had paid attention to Yu Xiaogang's martial soul research, he wouldn't have caused so much trouble. If he couldn't manage it well, he could only suffer the consequences. Fine, you continue to favor your own son. The thousands of disciples in the clan are no longer important in your eyes. My dear brother, after this matter ends, if our clan can still survive, I will unite all the elders to impeach you. You better be prepared. Yu Xiaogang knew he couldn't change Yu Xiaogan's mind, so he shouted angrily and left the hall. As he exited the hall, a cold wind hit him. Yu Xiaogang took a deep breath. All of this was caused by that waste Yu Xiaogang. If that waste hadn't returned and had died outside, how could there still be issues for our clan? As for the second dragon, that waste actually dared to have such thoughts. He couldn't let this waste remain any longer. Muttering to himself, a cold glint flashed in Yu Xiaogan's eyes. Nephew? Yu Xiaogang never wanted to admit that such a despicable person as Yu Xiaogang was his nephew. At this moment, his heart was filled with ruthless determination. Thinking of the thousands of people in the sect and his dear brother's merciless favoritism, a fierce decision formed in his heart. To save the clan from this disaster, he could only first eliminate Yu Xiaogang. With that thought, Yu Xiaogang strode quickly toward Yu Xiaogang's residence. In a secluded courtyard, Yu Xiaogang lay on a skateboard, the veins on his forehead bulging. He thought about how he used to be so suave, and how he was now so miserable. His heart twisted into a knot of rage. Damn it, I, Yu Xiaogang, am also a direct disciple of the clan. My father brought me back, yet I still don't have a right to attend the clan meeting? Why can't I, Yu Xiaogang, participate in the clan meeting? My father is the strongest in the clan. A Title Douluo. Others are too presumptuous. Bang, Yu Xiaogang said angrily. After becoming disabled, he became extremely sensitive to everything. Thinking about how he couldn't participate in the clan meeting due to his weak strength made him furious, and he summoned Luo Sanpao. Ugh! As soon as Luo Sanpao appeared, He was about to assume a defensive and offensive stance when he suddenly met Yu Xiaogang's fierce gaze. Gigi. Luo Sanpao hadn't fully reacted yet. Yu Xiaogang rolled over on his skateboard and reached Luo Sanpao's side, grabbing tightly onto the pig's neck. It's all because of you, waste martial soul. If it weren't for your waste martial soul, how could I not even break through to level 30? If you were just one of my twin martial souls, I wouldn't hold it against you. But why are you just a single martial soul and such a waste of a mutation? Why can the blue lightning tyrant dragon mutate into a red dragon martial soul while you mutated into a pig? Are you mocking me? Are you mocking me? Yu Xiaogang gripped Luo Sanpao tightly. If he could awaken his martial soul again, he wouldn't hesitate to kill Luo Sanpao. After squeezing Luo Sanpao half to death, Yu Xiaogang finally threw him aside. Garbage waste martial soul. It's all your fault that I can't break through. If it weren't for your waste martial soul, I would have broken through to level 30 long ago. As long as I could break through to level 30, Yu Xiaogang, would definitely become a Title Douluo. Looking at you, waste, just fills me with rage. In the corner of the wall, Luo Sanpao, who had been brutally tortured, curled up pitifully, trembling with his purple body. His originally honest and lovable appearance made him unable to resist baring his teeth at Yu Xiaogang at this moment. Huge tears uncontrollably flowed from the corners of Luo Sanpao's eyes. Outside the door, Yu Lumian had arrived. Listening to Yu Xiaogang's harsh torment of Luo Sanpao inside the room, the veins on his forehead throbbed one by one. Initially, he was certain that there were no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. Now that there were no outsiders, was he completely dropping the act? My good brother was right. Yu Xiaogang is indeed my good nephew. Really, despicable and shameless to the extreme. With a cold snort in his heart, Yu Lumian pushed open Yu Xiaogang's door with a mocking smile on his face. Chapter 054. Yu Xiaogang. Father, Qian Renfeng is coming. Creak. The sound of the wooden door being pushed open brought Yu Xiaogang's attention back. Seeing Yu Lumian suddenly appear at the door, Yu Xiaogang's expression changed drastically, and he called out second uncle, then immediately glided over on his skateboard towards Luo Sanpao. Sanpao, tell me we only lost once before. Why are you so downcast now? Come here, let me take a look. Although others always say you have a mutated, useless martial soul, in my eyes, you are the best martial soul. Come on, let me see if you're hurt anywhere. Sliding to Luo Sanpao's side, Yu Xiaogang didn't care whether Luo Sanpao was resistant or not. He hugged Luo Sanpao tightly, looking extremely heartbroken. After Yu Xiaogang had tortured him fiercely, now being held like this made Luo Sanpao emit disgruntled snorts from his nose, straining with all his might to break free from Yu Xiaogang's embrace. Luo Sanpao felt an extreme resentment towards Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang was certain that Luo Sanpao was just a martial soul, albeit a physical one that couldn't speak, putting on a facade of caring for the martial soul. Second uncle, why did you suddenly come? Yu Xiaogang asked while caring for Luo Sanpao, glancing at Yu Lumian. Yu Lumian frowned tightly. If he hadn't heard Yu Xiaogang's impotent rage and Luo Sanpao's cries outside, he might have been fooled by Yu Xiaogang's current appearance. A waste who pretends to be one way on the surface and another behind the scenes. He actually wants to fool me? Yu Lumian sneered coldly, his gaze towards Yu Xiaogang devoid of any warmth. He angrily walked to a seat and sat down. Yu Xiaogang, you must know about today's family meeting. The Spirit Hall is mobilizing its army with the intention of attacking our blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Moreover, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is also secretly mobilizing its disciples. This matter was instigated by you alone, and our blue electric Tyrannosaurus family should bear the consequences for it. You know why I'm here today, and considering you were once my nephew, I will let you leave a final message. Speaking directly, Yu Lumian was too lazy to continue playing games with Yu Xiaogang. His indifferent gaze was like looking at a dead person. Yu Xiaogang's heart skipped a beat, a fierce look flashing in his eyes, but his face showed a heartbroken expression. Second uncle, I know all of this is my fault. I know I'm too useless and have brought shame to the family. Don't worry, I will take full responsibility and give the entire family an explanation. Yu Xiaogang's emotions suddenly broke down, crying and sniffling. It's all my fault for being so useless. If I had some ability, it wouldn't have come to this. But second uncle, I, Yu Xiaogang, am very fortunate to be born into the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. I don't think I have the face to see my father anymore. I have no last words. So please let me offer you a cup of tea to express my regrets as a junior. Offer tea? Yu Lumian had no doubts. He waved his hand casually. Watching Yu Xiaogang walk to the side, Yu Xiaogang glided over to the tea table, carefully pouring a cup of hot tea. Just as he was about to lift the cup, a small pill silently slipped into the cup and quickly dissolved into nothingness. Damn you, Luomian. I still called you second uncle, and you want to kill me directly? My life absolutely cannot end here. Just right. I still have a poison I got from Xiao San. Let's see who takes him down today. With a fierce determination, Yu Xiaogang held the teacup and slid back to Yu Luomian. Second uncle, please have tea. After you drink, please execute me. I am willing to sacrifice for the family, he said with tears flowing. Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but close his eyes, looking as if he was resigned to his fate. Luo Sanpao, seeing all of Yu Xiaogang's actions clearly, was about to rush over to knock the teacup out of Yu Luomian's hands. Yu Xiaogang, quick-witted, stopped Luo Sanpao and softly scolded. Sanpao, don't stop second uncle. I know you're doing this for my sake. But perhaps our existence in this world is a mistake. Let's just finish our last journey quietly. Yu Luomian was unaware. As a family elder, he only wanted to execute Yu Xiaogang as soon as possible. With a frown, he drank all the tea. All right, Yu Xiaogang, I've finished the tea, and now it's time to send you on your way. Once you die, the anger of the spirit hall will surely diminish, and our family disciples will not suffer unwarranted disasters. After finishing his words, Yu Luomian was about to make his move. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. What is happening? How could I be poisoned? Soul power surged wildly, and a black aura suddenly enveloped Yu Luomian's face. Ha ha ha, Yu Luomian, you never expected this, did you? My father went to great lengths to save me, and you still want to kill me? Come on, let us see who takes him down first. You should know I have a disciple, but you definitely don't know that my disciple is also an expert in poison. It's easy to kill you. Confirming that Yu Luomian was indeed poisoned, Yu Xiaogang decided not to continue his pretense. With a twisted face, his bloodshot eyes stared at Yu Luomian. At this moment, there was no trace of Yu Xiaogang's previous amiable demeanor. Only extreme madness remained. Yu Xiaogang, Yu Luomian suddenly woke up. Recalling how Luo Sanpao had tried to knock over the teacup, he completely understood. Bang! A slap landed heavily on Yu Xiaogang. Yu Luomian's eyes widened. He never dreamed that in his family stronghold, while facing a junior pouring tea, he would be poisoned. At this moment, he wished he could slap Yu Xiaogang to death. However, after slapping out, he realized that most of his soul power had been used to suppress the toxin and lost its usual strength. No way. We cannot let this bastard continue to wreak havoc. I must tell that good brother of mine what kind of worthless son he has. Yu Luomian took a deep breath and wanted to rush out of the room, but his physical condition suddenly began to deteriorate rapidly. With a fierce expression flashing across his brow, and hurriedly darted in another direction. At the same time, after being slapped away by Yu Luomian, Yu Xiaogang looked at Yu Luomian with a crazed expression. Then, in his astonished gaze, he suddenly transformed into an exaggerated display of extreme sadness. With his voice raised, Yu Xiaogang shouted far away. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Dad, Qian Renfeng from the Spirit Hall has come in. Chapter 055. Yu Xiaogang's determination, Yu Luomian's madness. Boom! As soon as Yu Xiaogang finished speaking, a blue figure suddenly rushed over from afar. The newcomer was none other than the strongest member of the entire blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, Yu Yuanjin. His dragon-like wings buzzed in the air. Yu Yuanjin almost reached here in the shortest time possible, grabbing Yu Xiaogang and, seeing that he was not seriously injured, immediately demanded, "What happened?" Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang cried out, "Dad, Qian Renfeng suddenly infiltrated our family and tried to attack me, but Uncle found out and sent me out. Uncle is probably in grave danger now." Yu Xiaogang sobbed as he recounted the events. While he was crying, he was also calculating the effects of the poison on Yu Luomian in his heart. According to the properties of the poison given to me by the third brother, Yu Luomian should take a long time to suppress the onset of the poison. He definitely cannot come out to confront me now. If he were to confront me now, it would really be troublesome. He probably doesn't want to accept his fate willingly. How ridiculous. He really doesn't know how potent the third brother's poison is. It's impossible to suppress it, and in the end, he will definitely meet his death. Yu Xiaogang scoffed inwardly. Tears of blood welled up in the corners of his eyes, and he coughed repeatedly. Yu Yuanjin's pupils widened in shock. The aura around him surged wildly, shaking the surrounding rocks. Spirit Hall, I, Yu Yuanjin, will never coexist with you. Yu Yuanjin roared. Hearing Yu Xiaogang say that his second brother had detected Qian Renfeng's sneak attack and had gone to confront him, only sorrow remained in his heart. How could Yu Luomian, a soul Douluo, be a match for Qian Renfeng, a Title Douluo? Yu Yuanjin had already assumed his second brother was dead. As for Qian Renfeng, in his thoughts, he feared he had already retreated after failing to land a hit. Thinking of this possibility, a tear fell from the corner of Yu Yuanjin's eye. Seeing that Yu Xiaogang was only at level 29 but appeared unscathed, he felt immense sorrow. Second brother, I was wrong to suspect you. Don't worry, I will definitely take revenge for you. His angry shouts continued. Yu Yuanjin's long hair danced wildly in the wind. Soon, with a shout from Yu Xiaogang, many members of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family rushed over. After understanding what had happened, each one of them appeared deeply sorrowful. Many looked at Yu Xiaogang with extreme dissatisfaction, recalling how an elder of the family had died protecting a worthless son like him. No matter how they thought about it, they felt it was not worth it. But regarding what Yu Luomian had done, they all admired him in their hearts. Yu Luomian, truly a member of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Prejudices aside, when a major event happened to the family, he stood firmly on the side of the family. To confront the Title Douluo of the Spirit Hall with the body of a soul Douluo, this act should be recorded in the family annals. They were indeed a bunch of fools. Haha, just a little bit of calculation on my part was enough to lead them astray, to toy with them in my palm. And these people still have the audacity to call me Yu Xiaogang worthless? Yu Xiaogang sneered inwardly. Thinking about Yu Luomian, from the first moment he didn't see Yu Luomian appear, he was already certain that Yu Luomian would not be able to appear again. Even if he wasn't dead yet, under the attack of the potent poison, even with Yu Luomian's strength as a soul Douluo, dying from the poison would be much easier. He didn't have the confidence to poison openly, but with the deadly poison mixed in the tea that Yu Luomian drank, it would be hard for him not to die. Alright, the issue with Yu Luomian is resolved. Now, the emotions of everyone in the family have been stirred up by my calculations, and things may be a bit more peaceful in the future. Anyway, Yu Luomian is doomed. When the time comes, it will be a case of no witnesses, and today's events will be completely unproblematic. That bastard Qian Renfeng clearly wants me dead, and letting him take the blame this time is just right. Anyway, in the end, there will be no evidence, and he won't be able to clear his name. Thinking happily in his heart, Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but feel his thoughts becoming lively again. Now that the entire family's emotions have been stirred up, his father has also said he will find a way to ally with the Haotian sect. When the time comes, who knows? I might even be able to bring Qian Renfeng into my hands. Then, I can ask the third brother for more deadly poison to ensure that he suffers endlessly. Suppressing these excited thoughts, Yu Xiaogang's eyes turned red, his emotions reaching an extreme high. Yu Yuanjin looked at Yu Xiaogang, who appeared so sorrowful at the moment. Xiaogang, don't be too heartbroken. Just remember today's events in your heart. Don't blame your second uncle anymore. In fact, your second uncle has always cared about the entire family and has always adhered to the family rules. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed his illegitimate daughter to be excluded from our family. Yu Yuanjin was deceived by Yu Xiaogangs red eyes and couldn't help but comfort him. Yu Xiaogang replied with an pretending to be very sad, his shoulders shaking as he tried to hold back his tears. On the other side, in a cave nestled among the mountains of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, this was where Yu Luomian usually practiced. The moment the poison began to take effect, he immediately rushed to this place, where he had collected many treasures. After taking many drugs to suppress the explosive effects of the poison, veins bulged on Yu Luomian's forehead. Although most of his soul power was used to suppress the poison's outbreak, a small portion was still dispersed to probe the surrounding situation. Yu Yuanjin's fury and Yu Xiaogangs various disguises were all observed by Yu Luomian. He let out a series of hoarse roars. This worthless thing, Yu Xiaogang, has indeed hidden too deeply. He cannot continue to harm the entire blue electric Tyrannosaurus family like this. And my good brother, he only cares about his good son. It seems that the reason he expelled Yu Xiaogang back then was due to family rules, but in reality, he is more anxious than anyone else. In my current state, I must fully suppress the poison. Even if I go out now to explain everything about Yu Xiaogang to him, he probably wouldn't believe me right away. And at that time, Yu Xiaogang would definitely still have the chance to attack me. However, Yu Xiaogang should now be certain that I have died from the poison. So I must live well and expose Yu Xiaogang's ugly face. Yu Luomian whispered softly. A crazy look brewed continuously in her eyes. Suddenly, Yu Luomian thought of the Spirit Hall and Qian Renfeng. Considering Yu Xiaogangs actions and the Spirit Hall's attitude towards him, a look of determination flowed from her eyes. It seems that I need to visit the Spirit Hall once. After visiting the Spirit Hall, I should try to tell that kid Erlong about everything before the poison takes effect. I hope I can hold on until then. Chapter 056, Two Forms. invulnerable to all poisons. Seeking recommendation votes, Spirit Hall, in Qian Renfeng's small courtyard. The tranquil atmosphere renders everything around it extremely quiet. Sitting cross-legged in the small courtyard, Qian Renfeng tightly closed his eyes, and a breath that alternated between scorching heat and icy cold erupted from him. The heat waves surged continuously, accompanied by a chilling presence. Qian Renfeng's complexion also changed, sometimes flushed red and sometimes pale. The air in the entire courtyard was greatly affected by this unusual aura. Finally, Qian Renfeng opened her eyes. The scorching and icy breaths vanished in an instant. A sharp gleam blossomed in her pupils. It felt as if a tremendous change had occurred within her body. The combination of the fiery apricot flower and a portion of the branches and leaves of the octagonal ice grass indeed had unexpected effects. Qian Renfeng sensed his own condition and couldn't help but whisper softly. He raised his palm, and a drop of bright red blood suddenly oozed from his fingertips. Carefully sensing the situation within the blood, Qian Renfeng discovered that his blood had indeed undergone a tremendous change. Two types of highly toxic herbs, when combined, could merge into an invulnerable state against all poisons. Your Holiness, have you finished your training? At this moment, Ain suddenly walked up from not far away and asked. Earlier, Qian Renfeng was still in training, and she didn't dare to approach and disturb him. It was only when she saw that he had finished his training that she stepped forward. Qian Renfeng hummed in response and asked, What's the matter? Nothing. I just saw you suddenly taking two kinds of highly toxic herbs, and I wanted to come and check on the situation. Ain explained. With a Yin's explanation, Xiao Wu also expressed her concern. After the previous events, Xiao Wu didn't have a favorable impression of the Spirit Hall, but she no longer held the extreme hostility she once had. In a hostile relationship, there is no clear distinction between right and wrong. Moreover, from Ain, she learned that Qian Renfeng might have the ability to resurrect people, which filled her heart with endless hope. Just seeing Qian Renfeng take the two kinds of toxic herbs made her unable to resist wanting to come out and persuade him. Qian Renfeng smiled slightly. Understanding the concern of Ain and Xiao Wu, he explained softly, Things will reverse when they reach their extremes. Nothing in this world is absolute. Highly toxic substances are not without purpose. Otherwise, their existence in the world would hold no value. The fire apricot and the eight-pointed ice grass are both considered extremely poisonous herbs individually, but when combined, they can create a dual force of yin and yang, forging a body that is immune to all poisons. This is where my explanation ends. As for what comes next, Qian Renfeng did not continue to discuss with Ain and Xiao Wu. The reason he chose to take the fire apricot and the eight-pointed ice grass together was not a sudden whim, but a plan he had long considered. Others may not know, but he was very clear about what kind of person Tang San was. Born into the Tang sect in his previous life, which was famous for its poison, he did not agree with Tang San's hypocritical character, but he had to acknowledge Tang San's talent in using poison. If he did not prepare in advance, he might end up facing setbacks in the future. Taking the fire apricot and the eight-pointed ice grass to forge a body immune to all poisons would serve as a solid support for him. This way, he could better control everything within his grasp. Hearing Qian Renfeng's words, Ain and Xiao Wu were both taken aback, not expecting such an answer from him, slightly surprised. Is there anything else? After providing his explanation, Qian Renfeng noticed that Ain and Xiao Wu did not move and asked another question. Actually, Xiao Wu has been with us in Wuhun City for some time now, and I want to take her out to learn more about the Wuhun Hall, Ain replied. Qian Renfeng did not refuse. Just go, hold in my token. No one in the Soul Master City dares to take action against you. Thank you, my lord. He sent off Ain and Xiao Wu. When Qian Renfeng was about to continue his training, Yu Guan suddenly arrived at his small courtyard. I greet your majesty, Yu Guan said respectfully. Qian Renfeng retorted, what happened? The blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. The family elder Yu Lumian visited Spirit City, as if he had been poisoned. Yu Guan replied, let's go. Qian Renfeng arrived at a secluded courtyard after a moment. Inside the courtyard, Yu Lumian, with a face full of dark blue, was shivering all over as he persisted. His eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, and despite possessing the strength of a soul Douluo, he now resembled a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing at any moment. Qian Renfeng arrived at this place and immediately confirmed that Yu Lumian was severely poisoned upon seeing his condition. Yu Lumian was clearly in a state of illness due to long-term suppression of the toxin by his soul power, which had not been completely effective during the journey, leading to a critical situation. Yu Lumian, having met the former pope, was trying to greet Qian Renfeng despite feeling unwell. Just as he was about to explain his situation, the toxin fully invaded his heart and lungs. His mouth opened slightly, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Yu Xiaogang? Qian Renfeng slightly furrowed his brows. Although Yu Luomi did not finish his subsequent words, he could see from his lips that Yu Luomi wanted to mention a certain name. It seemed that something interesting had happened again. Qian Renfeng spoke softly. Yu Egwan, pay attention to your surroundings. I will first detoxify the Yuluo crown. Yu Egwan acknowledged the order. Just as Yu Egwan was preparing to leave the remote area, a shadow suddenly appeared in the courtyard. The visitor was none other than Bibi Dong. Not all poisons in the world can be resolved. Some poisons can erode the soul master's body along with their soul power. You have gathered the soul masters of the Spirit Hall for action, and anyone with clear eyes knows you are targeting the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Now that the second master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family has been poisoned and has come to your door, aren't you the least bit worried that this is their strategy to sacrifice a pawn to protect the king? Bibi Dong's voice was very cold. As soon as she appeared, she spoke indifferently to Qian Renfeng. Qian Renfeng glanced at Bibi Dong thoughtfully, sensing the deep concern hidden in her words. She clearly wanted to persuade him to act rationally and be careful not to fall into the trap set by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, which could lead to him being dragged down as a sacrifice for the Jade Crown. However, her cold tone added an unusual flavor to the persuasion, vividly showcasing their strange mother-son relationship. I never do things I'm not sure about. You should know this better than anyone. With you here, just watch. Perhaps after I detoxify the Jade Crown, the news he brings will interest you as well. The voice fell. Qian Renfeng allowed Bibi Dong to be present at the scene. The wind from his palms stirred, and the already prostrate Yu Luomian was raised again. Chapter 057. The news of Yu Luomian, the true face of Yu Xiaogang. Seeking recommendation tickets, something that piqued his own interest? Bibi Dong was slightly taken aback, her slightly furrowed, as she looked at Qian Renfeng, whose expression was meticulous. Remembering how Qian Renfeng had previously pressured her, a hint of discomfort appeared on Bibi Dong's face. Indeed, Qian Renfeng never does things without confidence. On that day, when he came to force the palace, he was already well prepared. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen that particular moment to act, instead of doing it earlier or later. He sighed softly in his heart. Bibi Dong simply chose to stand by and watch silently. Qian Renfeng would certainly not use his soul power to probe the condition of Yuluo's body at this moment. Although he has already refined his body to be immune to all poisons, getting hit by an unexpected attack would still not be a pleasant experience. A drop of blood ejected. After Qian Renfeng took this action, he had no other unnecessary movements. With the medicinal properties neutralized by the fiery apricot and the octagonal ice grass. Although he still did not know what poison was in the Yu Luomian, resolving it was still quite easy. After all, at this moment, his blood could even solve the physical problems of someone like Dugu Bo, who was constantly eroded by poison, and even eliminate all of Dugu Bo's poison skills. It was clear that Yu Luomian could not reach such a level. Otherwise, he wouldn't be appearing in front of him. Seeing that Qian Renfeng only used a drop of blood, Bibi Dong couldn't help but frown. Just as she was about to speak again, Yu Luomian's muffled groan suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Yu Luomian struggled to open his eyes, and, upon seeing Qian Renfeng and Bibi Dong in front of him, his expression suddenly became very surprised. I'm still not dead? Yu Luomian exclaimed in astonishment. It is the crown who has detoxified you. Yu Egwan suddenly spoke up. You were poisoned so severely, and you survived thanks to our crown. Understanding everything, Yu Luomian quickly coordinated his soul power and hurriedly knelt on one knee before Qian Renfeng. I have seen the crown of the... Yu Luomian bowed respectfully. Qian Renfeng, indifferent, opened his mouth. You possess level 83 strength. How could you be poisoned? And why have you come to my spirit hall? Upon hearing this, Yu Luomian suddenly looked despondent. It was Yu Xiaogang who poisoned me. I am aware of the actions your spirit hall has taken against our blue electric tyrant dragon family. I wanted to have Yu Xiaogang executed in advance to resolve our conflicts, but he poisoned me and falsely accused you of ambushing our blue electric tyrant dragon family. I was merely trying to protect him, and I ended up dying at your hands, Your Excellency. I just want to clarify all of this. I don't want our two factions' conflicts to escalate because of a shameless person, so that's how it is. Qian Renfeng whispered softly in his heart. After Yu Luomian finished speaking, he roughly guessed what had happened to Yu Luomian before. However, before he could take any action, the expression of Bibi Dong, who was beside him, suddenly changed. She had always been very clear about where Qian Renfeng had been during this time. But Yu Luomian said that Yu Xiaogang framed Qian Renfeng for attacking the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Qian Renfeng is the kind of person who would do something sneaky. Yu Xiaogang actually. Remembering what happened in Wuhun City that time, Bibi Dong's mind was greatly disturbed, and her lips couldn't help but tighten. A terrifying soul power suddenly erupted. Her body flashed and instantly disappeared from the courtyard. Yu Luomian was taken aback, looking in confusion at the direction Bibi Dong had left. "Your Holiness, what is this?" Yu Luomian asked. Qian Renfeng glanced at Yu Luomian and said, "Don't ask about things you shouldn't know. However, since you have no intention of becoming an enemy of our spirit hall, I can allow you to rest and recover here temporarily. I can also arrange some tasks for you later." Upon hearing this, Yu Luomian expressed his gratitude to Qian Renfeng once again. With some difficulty, he stood up and suddenly added, "Your Highness, I might need to postpone my recovery. I still need to go to Heaven-Do City once. I have an illegitimate daughter there, and that scoundrel Yu Xiaogang has been thinking about her. I cannot let my daughter be deceived. Moreover, my daughter has established a Soul Master Academy that serves only commoners. If she is exploited, many commoner Soul Masters could be dragged into this matter, and it could lead to a lot of bloodshed." Hearing Yu Luomian say this, Qian Renfeng recalled the illegitimate daughter of Yu Luomian, Lu Erlong, the principal of Lamba Academy. Considering the uniqueness of Lamba Academy, Qian Renfeng couldn't help but ponder deeply about this matter. For the Spirit Hall in the past, such issues might not have been too serious. But for him, Qian Renfeng, even these trivial matters could trigger many chain reactions. The path to becoming a god through faith requires the hearts of the people. The commoners have always been the largest demographic on the Douluo Continent. If Yu Xiaogang continued to deceive Lu Erlong, things could become quite tricky. If the commoners still harbored dissatisfaction towards Qian Renfeng at that time, although he could suppress everyone with his strength, it would definitely delay his path to becoming a god for a long time. "I will arrange for someone to take you to Tiando City," Qian Renfeng calmly instructed. Meanwhile, in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, after Yu Luomian's demise, Yu Xiaogang felt that his life was becoming more and more comfortable. In front of him lay a calendar. As his pen lightly traced over the calendar, seeing another day crossed off, a sinister smile appeared on Yu Xiaogang's face. "Another day has passed. My good second uncle should have completely succumbed to the poison by now. It's truly a relief." Yu Xiaogang growled in a twisted expression. Looking at his missing legs, he couldn't help but go a bit mad. "Although I've lost my legs, my hands are still here. With my good second uncle dead, no one can interfere with my affairs with Erlong. Good second uncle, you can rest assured, the family still thinks you died heroically. You will be the hero of our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Don't worry, without your involvement, I will take good care of Erlong." Thinking of Lu Erlong's fiery figure and recalling the regret of being just a step away from success, Yu Xiaogang swallowed hard and fiercely jabbed the calendar with his pen tip. After a bout of venting, Yu Xiaogang began to calculate matters related to Lu Erlong in his mind. He thought of Lu Erlong knowing that Yu Luomian died at the hands of Qian Renfeng, and the sorrow after losing all her relatives. He even imagined how dependent Lu Erlong would be on him. The more he thought, the hotter his heart felt. The restlessness in his heart reached its peak at that moment, and he was certain that everything was under his control. Chapter 058, Bibi Dong's Decision. The path of balance, the former Russian side, didn't delve too deeply into the specifics of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, nor did he wish to. In his eyes, a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family couldn't stir up much trouble, especially with the many disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School ready to assist. With such strong support, dealing with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family could even incur negligible losses. After arranging matters regarding Yu Luomian, Qian Renfeng had arrived alone at Bibi Dong's palace. The turbulent soul power filled every corner of the palace, and the emotional fluctuations led to an uncontrolled release of soul power. Was the arrival of the Jade Radiance crown something you arranged on purpose? Upon seeing Qian Renfeng, Bibi Dong suddenly suppressed her emotions to some extent. Her gaze intensely focused on him. In her view, the sudden visit of the Jade Radiance crown, along with the mention of poisoning and the accusations made by Yu Xiaogang that Qian Renfeng had ambushed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, was highly illogical. If there was no arrangement behind it, then something was indeed off. Qian Renfeng smiled. Hearing Bibi Dong's sudden questioning at this moment, he understood what she was worried about. "Do you think I need to arrange this deliberately? Just a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and a Yu Xiaogang. What reason do I need to eliminate them? The fact that Yu Yuanjin wants to take action against an ordinary town is already enough." The powerful words rang out. Qian Renfeng calmly gazed into Bibi Dong's eyes and continued, "If there was really any arrangement, it was only that one time with the beggar in Wuhun City. You can discern the situation regarding Yu Luomian yourself." As soon as these words were spoken, Bibi Dong fell silent. She looked into Qian Renfeng's calm eyes, observing his serious expression. Her red lips involuntarily pressed together. The jade hand gripping the Pope's staff tightened, and a sharp sound followed. You really don't need to arrange it this way. Bibi Dong suddenly sighed deeply and walked to the side of the bed, supporting herself with the Pope's staff. She sat down on the bed with a face full of despondency. Today's events had a huge impact on her. The one she cared about, Yu Xiaogang. Even on that day, when she saw Yu Xiaogang act against the beggar, she had already found a reason in her heart for why he acted that way. However, now she clearly knew that Qian Renfeng had not left Wuhun City in recent days and understood Yu Luomian's true identity. It was hard to doubt the words spoken by Yu Luomian. Seeking another reason seemed as difficult as climbing to the sky. Regardless of everything, Qian Renfeng can already be certain that it is absolutely impossible for someone with such leisure to make such arrangements. If Qian Renfeng were really that kind of person, then the current situation of the Spirit Hall would not be like this, and she would not have handed over all the authority of the Pope. I'll take a look at what's happening with Yu Xiaogang. If all of this is true, then you don't need to take action regarding that person. Bibi Dong's expression suddenly turned cold. Recalling the various things Qian Renfeng has done recently, and reflecting on the starkly different attitudes Qian Renfeng and Qian Renxue have towards her, the balance in her heart quietly began to shift. A little more, and she also recalled the things she encountered recently regarding the Rakshasa God test, and a glint of coldness flashed in her eyes. Qian Renfeng said indifferently with a smile, "If you want to see it, just look." The voice fell. Qian Renfeng turned around, intending to leave Bibi Dong's palace. He came here not only to confirm whether Bibi Dong had any issues, but also to see how far her transformation had truly progressed. The results were quite pleasing. For Bibi Dong to express those words earlier was already a significant success. For him, neither Yu Xiaogang nor the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan could even be considered obstacles. However, in possible circumstances, he was still unwilling to reach that decisive point. To simply and cleanly eliminate Yu Xiaogang would lead to a complete fallout between mother and son, which was not his goal. As for the matter of Yu Luomian, it could only be described as an unexpected delight. Watching Qian Renfeng leave, Bibi Dong reminded him again just before he reached the door. Recently, the Star Luo Empire and the Heaven Do Empire will not let things rest. The plan has been in preparation for many years, and they're not concerned about waiting an extra year or two. Think it through and act accordingly. Qian Renfeng paused. After a moment, a light and airy voice echoed. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. The two great empires need to solidify their rule. They must control the common people, and to do so, they must ensure a certain balance. This time, righteousness is on our side, between the two great empires. The path of balance is one they dare not disturb. With that, the words were cast aside. Qian Renfeng completely left. After confirming that Qian Renfeng had departed, Bibi Dong couldn't help but frown. 2 days later, in the small courtyard of Qian Renfeng, after 2 days of recuperation and the holy medicine for healing specially prepared by Qian Renfeng, Yu Luomian's condition has recovered perfectly. Not only has he expelled all the toxins from his body, but his soul power has also broken through from level 83 to level 84. Kneeling on one knee in front of Qian Renfeng, Yu Luomian expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Yu Luomian, thanks your excellency the substitute pope for your care these past few days. Time is of the essence. I wish to set off immediately for Tiando City to find my daughter and clarify everything. I have come specifically to bid farewell. Qian Renfeng calmly glanced at Yu Luomian. The injuries had healed well, and his strength had improved. Since that's the case, I won't arrange for anyone to escort you to Tiando City. You can return after finishing your business. Yu Luomian nodded seriously. He stood up and bowed again, saying, "Rest assured, Your Holiness the Pope, as long as I'm not affected by extreme poison, there is no need to use soul power to suppress it. I can protect my own life, unless it's a Title Douluo of my brother's level. I am confident that I can escape even if I encounter others." Qian Renfeng nodded lightly and did not say much more. It was only after Yuan left that Qian Renfeng softly called out, and the ghostly figure silently appeared by his side. "Follow Yu Luomian to Tiando City. Verify whether this matter is indeed a tactic by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family to sacrifice a pawn to save the king. If it is true, there is no need to report. Just kill on the spot. If it is not, do not expose yourself. Just come back and report everything to me." Seeing Qian Renfeng methodically arranging everything, the ghost felt a bit surprised. He had thought that Qian Renfeng would easily believe everything from a clearly hostile second-in-command coming to him. It seems he had overthought it. Qian Renfeng's cunning is undoubtedly one of the most prominent within the Spirit Hall. After receiving orders, he did not delay and followed Yu Xiaogang out of the Spirit City. Chapter 059. Dean Erlong, your father has arrived, Tiando City. Blue Tyrant Academy. Located outside Tiando City, primarily enrolling commoner students. Blue Tyrant Academy has always seemed out of place. According to many nobles, commoners are equivalent to lowly people. It is already commendable to provide a safe haven for them, but to teach them how to become powerful soul masters? Therefore, Blue Tyrant Academy can only be situated outside Tiando City and cannot find a place within it. On this day, at the back mountain of Blue Tyrant Academy, surrounding the quiet bamboo house are many flowers and plants. A graceful figure sits on a bamboo chair, occasionally letting out a soft sigh. With a magnificent figure, it truly reflects a line of poetry. Viewed from the front, it appears as a ridge from the side. It becomes a peak, different heights from near and far. The graceful figure is none other than Lu Erlong, the current dean of Blue Tyrant Academy, the illegitimate daughter of Yu Xiaogang, the second head of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, and the Wind Dust Woman. Since the wedding was disrupted and the establishment of Blue Tyrant Academy, Lu Erlong has rarely been concerned about the affairs of the academy, spending most of her time in this back mountain. Day after day, year after year. Apart from sighing, it has been nothing but sighing. Today, like any other day, Lu Erlong is resting here. Just as she was about to take a short nap, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly rang out. Dean, someone from your family has arrived. Suddenly, a teacher brought a sharp-faced, monkey-like man to Lu Erlong's residence. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong raised her brow slightly. She did not have a good impression of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, but she also could not sever that blood relationship. Erlong, I am a distant relative of the family. I have a letter here that Master Yu Xiaogang asked me to deliver. Yu Xiaogang. Upon hearing these 3 words, Lu Erlong suddenly vanished from the bamboo chair. In the next moment, she appeared beside the sharp-faced, monkey-like disciple of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. Is it really Yu Xiaogang? Lu Erlong asked in disbelief. The disciple replied, Yes, Brother Yu has returned to the family. This letter was personally written by Brother Yu for you to review. Lu Erlong did not doubt it. The direct bloodline connection assured her that the disciple was indeed from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. Upon receiving the letter, she glanced at it. Terrifying soul power violently erupted around her. The disciple staggered back a few steps, and the teacher who had brought him also turned pale. Dean, what is this? The teacher asked in fear. Working in the same academy, he knew all too well what kind of person Lu Erlong was. An angelic face, a devilish figure, and a tyrannical temper. One wrong word, and she could incapacitate a person. Lu Erlong's facial expression twitched crazily, and her pupils were filled with blood vessels. You leave first. If there is nothing else, don't disturb me. Also, inform all the teachers in the academy that for the time being, they can make their own decisions without reporting to me. She arranged each word carefully, veins bulging on her forehead. Even with her stunning looks and figure, the way she spoke with such authority made the academy teachers tremble in fear. Yes, the teacher quickly left, leaving the space entirely to Lu Erlong and the sharp-faced disciple of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. Once alone, Lu Erlong gripped the letter tightly, unable to help but crumple it into a ball. Gritting her teeth, is everything in the letter true? As she spoke, flames seemed ready to erupt from her eyes, and her breathing became heavy, threatening to explode at any moment. The disciple shrank back slightly, casting a furtive glance at Lu Erlong's impressive figure, swallowing nervously. Erlong, the contents of the letter are true. Everyone in our family knows. The second head of the family was killed on the spot by Qian Renfeng from the Spirit Hall while trying to protect Brother Yu. There's not even a trace left. Boom! The soul power erupted completely. Lu Erlong's crimson spirit avatar appeared behind her, her eyes blood red, and she shouted, Spirit Hall, I will not let you go. The disciple stepped back several paces, witnessing the enraged Lu Erlong, his mouth twitching in fear. Erlong, please calm down. The deceased is already gone. Brother Yu said that the second head of the family died to protect him, and he must fulfill the last wishes of the second head. The second head's last words were to ask Brother Yu to take good care of you. And Brother Yu asked me to deliver this letter with that intention. While saying these words, the sharp-faced disciple couldn't help but think to himself, it seems that the second head once tried to stop the marriage between Yu Xiaogang and Erlong. Now that the second head is dead, if I bring this up again, perhaps Yu Xiaogang can regain attention, and my status will rise as well. It's just a pity for Erlong, with such a fiery figure, to be enjoyed by Yu Xiaogang. I hope Yu Xiaogang won't go back on his promises. Suppressing these thoughts, the disciple continued to watch Lu Erlong closely. Seeing that Lu Erlong had not yet calmed down, he suddenly had a brainwave and wanted to step forward to comfort her. Dean! Dean! Suddenly, the teacher who had just left returned again. The hurried voice helped Lu Erlong regain control of her emotions, and she shot a cold glare at him. Remembering the news of her father's death, she was like a raging dragon, ready to explode at anyone who provoked her. I just arranged for the teachers to decide the internal affairs of the academy for a while. What do you want now? Lu Erlong pressed down her anger as she spoke. If it weren't for the last shred of reason, she would have unleashed her true spirit form and vented her frustrations on the academy teachers. Dean, the teachers cannot make this decision. Someone else is here to see you. The academy teacher said quietly, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong furiously shouted, "Do you really think I am someone everyone can see? If they want to see me, let them make an appointment. I will say when I have time. Remember, for next time, you must consult me before arranging these matters. What do you need teachers like you for in the academy? Isn't it normal for you, as teachers, to help me, the dean, relieve my burdens?" The anger continued to boil. Lu Erlong expressed her feelings word by word. Usually, she wouldn't need to do this, but now she really couldn't control the rage inside her. The sharp-faced disciple, upon hearing Lu Erlong's words, hesitated to comfort her, as a chill swept through his limbs. Before he could fully calm down, the teacher who brought him here added a sentence that made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. "But Dean, the person said it's your father." Chapter 060. Lu Erlong's Fury, True Form of the Red Dragon. Father? How is that possible? Lu Erlong's expression froze suddenly. What kind of imperial joke is this? Her father had just died, according to the news from the family. Now, someone was impersonating him and had come to the Blue Tyrant Academy. Did they really think Lu Erlong was a good-tempered person? The invisible soul power began to stir. Lu Erlong took deep breaths, her teeth itching with anger. Good, very good. Lu Erlong gritted her teeth and growled word by word. The academy teacher was startled by Lu Erlong's sudden change. He shrank his neck and asked in a small voice, "Dean, should I bring your father in?" "That's your dad," Lu Erlong blurted out. Compared to the impending visitor, she preferred to believe the family's letter. The academy teacher began to understand. Hearing Lu Erlong say that the visitor was her father, he thought to himself, "My father has long been dead. How could he still be alive?" But he maintained a smile, saying, "Then Dean, I'll go chase him away immediately." As he spoke, the academy teacher turned to leave. At this moment, he was also filled with a belly full of anger. Working in the same academy, who wouldn't know Lu Erlong's temperament? Normally, no academy teacher would want to deal with her over trivial matters, fearing they might end up with broken bones. Today's situation was unavoidable, but thinking about how he was being played, the academy teacher couldn't help but feel furious. Just as he planned to leave, suddenly, a gentle yet stern voice rang out. "Erlong, after all these years, hasn't your temper changed at all? You've become the dean of an academy, and you've never thought of changing yourself?" As the voice fell, Yu Xiaogang appeared. With the strength of a soul Douluo, he could dominate most places, except for those guarded by Title Douluos. After waiting a long time without any news from the messenger, Yu Xiaogang simply followed in. Seeing Lu Erlong retort to the academy teacher, he was instantly left speechless. "Father?" Lu Erlong was taken aback. Upon seeing Yu Xiaoyang's true form, she rubbed her eyes vigorously, confirming she wasn't mistaken before letting out a soft gasp. Even though she was very dissatisfied with Yu Xiaoyang's irresponsibility, she still couldn't deny the truth that he was her biological father. After the gasp, Lu Erlong's body froze in place, and two conflicting pieces of information began to clash wildly in her mind. Impossible. Second Master, how could you still be alive? Brother, you said Second Master had already died. He must be dead. What kind of monster are you to dare impersonate our Second Master's appearance to deceive us? Boom! The phantom of the purple lightning demon dragon appeared. Yu Xiaogang didn't waste a word on this disciple. The overwhelming soul power directly suppressed him. If I remember correctly, you are very close to Yu Xiaogang, and can be said to be his loyal lackey? Did Yu Xiaogang tell you that I have died without a burial place? Yu Xiaogang snorted coldly, his eyes filled with a chilling, killing intent. The disciple was too weak. The phantom of the purple lightning demon dragon, after Yu Xiaoyang's martial soul mutation, was fleeting. It rendered the disciple temporarily incapable of movement, allowing him to look back at Lu Erlong. Yu Xiaojiang's words are not credible. He poisoned me. If it weren't for my soul power suppression and finding a way to detoxify, I would have indeed died by now. Yu Xiaogang still didn't waste words. He straightforwardly informed Lu Erlong about the events that had transpired within the family. Not only that, he also shared the high-level meeting held within the family that day and his final decision. Among many matters, he even mentioned his idea of directly dealing with Yu Xiaogang to turn conflict into peace. Sister Erlong, this must be fake. This must be fake. The disciple suddenly jumped up and shouted loudly as Yu Lumian's soul power suppression relaxed slightly. Fake? Do you think I'm blind? Lu Erlong snapped back to reality. Before seeing Yu Lumian, she had indeed believed the content of the letter, convinced that her father was dead. With Yu Lumian's sudden appearance standing right in front of her, how could she still not understand the situation? A dead person suddenly came to life? Can a fake person even disguise their martial soul? Dragon-type martial souls are generally only possessed by direct descendants of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family and the purple lightning demon dragon released by Yu Lumian. Although different from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus martial soul from decades ago, still retained some of the same aura after mutation. If this is fake, then what is real? Lu Erlong was seething with rage, her eyes glaring at the disciple as she spoke word by word. Tell me, what exactly is going on with the contents of the letter? And what about what my father said and what happened in the family? Is it all true? The disciple was taken aback. At this moment, he dared not reveal what had happened in the family. If he did, wouldn't he be finished? No matter how eloquently he spoke, Lu Erlong would never be fooled again. Seeing Lu Erlong's furious expression, the disciple suddenly panicked. Recalling that he had just thought about comforting Lu Erlong, which made his face turn pale. He quickly tried to slip away, wanting to run without clarifying the situation. Should I take this to mean that everything is real? Are you trying to deceive me? Lu Erlong was furious. Seeing the disciple fleeing far away, she suddenly flashed and appeared right in front of him. Her long leg kicked fiercely into the disciple's stomach, sending him flying high into the air. Looking at the direction the disciple flew, Lu Erlong's proud figure stirred up a wave of momentum as she suddenly soared into the air. At the same time, the sky echoed with Lu Erlong's desperate roar. I'm no longer a little girl of 3. How dare you come here to deceive me? If you don't pry open your mouth today, I'll write my name backward. True form of the red dragon. A roar, almost a growl, erupted. Lu Erlong's furious voice accompanied by a dragon's roar resounded. A phantom of a fire dragon appeared behind Lu Erlong. In the blink of an eye, Lu Erlong dashed to the side of the gatekeeper, her hands firmly gripping the gatekeeper's ankles. The gatekeeper was weak, completely defenseless against Lu Erlong, who was at the soul saint level like a little chick. With her grip on his ankles, she created a series of sonic booms, ultimately slamming him down onto the ground. Give it to me. Break. Chapter 061. Lu Erlong. Return to the family. Kill. Bang. The ground cracked as the gatekeeper, akin to a cannonball, fell heavily to the ground. The absolute difference in strength meant he was no match for Lu Erlong, especially since she had unleashed her red dragon true body. This was a one-sided massacre. Lying helplessly in the deep pit, tears streamed down his cheeks, sadness flowing like a river with silent sobs. Gulialu. At that moment, the teacher responsible for bringing him felt a chill run down his spine. Seeing Lu Erlong suddenly erupt and incapacitate his first recruit, he couldn't help but swallow hard. The crisp sound startled everyone present. Lu Erlong shot a glare at the teacher. What are you looking at? Never seen me discipline someone before? What does that look mean? Do you think I'm too brutal? Do you want me to help you tidy up your body? Damn. The teacher was instantly terrified, his soul nearly flying away, shaking his head like a rattle drum. That's enough. This person should be dead. The way he looked at you just now was not innocent. He's a lustful man, and this outcome is well-deserved. Suddenly, Yu Lumian spoke. Unlike the teacher, he was not surprised by Lu Erlong's sudden transformation into her red dragon true body and the gatekeeper situation. If Lu Erlong hadn't acted this way, he would have found it odd. Now, everything felt just right. Huff. Lu Erlong exhaled heavily. She no longer cared about the gatekeeper situation. From the moment he tried to escape, she had already made her judgment. You said you were poisoned? How come you're suddenly fine now? Lu Erlong asked coldly. Yu Lumian sighed. A misstep nearly cost me my life. Yu Xiaogang has been eyeing you for a long time. I was afraid that news of my death would lead you to make a wrong judgment, and I was right. I came here today to tell you the truth, and then take you with me to a place. Lu Erlong asked where? The Spirit Hall. Upon hearing the words Spirit Hall, Lu Erlong's brows furrowed even more. In principle, she still didn't believe Yu Xiaogang was that despicable. And now learning that Yu Lumian was preparing to take her to the Spirit Hall, her judgment was further thrown into question. Could this be a scheme set up by the Spirit Hall in advance? I heard that the Spirit Hall has been forcefully recalling soul masters from various branches back to Spirit City. Are you unknowingly being plotted against by the Spirit Hall? The one who poisoned you was not Yu Xiaogang, but rather the Qian Renxue mentioned in the letter? Lu Erlong asked in a deep voice, her brows raised. Her tone low and powerful. Yu Luomian smiled nonchalantly. On the way here, I met your old acquaintance. His words will be more convincing than mine. As his voice fell, Yu Luomian looked up and called out to the side. Flander, you can come out now. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of breaking air rang out. Flander appeared not far from Lu Erlong, the wings of his cat Eagle Marshall's soul slowly retracting. Flander? Lu Erlong exclaimed. Flander smiled wryly. Erlong, long time no see. I'm here to seek refuge with you. Seek refuge? Lu Erlong was puzzled. I met Flander on the way here. Their Shrek Academy is gone, so they want to seek refuge with you. It's just right. Part of the truth he tells you will be easier for you to believe than what I say. Yu Luomian interjected timely. Lu Erlong nodded. Flander, what happened to your Shrek Academy? What does he mean by that? Flander sighed heavily. Erlong, we've all been deceived. That Yu Xiaogang is nothing but a scoundrel. When we were together in the Golden Iron Triangle, he was deliberately disguising himself. As he spoke, Flander recounted everything that had happened at Shrek, from Yu Xiaogang's actions in Spirit City to Shrek Academy, as well as Ning Rongrong's aid to Yu Xiaogang, his hysteria, and the subsequent sudden attack by Tang San on Qian Renxue, including the battle between Qian Renxue and Tang Hao. All were laid bare. The more he spoke, the more excited Flander became. As the understanding deepened, Lu Erlong's beautiful eyes widened significantly. Flander, since Shrek is gone, then in the future, Blue Tyrant Academy will belong to you. You can rename it Shrek if you want. After a long silence, Lu Erlong suddenly uttered such words. In her wide-open eyes, there was nothing but fury. She could choose not to believe Yu Luomian's words, but what Flander said struck her deeply. The thought that she had been deceived for so long, and that her irresponsible father almost got her killed by Yu Xiaogang, ignited her rage, sending it soaring. Erlong, what is this? Flander was bewildered. He just wanted to come and seek refuge. But how did it suddenly turn into becoming the principal of Blue Tyrant Academy? I don't want to be the principal for now. Lu Erlong replied domineeringly, then looked at the teacher of the academy. You take care of the follow-up matters. This is Flander, stronger than me, and from now on, he will be the academy's principal. You are responsible for notifying him. The academy teacher dared not voice any dissent. Having just witnessed Lu Erlong unleash violence on the gatekeeper of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, he certainly did not want to become the next victim. What are you still looking at? Do you remember what I just ordered? Lu Erlong was in a rage. Realizing she had been deceived for decades, her anger boiled over. The teacher's lack of awareness only fueled her fury, especially since she was once the killing edge of the Golden Iron Triangle. She was always filled with hostility. Understood. I will notify them immediately and ensure everything is handled beautifully, the academy teacher hurriedly replied. Only then did Flander slowly come to terms with it. Thinking that he was about to become the new principal of Blue Tyrant Academy, he felt a wave of frustration. Erlong, you should reconsider this. You have managed Blue Tyrant Academy for many years. Besides, if you're not the principal, what will you do? Lu Erlong snorted. Clenching her fists tightly, she enunciated each word. Return to the family. Nonsense. Yu Luomian suddenly shouted. What are you going back to the family for? Do you know that all of this is just a ruse? You still want to go back to the family? Do you want to learn from me how to resolve the disputes between the family and the Spirit Hall? Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong raised her eyebrows sharply and coldly snorted at Yu Luomian. I'm not as free as you. If I'm not careful, I might end up in trouble. After saying that, Lu Erlong suddenly increased her speed and flew toward the outside of the academy. A long time later, her voice drifted back. This time I'm going back for one thing, to kill. Chapter 062, Dominant Erlong, Crushing Yu Xiaogang. Yu Luomian's expression stiffened, realizing Lu Erlong's anger in response to his words. He quickly dashed out to block her path. Calm down. You haven't officially returned to the family. What reason do you have to go back now? Also, your uncle is getting old, and the other offspring have perished due to the backlash from absorbing soul rings. Now only Yu Xiaogang remains. If you go back and kill Yu Xiaogang, you might not only fail to kill him, but also be branded a traitor, leading your uncle to directly eliminate you. Yu Luomian shouted frantically. Thinking of his brother's recent changes, he felt a suffocating anger rising within him. He hated himself for not having recognized the elite of Yu Xiaogangs generation when he was responsible for sending disciples out to hunt the Yalong-type soul beasts. If it weren't for the deaths of all the elite peers, how could Yu Xiaogang, a useless person, have returned to the sect? Yu Luomian was very clear about this. Otherwise, Yu Xiaogang wouldn't have been treated like a rat in the sect, ultimately leaving with his tail between his legs. But now it was too late. He could only watch as Yu Xiaogang regained favor and bewitched his good brother. Erlong, calm down. At this moment, Flinder also caught up and said earnestly, "What your uncle said makes sense. Yu Xiaogang is not the same as he was back then. His biggest support was us too, but now he has too many allies. Your uncle's Title Douluo strength is not to be underestimated, and his disciple's father is the renowned Qian Douluo. If you go back intending to kill Yu Xiaogang, you might not even succeed and end up dead." Lu Erlong held her breath. Listening to Luomian and Flinder's advice, she contemplated in her mind, her teeth grinding. Who is Lu Erlong? She is someone who loves fiercely and hates fiercely. The killing angle of the golden iron triangle has never endured such indignation. Can it just be let go? Lu Erlong lightly scolded, turning her gaze to Luomian. Although he has never fulfilled his responsibilities as a father, he is still my father. That scoundrel Yu Xiaogang not only tried to poison him, but also sent someone who clearly looked unreliable to deliver such a letter. He, Yu Xiaogang, is obviously treating me like a 3-year-old girl to deceive. Flinder, you know my character. I can't help but want to crush anyone who tries to deceive me. Flinder shivered at the thought of Lu Erlong being capable of such things and couldn't help but sigh. I know your temperament, but planning before acting is the way to go. In this world, there are no absolute matchless powers. It won't work. Your uncle previously mentioned taking you to the Spirit Hall. Why don't we go to the Spirit Hall first? After pondering for a moment, Lu Erlong nodded solemnly. At this point, she really couldn't think of a better plan besides this. However, the thought of not being able to vent her frustration made her expression uncomfortable. Wuhun City. After a short journey of half a month, Luomian, Lu Erlong, and Flinder finally arrived at Wuhun City. As they entered the city, they saw another luxurious convoy, adorned with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's 7 Treasure Glazed Pagoda emblem. It's the people from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Flinder sighed lightly, recalling the previous events, his expression becoming somewhat unnatural. The carriage stopped. Ning Rongrong got out of the carriage. Despite her mischievous nature, she still got out of the carriage to greet Flinder. The former dean, Ning Rongrong. I've met Dean Flinder. She suppressed her pride and greeted softly, Dean Flinder, why are you also in Wuhun City? Is it her? At this moment, before Flinder could speak, Lu Erlong couldn't help but interject. Are you saying that the scoundrel Yu Xiaogang poisoned this little girl? Flinder smiled bitterly upon hearing this. That's right. Ning Rongrong is the current little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the only daughter of Sect Master Ning. Soon, Flinder informed Ning Rongrong about the events that had happened to them and many subsequent matters. That Yu Xiaogang is truly despicable. And Tang San. I once thought he was such a good person, but he turned black and white for that kind of person. Because of my issues, Shrek Academy is no more. I just heard that Dean Flinder, you want to teach her Lu's Academy. If there's anything we at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School can help with, please let us know quickly. Understanding everything, Ning Rongrong did not conceal her displeasure, but also expressed her position. Hearing Ning Rongrong say this, Lu Erlong couldn't help but grab Ning Rongrong's small hand. What a poor child, to be bullied by such a useless scoundrel like Yu Xiaogang. Teacher Lu promises you that I will get back all the grievances you suffered. That damned Yu Xiaogang deceived me for decades, made me have an unrequited love for decades. And in the end, he even wanted to covet my body. I'll crush him egg by egg. Ning Rongrong was stunned, her expression suddenly pale. So stimulating, so cruel. I like it. Dealing with such a scoundrel, this outcome seems most appropriate, right? Suddenly, a ghostly figure appeared before everyone. The person was none other than the ghost, DongAbdicates, who had followed Luomian from Wuhun City to Tiando City and returned early from Tiando City. Everyone, I have already reported your arrival to His Majesty. Please head directly to the Hall of the Pope. Guimei appeared, glanced at Luomian and the others, then looked at Ning Fengji and said solemnly, All right, thank you, Ghost Douluo, for coming to convey the message. Ning Fengji was the first to react, exchanged pleasantries with Guimei, and then called everyone, even inviting Luomian and the others onto the carriage, heading toward the Hall of the Pope together. Half an hour later, the convoy stopped at the entrance of the Hall of the Pope. Guimei led everyone into the Hall of the Pope. At this moment, Qian Renfeng was seated on the papal throne. Upon seeing Ning Fengji and Luomian arriving together, he gently raised his finger, signaling Guimei to wait aside. Just as he was about to speak, an unexpected voice rang out. Ding detected that Ning Fengji, Flinder, Lu Erlong, and others have arrived at the papal hall. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the hidden achievement task. Chapter 063. The second piece of fallen god equipment, Yu Xiaogang's disaster. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the hidden achievement task. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering one of the major fortunes. Congratulations to the host for receiving the hidden achievement task reward. Huh. Qian Renfeng softly hummed in surprise at the sudden prompt from the system. Before this, he had never thought that his system had hidden achievement tasks, nor had it ever been mentioned before. What are hidden achievement tasks? Qian Renfeng pondered, responding to the host. The system explained that hidden achievement tasks are determined based on the current world environment. Since Yu Xiaogang and Tang San are both individuals of great fortune, everyone currently present in the Pope's hall has a close relationship with them. Therefore, host, you have successfully seized the fortune, thus completing the hidden achievement task. So that's how it is. Qian Renfeng understood everything. With the system explaining it this way, he felt much clearer in his heart. Ding. It has been detected that your achievement reward is still unclaimed. Would you like to claim it now? Claim. The gentle voice of Qian Ren whispers. If there are rewards not claimed, what difference does it make from being unable to act humanely? Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully claiming the hidden achievement task reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the second soul bone reward of the fallen god divine equipment. Interesting. Qian Renfeng was indeed taken by surprise. Originally, his plan for today was just to meet with Ning Fengji and Yu Luomian, among others. Since the ghostly figure had returned early and informed him of the things he wanted to know, he was too lazy to delve into the details. However, he did not expect that the system would inform him at this moment that he had unintentionally completed a hidden achievement task. He made a note of the hidden reward in his mind. Qian Renfeng's gaze was once again focused on Ning Fengsh and the others. Master Ning, everyone must be tired from the journey. I will arrange for someone to take you down to rest now. Our Spirit Hall army will take some time to gather completely, and we can discuss the matter of attacking the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family then. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Ning Fengsh leaned on his staff and smiled. His expression warm. Your Highness, you could decide on this matter. I came today merely to fulfill a promise and to seek justice for our sect. Just let us know when to take action. Qian Renfeng gave a sound of acknowledgement. After several arrangements, he ordered someone to take Ning Fengji and the others away to rest. Your Majesty, my daughter's matter has been resolved. As for the subsequent issues, I wonder what else Yu Luomian can assist with? After Ning Fengji and the others left, Yu Luomian suddenly stood up to ask. Qian Renfeng looked at Yu Luomian, then glanced at Lu Erlong and Flander. This Pope is not a petty person. There is a reason for every grievance and a master for every debt. There's no need to be so restrained in front of this Pope. Just focus on doing your normal tasks. As for Lu Erlong and Flander, they can continue to develop the academy and train the commoners. If necessary, they can seek our Spirit Hall's assistance. Arrange these matters. Qian Renfeng turned and left the Pope's palace. Watching Qian Renfeng depart, Lu Erlong and Flander exchanged a glance. In each other's eyes, they saw expressions of shock, as their understanding of Qian Renfeng suddenly deepened. Previously, there had been doubts about whether all of this was part of Qian Renfeng's plan, and Lu Erlong, who had been misled by his confused old dad, completely changed his mind at this moment. Sure enough, Yu Xiaogang, you deserve it. Back to the small courtyard. Qian Renfeng waved his hand to close the courtyard gate. Gui Mei, go to Tiando City again. Inform Xiao Shui to closely observe the recent movements of the royal family. If the situation becomes uncontrollable, let her fake her death to sever her identity. As the voice fell, a soul bone floated in front of Qian Renfeng. It was the first piece of the fallen god armor, the 990,000 year old fallen demon dragon torso bone. Since this was also a piece of the fallen god armor, the second skull shouldn't disappoint me either. Qian Renfeng whispered softly, and a flash of brilliance burst forth from his eyes as powerful soul energy began to draw towards the skull. The skull drew closer, gradually starting to merge into the position between his eyebrows. At the same time, Qian Renfeng once again inquired of the system. System, check the specific information of the second soul bone of the fallen god set. Name, Abyssal Dark Phoenix Spirit Skull Age, 990,000 years soul skills. Soul suppression, force separation. Soul suppression, one of the skills attached to the soul bone. After using this soul skill, it can temporarily suppress another person's martial soul. Under normal circumstances, it can protect the user's martial soul from disturbance and has a mental immunity effect. Force separation, one of the skills attached to the soul bone. Used in conjunction with the soul suppression skill, it can completely suppress the martial soul of a weaker opponent. and using this skill can forcibly separate their martial soul. Note, to separate a martial soul, one must have an overwhelming strength and meet a certain soul power difference. Soon, the system's query results appeared. Looking at the results provided by the system, Qian Renfeng couldn't help but be surprised. Even though his mindset had been honed well, and he had achieved great success in the past 20 years of hiding his strength, at this moment, hearing the soul skill combinations of the second soul bone of the fallen god set still brought an expression of delight to his face. Soul suppression, force separation, both are incredibly powerful abilities. The more he understood the cultivation of soul masters, the more he realized how perverse these two abilities were. Simply put, soul masters rely on their own martial souls, which, after merging with soul rings, reach some skill releases. The so-called source of power actually lies within the soul rings, which need to be paired with martial souls to exert their true effects. If the martial soul is temporarily suppressed, then the soul master would be completely rendered useless. As for the second soul skill, force separation, it directly separates the martial soul of the soul master. Can a soul master who has lost their martial soul still be called a soul master? Qian Renfeng does not believe that such a person can continue to be a soul master, especially after having their martial soul stripped away. They might be worse off than an ordinary person, although there must be a certain soul power gap that needs to be met and a complete overwhelming is required. Such abilities can still drive countless people crazy. Indeed, it is worthy of being the set soul bone of the fallen god divine armor. Whether it's the skill from the first piece or the skill in this second piece of soul bone, they're all tailored for a true deity. Although meeting the soul power gap is difficult among the same rank, that guy Yu Xiaogang should make a good experimental subject. The benignly mutated golden holy dragon, however, has to endure being accompanied by the useless waste of Yu Xiaogang, which is a terrible waste. Qian Renfeng felt a surge of emotions, a cold smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. After thoroughly understanding the soul bone skills, he had already set his sights on a predetermined target. Chapter 064, the domain of the pseudo-god, the blooming flower of slaughter. Yu Xiaogang, such a waste of talent and a scoundrel. Qian Renfeng saw nothing wrong in choosing such a person. Although the soul bone skills had not been officially used, and it was mentioned that a sufficient level of soul power was needed to suppress them, he did not worry about this issue. His current strength was at level 95 as Super Douluo. And what about Yu Xiaogang? A powerful level 29 great soul master, crossing a gap of 66 levels. If that couldn't meet the requirements for using the soul bone skills, then soul suppression and force stripping would not deserve to be the accompanying skills of a 990,000 year Abyssal Phoenix's spiritual skull. As for the possibility that forced stripping of the martial soul could turn a person into someone worse than an ordinary person, from beginning to end, Qian Renfeng had never considered such a problem. With Yu Xiaogangs level 29 strength, he could at least be considered a true great soul master. Yet he was not doing anything of value. The breakthroughs of soul masters were always accompanied by opportunities of life and death. Someone as cowardly as Yu Xiaogang, if he truly had strong determination and willpower, would have broken through long ago. Transforming such a person into even more of a waste through force stripping did not require any concern about psychological guilt. Boom! At this moment, an extremely terrifying wave of soul power erupted. The terrifying force instantly swept through the entire courtyard, a chilling aura enveloping it from all directions. Sitting cross-legged within the campus, the Abyssal Phoenix's spiritual skull was merging into his forehead, the speed not very fast, but gradually integrating piece by piece. Meanwhile, Qian Renfeng mobilized the soul power within him, continuously accelerating the absorption of the Abyssal Phoenix's skull. Had he almost completed the absorption? Soon, Qian Renfeng slightly opened his eyes, a hint of surprise flashing in the depths of his pupils. Now that his strength was at level 95, although a level 96 Title Douluo was 20 stronger in pure soul power than a level 95 Title Douluo, a soul bone of such age should be enough for him to break through, right? Was there something wrong? He whispered softly. Qian Renfeng discovered that after absorbing the skull of the Abyssal Dark Phoenix, his soul power had significantly increased. While his soul power had accumulated enough, there was no movement in his realm. By the way, after the incident with Xiao Xue was exposed, Sword Douluo had shared some stories with Tang San. After reaching level 95, to continue breaking through, a Title Douluo needs not only the accumulation of soul power, but also insights into their own martial soul. His father, at the age of 108, only reached level 97 in his entire life, and when he was 98, he broke through to level 97 after fighting against 4 Title Douluo alone. It seems that this is the gap I need to bridge. The 1,000-rank wind whispered softly. The sound fell, and a surge of mental power rushed towards the center of his forehead. With a boom, the 8-winged fallen angel martial soul appeared behind him. The mental power swept across his forehead and finally landed on the 8-winged fallen angel martial soul. Boom! Boom! A deep, muffled sound continuously erupted from the air. The sound waves disturbed the surrounding area, and a seemingly hazy, yet seemingly real gray world suddenly appeared before his eyes. Interesting. Qian Renfeng felt his soul drifting away from his body, and in an instant, he entered a grayish world. Pride, envy, rage, sloth, greed, gluttony, lust, and madness suddenly flooded his mind. Silence! Qian Renfeng shouted sharply. In an instant, all the strange emotions were suppressed. The 8-winged fallen angel martial soul. Strictly speaking, it is an extremely evil and wicked martial soul, in accordance with the purpose of the Spirit Hall. Qian Renfeng actually knows very well what his fate will be. With his cheap grandfather, Qian Douluo's style, and the identity of the angelic messenger, he will definitely be completely suppressed. For so many years, he has remained safe and sound, relying not only on his identity as a beloved grandson, but also on his sufficient confidence. All the demons and monsters will be suppressed. No matter how evil and wicked you are, my heart remains as clear as the moon hanging in the sky. Now, the sudden abnormal emotions have been completely suppressed by him in an instant. Qian Renfeng did not want to become a puppet of his martial soul. Because of the evil of the martial soul, he had fallen into boundless evil, ultimately becoming one of those people in the city of slaughter. Suppressing all his uneasy emotions, Qian Renfeng saw a phantom appearing right in front of him. The phantom had its back to him, 8 wings spread out behind it, resembling his martial soul. At the same time, mountains of corpses and seas of blood formed beneath the feet of the 8-winged fallen angel. At first glance, it seemed like a scene of bloodshed with floating corpses for miles. Upon closer inspection, it looked like countless laws were surging within. So that's how it is. Qian Renfeng whispered. Is this the understanding of one's own martial soul? It blooms in slaughter, like a flower in the dawn, a duality of extremes. Life and death accompanying each other. A terrifying domain of power formed in an instant within the mountain of corpses and sea of blood where Qian Renfeng stood. It is not the true divine domain of the Azura realm, nor is it the simplified, weak version of the slaughter domain, but rather a level between the two, or it could be called a pseudo-divine domain, slaughtering within the domain, blooming within the domain. Qian Renfeng felt a wave of heat in his heart, and he had already realized where his enlightenment was taking place, in the small courtyard. The terrifying aura was no longer as strong as it had been at first. Ayin and Xiao Wu were huddled together, with worry written all over Xiao Wu's face. She could see that Qian Renfeng was breaking through, but she was also worried that he might fall during the breakthrough, which would mean that her mother could never be revived. She bit her red lips tightly, and a layer of fine cold sweat appeared on her forehead. Ayin took a deep breath and looked at the ghostly figure who had returned from Tiando City. Lord Ghost Law, may I ask if His Majesty the substitute pope has not succeeded yet? The ghostly figure crossed his arms in front of him and frowned. I do not know about His Majesty's matters, but His Majesty has never failed. Furthermore, a little over half a month is not a long time for a Title Douluo level breakthrough. Boom! Suddenly, just as the ghostly figure finished speaking, Qian Renfeng abruptly opened his eyes. A sharp light burst forth from his pupils. Seeing this, the ghostly figure was greatly shocked, and then he saw Qian Renfeng's gaze gradually becoming clear, immediately reporting, Your Majesty, the matter has already reached the royal family, and the Wuhun Hall's army has now assembled more than 80%. Please give your instructions, Your Majesty. Qian Renfeng hummed in agreement. Since that's the case, let's start preparing. The time is almost here. Gu Mei responded and hurriedly left the small courtyard. After Qian Renfeng finalized the arrangements, he seemed to hear a faint pop sound from within his body, a strange flower flickering into view. The flower had 2 colors. One half was as bright red as blood, wild and fierce, while the other half was white as snow, gentle and soft. The duality of extremes, life and death coexisting. Chapter 065, Mobilizing Troops. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Family. Boom! The invisible wave of energy spread out. Accompanied by that crisp sound, the moment of enlightenment was completed leisurely. The soul power enhancement brought by the abyssal phoenix soul bone, along with this moment of enlightenment of the martial soul. allowed Qian Renfeng to break through the accumulation of many extraordinary talents that took decades to achieve, instantly moving from level 95 to 96. The powerful fluctuations of soul power at level 96 radiated outwards in all directions. Gu Mei, who had just left not long ago, stumbled in mid-air, stiffly turning his neck to look back, unable to help but take a deep breath. My God, has His Majesty broken through again? It seems like just recently he broke through to level 95, and now he has broken through again. A step that I and that guy Yu Xiaogang have not taken for decades is as simple as having tea and a meal for His Majesty. Pressing down the shock in his heart, Gu Mei's mind buzzed. Without comparison, there is no harm. Gu Mei felt very hurt. He had cultivated for a lifetime and was already quite old. Yet, inside Bibi Dong's palace, she had been diligently working to improve herself during this period. Thinking about the task in her divine test, she showed no signs of relaxation. In the past, she had never felt such pressure. But now, sensing that her biological son Qian Renfeng's strength was catching up to her, she felt the weight on her shoulders. The sudden wave of energy instantly jolted her awake from her cultivation. Her body flashed, and she appeared at the entrance of her palace, her beautiful eyes looking towards Qian Renfeng's small courtyard. Has he broken through again? It can't be wrong. This aura definitely feels like a breakthrough, and it's even more robust than my current soul power. From level 95 to 96, how could it be completed so easily? Bibi Dong murmured softly. As she spoke these words, a hint of sorrow flashed across her face, one that would leave any man breathless. My talent is also strong enough. Back then, his father was willing to use that method to keep me in the spirit hall. I never expected that Win's talent would be many times stronger than mine. No wonder he remains unmoved, even knowing I carry the inheritance of the Rakshasa god. At this point, a hint of madness and an insatiable thirst for power flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes. She, Bibi Dong, was also a proud genius. At the same time, in a residence arranged for the 7-treasure glazed tile school within the spirit hall, Ning Fengji was also meditating quietly when the sudden wave of energy came, causing him to open his eyes wide. Beside him, Sword Douluo Chunxen was feigning sleep, but sensed Ning Fengji's gaze and opened his eyes. Sword Uncle, has that person broken through again? Ning Fengji asked in astonishment. Sword Douluo nodded, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Indeed, he has broken through again. His current strength has probably reached the same level as mine. As he answered Ning Fengji's question, Sword Douluo couldn't help but look in another direction within the spirit hall, where the worship hall was located. Father, you once said that you had always been cautious in defeat. Encountering that extraordinary person from the spirit hall, whose strength reached the level of a 99th level Title Douluo. Although I don't know if that person is still alive. The things you experienced back then have also allowed me to encounter them. The spirit hall is indeed the spirit hall. Back then, there was such a powerful Title Douluo, and now there is such a successor. Indeed, the terror of talent. Ning Fengji was shocked. He might not believe what others said and even needed to verify it, but he never doubted what Chen Xian said. After all, Chen Xian currently possessed the powerful strength of level 96. The words of a Title Douluo who had truly crossed the watershed must carry more authority. Alas, the word talent has created such a gap between people. Ning Fengji's voice was dry, unable to help but sigh deeply. However, since His Majesty the Pope has broken through, the Spirit Hall's army should be almost fully assembled. The day to take action should not be far off, right? Sword Douluo nodded again. The old bones have already received news. The sect's disciples are all waiting outside Spirit City. As soon as the Spirit Hall's army moves, our sect's disciples can follow up for support at any time. Ning Fengji nodded. Suddenly, Gu Mei's figure appeared mysteriously in front of Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo. Sect Master Ning, Chen Xian. His Majesty has asked me to invite you both to the Pope's Hall to discuss matters. Please prepare. With his voice falling, Gu Mei's figure disappeared once again. Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo exchanged glances, seeing the answer in each other's eyes. Inside the Pope's Hall, Qian Renfeng sat high on the Pope's throne. Having just broken through to level 96 and gained a deeper understanding of his martial soul, he had also comprehended the true pseudo-divine realm. At this moment, the aura around Qian Renfeng seemed to have undergone a tremendous transformation. Unmoved like a mountain, Ning Fengti, Yan Dao Tensing, Yu Luomian, as well as Lu Erlong and others had all gathered in the hall. From various sources, it seemed that things were about to begin. Lu Erlong stood beside Yu Luomian, a cold light flashing in her eyes. Yu Luomian nodded, saying nothing more. Hearing these responses, The cold light in Lu Erlong's eyes turned into a cruel gleam. Old Flander. Although we were once the golden iron triangle, we have always been deceived. This time we encounter Yu Xiaogang. Don't stop me from recalling old feelings. I swear I once let him off lightly. Unable to let go of her feelings, Lu Erlong reminded Flander. Flander nodded. He had not yet reached the point of wanting to crush Yu Xiaogang, but he knew he could not stop Lu Erlong from doing whatever she wanted. If she wanted to crush him, then so be it. It would be as if he had never known a person like Yu Xiaogang in this lifetime. The legend of the Golden Iron Triangle would be as if it had never existed. Bibi Dong also arrived at this place. Nothing in the hall could escape her notice. Upon hearing Lu Erlong's soft whispers, a look of determination flashed in her eyes. Will the things I want to confirm truly unfold? Bibi Dong felt some hesitation in her heart. Suppressing her inner turmoil, Bibi Dong took a deep breath, choosing to observe quietly instead of speaking much. At this moment, Qian Renfeng spoke from the Pope's throne. Master Ning, how are your disciples deployed? Your Holiness, all disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School are in place and ready to move at any time, came the reply. Hearing this, Qian Renfeng stood up. His calm gaze swept over everyone, an arrogant aura radiating from his body. The Soul Masters of the Spirit Hall had already gathered 80%. Only 20% remained, which was no big deal. Then let us officially mobilize. The target is the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Chapter 066, Bibi Dong goes all out, making Yu Xiaogang wish he were dead. Seeking first subscription, first update, good. The sound of Qian Renfeng's voice fell. Inside the vast Pope's hall, the breathing of everyone became particularly heavy, with an excited atmosphere permeating every corner of the hall. After waiting for so long, hearing the order to mobilize the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family finally provided an outlet for the pin-up breath pressing against their chests. Yu Luomian's expression changed, and his gaze unintentionally met with Lu Erlong's. For a moment, their expressions were both excited and complex. Over 80% of the Spirit Hall's army. Originally, Qian Renfeng's plan was to summon tens of thousands of Soul Masters from various Spirit Hall branches. Even with 80%, that would still amount to over 8,000. An army of 8,000 Soul Masters from the Spirit Hall. How terrifying would that be? Family matters are best known to family members. Yu Luomian was well aware of the situation in their Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, surrounded by towering mountains and rivers. Every direction could become a weak point for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. In such a place, it was simply impossible to resist the Spirit Hall's army of Soul Masters. Sighing helplessly, Yu Luomian suppressed the unease in his heart. Although Lu Erlong was very displeased that Yu Luomian had not taken care of her over the years and had never fulfilled his responsibilities as a father at this moment, she still gave Yu Luomian a heavy pat. In an instant, the two father and daughter saw very similar thoughts reflected in each other's eyes. On the other side, Ning Fengji felt a cold glint in his eyes upon hearing Qian Renfeng's decision to mobilize the army. Leaning on his cane, the demeanor of a sect leader was evident. Sword Douluo informed Bone Douluo. This time, we, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, will advance and retreat together with the Spirit Hall. A steady voice rang out. Ning Fengji raised his cane and struck it firmly on the ground. That's the intention. Sword Douluo placed his left hand behind his back, and with his right hand, he pointed towards the hall's exit with his index and middle fingers together. His robes moved without wind. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 7 killing sword appeared, soaring towards the outside of Spirit City with the sound of clashing swords. The passing 7 killing sword created a streak of sword light. In an instant, it had already reached the location where many disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect were camping outside Spirit City. Soon, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing arrived at the Pope's hall from their residence. Sensing the particularly solemn atmosphere inside, Ning Rongrong cautiously approached Ning Fengji, while Zhu Zhuqing bowed to Qian Renfeng and then followed Ning Rongrong to stand by Ning Fengji. Rongrong, we're about to mobilize against the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. When the time comes, Dad will help you reclaim all the grievances you've suffered. Ning Rongrong responded with a soft carefully leaning into Ning Fengji's embrace. At the same time, after notifying Bone Douluo Gu Rong outside the city, Sword Douluo stood before Rongrong with an overwhelming aura. Rongrong, don't listen to your father's nonsense. If he really thought that way, would he still be waiting until now? Just watch. This time, I will join forces with your Grandpa Gu to attack the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. The moment we break in, Grandpa Jian will use the 7 killing sword to pierce that useless Yu Xiaogang into a sugar-coated hawse for you to play with. Our girl kindly helped him, and he still says you want to humiliate him and even wants to expel you while waving the banner of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Didn't he say you humiliated him as a beggar? This time, Grandpa Jian guarantees you that he will make Yu Xiaogang worse than a beggar, subjecting him to all the torments of the world, making him wish he were dead. A dragon has a reverse scale, and touching it will surely enrage it. Sword Douluo's reverse scale is Ning Rongrong. He sees her as his own granddaughter. When Ning Rongrong suffers grievances, it's like carving flesh from his heart, and he has long been unable to contain his anger. Usually calm, this time he was truly furious. Not far away, Bibi Dong quietly listened to Sword Douluo's promises to Ning Rongrong. Just from the literal meaning, she could already tell what kind of fate would await Yu Xiaogang if he fell into Sword Douluo's hands. In the past, due to her identity as the Pope, she wouldn't openly support Yu Xiaogang, and in many situations, she would still take care of him. However, this time, as she learned more, her mindset underwent subtle changes. Yu Xiaogang, oh Yu Xiaogang, I once truly had feelings for you, hoping you weren't the way everyone viewed you. Otherwise, the cost of deceiving me for decades is not merely a fate worse than death. I, Bibi Dong, may not be a good person, but I am definitely not someone anyone can deceive. The price for deceiving me is something no one can bear. Bibi Dong murmured to herself. A complex and indifferent look flashed in her eyes. The Pope's scepter made a faint sound. The sound produced by her hand rubbing against the scepter seemed particularly abrupt in the entire Pope's hall, yet it felt completely fitting. Initially, she wouldn't have changed so quickly. In fact, many times, she believed that all of this was Qian Renfeng's scheme to seize the Pope's power and take it from her hands. But facts speak louder than words. From beginning to end, Qian Renfeng had never explained anything, yet the events that occurred continued to rub salt into her wounds. The pain was sharp. In the quiet of the night, only she knew how much she was suffering. Decades of longing, decades of effort, decades of sacrifice. What she wanted was someone worth her sacrifices, not a hypocrite who only knows how to deceive and swindle. Unintentionally, Bibi Dong's gaze collided with Lu Erlong's. Both were very clear about each other's identities and their relationships with Yu Xiaogang. Although there was still a spark, beneath that spark, there was no indifference typical of rivals meeting. The implications were self-evident. All right, everyone, the matter has been settled. You may arrange your respective actions. At this moment, Qian Renfeng's cold voice suddenly rang out. With a flash of his body, Qian Renfeng had already stepped down from the Pope's seat and, in the blink of an eye, reached the entrance of the Pope's hall. 9 soul rings instantly appeared beside him, each glowing brightly, with 7 colored ribbons converging towards the heavens. At the same time, many lights flickered on the sacred 6-winged angel outside the Pope's hall, and many elders in the elder hall stood up at this moment. Different powers converged towards the heavens. The clouds parted, and radiant light burst forth. The massive sacred 6-winged angel projected a huge phantom in the sky. The angelic phantom, with its eyes tightly closed, cradled its hands in front of itself, and the light wings behind it shed layers of faint golden halos. As the halos spread, the Spirit Hall army that had rushed back from various branch halls in recent days was stunned. In an instant, all the soul masters of the Spirit Hall opened their eyes wide, and the overwhelming momentum shook the entire Spirit City. The time has come. Mobilize! Chapter 067 Spirit Hall, Spirit City, Spirit People. Please subscribe. Second update. Boom. 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 The ground trembled. The grass and trees quivered. Over 8,000 Spirit Hall soul masters began to march aggressively towards the outside of Spirit City, bathed in the falling sacred light. The faces of every Spirit Hall soul master were filled with solemnity. The Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon family, one of the top 3 sects. The Spirit Hall indeed does not need to fear any single top sect, but a direct attack will inevitably come with sacrifices. At this moment, all the soul masters of the Spirit Hall did not think about what the final outcome would be. At this moment, 2 words filled their minds. Responsibility. The responsibility of the Spirit Hall. The current head of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon family, Yu Xiaogang, once had the idea of taking action against the innocent people of a small town. This act, the Spirit Hall cannot allow. The Spirit Hall's army mobilized, and the entire population of Spirit City was stirred. An army of 8,000 soul masters can definitely shock and awe anyone in any part of Douluo Continent. Countless people turned their heads. Countless eyes were filled with confusion. What is going on? Why have the soul masters of Spirit City suddenly gathered? I don't know, but for more than a month, soul masters from various places have been returning to Spirit City. It seems that Spirit Hall is about to take major action. Do you really know nothing? Haven't you heard that the substitute pope of the Spirit Hall wanted to kill a scoundrel and was rescued by someone from the blue electric tyrant dragon family. One of the top 3 sects. I have heard about this. It seems that the other side was also planning to target ordinary citizens in a border town. This is simply a heinous crime. What? Those sects really don't regard us common people as human? The conversations continued. Many civilians who were stopping on both sides of the street, watching the Spirit Hall's army leave the city, were now whispering to each other. As more and more people learned about the situation, the ordinary citizens and soul masters mixed among them all looked on with anger. So many sects. Apart from the 7 treasure glazed tile school, which had genuinely supported our common people and was relatively warm, who didn't act high and mighty, and those imperial nobles, relying on their status and the protection of powerful soul masters around them, all looked down on others. Damn, sigh, don't mention it. Although life isn't great now, it's still much better than before. Yes, if it weren't for the adults of the Spirit Hall requesting subsidies for us common soul masters from the 2 great empires, we wouldn't even be able to survive, let alone cultivate. I hope the Spirit Hall will win this time. Don't just hope, the Spirit Hall will win. The shouts echoed continuously. Many civilians and ordinary soul masters who were stopping on both sides of the street all clenched their fists tightly. The low blessings, under the convergence of countless voices, also became somewhat earth-shattering. In front of the Pope's palace, the sounds from the outer main city entered here. Listening to the sounds pouring into his ears, Qian Renfeng raised one hand and forcefully squeezed the air. Boom! The deafening sound reverberated throughout Spirit City. The shouts of the common people mixed with these explosive sounds. The sacred light above the sky, at this moment, under Qian Renfeng's single grasp, burst forth like colorful radiance. The light that was originally bathing the soul masters of the Spirit Hall covered the entire Spirit City. Everyone could be bathed in the sacred light. What kind of personality does he have? Beside him, Bibi Dong looked at Qian Renfeng's actions at this moment. She could see clearly that Qian Renfeng's actions were clearly blessing everyone in Spirit City. Realizing that what Qian Renfeng was doing was completely different from herself, Bibi Dong fell silent. Once the Spirit Hall could confront the 2 great empires to demand subsidies for the common people. How far can you go? A heart full of complexity, Bibi Dong murmured in her heart. Suppressing her not-so-calm emotions, Bibi Dong looked at the carriage entering in front of the Pope's palace. Qian Renfeng took the lead in the carriage. The wheels rolled, and the flag of the Spirit Hall was proudly displayed on the carriage. Soon, the carriage drove out of the main city. The citizens on both sides of the street recognized that these carriages could only be used by the true high-ranking officials of the Spirit Hall. While glancing at the army of soul masters heading towards the Spirit City, they also looked at the many high-ranking officials in the carriage. The sound of footsteps rumbled. Nearly all the citizens who had stopped on the streets of the Spirit City began to move with the large army. As the army of soul masters took a step outside the city, they followed suit. Throughout the whole process, their eyes were all fixed on the people belonging to the Spirit Hall. It was admiration, reverence, and eagerness. Uncle Jian, I think I may not have made the wrong choice this time. Inside the carriage of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengji looked at everything on the street through the window, his serious expression revealing a hint of melancholy. Jian Douluo, he said, indeed, it's not the wrong choice. For the citizens, the Spirit Hall has indeed done better than the 2 great empires. Although the 2 great empires could use their absolute strength to prevent the citizens from rebelling, the citizens' hearts were crystal clear. Ning Fengji nodded slightly. That's true. In the past, I had my doubts. I believed that the Spirit Hall, possessing such immense power, would inevitably become a scourge to the continent. Before Qian Renfeng appeared, I still thought so. But after he emerged, it changed many of my views. This day will change because of him. Jian Douluo said no more. At this moment, he seemed to understand something. He understood why his father had failed back then, and why he said that the one who defeated his father would be the true spiritual leader of the Spirit Hall. The current Qian Renfeng was gradually recreating everything from back then, even surpassing his grandfather and the previous spiritual leader of the Spirit Hall in glory and brilliance. Not only Jian Douluo had this realization, but also Gu Douluo, who was organizing the disciples of the 7 treasure glazed tile school outside the city, couldn't help but fly high into the sky, silently gazing at everything inside the city, watching the army of soul masters mobilize, watching the divine radiance bless the entire city, watching the common people stop on the streets to bid farewell. His heart was filled with countless complex emotions. The huge 9 characters appeared in his mind. Spirit City, Spirit Hall, Spirit People. With such a city and such a person, the matter of attacking the blue lightning tyrant dragon family could not afford the slightest relaxation. And the key to all this was that the treacherous Yu Xiaogang must pay the true price for what he had done. Treacherous Yu Xiaogang must be executed. Chapter 068. Shameless Yu Xiaogang, the army attacks. Requesting subscriptions, third update between the mountains and rivers in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. The weather was not very hot, and the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family was shrouded in a solemn atmosphere. In the place where the high-ranking officials discussed important family matters, Yu Yuanjin sat in his position as the family head with a dark expression, veins bulging on his forehead. Is the news confirmed? The Spirit Hall has really deployed troops? Yu Yuanjin's voice was hoarse. A fierce look appeared on his aged face, and his eyes were bloodshot. Family head, the news is accurate. The Spirit Hall has indeed deployed troops and is already nearing our family's location, a high-ranking official replied. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the high-ranking meeting room became terrifyingly oppressive. At this moment, not a single high-ranking official of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family felt good, and Yu Yuanjin was even more so. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, one of the top 3 sects, and yet someone has really come to attack us? Family head, what should we do about this? Suddenly, another high-ranking official asked. The speaker was Title Douluo. As his voice fell, many other high-ranking officials all looked at Yu Yuanjin. Bang! With a muffled sound, Yu Yuanjin slammed his palm on the armrest of the chair. What else can we do? The Spirit Hall is too arrogant. Not only did they assassinate my second brother, but they're also leading their army to approach our family's mountain gate. We are the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, one of the top 3 sects renowned throughout the continent, with the inheritance of the world's #1 beast martial soul. We would rather die in battle than take a single step back. The many high-ranking officials looked at Yu Yuanjin, whose anger was soaring to the clouds. At this moment, many high-ranking officials were not very satisfied. They were still investigating the matter of Yu Lumian's death. However, Yu Yuanjin's attitude of preferring to die in battle and not retreating made them feel discontent. Family head, if it weren't for you favoring that useless Yu Xiaogang, how could our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family encounter such a situation? They had many grievances in their hearts, but the high-ranking officials dared not show any dissent. They had already seen clearly that in the entire family, only Yu Yuanjin was a Title Douluo, the cornerstone of their family, and the family had become a one-man show, making further discussion pointless. They listened silently to Yu Yuanjin's arrangements, no longer saying anything. Outside, many disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family were waiting there. Unlike in the past, all the disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family were filled with a sense of anxiety. They heard that the Spirit Hall was going to attack. The difference between hearing that the Spirit Hall was going to attack and the reality of the Spirit Hall actually attacking was immense. At this moment, the news of the Spirit Hall's army mobilizing made them unable to eat or sleep well, fearing that their lives would be lost in the blink of an eye. So this time things really went south. Why did the Spirit Hall suddenly decide to attack? Although our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family is one of the top 3 sects, we are still somewhat lacking compared to the Spirit Hall. They knew there were certainly deficiencies. After all, it was the Spirit Hall. Fortunately, this time they were coming directly to attack. If they had used stealth tactics again, it would have been truly difficult for them. Stealth attack? Do you really believe in that? A certain elder did not agree with the explanation given by the useless Yu Xiaogang. The second family head is also a Title Douluo. He didn't sense any battle fluctuations that day. Isn't that substitute pope at the level of a Title Douluo? It's normal for the second family head to not be a match. It's certainly normal not to be a match. But don't forget we are the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul. Can the second family head not withstand a single attack? Hiss. Many disciples turned their gazes towards Yu Xiaogang. For a moment, many of them felt a mix of emotions, having sensed some clues from their conversations. Yu Xiaogang remained silent. After returning to the family, his treatment had improved significantly. Although he had lost his legs, Yu Yuanjin had customized a wheelchair for him. His strength was indeed weak, but with the help of soul power, he could move the wheelchair a little, making it slightly better than crawling on the ground like a dog. A harsh voice reached his ears. Yu Xiaojiang's expression darkened instantly. How dare these damn guys doubt Yu Xiaogang? Anyway, that Yu Lumian has already been poisoned to death by me. If he hadn't died, he would have come out to confront me by now. Those who are already dead are not to be feared, and these guys are still trying to find problems over a dead person. I can't let them uncover the truth. Yu Xiaojiang's heart was filled with gloom. His sharp gaze swept over some disciples who were still conversing. He noted their faces and took a few deep breaths to calm himself. I should remember these disciples for now and settle the score with them later. As for the Spirit Hall's large-scale attack, my father has the strength of a 95-level Title Douluo and had forewarning, so there shouldn't be much of a problem, right? However, many people will definitely die this time, but as long as it's not me, Yu Xiaogang, what does it matter how many others die? If the Spirit Hall can help me eliminate those who have doubts about me, I might even thank them. Thinking about his own weakness, Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but grip the armrests of his wheelchair tightly. No, I can't put all my hopes on my father. I must be fully prepared. Otherwise, when the Spirit Hall people arrive, I wonder if Bibi Dong will come along too. If that foolish woman comes, I might try to contact her. She showed me mercy before, so she should still remember me. If I can get Bibi Dong to hold back that Qian Renxue, then things might be solvable. Yu Xiaogang's mind raced. Countless thoughts sped through his brain. For his own survival, he had pushed his brain to its limits. He remembered when he was in Spirit City. Bibi Dong saw him dealing with a beggar. She could have easily killed him with a slap, but only sent him flying. This thought energized him. With these thoughts settled, Yu Xiaogang felt more at ease. Bibi Dong had been deceived back then, and for decades after, he didn't believe the situation would be difficult to manipulate. As long as he could see Bibi Dong, there was nothing he couldn't control. Having deceived so many times, what harm would one more deception do? Yu Xiaogang shamelessly thought about these things, a smile creeping onto his lips, just as he was pondering ways to deal with the situation. A disciple from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family suddenly rushed in from outside. Before he even arrived, his urgent voice rang out. Head of the family. Head of the family. The Spirit Hall people are coming. So soon? Yu Xiaogang was taken aback. As soon as the voice of the returning disciple fell, Yu Xiaogang, sitting in his wheelchair, suddenly shivered. Despite his many wild thoughts, he was the type to be more cowardly when real danger approached. Just as he was about to use soul power to move his wheelchair away, Yu Yuanjin suddenly burst out of the high-level conference room. Lightning crackled around him. Yu Yuanjin's hair stood on end, and dragon wings unfurled behind him. His eyes were fierce, filled with rage. Spirit Hall, you really have guts. Yu Yuanjin roared angrily. Only after the enemy was at the gates did he truly become furious, with veins bulging on his forehead. Soon, other high-ranking members rushed out of the conference room, their soul rings lighting up. It was indeed time to prepare for battle. But head of the family, hasn't there been any response from the Haotian sect yet? This time, the Spirit Hall is attacking our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Is the Haotian sect planning to remain hidden? Haotian sect. Upon hearing these three words, Yu Yuanjin felt his mindset explode. Over a month ago, when he learned that the Spirit Hall was mobilizing soul masters from various branches, he had already sent people to contact the Haotian sect. But now, the news from the Haotian sect seemed as if it had sunk into the sea, with no response at all. It was suddenly embarrassing for him to have the family's high-ranking members questioning him. As the current head of one of the top 3 sects, he was unable to get any response from the Haotian sect. Father, you don't need to worry. The top 3 sects are united. Although the Haotian sect has retreated, they definitely won't stand by and watch. Besides, Xiao San is my disciple, and Xiao San's father is the current Haotian law. There is no need to worry about the Haotian sect at all. Yu Xiaogang noticed Yu Yuanjin's discomfort. At the same time, he also sensed the dissatisfaction of the other family elders regarding this matter, so he began to smooth things over. Yu Yuanjin replied, if that's the case, we should wait for news. I hope the reinforcements from the Haotian sect can arrive soon. After his words fell, Yu Yuanjin was about to comfort the family elders a bit more, but noticed that several elders were hesitating and had not spoken up. What's wrong? Is there anything else you're worried about? Yu Yuanjin asked. At this moment, an elder sighed deeply. Head of the family, you must think carefully. Although Yu Xiaogang says this, our top 3 sects have indeed been united in the past. But this time, the Spirit Hall is attacking us. And the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is also involved. Yu Yuanjin, Yu Xiaogang, damn. They all want to make me uncomfortable, don't they? Yu Xiaogang, am the direct heir of the family. Why? Why do you have to refute everything I say? His expression remained unchanged, but inside, Yu Xiaogang was already furious. The elder's mention of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School attacking them was like a steel knife, tearing open his concealed wounds. The top 3 sects are united. Why would the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School help the Spirit Hall in attacking the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family? Yu Xiaogang feigned ignorance on his face. Inside, however, he was more clear-headed than anyone else. Rage surged within him, and his teeth ground together. Blood vessels bulged on the back of his hands, gripping the wheelchair. The elder ignored Yu Xiaogang and, with a serious expression, looked at Yu Yuanjin. Yu Yuanjin sighed. Let us not discuss this for now. Let us prepare for battle. Many high-ranking officials frowned, realizing that Yu Yuanjin was changing the subject to avoid embarrassing Yu Xiaogang, and they silently cursed in their hearts. Outside the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, amidst towering mountains, many mountain peaks flickered with light. Soul masters from the Spirit Hall stood atop the mountains, their armor reflecting brilliance. Unlike the soul-hunting operation that might have occurred over a decade later, when they would wear black stealth outfits, this time they boldly donned their armor, showing no need to conceal their identities as Spirit Hall soul masters. A hawk's cry echoed across the fields. In the sky, a giant firebird flew in from afar. On the firebird stood a curvaceous and cold woman, playing with a cluster of flames in her hand, exuding an aura of wildness, arrogance, beauty, and coldness. Behind the firebird, many soul masters with flying martial souls stood on their respective martial souls, rushing forward at an astonishing speed. On the river, ships also set sail. Everyone's gaze turned towards the two giant dragons carved from massive stones not far away. Various colors of soul rings glimmered: white, yellow, purple, and black. The dazzling colors, accompanied by an unparalleled, terrifying wave of soul power, burst forth beneath this sky. It was the people of the Spirit Hall. Defend. Quickly defend. Charge. Eliminate these blue lightning tyrant dragon family members. His Majesty is personally leading the team. We cannot let him see us as a joke. We must show the spirit of the Spirit Hall's sons. Charge. 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 For the Spirit Hall. For the Spirit Hall. Countless Spirit Hall soul masters rushed to attack, demonstrating their strongest forms without holding back. Moreover, many seven-treasure glazed tile pagodas suddenly floated in the sky. The seven treasures are famous for their strength. The seven treasures are also known for their speed. One by one, disciples of the seven-treasure glazed tile school assisted alongside the flying soul masters. The descending amplification power fell upon each Spirit Hall soul master. The battle was about to erupt. Chapter 070. Yu Yuanjin appears. Qian Renfeng takes action. Please subscribe. Fifth update. Boom. Boom. The deafening sound echoed between the towering mountains. Various attacks, various soul skills, and various powers became the main tone of this place. Ah, big brother. Big brother, wake up. Damn Spirit Hall. Kill you all. We will kill all of you. Screams echoed continuously. Flames erupted. Countless cries of sorrow arose. The war had begun, and sacrifices were inevitable. Not only were members of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family dying, but Spirit Hall soul masters were also perishing. However, the soul masters of the Spirit Hall did not complain too much at this time. Their eyes were filled with determination. Casualties are inevitable. War is accompanied by death. All of this is fate. Damn it. This is really damn it. In the rear of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, Yu Yuanjin listened to the screams coming from the front with a darkened face. With each scream, he could predict that family disciples were dying. Each sorrowful cry pierced his heart like a steel needle. At this moment, a scout returned from the front. Seeing this, Yu Yuanjin immediately asked, "What is the situation?" "Family head, we have only observed one Title Douluo, possibly an elder of the Spirit Hall." The scout replied. Yu Yuanjin frowned. Could it be that the Spirit Hall only sent one elder to lead the team this time? What Spirit Hall? Thinking they can take down our blue lightning tyrant dragon family with just one Title Douluo, they are looking for death. Yu Yuanjin was filled with rage. Hearing the scout's intelligence, the large stone in his heart was somewhat relieved. "Elders, follow me into battle. Since the Spirit Hall has only sent one elder, let's leave them all behind. You are responsible for tying up that elder of the Spirit Hall. I will deal with the others." Yu Yuanjin waved his hand. In an instant, his spirit soared to the sky. However, many family elders rolled their eyes upon hearing Yu Yuanjin's words. "Good for you, Yu Yuanjin. We are all only soul Douluo. You want us to tie up a Spirit Hall elder? Your family's strongest member is a 95th level Title Douluo, and you just want to deal with those ordinary people? Family head, Title Douluo should not casually attack ordinary soul masters. This is the iron rule of war. Moreover, although we do not yet know which elder of the Spirit Hall has come, it is not very realistic for us to tie them up." One elder suppressed his anger and spoke word by word. Yu Yuanjin's brow furrowed tightly. Listening to the elder's words, he nearly let out 2 streams of smoke from his nostrils. A Title Douluo can enjoy the title of Douluo. Under the Iron Rule, they cannot casually attack those below a Title Douluo. If it were personal grievances, it would be one thing. Involving war, Yu Yuanjin knew that one really couldn't act recklessly. Otherwise, just like the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire, the two empires do not see each other eye to eye. Today, one family's Title Douluo goes on a massacre, and tomorrow, another family's Title Douluo does the same. The entire Douluo Continent would have long since descended into chaos. Are we just going to watch? Yu Xiaogang roared. Hearing this, Yu Xiaogang immediately said, Dad, the sect is about to be destroyed. If we continue like this, our family is simply no match for the Spirit Hall. Why should we care about these iron rules? Besides, Dad, you're a 95th level Title Douluo. History is written by the victors. As long as you win today, who would dare to say anything? Boom. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang's aura suddenly exploded. That's right. History has always been written by the victors. As long as one becomes the final victor, as long as one can still command the blue lightning tyrant dragon family after this battle, who in the world dares to say otherwise? A roar of dragons' chants suddenly echoed. At the moment the dragon's chant sounded, the voice of Yu Xiaogang followed. Martial soul, true body. The giant dragon ascended. A massive blue lightning tyrant dragon soared into the sky from the position where Yu Xiaogang stood. Yu Xiaogang stood atop the dragon's head, his dragon wings unfurling behind him. The dragon's roar resounded through the heavens. The suddenly erupting blue lightning tyrant dragon had already rushed to the center of the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Many soul masters of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, seeing Yu Xiaogang suddenly appear, were filled with excitement. The family head has arrived. The Title Douluo has made his move. Let us slaughter these trash from the Spirit Hall. The disciples of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family were ecstatic. However, the army of soul masters from the Spirit Hall all furrowed their brows. A Title Douluo suddenly intervened in an ordinary war? Damn it. Soon, all the soul masters of the Spirit Hall reacted and began to prepare their combined attack formation. Yu Xiaogang stood atop the blue lightning tyrant dragon. His indifferent gaze swept over the movements of the soul masters from the Spirit Hall below, a cold smile on his face. Fifth soul skill, thunder fourfold. Crackle, crackle. A vast area around Yu Xiaogang suddenly erupted with thunder. Countless bolts of lightning surged towards the army of soul masters from the Spirit Hall. Oh no, I can't move. This large-scale attack even has a paralyzing effect from the thunder. Is this the power of a Title Douluo? In an instant, many soul masters from the Spirit Hall were hit. Their bodies were paralyzed and unable to move as they saw Yu Xiaogang charging down from the sky atop the blue lightning tyrant dragon. Each soul master from the Spirit Hall seemed to see their final fate, all filled with despair. The blue lightning tyrant dragon, under the martial soul true body, soared past. Its massive claws raised high, with a thought, in accordance with Yu Xiaogan's will. One dragon claw ruthlessly struck down towards the many soul masters from the Spirit Hall who were already paralyzed and under control. Title Douluo Xiaogang once again took the initiative to paralyze the many soul masters, and he even anticipated how many soul masters from the Spirit Hall he could eliminate with his claw. Boom! Suddenly, just as Yu Xiaogang was about to strike, a loud explosion echoed. Yu Xiaogang controlled his martial soul true body to momentarily halt in midair. Then the giant dragon retreated far away. Right in front of him, a dark scythe appeared out of thin air, dancing in that space and forcing him to retreat completely. The space shattered. The cold gleam of the scythe stirred the surrounding spiritual energy into a frenzy. An old man, living to such an age? Step, step, stomp. The space trembled as a figure in white. Qian Renfeng stepped out from the void. With each step he took, the space shook. He gently raised one hand, forcing the scythe that had repelled Yu Xiaogang back into his grasp. Dressed in white with a black scythe, his clothes billowed in the wind. As soon as he appeared, Qian Renfeng cast a cold glance at Yu Xiaogang, who was trying to attack ordinary soul masters, his face full of indifference. What happened that day is happening today. Today, I will slay you. Chapter 071, Slaying the Dragon. What is this? Forced back a great distance. Yu Xiaogang's pupils constricted as he looked at the scythe that flashed past him. A breath of cold air was sharply inhaled into his lungs. How has his strength increased? Why has he improved in just a month or two? Yu Xiaogan's heart was shaken. He vaguely remembered the last time he went out to rescue Yu Xiaogang. At that time, Qian Renfeng was only at level 94, then broke through to level 95. Taking advantage of Qian Renfeng's breakthrough, he successfully rescued Yu Xiaogang. But now, his strength has actually broken through to level 96? How on earth did he cultivate this? Yu Xiaogang was greatly shaken, completely unable to believe as he assessed Qian Renfeng appearing on the other side. He had thought that this time the Spirit Hall had only sent an elder, but he never expected Qian Renfeng to also join the fray. Roar! The giant dragon soared into the sky. Yu Xiaogang dared not hesitate. under his martial soul true body. He transformed into a giant dragon and flew towards the sky. At the same time, in his fierce dragon eyes, he was terrifyingly staring at Qian Renfeng high in the sky, breaking heaven dragon roar. Bang, bang, bang. Even more terrifying dragon roars suddenly erupted. A series of sonic booms explosively resonating in the air. Wave after wave of sound waves surged towards Qian Renfeng, aggressive and unending. Realizing that Qian Renfeng had reached level 96, Yu Xiaogang dared not show any carelessness and decisively took the initiative. Soul suppression. Qian Renfeng whispered softly. The first soul skill of the abyssal dark phoenix's spirit bone was then bestowed upon him. He stood majestically in the air, unmoving. However, the sound of sonic booms mixed with soul impacts distorted the space. Faced with the invisible sound waves, his figure began to flicker in the twisted space until it finally vanished completely. How could this be? Below, many soul masters from the spirit hall saw Qian Renfeng disappear into the shattered space of the sonic boom, and their eyes couldn't help but reveal their shock. It can't be, right? The acting pope was actually ambushed and fell just like that? Did the acting pope underestimate the enemy? That shouldn't be the case. The acting pope doesn't seem like someone who would underestimate others. Many soul masters from the spirit hall couldn't help but be astonished. The sudden battle in the sky left them completely bewildered. How could someone as strong as Qian Renfeng be caught off guard by a sneak attack from Yu Xiaogang? Who would believe such a thing if it were to be said? In the rear camp of the Title Douluo, Bibi Dong's expression was indifferent as she looked at the spot in the sky where Qian Renfeng had vanished. If it weren't for the lingering feeling of their blood connection, she would have thought Qian Renfeng had already fallen. Gripping the Pope's scepter with her jade-like hand, she couldn't help but exert some force. Ideological differences are one thing. However, if someone wanted to take Qian Renfeng's life in front of her, she would not allow it. An unnamed aura began to gather around her. On the other side, seeing Qian Renfeng's figure disappear, Yu Xiaogan's eyes revealed a look of ecstasy. He could hardly believe the sudden effectiveness of his attack. Is this really happening? Truly, a mere child, during an evenly matched encounter, still has the heart to underestimate the enemy? No matter, since he underestimated. I will take this opportunity to prepare a powerful strike and completely crush him. The acting pope of the spirit hall should be the strongest among the invading army. If I defeat the strongest, I should be able to shatter the morale of the spirit hall's army as well. Yu Xiaogang calculated in his heart, suppressing his excitement. The blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex he was riding suddenly began to emit a brilliant blue light. The surrounding mountains around the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex seemed to have a calling trend. Just as he thought about his rich combat experience and prepared to unleash a powerful strike to settle the spirit hall's expedition, a cold voice suddenly echoed in the shattered space. Scythe dance. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, traces of scythe dances shot out from the void. Yu Xiaogan's pupils widened in shock. As he watched the scythe dance sweeping towards him like lightning, he wanted to control the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex to fall downwards. The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed. The death god's scythe skillfully swept across his martial spirit's true body countless times. Each flash of the blade made Yu Xiaogan's pupils widen even more. What is this? He actually has no injuries at all? Yu Xiaogang shouted in his heart. His aura suddenly surged, wanting to quickly reverse the situation, but the death god's scythe appeared once more. This time, Qian Renfeng's figure also emerged from the void. Raising the scythe high in his hand, it shone with a cold brilliance. When I say I will cut you, I will cut you. Slash! The death god's scythe fell. Yu Xiaogan's limbs seemed to stiffen. He thought he had suddenly achieved results with his strike, but now he was gathering strength. Before he could complete his charge, he suddenly saw the scythe descending and could not make any resistance. Moreover, Qian Renfeng's strength was already greater than his. He could only watch as the scythe descended towards his dragon body. The scythe struck down. The black scythe with mysterious patterns deeply cut into the massive body of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. The martial spirit's true body is closely linked to the soul master. The blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex was instantly severely injured. Under the tremendous force, the giant dragon, which had just taken off, fell towards the ground like a cannonball. Moments later, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex disappeared. A deep blood channel appeared on Yu Xiaogan's chest, and blood flowed out. His breath plummeted to the bottom. What happened? What is going on? Yu Xiaogang, not much different from Yu Xiaogang, saw Qian Renfeng initially vanish due to overconfidence in the shattered space from the sonic boom. Yu Xiaogang was overjoyed. At this moment, he was praising his old father for being so impressive. However, Before he could enjoy the triumph, the situation suddenly changed. His father fell from the sky like a dead dog, and the massive blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex also vanished. Boom! Yu Xiaogang crashed to the ground, creating a massive pit. The terrifying sound instantly woke Yu Xiaogang, who had not fully regained his senses. Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but grip the armrests of his wheelchair tightly. Looking from a distance at Yu Xiaogang in the giant pit, seeing the blood mark on his chest, and watching him cough blood continuously, his pupils contracted, and his expression suddenly paled significantly. Why is my old dad so useless? Qian Renfeng is just a kid. How could he fall so quickly? Yu Xiaogang shouted in his heart. While he was complaining about how his father suddenly lost, he caught a glimpse of Qian Renfeng walking down from the sky, step by step. This is bad. My dad lost so easily. My strongest support. Is it really gone just like that? Chapter 072. Bibi Dong takes action, tormenting Yu Xiaogang. Combined chapter. Thinking of his powerful strength at level 29. Thinking of the 8,000 Soul Master Army from the Spirit Hall. Thinking of how easily Qian Renfeng suppressed his father. Yu Xiaogang panicked. His pale face had no trace of color, and he didn't even have the slightest inclination to check on Yu Xiaogang in the giant pit. Asking was just a fear of death. Asking was just being cowardly. At this moment, not only was Yu Xiaogang panicking, but many disciples of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family were also in a state of panic. Where's the reinforcements? Where's our reinforcements? What about the people from the Haoyan sect? Wasn't it said that the Haoyan sect would send reinforcements? Many disciples of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family cried out in despair. The sudden defeat of Yu Xiaogang sent shockwaves through every one of them that were beyond description. The strongest of the family, defeated so decisively. How could the family withstand the Spirit Hall's attack? Cough, cough, cough. In the giant pit, Yu Xiaogang struggled to crawl out with his weakened body, a dragon scale covering the wound, barely stopping the flow of blood. He quickly returned to Yu Xiaogang's side. Seeing Yu Xiaogang's slightly stunned expression, he then glared at Qian Renfeng. Qian Renfeng, as the acting pope of the Spirit Hall. At such a young age, you already possess the strength of level 96. Why don't you focus on improving your strength? Today's events are all because your Spirit Hall wants to harm my son's life, and furthermore, to attack our blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Is your Spirit Hall still able to justify this? Or are you, Qian Renfeng, worried about the news spreading about how a dignified Title Douluo like you ambushed my clan's younger brother? Huh. Qian Renfeng was slightly surprised, hearing Yu Xiaogan's sudden reprimand. He couldn't help but smile. A Title Douluo ambushing a Soul Douluo? Such a thing would indeed be quite disgraceful if it got out. At this point, Yu Xiaogang still believed that Qian Renfeng's actions to attack the blue lightning tyrant dragon family were to cover up his own ugly deeds. He couldn't be bothered to argue with Yu Xiaogang on this issue. The death god scythe in Qian Renfeng's hand was raised once again, and at the same time, the spirit avatar of the eight-winged fallen angel also lifted the death god's scythe high. The imposing momentum swept through like a raging wind. Your Holiness, the acting pope, please give me a moment. At this moment, the voice of Yuluo Mian suddenly rang out as he flew out from behind with incredible speed. As soon as he appeared, Yuluo Mian unleashed his martial soul true form, standing atop the purple lightning demon dragon, glaring angrily at his older brother. Brother, do you still believe that I was ambushed by His Holiness the acting pope? If it weren't for that treacherous villain, Yu Xiaogang, poisoning me, how could I have disappeared for so long? Do you really believe his nonsense? If I hadn't escaped in time, and if His Holiness the acting pope hadn't saved me, how could I still be alive? His Holiness the acting pope is my savior, and you dare to say that he ambushed and killed me? Yuluo Mian spat out in fury. Seeing that Yu Xiaogang was still deceived at this point, he wished he could take a big knife and split open his older brother's head to see what was inside. How could a shrewd person like him be so confused by Yu Xiaogang? What? Yu Xiaogang exclaimed in shock. Yuluo Mian's sudden appearance left him feeling extremely unstable. At the same time, many disciples of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family looked at Yuluo Mian on top of the purple lightning demon dragon in disbelief. Mutated purple lightning demon dragon. Only Yuluo Mian, the second in command of the family, possesses this martial soul. They all thought Yuluo Mian was dead. And now his sudden appearance was completely unacceptable to them. Father, don't listen to his one-sided words. Second uncle must have been controlled. Qian Renfeng has an evil martial soul. He is a bona fide evil soul master. Look at second uncle. Where is there still the care of an elder for a junior? He must have been controlled by the Spirit Hall. Yuluo Mian's sudden appearance made Yu Xiaogang's heart skip a beat. He never imagined that the Yuluomian he thought he had poisoned to death would reappear. Realizing it was bad, he hurriedly raised his voice to cry out, "Father, you know me. How could I poison and harm my own second uncle? Besides, second uncle is a soul, Douluo. I only have a level 29 strength. Even if I wanted to poison him, it would be impossible for him to fall for it. Father, you must believe me. This is definitely a conspiracy of the Spirit Hall." His cries echoed through the heavens and the earth. Fearing that his act was not convincing enough, Yu Xiaogang squeezed out a few tears from his eyes. "Yu Xiaogang, that's enough. No one will believe your nonsense." At this moment, a fire dragon flew over from the rear, and Lu Erlong's voice boomed like thunder. With a loud shout, the fire dragon's massive tail swung violently in the air as Lu Erlong stood atop the fire dragon, furious. "Sister Erlong, you finally came. Did you hear that the family was attacked by the Spirit Hall and came to support us? Look, second uncle has been controlled by the Spirit Hall using evil methods. Come quickly." Yu Xiaogang, seeing Lu Erlong clearly, took a deep breath and began to shout crazily again. Lu Erlong's face was filled with frost. "My father has been controlled? So before he was controlled, did he ask you to find me for marriage? Did he know his time was short and that you, Yu Xiaogang, are a good person? So he asked you to take care of me for a lifetime?" Yu Xiaogang immediately replied, "Yes, Sister Erlong, you are indeed still clear-headed. Second uncle did say that before he was controlled. He. Lu Erlong's forehead throbbed with veins. Hearing Yu Xiaogang say such shameless things, her hatred for evil could no longer hold back her anger. "What you said is indeed correct. You, Yu Xiaogang, are a bona fide good person. A good person to the point that when others help you, you think they are insulting you. A good person to the point that you poison my father and then say my father wanted to entrust me to you. A good person to the point that my father stopped us from marrying, and in the end, you want to use your charm to take care of me for a lifetime. Since you speak so highly of yourself, then I, Lu Erlong, must have felt your love for decades. If you truly love me, shoot until you die for me." Lu Erlong spoke each word with intensity. With every word she uttered, the veins on her forehead became even more terrifying. By the end, flames were already blazing around Lu Erlong. The roar of the mutated fire dragon echoed through the mountains until the last word fell, and Lu Erlong shot towards Yu Xiaogang like lightning. Even though Yu Yuanjin was still by Yu Xiaogang's side, Lu Erlong could not control her explosive anger. In the heavens and the earth, only Lu Erlong's furious roar echoed. True form of the red dragon. Suddenly, just as Lu Erlong was about to condense her true form of the red dragon, a soft shout suddenly rang out. "Enough." The voice carried authority without anger. A red light swept over from a distance. Lu Erlong, already very strong, was completely suppressed at this moment, and the true form of the red dragon began to shatter inch by inch. The sound of high heels echoed. In the void, Bibi Dong walked out step by step, holding the Pope's scepter. 9 soul rings appeared, and the light from the red 9th soul ring dyed the sky red. The strength of a Title Douluo easily dissolved Lu Erlong's martial soul true form. Seeing Bibi Dong suddenly appear and recalling her past relationship with Yu Xiaogang, Lu Erlong couldn't help but frown. At this moment, Qian Renfeng was slightly curious, looking at the suddenly appearing Bibi Dong with a half-smile. Seeing Bibi Dong's calm and noble demeanor, he asked, "Haven't you figured out yet?" Bibi Dong fell silent, her indifferent gaze directed downward. It seemed she was still contemplating everything Yu Xiaogang had said to Lu Erlong moments ago. If she hadn't witnessed Yu Lumian's poisoned state in the Spirit Hall with her own eyes, and if she hadn't heard Yu Lumian's self-narration with her own ears, and if she weren't so familiar with Qian Renfeng's character, Bibi Dong believed she would still be deceived at this moment. Coincidentally, she arrived here with a hint of suspicion. Yu Xiaogang's actions had completely ignited her anger. She had seen through it. Decades of illusions ultimately turned out to be just a dream. Bibi Dong's voice was cold. At this moment, she recalled the time before Qian Renfeng was born, when she was still the Saintess of the Spirit Hall. Yu Xiaogang had deceived her terribly. She thought about her unwillingness to let go of the papal authority, about how she wanted to use that authority to accomplish her goals. For some reason, Bibi Dong felt she had been foolishly pitiful. "What do you want to do?" Qian Renfeng asked, understanding. Bibi Dong smiled coldly. "I said before, if everything is true, then life itself is a luxury for him." As she said this, a cold glint flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes. The mouth of the green snake, the stinger of the wasp. Both are not poisonous, but the most poisonous is a woman's heart. Bibi Dong had never considered herself a bad person, but she had never thought of herself as a good person either. With everything understood, Bibi Dong realized her mindset had completely changed. All her previous doubts about Qian Renfeng had vanished at this moment. Lu Erlong was taken aback. She had been listening to the quiet conversation between Bibi Dong and Qian Renfeng. She initially thought Bibi Dong was going to stop her from taking action against Yu Xiaogang, but it turned out that Bibi Dong was going to act personally. Yu Xiaogang was truly a talented individual, being able to provoke a Title Douluo to take action, especially someone like Bibi Dong. Below, Bibi Dong's sudden appearance, with the powerful presence of a Title Douluo, shocked everyone. The Spirit Hall's army of soul masters stopped their attacks, and many disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family also ceased their actions. The appearance of Qian Renfeng, Bibi Dong, as well as Yulo Mian and Lu Erlong, has left them feeling like their brains are mush. What the hell is going on here? How many peak experts has the Spirit Hall actually mobilized? Qian Renfeng, a Title Douluo of level 96, serves as the acting pope. Bibi Dong, the current pope, is a Title Douluo with unknown specific strength, but possesses a 100,000-year spirit ring. Additionally, there is the Flame Eagle Douluo, an elder of the Spirit Hall, who is also a Title Douluo. Are we just going to let them run wild? On the side of Qian Renfeng, upon hearing Bibi Dong's decision, the death scythe dissipated from his hands. There was enough space for the spirit to be unleashed, all left for Bibi Dong. Seeing that the death scythe was gone from Qian Renfeng's hands and Bibi Dong suddenly appeared, the 100,000-year soul rings stunned everyone. Because of Lu Erlong's sudden rage, Yu Xiaojang's heart was revived once again. Bibi Dong appeared? Is she here to help me? It should be so. Once Bibi Dong showed up, everyone stopped attacking. Indeed, the heavens do not want to see me die young. They chose to stand by my side. Yu Xiaogang was ecstatic. For a moment, he looked at Bibi Dong with fiery eyes. Dong, you finally came. Qian Renfeng has gone too far. He is openly jealous of me. I know you have never forgotten me. Take me away from here, and I can definitely help you reach the true pinnacle. You're a twin martial soul. You shouldn't let Qian Renfeng take your authority like this. Help me kill Qian Renfeng, and I will help you reach the true peak. We can live like a divine couple. His mind was active. Yu Xiaogang seemed as if Lu Erlong had never appeared. Just a moment ago, he had said such things to Lu Erlong, and now he shamelessly spoke to Bibi Dong. The people around them had strange expressions upon hearing Yu Xiaogang suddenly change his words. Lu Erlong's expression was also slightly stunned. However, thinking that he already knew Yu Xiaojang's true nature, he was not too surprised, only feeling a wave of disgust in his heart. Bibi Dong's expression was cold. It seemed that she was indeed affected by Yu Xiaogang. Her clear voice rang out word by word. You said, as long as I take you away, you can help me reach the true pinnacle? You said, as long as I take you away, you can help me regain the authority of the Pope? Just now, you were infatuated with Lu Erlong, and now you are infatuated with me? At this point, a cold smile flashed across Bibi Dong's face. Yu Xiaogang was suddenly speechless, his expression alternating between blue and red, hurriedly trying to remedy. Dong, you must have misunderstood. This Qian Renfeng is an absolutely evil soul master. Just now, I was definitely affected by his martial soul, so I said such confusing words. Seeing Yu Xiaogang once again push the blame onto Qian Renfeng, Bibi Dong's face turned even colder, and her lips curled into a faint smile. Noticing the smile at the corner of Bibi Dong's mouth, Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, feeling pleased in his heart. It seems I should have successfully tricked this foolish woman, right? This woman has a terrifying desire for control. Hearing my alluring request, she should have completely fallen for it. My father is no longer useful, but there is still a Bibi Dong that I can use. The heavens have not abandoned me. Yu Xiaogang. He praised himself for his cleverness. Just as Yu Xiaogang was about to continue persuading Bibi Dong to completely turn around, Bibi Dong suddenly stepped down from the air, her tone light and airy. Qian Renfeng is my son. So you want me to kill my son? Chapter 073. Furious Bibi Dong, forced separation of martial soul. Son, how is that possible? Yu Xiaogang was suddenly stunned. Bibi Dong's cold voice rang in his ears, and all hope seemed to be shattered at that moment. You said Qian Renfeng is your son? So you're all in cahoots? Yu Xiaojang's mind was shaken. He looked at Bibi Dong in disbelief, almost unable to catch his breath. Remembering that he had just claimed to be influenced by the martial soul, that Qian Renfeng, this evil soul master, was seducing him. Now, he had said something lonely? In front of Bibi Dong, he called Qian Renfeng an evil soul master, and even let Bibi Dong personally kill Qian Renfeng? How brainless do you have to be to say such things? His head was buzzing. Yu Xiaogang was completely flustered, and he suddenly glanced at Yu Yunjin out of the corner of his eye. Bibi Dong was no longer an option. He now redirected his thoughts toward Yu Xiaogang. However, before he could say anything, Bibi Dong, who had already walked down from the air, slightly raised a finger. Her cold voice lightly spilled from her lips. Third soul skill, Death Spider Web Binding. A dark red large net suddenly appeared. Threads of spider silk fell from the net, each one securely wrapping around Yu Xiaogang's limbs. Ah, Bibi Dong, what do you want to do to me? His body was out of control. Under the pull of the spider silk, Bibi Dong suddenly lifted Yu Xiaogang from Yu Xiaogang. Suspended high in the air, only half of Yu Xiaogang's body remained, emitting sounds akin to a pig being slaughtered. Bibi Dong, what do you want to do? Yu Xiaogang roared madly, realizing he had fallen into Bibi Dong's hands. He was crazily losing control. Sixth soul skill, Blood-Sucking Spider Spike. Bibi Dong did not answer any of Yu Xiaogang's questions. Her jade-like fingers raised again, and petals resembling spider bones suddenly appeared behind Bibi Dong. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of spider bones piercing through the air as Bibi Dong gently pressed her finger. All the spider bones flew towards Yu Xiaogang. PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. The spider bones sliced through Yu Xiaogang, tearing his skin and flesh, blood splattering everywhere. In the air, only the sound of spider bones slicing through the air and cutting into Yu Xiaogang's flesh remained. Bibi Dong, you have such a ruthless heart. I once loved you so much, and you actually treat me so cruelly. Yu Xiaogang screamed continuously. He had already lost his lower half, and now the upper half was subjected to countless spider bones, his voice almost hoarse from shouting. Bibi Dong remained silent. Her indifferent eyes looked at Yu Xiaogang, bound by the death spider web, without a trace of compassion. She always kept her word. This had always been Bibi Dong's character. It was a luxury for Yu Xiaogang to feel a taste of life worse than death. She did not want to kill him so soon. As for Yu Xiaogang's curses, ever since she saw through his true nature, she had chosen to selectively ignore them. Third soul skill, Summon Demon Spider. At this moment, Bibi Dong opened her mouth again, and her cold voice sent shivers down the spines of those who heard it. A series of explosive sounds echoed. Suddenly, small spiders were summoned from the ground. These little spiders were all dark green. This was the third soul skill of Bibi Dong's second martial soul, the Soul-Eating Spider Queen, which was originally used for terrain scouting and searching for enemy traces. However, at this moment, it became a means for her to reclaim the debts she had been deceived about for decades from Yu Xiaogang. The little spiders leaped off the ground, and soon, they all landed on Yu Xiaogang. Without the task of scouting the terrain, these little spiders opened their sharp jaws and bit fiercely into Yu Xiaogang. It hurts. It hurts so much. Yu Xiaogang screamed. Bibi Dong, how long do you intend to torment me? I was wrong about you. I was completely wrong. I never expected you to be so malicious. Not only did you let Qian Renfeng ambush my uncle, but you also had Qian Renfeng control my uncle, and finally, you manipulated me. Now you even come to torture me. You are truly a heartless and cruel woman, Bibi Dong. Without hope, Yu Xiaogang showed no hesitation in expressing his disdain for Bibi Dong. The pain in his body constantly inflicted trauma on him, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. Bibi Dong remained silent. Her indifferent eyes showed no emotion. She watched as the blood-sucking spider kept piercing through Yu Xiaogang's flesh, absorbing his blood essence, and biting him bite by bite. She even felt a sense of satisfaction in her heart. In the rear, among the 7 treasures glazed tile school's camp, Ning Rongrong watched from a distance as Yu Xiaogang was being abused by Bibi Dong and couldn't help but tilt her head to look at Jian Douluo. Grandpa Jian, aren't you going to make a move? Didn't you say you would turn Yu Xiaogang into a candied hawthorn? Upon hearing this, Jian Douluo's expression stiffened slightly. Girl, such things can't be rushed. It's not yet time for your grandpa Jian to act. Beside him, Douluo didn't mind exposing Chun Xian's true nature. Girl, your grandpa Jian is being cowardly. Look, Bibi Dong is currently attacking Yu Xiaogang, and the anger that has been hidden for decades is not so easily vented. Even if your grandpa Jian wants to turn Yu Xiaogang into a candied hawthorn, he must see if Bibi Dong is willing. Ning Rongrong was rendered speechless. Seeing Jian Douluo's silent demeanor, she seemed to suddenly understand. Although she couldn't see the candied hawthorn Yu Xiaogang, seeing him being continuously tormented by Bibi Dong made her feel somewhat relieved. After all, Yu Xiaogang was being tortured. That seemed enough. Hoo-hoo. In the front, Yu Xiaogang's heavy breathing echoed continuously. After screaming for a long time, he was close to not being able to hold on anymore. Cold sweat mixed with blood dripped down his forehead. His eyes rolled back, and he was on the verge of reaching his limit. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang suddenly recovered quite a bit, reacting belatedly. Even though he was still shaken by Yu Xiaogang's words and the fact that Yu Lumian was not dead, Upon seeing Yu Xiaogang being tortured mercilessly, a look of determination flashed across his old face. People of the Spirit Hall, that's enough. Yu Yuanjin roared. He had no time to dig deep into the truth of Yu Xiaogang. He just wanted to rescue him from Bibi Dong. Otherwise, by the time he found out the final answer, Yu Xiaogang might already be dead. His other sons had already died young due to cultivation issues, and Yu Xiaogang was his only remaining bloodline. Boom! Seeing Yu Yuanjin about to make a move, Bibi Dong shot a cold glance at him. She stomped the ground with her Pope's scepter, and terrifying domain power erupted. Death Domain, activate! God of Death Domain, activate! Rakshasa Domain, activate! With 3 light shouts, a storm enveloped Bibi Dong's surroundings, suddenly stopping Yu Yuanjin, who wanted to save Yu Xiaogang. Upon seeing Bibi Dong activate 3 different domains in an instant, a look of horror flashed in his eyes. What kind of ability was this? 3 domains activated simultaneously. Brother, do you still want to persist in your delusions? At this moment, Yu Luomian also spoke up. He could see that Yu Yuanjin still wanted to save Yu Xiaogang and reprimanded him. Dad, help me! In Yu Yuanjin's ears, apart from Yu Luomian's reprimands, there was also Yu Xiaogang's voice, weak to the extreme. Hearing Yu Xiaogang's frail voice, 2 veins bulged on Yu Yuanjin's forehead. Enough! Yu Luomian, you have been controlled by the Spirit Hall. I won't hold your faults against you for now. After today's matter is settled, I will definitely investigate everything thoroughly. But Yu Xiaogang is my son, my last son. How can I not know my son's strength? He has significant research achievements in the spirit domain. If he says Qian Renfeng is an evil soul master, then he must be an evil soul master. An 8-winged, fallen angel martial soul? What kind of evil person must possess such a martial soul? My blue lightning tyrant dragon clan will never submit to the might of evil soul masters. Confused. So confused. Hearing Yu Yuanjin say this, Yu Luomian's expression became completely twisted. At this moment, Yu Yuanjin still wanted to support Yu Xiaogang. His heart was completely dead. Ignoring the situation of Yu Luomian, Yu Yuanjin was isolated outside by the 3 types of domain powers from Bibi Dong. But his expression suddenly became much more solemn. A crown-like object, resembling bone, suddenly flew out behind him. Terrifying soul power surged. Along with this, the wounds on his body, cut open by the death goddess Scythe, were instantly healed. Phew! He spat out a mouthful of old blood. Yu Yuanjin suddenly burst into laughter. I said back then, as long as I have a breath left, I will never let you kill my son in front of me. Today, so many Title Douluo from the Spirit Hall have come, and I know I will surely fall here, but my blue lightning tyrant dragon clan is still one of the top 3 sects, and has been passed down for countless years. Our foundation, Yu Spirit Hall, must also acknowledge. Roar. The sound of a dragon's roar echoed again. This time, it was not Yu Yuanjin using his martial soul true body. The frenzied dragon's roar came from that crown. True dragon, 9 crowns? Qian Renfeng frowned. He originally thought that Yu Yuanjin had accepted his fate and had seen through Yu Xiaogang's true nature and would give up on him. But the sudden emergence of the true dragon 9 crowns made his heart skip a beat. Calm, he exclaimed softly. The soul power on Qian Renfeng began to surge as well. The terrifying power brought by the true dragon 9 crowns collided with the power within him. Yu Yuanjin's thoughts were not on a head-on confrontation with Qian Renfeng. After unleashing the power of the true dragon 9 crowns, several fragments of soul bones suddenly merged into his body. Yu Xiaogang, who was bound by 3 types of fields and also trapped by the death spider web, was forcibly dragged out by Yu Yuanjin's roar. Xiaogang, I will now send you back to the origin of our family. Since I have seen through their true identity as evil soul masters, I cannot let you die at their hands. I know your martial soul has undergone a malignant mutation, and I am aware that your advancement is limited by your martial soul. This time, I will send you back to our family's origin, and you should try to find a solution. Hearing this, Yu Xiaogang broke free from Bibi Dong's torment and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief, quickly saying, Father, don't worry. As long as I solve the problem of the malignant mutation of my martial soul, I will definitely be able to reach the level of a Title Douluo. Good. Relax your resistance. I will send you away. The power of the true dragon 9 crowns has now all been absorbed into my body. It is enough to send you away. And the snow jade crown. When you return to the origin, try to gain its recognition as well. I believe you will surely have the potential of a Title Douluo. My son Yu Xiaogang has the potential of a Title Douluo. The power of the true dragon 9 crowns surged back into Yu Yuanjin, completely confusing him. As the power of the true dragon 9 crowns surged into him, the 7th, 8th, and ninth soul rings on him began to change from black to light red. 99,999 years of power, all absorbed by me. A massive vortex appeared. The space was distorted, and, at this moment, Yu Xiaogang stood there like a war god. The surrounding space was filled with terrifying storms. Others could not interfere in the slightest. Yu Xiaogang pretended to choke up, his eyes red, saying, "Father, don't worry. I will definitely solve the problem. I will break through to Title Douluo." Yu Xiaogang smiled. With a push of his hands, he intended to send Yu Xiaogang into the massive vortex. The appearance of the Yu Luoguan had made him suspicious. However, Yu Xiaogang's self-assertion led him to make a wrong judgment. Stubborn for a lifetime, he completely believed that the current situation was caused by Qian Renfeng, the evil soul master. The reason Qian Renfeng did this was just as Yu Xiaogang had said before. Qian Renfeng was jealous of his son's research. Or rather, his son's research posed a significant threat to evil soul masters, which was why Qian Renfeng couldn't sit still. Just as Yu Xiaogang was about to push Yu Xiaogang halfway into the vortex, Qian Renfeng's voice rang out. "You believe I am an evil soul master. So you want to send Yu Xiaogang away? So that he can come to hunt me down in the future? Because of the limitations of the malignant mutation that has rendered his martial soul useless. He can only study theory for a lifetime and go back to the origin to seek a solution?" A cold voice echoed. Qian Renfeng stepped forward. Even though Yu Xiaogang was currently empowered by the strength of the true Dragon 9 Crowns, he was as fierce as if he had taken a drug. However, Qian Renfeng was still a powerful figure at level 96, equipped with 2 pieces of fallen god soul bones. He would not be easily disturbed by Yu Xiaogang. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaogang, with half of his body caught in the massive vortex, barely paid attention to Qian Renfeng's words. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly saw Qian Renfeng point a beam of light from his fingertips. As the light whizzed by, the surrounding space was instantly frozen. Even Yu Xiaogangs figure, which was about to disappear into the giant vortex, became rigid. A cold and harsh voice echoed at the same time. "Since the martial soul is useless, then don't use it." Soul Bone Skill. Force Separation. Chapter 074. Separating the Golden Sacred Dragon. The ancestral coffin lid can no longer hold it down. Combined. Soul Bone Skill. Force Separation. What was he trying to separate? As the space solidified, Yu Xiaogangs half-body was stuck at the edge of the giant vortex, unable to move. A chilling sensation penetrated through his limbs and bones, sweeping through his entire body, and his heart was suspended in his throat, his pupils dilating many times. What is happening? Yu Xiaogang was startled. The reason the 3 upper sects are called the 3 upper sects is not just because they have the world's #1 weapon martial soul, the world's #1 beast martial soul, and the world's #1 support martial soul. The main source still lies in the fact that each of the 3 upper sects possesses their own inherited treasures, just like the secret techniques mastered by each Haotian of the Haotian sect. Their Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family also has their own inheritance, originating from the extreme northern ice fields, relying on the true Dragon 9 Crowns as an inheritance, which allows them to rapidly enhance their strength as if they have taken drugs. Although he is currently only a 95 level Title Douluo, he would not back down even if he faced a 97 level or even 98 level Title Douluo. Considering that there were too many Title Douluos from the Spirit Hall on this trip, all of whom were top-notch experts, he chose to forcibly open the spatial teleportation ability using the power of the true Dragon 9 Crowns. But now, the space suddenly solidified. How is that possible? He couldn't stop it. At this moment, Bibi Dong stood beside Qian Renfeng and said coldly, "The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family's inherited treasure, the true Dragon 9 Crowns, can significantly enhance the strength of its inheritor in a short period of time. Yu Xiaogang is trying to exchange his own life for Yu Xiaogang's chance to escape." As her voice fell, Bibi Dong's cold and beautiful eyes looked at Yu Xiaogang in the massive vortex, filled only with hatred. But at this moment, Yu Xiaogan's power had increased significantly, and she could only sigh helplessly. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed from the back. 9th Soul Skill, God and Demon, 2 slashes. The 7-killing sword rushed forward like a bamboo being split, with Sword Douluo Qinshin's robe billowing in the wind. As he neared, the Sword Douluo suddenly stood in the void, and the 7-killing sword was thrust fiercely in front of him, forming a gigantic hexagram sword formation. 2 sharp sword rays tore through the space and swept towards Yu Xiaogang. "Sword Path Qinshin, you dare!" Yu Xiaogang felt a chill run down his spine. Qian Renfeng suddenly made his move, solidifying the space around him. He was now putting all his strength into teleporting Yu Xiaogang. seeing the sword Douluo suddenly charge out. His expression had long lost any trace of color. Yet another powerful opponent. Yu Xiaogang humiliated my precious granddaughter before. I have said before. Today I will turn Yu Xiaogang into a candied hawthorn. I have not finished my business yet. You also want to teleport Yu Xiaogang away. The sword's edge approached. The shattered space created ripples. Two sword lights seemed to transcend time and space in that instant. Freeze! Yu shouted loudly. As the shout echoed, Yu swung his right hand fiercely once more. Poof, poof, poof. The two sword lights struck Yuanjin's body. He spat out several mouthfuls of old blood, and the veins on his forehead bulged. Resisting the ninth soul skill of a Title Douluo was no small matter. In the distance, Yu Lumian saw Yuanjin go this far for Yu Xiaogang and was already filled with rage. Foolish. So damned foolish. The strongest member of the family risked his life for a waste. It would be understandable if it were just a waste. After all, there is familial affection. But that is simply a source of all evil. Cunning, sly, insidious, ruthless, shameless, despicable. It seemed to be the ability of Yuanjin's right arm soul bone. Among the blue lightning tyrant dragon family's soul skills, there were no soul skills for spatial teleportation. After absorbing the true Dragon 9 crown, Yuanjin's control over this space reached its peak. The dual demonic slashes had no effect. Qian Renxue frowned deeply, flashing to Qian Renfeng's side. And upon seeing the eight-winged fallen angel martial soul behind Qian Renfeng, he spoke word by word. Controlling space is not something he alone can do. Qian Renfeng suddenly whispered softly. He forcibly activated the first soul skill of the soul bone, soul suppression, to suppress the space, not worried that Yu Xiaogang could escape before he finished his task. Yuanjin merely wanted Yu Xiaogang to return to the origin of their blue electric Tyrannosaurus family to resolve the soul issue. By now, Yuanjin still didn't understand whether it was a human problem or a soul problem. If it were truly just a pig, the Golden Iron Triangle's soul fusion technique could not possibly still have the Golden Sacred Dragon as its backbone. The only explanation is that during that time, under the forced enhancement by Flanders and Lu Erlong, Luo Sanpao could truly showcase the charm of his Golden Sacred Dragon. Following closely beside Yu Xiaogang, it could only be that Yu Xiaogang was too useless to support his appearance. And under the huge disparity in soul power, the second soul skill of the Abyssal Dark Phoenix's spiritual skull was a complete lock-on. As soon as this was said, Qian Renxue was slightly taken aback, and Bibi Dong followed suit, both looking at Qian Renfeng's profile with astonished eyes. At this moment, they had all accepted that Yu Xiaogang was about to be teleported away, but Qian Renfeng was not worried about this issue at all. What other means had not been displayed? Suddenly, a deafening dragon roar erupted. Brilliant golden light suddenly burst forth from Yu Xiaogang, and two yellow soul rings uncontrollably appeared beside him. The moment the soul rings appeared, they triggered that terrifying dragon roar. Boom! Just as everyone was astonished, Luo Sanpao appeared beside Yu Xiaogang, then suddenly leaped into the air, the earth-shattering dragon roar coming from its mouth. A pig, emitting a dragon roar? Sword Douluo felt his worldview shatter. Further away, Gu Rong quickly arrived with Ning Rong, and upon seeing Luo Sanpao, this pig emit a dragon roar. His pupils couldn't help but widen several times. Old man, what on earth is going on? Gu Rong asked in surprise. Sword Douluo shook his head. You asked me? Who should I ask? Didn't your father once reach level 97 and even fought against a level 99 Title Douluo? Didn't he leave you any useful information? Gu Rong retorted. Sword Douluo, do you think my dad is omnipotent? Gu Rong, you're such a waste. The two old partners began their daily banter again. Soul, my soul, what on earth is going on? Just as Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo were in a heated argument, Yu Xiaogang suddenly let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. He had just been tormented by Bibi Dong to the brink of death, already weakened to the extreme, and now it seemed like he was coming back to life and started shouting. Hearing Yu Xiaogang's agonizing howl, everyone snapped back to reality, all looking at Luo Sanpao in disbelief. After that, they turned their gazes toward Qian Renfeng. Was Yu Xiaogang wailing about his soul? Qian Renfeng, this acting pope, just used a method that directly targets the martial soul? Thinking of this terrifying fact, everyone present was shocked. Qian Renfeng, what exactly have you done to me? Why does my martial soul suddenly want to leave? Why? Yu Xiaogang roared loudly. At this moment, he was truly panicking. He had always looked down on his useless martial soul, but now, sensing that the useless martial soul wanted to leave and completely cut ties with him, he couldn't hold it together anymore. Yu Yuanjin would risk his life to protect you from leaving. I do not deny that you can be sent away from here. But since you look down on your useless martial soul, I will help you sever it. The illustrious golden saint dragon martial soul, because of your personal incompetence, has never been able to fully unleash its true power, and yet you still have to bear the title of useless martial soul, burying its rightful brilliance along with you. Qian Renfeng whispered lightly. He didn't care whether Yu Xiaogang, such a useless person, was alive or dead. Regarding Yu Xiaogang, he merely wanted to make Bibi Dong completely recognize reality and restore her former appearance. Today's changes in Bibi Dong have already proven his success. As for Yu Xiaogang's matters, he believed that with Bibi Dong's ability and the grievances of being deceived for decades, a grand pursuit across thousands of miles was not impossible. Surviving the first day of the month certainly wouldn't allow him to survive the 15th. Moreover, while others might not understand Bibi Dong, he certainly did. Even if it took a lot of time for him to become a god alone, Bibi Dong inheriting the Rakshasa god position was a certainty. Even if Yu Xiaogang were to be sent away, to hide away for a lifetime without showing his face, when Bibi Dong became the Rakshasa god, covering the entire Douluo Continent with divine consciousness, it would be too easy to kill Yu Xiaogang. However, when it came to stripping away martial souls, he could allow Yu Yuanjin to send Yu Xiaogang away, but after all, he bore the golden sacred dragon martial soul. To be honest, Yu Xiaogang was indeed useless, unable to fully unleash the power of his golden sacred dragon through the three-cannon technique. But the world has been changed by him. What if one day Yu Xiaogang suddenly awakened? What if he suddenly turned over like a salted fish after taking some medicine? Cultivating a potential opponent was never his style. It was better to directly strip away Yu Xiaogang's martial soul. A useless person without a martial soul would still be just a pile of bones, even if he gave Yu Xiaogang 10,000 years to develop. As Qian Renfeng finished speaking, the air around suddenly became terrifyingly quiet, as if the sound of a silver needle falling to the ground could be clearly heard. To completely strip away a soul master's martial soul? Was this something a normal person could do? This had to be a divine skill, right? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could you have the ability to forcibly strip away a soul master's martial soul, especially when the three cannons was originally a mutated, useless martial soul? The golden sacred dragon? The three cannons could absolutely not be the golden sacred dragon. Yu Xiaogang went crazy, hearing that his martial soul was to be forcibly stripped away. He panicked like an old dog. Roar! At this moment, another dragon roar echoed. The three cannons suddenly changed, and huge dragon horns emerged from its forehead. Its round body began to elongate rapidly. Dragon scales covered its body. A thunderous dragon roar erupted from its mouth, and after a burst of golden light, the long dragon soared into the sky, shining brilliantly. Freed from Yu Xiaogang's restraints, the three cannons completely revealed its true form as the golden sacred dragon. Its enormous dragon eyes coldly looked at Yu Xiaogang, who was caught in the vortex. The martial soul was completely stripped away. Yu Xiaogang spat out a mouthful of blood, looking at the three cannons fully restored to its golden sacred dragon form. Seeing its chilling gaze fixed on him, suddenly, the three cannons went berserk. Remembering the various tortures he had previously endured at Yu Xiaogang's hands, a dragon tail swung fiercely towards Yu Xiaogang. Dare you? Yu Yuanjin roared angrily. He now felt a buzzing in his head, but his body's instinct still rushed to protect Yu Xiaogang. Bang! With a loud crash, Yu Yuanjin slammed into the dragon tail and then fell to the ground like a cannonball. At this moment, Yu Yuanjin had indeed absorbed fragments of the true dragon nine-crown soul bone combined with his right arm soul bone to forcibly lock the space. However, the golden sacred dragon, being the strongest descendant of the light dragon king, could not be stopped in the slightest under the influence of the same source power. As for Qian Renfeng, because the soul bone skill was completely released, Yu Xiaogang's martial soul was entirely stripped away. His influence over the space was minimized, and the massive vortex that was to send Yu Xiaogang away began to operate again. At first, thinking he would be sent away and could survive, Yu Xiaogang was overjoyed. But now, with his martial soul directly stripped away, he felt a hollow sensation in his body, as if he were empty, and his face lost all expression. Until his figure disappeared into the massive vortex, a desperate howl echoed back. Martial soul, my golden sacred dragon martial soul, get back to me, give it back. The voice grew fainter. As the vortex dissipated, Yu Xiaogang completely vanished from everyone's sight. However, at this moment, not many people cared whether Yu Xiaogang was dead or alive. All their attention was focused on the three cannons. No, it was focused on the golden sacred dragon. unbound by anyone. They could sense the terrifying dragon might emanating from the three cannons. Such a powerful martial soul had been constrained to the image of a pig by Yu Xiaogang all along. Many from the blue lightning tyrant dragon family below understood Yu Xiaogang's abilities. They recalled Yu Xiaogang's two soul skills: fart like thunder, shaking the heavens and splitting the earth, and fart like smoke, hypnotizing and putting to sleep. A dignified golden sacred dragon. Such a mutation should have been the best expression of their entire blue lightning tyrant dragon family, a peak representation of ancestral bloodlines. Yet, it had only been used to fart as an attack method. If their ancestral origin knew of this, would it not be too much to bear? Thinking of these things, pairs of eyes suddenly turned towards the spot where the massive vortex had disappeared. With such a powerful martial soul being so useless and still calling itself a useless martial soul, what would happen now that it had lost its martial soul? Being sent back to the source of their bloodline to resolve martial soul issues? What kind of martial soul needed to solve such a problem? Chapter 075. The shocking change in Tiando, Qian Renxue's opportunity. 3-in-1, one in all. All soul masters from the blue lightning tyrant dragon family began to rant wildly in their hearts. Many of their martial souls had experienced mutations, but the extent of those mutations had limited their development for a lifetime. Now knowing that Yu Xiaogang clearly possessed the most benign mutation of the entire family, the golden, sacred dragon martial soul, yet was stuck at the powerful level of 29, they felt a mouthful of old blood stuck in their throats. And the discomfort was unbearable, including Yu Yuanjin, who had just experienced the double blow of the giant pit. His expression was a bit stiff in the giant pit. Only now did he realize his expression alternating between blue and red. He had used the true Dragon 9 crown, forcibly sent Yu Xiaogang away, just to go to the source of their bloodline to find a solution for the martial soul's limitations. And the three cannons, which was supposed to be a useless martial soul, had now transformed into the golden sacred dragon. So what exactly had he given birth to? With a pale gaze, Yu Yuanjin's lips began to tremble uncontrollably. Puffed. He spat out a mouthful of old blood. The stark contrast completely overwhelmed Yu Yuanjin, causing him to feel dizzy again. Brother, did you understand? The jade crown fell from the sky, and the purple lightning demon dragon disappeared without a trace. With his hands clasped behind his back, he looked at Yu Yuanjin with a very complex expression. I, Yu Luomian, have dedicated my life to the development of the family. Do you really think I'm someone who doesn't understand the rules? Is it really that hard to accept Yu Xiaogang in the family? The two dragons are here, and because of their mother's issues, I have resolutely not cared for them. You should know how much I value family traditions. If it weren't for the outrage caused by Yu Xiaogangs actions, why would I go to such lengths to refute you? After all, I am the second in command of the family. Yu Yuanjin's head buzzed. Yu Luomian's words were like the final needle piercing his heart. The scales of balance, which had begun to awaken, completely tipped at this moment. As he looked at the spot where the massive vortex had disappeared with a very complex gaze, forcibly absorbing the power of the soul bone fragments of the true Dragon 9 crowns, your body can no longer support itself. You have done too many foolish things for Yu Xiaogang. Perhaps Yu Xiaogang is your retribution, and your life may end here. Yu Luomian spoke again. Hearing this, Yu Yuanjin's expression changed from blue to red. Are you really not being controlled? Qian Renfeng, this young junior of the Spirit Hall, can even employ the evil method of stripping away martial souls. Are you truly willing to submit like this? Yu Luomian snorted coldly. Do I look like someone who is being controlled? What I just used was merely the soul bone skill of the acting pope. Your right arm soul bone allows you to perform spatial teleportation from a distance. Do you really need to consider all other soul bone abilities as evil? After all, regarding martial souls, haven't you lived long enough to understand? For countless years, being hunted by the Spirit Hall, those evil soul masters only dared to hide in the city of slaughter. Are all their martial souls evil? Yu Yuanjin was completely bewildered. After Yu Luomian's words, his mind became much clearer. By forcibly using the power of the true Dragon 9 crowns, his body had already exceeded its limits. Thinking of the city of slaughter, he suddenly understood everything. The city of slaughter, it gathered the most evil soul masters from the entire Douluo Continent. Among those people, there were also those who had been hunted by them. Not all of them had the most evil martial souls. Old fool, I'm blind. Yu Yuanjin suddenly roared. His eyes widened in shock, and his body, returning to clarity, suddenly transformed into a blue dragon. The dragon's roar echoed. Yu Yuanjin's soul power surged wildly. Soaring in the skies, his power seemed to reach its peak in that instant. Did he want to fight to the death? Bibi Dong shouted coldly. With the Pope's scepter in hand, she stomped down hard. A brilliant red light engulfed the surroundings, as if she was about to engage Yu Xiaogang. No need to fight. At this moment, Qian Renfeng's calm voice sounded. A hand gently grasped Bibi Dong's fair wrist, with a very indifferent tone. The true dragon 9 crowns, forcibly absorbing the power of 8 soul bone fragments. It's just that his body cannot yet endure it. Right now, he is merely venting his final frustrations. Crack, crack. As Qian Renfeng's voice just fell, the giant dragon, soaring in the sky, suddenly emitted a series of crisp sounds. The blue lightning tyrant dragon, transformed from Yu Xiaogang, instantly turned into a massive stone dragon, and those crisp sounds were coming from the body of the stone dragon. Bang, bang, bang. A series of sounds. Huge stones fell from the sky. Yu Xiaogang, the 18th generation patriarch of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, a 95-level Title Douluo, ended his life in this manner. He looked at all of this with indifference. In Qian Renfeng's eyes, there was not the slightest hint of pity, at most just a bit of emotion. Not becoming a god would ultimately lead to this point. Even if one truly became a god, they could not escape the entanglements of love and hatred. So that's how it is. Bibi Dong understood all of this. However, she did not show much emotion. Her gaze quickly shifted from the giant stone dragon, transformed from Yu Xiaogang, to the golden sacred dragon, still soaring in the sky. Qian Renfeng's gaze also fell on the golden holy dragon. What do you plan to do with this dragon? Bibi Dong asked. As she spoke, a look of astonishment flashed across her beautiful eyes. Having witnessed Qian Renfeng forcibly extract Yu Xiaogang's martial soul, she still found it hard to believe. The means of forcibly separating a martial soul, even though the Spirit Hall had existed for many years and had seen many strange occurrences. There had never been any record of such a thing. In the established beliefs of soul masters across the Douluo Continent, once a martial soul awakens, it must accompany the soul master for a lifetime, witnessing their rise and glory. However, now, the martial soul being forcibly extracted was indeed difficult to accept. Perhaps keeping it for now might still be useful. Qian Renfeng whispered softly. As he spoke, his gaze lingered on the golden sacred dragon for too long. Out of the corner of his eye, he also glanced at the 8-winged fallen angel martial soul behind him. The 8-winged fallen angel martial soul served as the main, with the death god Scythe as a weapon and the abyssal demon dragon as a pet. The 3 martial souls complemented each other, making it almost impossible to detect any clues. Previously, everyone believed he only had the 8-winged fallen angel martial soul. Even the death god Scythe was only revealed after the incident with Shrek. When he first awakened these 3 martial souls, he had a wild idea but never had the chance to put into practice. Now, with the support of the abyssal dark phoenix's skull, having separated Yu Xiaogang's martial soul from his body, he discovered that his terrifying speculation might be partially experimented upon. Soul bones have the possibility of being externally attached. What about martial souls? The golden sacred dragon is already the strongest mutation of the bright dragon king bloodline. Furthermore, he still has relatives with pure bright attributes by his side, so it's worth a try. Since you've made your decision, I won't ask more. Bibi Dong's voice softened considerably. Having come to terms with many realities, she no longer held as many prejudices against Qian Renfeng as she once did. In the past, she thought Qian Renfeng wanted to seize her papal authority and interfere with her grand ambitions. However, the current reality constantly reminded her that Qian Renfeng's goals aligned with hers, and his abilities surpassed hers, even if she was reluctant to admit it. But the facts were right in front of her, and she had to acknowledge them. Find a suitable opportunity, and you can officially become the Pope, allowing me to focus on my divine examination. Bibi Dong sighed softly, reflecting on how much time she had wasted on matters related to the Spirit Hall over the years, delaying her divine examination process. At this moment, she resolutely decided to delegate power and pursue her grand endeavor of divine position inheritance. It's possible. Qian Renfeng did not refuse. For him, the acting pope and the official pope were merely titles. Even though he was still an acting pope, the authority he possessed was not much less than that of the official Pope Bibi Dong, and perhaps even surpassed it. There was one more thing. At this moment, Bibi Dong spoke again. Qian Renfeng couldn't help but curiously glance at Bibi Dong upon hearing her words. He noticed that ever since he made Bibi Dong see Yu Xiaogang's true colors, the relationship between her and her son seemed to have grown much closer. What is it? No matter what, keep Yu Xiaogang's life for me. Bibi Dong suddenly spoke up. When the day of success comes, I want him to regret coming into this world. What identity are you using to entrust me with this matter? Qian Renfeng did not agree immediately, but instead asked in return. Your mother. All right. The conversation between the mother and son came to an end. Bibi Dong said no more, and with a flash, she left the place. Qian Renfeng watched her depart. Qian Renfeng's frostbitten face revealed a hint of gentleness. Turning around, his mother's thoughts and beliefs seemed to bring a sense of accomplishment. Your Holiness, regarding our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family? As Bibi Dong just left, Luo quietly asked, still concerned about the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Those who submit shall not be killed. You can continue to lead your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Upon hearing this, Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Your Holiness, for your mercy. Our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family is willing to become the most loyal vassal of the Spirit Hall. After saying this, Luo immediately stood on top of the purple electric demon dragon and began to make arrangements for all the family disciples. At this moment, many disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family also heard Qian Renfeng's arrangements for Luo. Just a second ago, they truly believed that Qian Renfeng was an evil soul master. And if the Spirit Hall was led by an evil soul master, their family would probably be drenched in blood. In this second, hearing Qian Renfeng's arrangements, they were all astonished. Thank you, Your Holiness, for your mercy. Suddenly, an elder of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family took the lead and shouted towards the sky. They would have never done such a thing before. But after seeing Yu Xiaogang's true colors and how Qian Renfeng handled matters, it would be a lie to say they were not convinced. Qian Renfeng is an evil soul master? Damn evil soul masters. Are there really such evil soul masters in the world? With the family elder leading the way, many other Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus disciples also expressed their admiration. Their resentment towards Yu Xiaogang reaching unprecedented levels. He got his own father killed. He almost brought the entire family to ruin. He's truly a living disaster. Belonging to the Spirit Hall, withdraw and return to the city. Qian Renfeng issued orders once again. Those belonging to the Spirit Hall dared not disobey the command, especially since everyone in the Spirit Hall heard the very first words spoken by Bibi Dong. Qian Renfeng, this esteemed substitute pope. He is actually the biological son of the current pope, Bibi Dong. With many matters arranged, Qian Renfeng had no desire to linger here any longer. All he wanted was an attitude. The other matters were not what he truly cared about. Moreover, this trip had yielded its due rewards, with the golden sacred dragon being the best trophy. Your Highness, please wait. At this moment, an elder from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan suddenly approached quickly. Seeing this, Luo thought that the clan elder was unwilling to submit, and although he knew Qian Renfeng's strength, he still positioned himself protectively beside Qian Renfeng. What do you want? Luo demanded. The elder from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan sighed bitterly and hurriedly took out a scroll to hand over. Second brother, you have been away from the clan for nearly 2 months, and there are some things you do not yet know. This time, the Spirit Hall intends to attack our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. The two great empires, despite not having made any statements, have actually been secretly plotting many things. Qian Renfeng was about to leave when his body suddenly paused. With a wave of his hand, he drew the scroll into his grasp, and the contents of the scroll became clear at a glance. Ghostly, Qian Renfeng gave a sharp command, and the ghostly figure that had been hiding in the shadows suddenly appeared beside him. Send the scroll away. As he spoke, Qian Renfeng lightly tapped the scroll twice with his fingers, and a pure soul power transformed into information, remaining on the scroll. Taking the scroll, he dared not ask any questions and quickly left. The content of the scroll was very simple. The two great empires had not been peacefully watching from the sidelines all this time. The Spirit Hall was targeting the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Due to issues of interest, the two empires had long become restless. They did not want to see the Spirit Hall grow indefinitely. As a result, many things that had previously gone unnoticed had developed to a certain extent. In Tiando City, many changes had already occurred. The Royal Soul Masters had been shrinking alongside the retreat of the Soul Masters from the Spirit Hall. The armies in various regions were also making significant movements, including Prince Xuexing and Prince Xueping. They had taken this opportunity to play many tricks. Consequently, the pressure on Qian Renxue would invisibly increase. As an older brother, he would not ignore the situation concerning Qian Renxue. Just as he had recently confirmed his thoughts, he decided to take this opportunity to improve them. If successful, it would be Qian Renxue's chance. Perhaps he could even personally cultivate a generation of Dragon Knights. Your Holiness, has something happened? Ning Fengji rushed over at this moment, and, seeing the ghostly figure leaving quickly, couldn't help but ask. Qian Renfeng responded with a sound. The situation in Tiando has changed, and this incident has caused many chain reactions. Ning Fengji, upon hearing this, couldn't help but gasp. Is this going to throw the entire continent into chaos? Several days later, in Tiando City, the royal palace, dressed in palace attire, Qian Renxue paced back and forth in the room, having restored her original appearance. At this moment, her beautiful face was filled with a serious expression, her brows deeply furrowed. Not far behind her, Snake Douluo was watching her with his arms crossed as she walked back and forth. Young master, the situation in Tiando is very severe right now. I suggest that you find a time to return to Wuhun City. Snake Douluo said earnestly. There has also been news from His Majesty, advising you to sense that something is wrong and leave immediately. He spoke sincerely. As a loyal member of the Qian family faction and someone who had watched Qian Renxue grow up, he understood her thoughts during this difficult time. Qian Renxue, who had always been unwilling to lose since childhood, was not someone who would easily back down. However, given the current severity of the situation, he had to urge her to make a decision quickly. Uncle Shi, my brother has already gained enough power in the Spear Hall. My task is to complete what I should do in Tiando City. If I go back now, wouldn't that mean I have failed my mission directly? Besides, what do I do if I go back now? My current strength can't even catch up to my brother. Am I just going back to be a decoration? Qian Renxue retorted, a look of distress flashing across her beautiful eyes. The serpent spear Douluo was left speechless, but dragging it out like this isn't a solution. Until the overall layout is completed, I can only ensure your safety at most. It's inconvenient for me to intervene directly. If I had known earlier, I should have resolved the avalanche back then. That way, the royal family would only have me as the legitimate heir, and things would be much easier, right? Qian Renxue said with some frustration, recalling the information she learned from Qian Renfeng during her last visit to Wuhun City. Qian Renxue now regretted her decisions deeply. In order to ensure her plans went smoothly, she had poisoned several princes who were more likely than her to ascend to the throne of the Heaven Do Empire, leaving only Xuebong alive. Unexpectedly, this very Xuebong, whom she had spared, had a mind so deep and cunning that it had deceived her for many years. Now, taking advantage of the Spirit Hall's campaign against the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, Xuebong and Prince Xuexing had recalled their forces from various places back to Heaven Do City. There was no turning back now. The snake spear Douluo sighed. Just as he was about to continue persuading Qian Renxue to leave, his brow suddenly furrowed. Young master, be careful. As his voice fell, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of the snake spear Douluo. Old Qi, it's me, Gue Mei. The shadow revealed itself as Gue Mei, who had rushed from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family a few days ago, and now stood before the snake spear Douluo and Qian Renxue. I have seen the young master. Gue Mei bowed to Qian Renxue. Having seen Bibi Dong completely relinquish her power and publicly acknowledge her past relationship with Qian Renfeng, he knew it was only a matter of time before Qian Renxue would also follow suit, and thus he no longer harbored his previous grudges. Qian Renxue frowned slightly and asked, Gue Mei, what are you doing in Tiando City? Did my brother send you with news again? Gue Mei immediately took out a scroll. This is the message that His Majesty asked me to bring to you, young master. Also, His Holiness the Pope has completely relinquished power, and the acting Pope can officially ascend the throne at any time. While taking out the scroll, Gue Mei briefly explained the situation regarding the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Listening to Gue Mei's report, a look of surprise flashed in Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes. You mean that woman has completely relinquished her power? And in front of so many people, she even acknowledged her relationship with my brother? The ghostly figure nodded and said, yes, the Pope has now completely entered seclusion, and all matters of the Wuhun Hall will be entirely handled by the acting Pope. Qian Renxue took a deep breath. In her understanding, Bibi Dong was a very stubborn person. Her own brother had actually managed to reach a point where Bibi Dong completely acknowledged him. She suppressed the shock in her heart. Qian Renxue unfurled the scroll and began to read. After a long while, a cold expression emerged on her face. No wonder there's been such unrest in Heaven Do City recently. It seems to be due to the connections established between the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Avalanche, and Prince Xuexing. The cold light flickered in Qian Renxue's eyes. She mentioned that the recent situation in Tiando City has been quite restless. Initially, she thought it was the actions of the Spear Hall that had made the entire Tiando Empire tense. But now it seems that everything was just too superficial. Given the current situation, what she felt was only the most superficial. The increase in pressure was merely an external manifestation. Internally, the situation could be more serious. Prince Xuexing and Xuebing might have to come up with a major action. Young master, The Crown Prince has left a soul power message on the scroll. At this moment, the ghostly figure reminded. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue immediately infused her gentle power into the scroll. Soon, a line of pure soul power erupted. Speed up. Enhance your strength. Concise and to the point. Qian Renfeng didn't leave too much information on the scroll. In a straightforward and concise sentence, he expressed what he wanted to do on the scroll. To enhance my strength? Qian Renxue slightly frowned and said, Uncle Shi, get ready. Let's find a suitable reason to leave Tiando City. Upon hearing this, Douluo Shimao immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He had always found Gue Mei very displeasing, but now that Gue Mei brought such news, he felt much less pressure on himself. Indeed, in this world, only two people could handle Qian Renxue. One was the Great Offering, and the other was Qian Renxue's biological brother, Qian Renfeng. I will arrange it right away. Your Highness, at such a young age, has already achieved the strength of a Title Douluo. This time, letting you return must be a way to help you enhance your power. Douluo Shimao praised. Returning this time can relieve our current pressure, eliminate some unnecessary dangers, and also allow for more observation. He immediately began to prepare for the return to Wuhun City. After dismissing Douluo Shimao, Qian Renxue also sent Gue Mei away. In the empty room, she was left alone. Return quickly? To enhance my strength? Does my brother really have a way to help me improve my power? She murmured softly. Qian Renxue was filled with confusion, racking her brain, but unable to understand why Qian Renfeng suddenly made such arrangements. She was also extremely perplexed about the so-called enhancement of strength. Chapter 076, Qian Renfeng's Madness. All three lives martial souls unleashed. Combined edition. 2 days later, a luxurious convoy slowly departed from Tiando City. Qian Renxue still holds the identity of the Crown Prince of the Heaven Do Empire, which makes her actions much more convenient. Furthermore, the attention the Heaven Do Empire has on the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family has also been reported back. Qian Renxue's reason left the Snow Knight Emperor unable to find any flaws. They were heading to the Soul City to visit the Pope of the Spirit Hall. On the surface, it was a visit, but in reality, it was to investigate what the Spirit Hall planned to do after subduing the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Such a reason was something the Snow Knight Emperor simply couldn't refuse, so he allowed Qian Renxue to leave Tiando City with her extravagant convoy. Some were happy, while others were worried. Qian Renxue successfully extricated herself from Tiando City, and Snake Lance Douluo felt relieved. He was indeed a Title Douluo, but Tiando City was the core capital of an empire. If Qian Renxue's identity were to truly be exposed, it would still be troublesome for him to take her away. With the combined attack methods of numerous soul masters, even with his Title Douluo strength, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't capsize in the gutter. With many troubles diminished, Snake Lance Douluo felt a bit of joy. However, some people at this moment wore a grim expression. Outside Tiando City, watching Qian Renxue's convoy leave, Prince Xuexing and Prince Xuebing sat in a very ordinary carriage. The two uncles and nephews frowned deeply at this moment. Uncle, what should we do next? I didn't expect the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan to be so useless. Now we're in a bit of a fix. You have withdrawn all your subordinates back to Tiando City to launch a coup at the most opportune moment. But now that Xuexing has left, it seems impossible, right? Xuebing suppressed his past arrogance, his brows knitted, and his face filled with contemplation. After a long while, he finally managed to voice such a question. Prince Xuexing sighed heavily. His reason is too compelling, making it impossible for your father to refuse. The Spirit Hall is developing rapidly, and at this time, we must investigate the situation of the Spirit Hall. Among our royal family, only Xuexing has enough status to carry out this investigation. Do you think, given the incident we caused in Spirit City last time, we can continue to follow this time? We can only let Xuexing handle it. Xuebing was left speechless, thinking of the last time he pretended to be foolish and the chain reaction it caused now. His teeth ground together audibly. Xuebing, just watch with peace of mind. If things really reach an irreversible point, then use the methods I taught you in the past. Living a flamboyant and arrogant life may not be something to be proud of, but being able to preserve your life is the best outcome. Remember, the royal family has no kinship. Prince Xuexing patted Xuebing's shoulder heavily, speaking earnestly. Xuebing was unwilling. He glanced out the window, towards the direction where Qian Renxue had left, his eyes wildly rolling in their sockets. In the distance, Qian Renxue sat quietly in the carriage. The Soul Master of the Snake Spear was using his soul power to scout the surroundings, reporting in real time to Qian Renxue about what was happening behind them. Uncle Shi, There's no need to worry too much. Since we have already managed to leave Heaven Do City, we can decide on the subsequent matters after we return. Qian Renxue spoke in a calm tone. She waved her hand slightly, signaling the snake spear Douluo to stop paying attention to the situation behind. Meanwhile, in the Elder Hall of Spirit City, under the mini version of the angel statue, Qian Douluo stood with his back to the statue, a majestic aura permeating the entire inner hall. Not far from Qian Douluo, Qian Renfeng, who had just returned after resolving the issues with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, arrived here. The grandfather and grandson stood silently for an unknown amount of time. I heard that Bibi Dong has completely acknowledged your identity? Finally, Qian Douluo's patience began to wane as he actively inquired, wanting to hear the answer directly from Qian Renfeng's mouth. However, he realized that he had been hasty. Since arriving in the inner hall, several hours had passed. Qian Renfeng stood there like a mountain, unmoving, neither speaking first nor leaving on his own. The two of them, the grandfather and grandson, sat here like old monks, enduring the silence. Their composure was clearly evident in the way they interacted. Seeing Qian Douluo take the initiative to ask a question, Qian Renfeng hummed in response. She has already gone to carry out her divine position inheritance, and I can officially take control of the Spirit Hall at any time. Do you also know about her divine position? Qian Douluo said, in surprise. Qian Renfeng replied, I have known for a long time, but I just never told you. Qian Douluo, why didn't you tell me? Qian Renfeng, you didn't ask. Qian Douluo, forget it. Since you already know, and your mother-son relationship has also eased, let's just turn the page on this matter. Qian Renfeng said nothing. People say that Tang Renxue took him down with one blow, and when he returned to Seoul City, he was seriously injured and died. In fact, he knew very well that his cheap old man ultimately died at Bibi Dong's hands. Qian Douluo also knew this. It was enough to say those words at that moment. I heard you sent Gui Mei to inform Xiao Shui to come back. Why did you suddenly want Xiao Shui to return? Qian Douluo asked again. Is it because of the recent development of our Spirit Hall that you're worried about any accidents happening to Xiao Shui? As soon as these words were spoken, Qian Douluo felt a sense of comfort in his heart. No matter how much time had passed, Qian Douluo has always been concerned about one thing. He worries that Qian Renfeng will be completely controlled by the eight-winged fallen angel martial soul. He knows that as a believer of the angel god, it is his duty to eliminate evil, and allowing Qian Renfeng to grow steadily has been a tightrope walk. Now, Qian Renfeng's behavior has eased his worries considerably. That's good. However, there is another matter. Grandpa, you have chosen the most suitable inheritor for the angel god. But Xiao Shui's current strength is still insufficient. Just in time, I have extracted a golden holy dragon from my soul bone skill, which might help enhance Xiao Shui's power. What? Qian Douluo's eyes widened suddenly. The body that had been facing away from Qian Renfeng turned around abruptly. His old face was filled with shock at that moment. Are you trying to? Qian Douluo asked in disbelief. Qian Renfeng smiled lightly. There is a theory that soul bones can have external attachments. I've always wanted to know if martial souls can be the same. Just like my martial soul, even when my second martial soul, the death god Scythe, was truly revealed. Grandpa, you didn't recognize it as my second martial soul, did you? Hiss. Even though Qian Douluo is steady-minded at this moment, Qian Renfeng's words still made him unable to help but take a deep breath. Unheard of. Truly unheard of. Your idea is quite crazy, Qian Douluo said. Indeed, it is crazy, but this world is inherently a mad one. Qian Renfeng replied. It's just an attempt. Even if it fails, I can guarantee that Xiao Shui will be safe. Qian Douluo was speechless. He saw the determination in Qian Renfeng's eyes. At this moment, he suddenly didn't know what to say. Open. Suddenly, Qian Renfeng let out a light shout. Boom. A dull sound echoed. The eight-winged fallen angel martial soul suddenly appeared behind Qian Renfeng. The descending black luster formed a sharp contrast with the sacred brilliance in the inner hall. Qian Douluo suddenly froze. Seeing Qian Renfeng suddenly activate his martial soul, he looked at the eight-winged fallen angel and the death scythe grasped in its hand, and his pupils couldn't help but constrict. Why did you suddenly activate your martial soul? Qian Douluo asked. Are you trying to say that this idea of yours is inspired by your martial soul? Qian Renfeng slightly nodded. He reached out into the void. The little bug that had been entwined around the arm of the eight-winged fallen angel martial soul since the day he awakened his martial soul suddenly detached from above. A deafening dragon's roar suddenly erupted. The black bug suddenly grew countless times larger, with black scales, fierce dragon horns, purple dragon eyes, and a terrifying aura bursting forth from it. In an instant, the sacred power within the entire Elder Hall seemed to be greatly suppressed. Grandfather, just as you initially did not know that I possess twin martial souls, have you ever guessed about my three-life martial soul? At this moment, Qian Renfeng's cold voice sounded. The abyssal dragon suddenly appeared, its serpentine body coiling within the inner hall, and its fierce dragon head lowered beside Qian Renfeng. The massive abyssal dragon, along with Qian Renfeng's figure standing beside it, created a scene that completely stunned Qian Douluo. Even though the abyssal dragon at this moment was not endowed with any soul rings, its raw, primal might still left him deeply shaken. This. Fengya, you actually possess a three-life martial soul. Qian Douluo was astonished. After all, he was a level 99 Title Douluo. If he couldn't see the reason behind this at this moment, then he would have truly lived his life in vain. However, he never expected that his grandson was actually the owner of the three lives martial soul. The main point was that the awakening of the three lives martial soul had clearly happened right under his nose, and he had seen it countless times, yet he had not been able to discover any clues at all. Disperse. Qian Renfeng let out a light shout again. The abyssal demon dragon transformed into light and shadow and disappeared, and he returned to his original form once more. Just as my grandfather saw, I have always been a three-life martial soul, and I have never hidden it. It's just that no one has seen through it until now. As for the matter with Xiaoxiu, it indeed stemmed from the inspiration of my martial soul. If we could cooperate harmoniously, it would not be impossible to create even more miracles, Qian Renfeng said indifferently. After these words were spoken, a hint of the most crazy expression flashed in the depths of his eyes. According to the normal path, Qian Renxue ascended to the top and became a god. But at most, she is only a first-level god, unable to possess true authority. Even if she can ascend to the divine realm safely, she will still be subordinate to others, which ultimately feels somewhat lacking. However, if it is possible to alter the essence of the martial soul to a certain extent, and if one can artificially intervene to make the martial soul stronger, then the outcome would be completely different. Let me think. Qian Douluo let out a long sigh. In such a short period of time, he abruptly learned so much from Qian Renfeng that he felt his head buzzing with confusion. Human interference with martial souls. If it could truly succeed, wouldn't that pave the way for a real grand ambition? Qian Douluo quickly thought about the pros and cons of this crazy act. It could lead to a win-win situation with the dominance within reach, and even if it failed, the losses would be minimal, at most just a dead end. Would Xiaoxiu agree? After a long while, Qian Douluo's voice suddenly became much hoarser. Qian Renfeng firmly said, I am sure he will agree. Grandpa, you know Xiaoxiu very well. Her personality and her stubbornness have always been a double-edged sword. All right, I agree. Qian Douluo no longer refused, while giving a positive response. A trace of madness similar to that of Qian Renfeng flashed in Qian Douluo's eyes. At this moment, Qian Douluo thought of two opponents from his era. To be precise, one was a rival, and the other was a woman he had admired for a lifetime. Tang Chun, Tang Chun, descendant of the Tang family. In the end, you are still not as good as the descendants of the Qian family. You, descendant of the Tang family, have a dual martial soul, while I, descendant of the Qian family, have a triple martial soul. This time, it is I who have one. Qian Douluo was happily whispering in his heart, thinking of his former arch-nemesis and the prospect of completely overpowering him. He felt particularly joyful. Not only that, at this moment, Qian Douluo couldn't help but think about what Qian Renfeng was planning to do. If it succeeds, then their spirit hall generation would truly enter a golden age. By Bibi Dong, 1,000 families have daughters-in-law with a divine position inheritance and also possess twin martial souls. Qian Renfeng, though the Qian family has no divine status inheritance, they possess the three lives martial soul and, at a young age, have already attained a strength of level 96. It is not impossible for them to forcibly become a deity. Qian Renxue, with thousands of descendants, the inheritance of divine positions has already been established. Coupled with Qian Renfeng's crazy actions, once successful, they will possess extremely powerful martial souls, and their future achievements are limitless. As for my old bones, with a 99th level title Douluo strength, I can still hold on for a long time, providing ample development time for the younger generation. The descendants of Qianjia all have the demeanor of becoming gods. Qian Renfeng was silent. Looking at the ecstatic expression on Qian Douluo's face, he glanced at his arm. The golden sacred dragon, which had been separated from Yu Xiaogang, no longer needed to be suppressed by the pig form. At this moment, it hung on his arm like a bracelet, with its mini dragon head resting with its eyes closed. It is indeed rare to have a martial soul with intelligence. After being wrong for decades and unable to showcase its true talents, I will choose a good master for you this time. A dignified golden sacred dragon martial soul deserves a worthy master, both in sentiment and reason. Qian Renfeng whispered softly and then exchanged a few more words with Title Douluo about the subsequent preparations before leaving the inner hall of the Elder's Palace. His thoughts were quite crazy. In order to ensure enough confidence, he still needed to prepare extensively. Failure was not something he wanted to see. He absolutely would not allow himself to fail. Moreover, Qian Renxue was still his biological sister, and as her older brother, he could not do anything to let her down. As he saw Qian Renfeng leave, Qian Douluo's gaze was serious for a long time before he turned around to face the angel statue again. Unlike before, his emotions were much more heightened than his original indifference. He was eager to witness the arrival of a true prosperous era. The prosperous era that belonged to their spirit hall. Chapter 077. Dragon Knight Qian Renxue, locking in Tang San's fortune. 3-in-1 courtyard. Qian Renfeng sat cross-legged in the courtyard. At this moment, the long-slumbering golden sacred dragon was jolted awake by a sudden blow to its head. Just after waking up, the golden sacred dragon looked at Qian Renfeng in fear and tilted its head in suspicion for a long time. It already possessed intelligence and knew that it had been separated from Yu Xiaogang by Qian Renfeng, fully aware of how terrifying Qian Renfeng's strength was. Upon awakening, it instantly transformed into many forms, hovering in the air and looking at Qian Renfeng with suspicion in its miniature dragon eyes. Boom! Suddenly, the 8-winged fallen angel martial soul spread its wings. A terrifying and oppressive aura instantly enveloped the entire courtyard. The golden sacred dragon was momentarily stunned. At that moment, the scales on its body seemed to stand on end. Light and darkness were inherently adversarial. The power of Qian Renfeng stands in natural opposition to the original power of the Golden Saint Dragon. Seeing the Golden Saint Dragon like this, Qian Renfeng spoke indifferently. I will maintain my martial soul in this way to observe my third martial soul. Later, I will choose a good master for you, and you can find a way to integrate into that person's martial soul. The Golden Saint Dragon was stunned, a huge question mark flashing over its head. As a dragon, why does it need to study martial souls? Is there such a reason? What are you still dazed for? Qian Renfeng gave a light shout, and a force suddenly grasped the Golden Holy Dragon. At this moment, the Golden Holy Dragon, which was about a meter long, was forcibly pulled to the side of the 8-winged fallen angel martial soul, right in the position of the abyssal demon dragon. The golden dragon eyes met the purple, eerie eyes of the abyssal demon dragon. The two dragons stared at each other. Suddenly, their legs seemed to want to fight directly. Calm down. At this moment, Qian Renfeng shouted again. A terrifying force suppressed both the golden holy dragon and the abyssal demon dragon. The two dragons felt Qian Renfeng's power and immediately quieted down, continuing to stare at each other with their dragon eyes. At this moment, the golden holy dragon finally reacted and fully understood Qian Renfeng's intention. Was he supposed to observe how the abyssal demon dragon was so calmly coiling around the 8-winged fallen angel martial soul and could appear and disappear with the release and rest of the martial soul? How could there be such reasoning in the world? Wasn't this making things difficult for the dragon? The golden holy dragon felt a bit overwhelmed, but thinking of Qian Renfeng's abilities, it gently swayed its tail and couldn't help but start to circle around the 8-winged fallen angel martial soul. It didn't know if it could succeed like this, but it still began to observe carefully. The abyssal demon dragon also possessed intelligence, understanding its master's intention. It simply closed its eyes and peacefully acted as a dragon body model. Qian Renfeng closed his eyes to cultivate his spirit. Only a trace of soul power remained to sustain the existence of the 8-winged fallen angel martial soul. At this moment, the entire courtyard seemed to become very tranquil. Not far away, in a room, Ain and Xiao Wu were whispering to each other. Ain had almost stepped into maturity before, and now he was content to act as a senior, explaining many things to Xiao Wu. While explaining, the two of them glanced towards the courtyard. Unknowingly, Xiao Wu became lost in thought. Silly girl, what's wrong? Ain suddenly tapped Xiao Wu's forehead, asking with a gentle smile. Xiao Wu pouted, her little nose wrinkling slightly. I was thinking about what you said before about how His Holiness the Pope brought you back to life. It seems like what His Holiness did this time is unprecedented, and I suddenly feel filled with hope for the future. If my mom could come back to life too, then I would have two moms. At this point, Xiao Wu couldn't help but grasp Yin's wrist. Ain smiled, and hearing Xiao Wu say this, he couldn't help but pinch her nose. Xiao Wu giggled, her gaze unintentionally falling on Qian Renfeng in the courtyard, noticing his unbelievably handsome face. Thinking about everything that had happened since she came to the spirit hall, and recalling how she had seen through Tang San's true nature, her heart surged with conflicting emotions. Never mind, I won't think about that person anymore. Being by His Holiness the Pope's side feels quite safe. Rebuilding her life and living in the human world. The constant anxiety finally gave way to a sense of stability at this moment. The atmosphere in the courtyard gradually became serene. Time passed second by second. A few days later, the royal carriage of the Tiando Empire arrived at Spirit City. Qian Renxue, claiming to be unwell, locked herself in her room, then restored her true form and set off to the Elder Hall with Snake Spear Douluo. Grandpa, in the Elder Hall, Qian Renxue slightly bowed to Qian Douluo, who was facing the statue. The Snake Spear Douluo stood beside Qian Renxue and felt a shiver run through him as he saw Qian Douluo with his back turned to them. The Snake Spear Douluo said, "I have met the great offering." He also bowed in respect. No need for formalities. Qian Douluo turned around. His calm gaze fell on Qian Renxue and the Serpent Spear Douluo, Golden Crocodile, the Elder. Suddenly, Qian Douluo called out. A flash of light appeared, and the figure of the Golden Crocodile Douluo, who was even older than Qian Douluo, suddenly appeared here. "I have met the Golden Crocodile Elder." The Serpent Spear Douluo hurriedly bowed again. Seeing this, Qian Renxue also slightly bowed. "Greetings, Grandpa Golden Crocodile." Golden Crocodile Douluo responded with a grunt, and his gaze collided with Qian Douluo's. "The wind wants to carry out a very crazy plan. Let's set off together. If there are any accidents, we can stop it in time." Qian Douluo spoke softly. As soon as he said this, a look of surprise flashed in Golden Crocodile Douluo's eyes. He had been accompanying Qian Renfeng all along, but since learning that Qian Renfeng had broken through to the Title Douluo level, he had returned to the Elder Hall to focus on his cultivation. Hearing Qian Douluo say this now, his expression changed slightly. What could it be? What could possibly require both Qian Douluo and himself to take action? It should be noted that the two of them were the strongest combat forces in the Spirit Hall, one at level 99 and the other at level 98. Looking across the entire Douluo Continent, they were among the top 10 peak existences. Is the crown going to do something? Golden Crocodile Douluo asked. Qian Douluo whispered. The wind has a soul bone skill that can strip away the martial souls of others. And the wind is a 3-life martial soul, which cannot be seen through by others. He has prepared a second martial soul for Xiaoxiu, wanting to see if he can turn her into a dual martial soul. Hiss! The Golden Crocodile Douluo's spirit trembled, looking at Qian Douluo with an expression of disbelief. Forcefully stripping away someone else's martial soul, and then granting Qian Renxue a second martial soul? Is this the rhythm of artificially creating a dual martial soul? It seems that such a thing has never happened in the entire history of the Douluo Continent. And Qian Renxue couldn't help but show a hint of astonishment in her beautiful eyes upon hearing that Qian Renfeng was actually a 3-lives martial soul. Back in Tiando City, she only knew that Qian Renfeng wanted her to return, claiming it was to enhance her strength. All this time, she had not fully understood this matter, and now, hearing Qian Douluo say such things in person, her heart was filled with shock at its peak. "Grandpa, is it really true that my brother has decided this?" Qian Renxue couldn't help but ask. Qian Douluo hummed in agreement. "Not bad. After careful consideration, I also agree to this matter, which is why I let Jean join me in taking action together. If any unexpected situation arises, the combined strength of the two of us, along with Fenger, should be able to prevent any accidents from happening. Grandpa would never take the risk of putting you in danger." As the voice fell, a determined look flashed in Qian Douluo's eyes. Seeing Qian Douluo like this, Golden Crocodile Douluo knew that Qian Douluo had already made up his mind about everything. He turned his body to the side, not saying a word, but his actions had already proven his decision. Throughout his life, he had fought for the Spirit Hall. When the time came for him to take action, he would absolutely not hesitate, not to mention just ensuring that no accidents would happen. Even if it was truly a mission that meant death, he knew it was his duty to take it on. Hoo-hoo! Qian Renxue was taking shallow breaths, her proud chest rising and falling continuously, her emotions shaken to the point of being irreparable. Next to her, Snake Spear Douluo felt his head buzzing with confusion. Is this really the crown one? Bestowing a second martial soul upon someone out of thin air? What kind of madman could do such a thing? Let's go. At that moment, Qian Douluo whispered. Pure soul power swirled around Qian Renxue, and the three of them, Qian Renxue, Golden Crocodile Douluo, and Qian Douluo, disappeared from the Elder Hall. In the next second, The three appeared in Qian Renfeng's small courtyard. At the same time, Snake Spirit Douluo received Qian Douluo's final instruction, and, at his call, all the Title Douluo of the Spirit Hall left the Elder Hall. Around Qian Renfeng's small courtyard, all the top powers of the Spirit Hall, reaching the Title Douluo level, have gathered here, except for Bibi Dong, who is still in seclusion for training. It can be said that, at this moment, not even a fly could get into Qian Renfeng's small courtyard. They've arrived. The sudden entrance of several people from the Qian Douluo. Qian Renfeng, who had his eyes closed for several days, suddenly opened his eyes. A sharp light instantly burst forth from his eyes, radiating an invincible confidence. Brother. Qian Renxue saw the 8-winged fallen angel martial soul that had been supported by Qian Renfeng, and also saw the golden sacred dragon observing in front of the abyssal magic dragon. Although the oppressive atmosphere around her felt quite strange, the aura of the golden sacred dragon made her feel very comfortable. That feeling was like a perfect fit for her. The golden sacred dragon also sensed Qian Renxue's presence and couldn't help but squeeze out 2 drops of golden tears from its mini dragon eyes. Unbelievable. This was truly unbelievable. For a dragon to observe and find a way, it had never encountered such a humiliating situation. 5 days, a full 5 days. No one knew how it had gotten through that time. Looking at the dragon body model of the abyssal magic dragon, it had been pondering and researching various things, with past memories too painful to recall. At this moment, seeing Qian Renxue made it unable to resist the urge to leap towards her. The force of mutual attraction made it wish it could just stick to Qian Renxue without letting go. Wind, what do you plan to do? Qian Douluo said. I have also called Jin Yi here. If there are any accidents, the 2 of us can intervene in time. Don't worry, it's all good. Qian Renfeng whispered softly. His body floated up, looking at Qian Renxue with a calm expression, and said, Little Xue, are you ready? Qian Renfeng's voice had just fallen. Qian Renxue had not yet reacted when Qian Renfeng's palm had already lightly slapped onto her. Boom! A golden light flashed. The 6-winged angel martial soul was forcibly extracted from Qian Renxue's body by Qian Renfeng through sheer strength. With her eyes closed, the 6-winged angel martial soul gently embraced her, as if to protect Qian Renxue within. Golden Sacred Dragon, go find your chance to merge. After doing all this, Qian Renfeng looked at the Golden Sacred Dragon. Hearing Qian Renfeng's soft words, the Golden Sacred Dragon couldn't help but tremble, recalling the inhumane days of the past 5 days. It hurriedly moved towards the 6-winged angel spirit. If given a choice, it would rather succeed in one attempt than continue to observe the dragon body model. The abyssal demon dragon had not caused it any trouble due to Qian Renfeng, but it knew that if it didn't resolve these matters quickly, it might face torment in the future. In just a short while, the golden sacred dragon steadily coiled around the wrist of the 6-winged angel spirit, just like the abyssal demon dragon coiling around the 8-winged fallen angel spirit. Then, a surge of holy light erupted. The golden sacred dragon, which did not belong to the 6-winged angel spirit, seemed to completely merge into the 6-winged angel spirit. At the same time, a dragon's roar suddenly resonated from the 6-winged angel spirit. A massive dragon head suddenly emerged from behind the 6-winged holy angel spirit, which was indeed the head of the golden sacred dragon. Has it succeeded? Qian Douluo was astonished. He stared incredulously at the scene before him. Even with his extensive experience, he couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his spine. To ensure the success of the situation and to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, he had mobilized the entire power of the Spirit Hall. All the Title Douluo were now gathered around Qian Renfeng's small courtyard, ready to respond to any emergencies. However now, was it really so easy to bestow a second martial soul? There should still be some incompatibility. Qian Renfeng suddenly spoke. He is a 3 lives martial soul, and he understands his 3 lives martial soul very well. With just one glance, he could see that Qian Renxue's current martial soul situation was quite similar to his own. It seemed that the golden sacred dragon had already merged with the 6-winged angel martial soul, but there was always a feeling of incongruity. Xiaoxiu, take these 2 pieces of immortal grass. Suddenly, Qian Renxue took out the fire apricot blossom and the 8-pointed Xian ice grass that she had previously retrieved and not yet used. Without giving Qian Renxue any chance to resist, he gently pointed with both hands and directly sent the 2 herbs into Qian Renxue's red lips. Qian Renxue was slightly taken aback. Suddenly, a warm current and a chill surged through her body. Boom! The soul power at over 70 levels erupted. Qian Renxue forcibly refined and consumed 2 pieces of celestial grass using her own soul power. With soul power over level 70, the benefits to Qian Renxue were still immense. In a very short time, the power of the two pieces of celestial grass had completely integrated into her body. In an instant, a red and a blue phantom suddenly projected behind Qian Renxue, and the power of this phantom was also guiding the golden sacred dragon to completely merge with the six-winged angel martial soul. It seemed that it should have succeeded. Qian Renfeng whispered softly. In fact, he wasn't very sure he could succeed. The fire apricot and the eight-pointed ice grass were both highly toxic immortal herbs. Only by taking the two together could one forge a true twin spirit body. The reason why past individuals with dual martial spirits couldn't achieve great things was largely because their bodies couldn't bear it. In the original work, Tang San didn't obtain any methods for cultivating dual martial spirits. He succeeded solely because of his sufficiently strong physique. He was inspired by this. He forcibly altered Qian Renxue's physique, allowing her to bear dual martial spirits, and also utilize the effects of the twin spirit body to fuse the golden sacred dragon and angel martial spirits together. Moreover, the twin spirit body is essentially a form of extremity. He guessed that it would help with his crazy act of artificially endowing martial spirits. The results proved him right. A series of sounds suddenly erupted from Qian Renxue. This series of sounds was a ripple caused by the breakthrough of soul power, making noise in the air. Qian Douluo looked at Qian Renxue as if she were a monster. In just a few breaths, Qian Renxue's strength had suddenly broken through to level 3. Her original soul power of level 72 had leaped to level 75. This was worth waiting for. With everything settled, Qian Renfeng calmly watched Qian Renxue, and, at his gesture, Qian Renxue immediately sat cross-legged in the courtyard. At the same time, Qian Renfeng completely retracted his eight-winged fallen angel martial soul to avoid having any impact on Qian Renxue. Roar! Moments later, suddenly, a deafening dragon roar echoed. A huge golden holy dragon burst forth from Qian Renxue's angel martial soul behind her. In the blink of an eye, Qian Renxue, still sitting cross-legged in the courtyard, was suddenly lifted up. The angel martial soul retracted itself, and an angel's sword appeared in Qian Renxue's hand. As she reopened her eyes, Qian Renxue saw that she was standing on the back of the golden holy dragon. Deep in her heart, the mysterious connection with her martial soul left her utterly astonished. Brother, did this succeed? Standing atop the dragon's head, Qian Renxue confirmed that it seemed she had gained a second martial soul out of thin air, and she asked in disbelief. Qian Renfeng gave a sound of acknowledgement. Looking at Qian Renxue, who had already transformed into a dragon knight, feeling an inexplicable sense of accomplishment in his heart. Fenger, what is the reason for this? Qian Douluo became interested. Qian Renfeng said softly, I base it on my martial soul, allowing the golden holy dragon to observe freely and seek opportunities for integration. The two immortal herbs I had Xiaoxue consume earlier are highly toxic when taken separately, but when taken together, they can cause changes in the body, refining a dual physique of yin and yang within. The dual physique of yin and yang may greatly aid in the mutual integration of martial souls. Qian Douluo's heart trembled. Hearing Qian Renfeng say this, his eyes sparkled with brilliance. Beside him, Golden Crocodile Doe couldn't help but feel shocked, completely unable to believe what had happened in such a short time. What was originally impossible had truly been accomplished in such a miraculous way by Qian Renfeng. It seems that I really am getting old. Great offering. I will return to seclusion and cultivate. I feel like I may have been enlightened. I have been stuck at level 98 for a long time, and I want to try to break through to level 99. I am not completely old yet. Golden Crocodile said in a deep voice. Without waiting for Qian Douluo to respond, he disappeared in a flash. Qian Douluo nodded slightly. He looked at Qian Renxue, who was still standing on the golden saint dragon, and couldn't help but remind her, Xiaoxue, you are not born with twin martial souls. Your elder brother, however, is born with 3 martial souls. You might want to seek more guidance from him on your cultivation. Since there is nothing for Grandpa to do today, I will head back to the Elder Hall. If you need anything, just come and find me at the Elder Hall. After speaking, he left. Qian Douluo also turned around and disappeared into the small courtyard. Qian Renxue's eyes flickered slightly as she watched Qian Douluo leave for a long time. She just jumped down from the head of the golden sacred dragon. As soon as she landed, the golden sacred dragon suddenly transformed into a beam of light and disappeared, and these light shadows completely merged into Qian Renxue's body. Brother, Qian Renxue called softly. Qian Renfeng nodded slightly. How do you feel? It seems pretty good, but I still can't believe that I can also become a dual spirit master, Qian Renxue said in surprise. Upon hearing such an answer, Qian Renfeng was not worried. He just reminded, if you feel any problems, come to me immediately. There is a difference between what is man-made and what is natural, so be careful not to encounter any issues. Qian Renxue hummed in response, and then said, Brother, you asked me to come back. On one hand, it should be because of this matter, and on the other hand, it should also be because of the affairs of the Tiando royal family, right? Seeing Qian Renxue say this, Qian Renfeng did not deny. It could be said that some subsequent events are related to the heavenly dual royal family. What events? Qian Renxue. Vast Sea Universe cover. Qian Renfeng lightly uttered 5 words. As he spoke these 5 words, a cold and sharp glimmer flashed in his eyes. What? Qian Renxue exclaimed, Brother. The Hanhai Qiankuan Zhao is the national treasure of the heavenly Dou Empire. Qian Renfeng nodded slightly. The sea cover of the vast ocean is the national treasure of the Tiando Empire, and he knows this better than anyone. In fact, he even knows that the sea cover of the vast ocean is the heart of the sea god, a core object related to the sea god's divine test. Without this item, it would be impossible for Tang San to pass the trial of pulling up the sea god's trident in the sea god's divine test. Since arriving on the Douluo Continent, he has known that his system exists to seize fortune. For a long time, the system hasn't issued any tasks. However, he is not the kind of person who would just sit and wait. If he only did things when the system issued tasks, then what exactly are the tasks that the system is meant to do, and what are his own? Is he really just a puppet of the system? In any case, since it's all about seizing fortune, he doesn't mind taking a portion of it into his own hands. The sea cover of the vast ocean must be a very important part of Tang San's fortune, and he doesn't mind intercepting this part of fortune for himself in advance. Moreover, the current situation of the entire Douluo Continent has begun to get chaotic. Although many things have already changed, there are no absolutes in the world. Until the last moment, no one knows what the future holds. He does not want to let go of the opportunities that are within reach. In short, the sea cover of the vast ocean. Qian Renfeng is determined to obtain it. Chapter 078. Under the starry sky, holding the child, Tang San's confidence. Combined, Qian Renxue was shocked. Just now, she was still wondering whether Qian Renfeng was planning something against the Heaven Dou Empire. After all, in their Spirit Hall's plan, Spirit Hall was bound to unify the entire Douluo Continent, and she had been lurking in the Heaven Dou royal family since she was young for this very purpose. Making a series of changes in such plans was very normal and should be expected, but Qian Renfeng focusing his thoughts on the sea-covering universe was somewhat puzzling. Even though she was now the crown prince of the Heaven Dou royal family, as long as everything went smoothly, she would definitely be named the crown prince and hold great power over the Heaven Dou Empire. In such a situation, she still couldn't access the sea-covering universe. And it wasn't as easy as it seemed to target such a national treasure. Is it really going to be like this? Qian Renxue asked. Qian Renfeng nodded slightly. It's necessary, but you don't need to focus too much on such matters. Just do what you need to do. Remember the point I previously asked Gui Mei to tell you. That's enough. Once the situation is beyond control, you can fake your death to remove your identity from the Tiando royal family. Qian Renxue nodded earnestly. She was proud and very stubborn, never willing to admit defeat to anyone. She disliked all men, but she had a special fondness for Title Douluo and Qian Renfeng, even feeling close to them. When others said such things, she would only scoff, believing they were doubting her abilities. However, when the same words came from Qian Renfeng, the meaning was completely different. I know that now, brother, you have granted me a second martial soul artificially, and I will focus on improving my strength. At this point, Qian Renxue paused slightly. When the time comes, I will successfully inherit the angel god position. We will talk about it then. Qian Renfeng did not urge Qian Renxue to directly complete the assessment of the angel god. With his presence, Qian Renxue's state of mind had not been damaged in any way. The several challenges that could have affected Qian Renxue during the divine assessment were not a problem. However, he temporarily did not want Qian Renxue to break through to become a god so easily, as what was inherited might not truly belong to oneself. Qian Renxue nodded slightly and did not ask Qian Renfeng why he said that. Unknowingly, the sky had begun to darken. Qian Renxue just said, Brother, it's getting late. I should head back now. Tomorrow I will visit you in the identity of Shueqinghe. I watched Qian Renxue leave. Qian Renfeng stood in the courtyard with his hands behind his back. The night sky was brilliant, with countless stars embellishing the Milky Way above. After a long while, a chessboard made entirely of soul power appeared before him. The starlight flickered like chess pieces, and Qian Renfeng quietly placed his piece. He marked the position of the Hanhai Qiankuan cover with emphasis, including the piece that represented Qian Renxue on his side of the chessboard. He also affixed another layer of label to it, which meant protection. In fact, Qian Renxue's strength had now broken through to level 75, and she was fully capable of initiating the angel god examination. The reason he did not agree to let Qian Renxue directly undergo the divine examination to receive the divine position was mainly due to a significant suspicion he held in his heart. 1 to 2,000 years ago, the sea god forcibly ascended to godhood using the power of many believers over the sea. Before that, the entire Douluo Continent belonged to the domain of the angel god, which could be considered the inheritance ground of the angel god. For what he understood, after the sea god became a deity, there was a conflict with the angel god, and the two had engaged in real combat. Perhaps due to issues related to the inheritance ground, or perhaps for other reasons. In short, regarding Qian Renxue's inheritance of the angel god position, and her mother Bibi Dong's inheritance of the Rakshasa god position. In fact, apart from eventually allowing them to ascend to level 100, it did not provide any substantial benefits. The situation with the sea god was different. When Tang San underwent the sea god's 9 trials, a series of benefits were arranged for him. His soul rings and various insane enhancements began with a starting point of 100,000 years for the red soul rings, which effectively arranged enough strength for Tang San. During the chaotic battle of the 3 gods and the battle of Jialing Pass, even when Tang San was on the verge of death, he could still be forcibly resurrected. This made him suspect that behind Tang San stood both the Shura god and the sea god. Everything in the Douluo Continent was a training ground arranged for Tang San by the Shura god and the sea god. Their spirit hall was merely a sacrifice for Tang San's ascent to the pinnacle. It was precisely because of such suspicions that he delayed allowing Qian Renxue to inherit the divine position. In life, one inevitably has attachments. He did not want to see his loved ones in this lifetime become sacrifices in the games of the gods, including himself. Once his suspicions were confirmed, he would undoubtedly become part of the sacrifices. He was not accustomed to being a stepping stone for others. Invincible with me was his only creed in this life. If his suspicions were true, he did not want to end up like Tang San, becoming a pawn in the hands of the gods. The chessboard was something he needed to control himself. The matter of the Hanhai Qinquan cover could start to operate now, and according to Tang San's destiny, throughout his life. There were several places that could also provide him with great help. The Grand Stardo Forest was turned into a sacrificial forest by Tang San. If Guyuna and Ditian came out from beneath the Lake of Life, wouldn't they stir up the entire Douluo Continent? Thinking of this, Qian Renfeng suddenly turned his gaze toward the room of Xiao Wu and Ayin. Gome, he said softly. A gentle force like the wind brought Ayin and Xiao Wu out of the room. Suddenly being brought out, both Ayin and Xiao Wu showed surprise in their eyes. We have met your holiness. Ayin and Xiao Wu bowed simultaneously. Get ready. We're going to Stardo Forest, Qian Renfeng said lightly. Xiao Wu exclaimed, ah. Instantly, her pretty face turned pale. Going to the Stardo Forest. She swallowed hard. Xiao Wu's heart rose to her throat. By now, she had learned quite a bit about Qian Renfeng, the owner of the 3 lives, martial soul. His first martial soul had already been cultivated to the level of a Title Douluo with a formidable strength of level 96. Next, was he going to assign spirit rings for the 2nd and 3rd martial souls? Just thinking about it made Xiao Wu's heart race, and she couldn't calm down at all. Others might not know, but she was very clear. The Stardo Forest was a paradise for soul beasts, and the core area was home to her 2 good friends, both with a cultivation of 100,000 years. Qian Renfeng, are you going to hunt soul beasts to arm yourself with a 2nd martial soul? May I ask? Your Holiness, are you going to hunt the Ming and Erming? After hesitating for a long time, Xiao Wu finally gathered the courage to ask. Qian Renfeng looked at Xiao Wu with a smile that seemed more like a smirk. After a long while, he finally let out a sentence. I won't take the ready-made 100,000 year soul ring, yet I want to go through hardships to hunt for it? Xiao Wu suddenly realized. Her pretty face couldn't help but turn red, and she instinctively grabbed her own hem, her toes unable to resist tapping the ground. Ayin was puzzled. Although he still didn't understand Qian Renfeng's meaning, he still led Xiao Wu back into the house. After arranging these matters, Qian Renfeng quickly appeared in the Pope's hall. Ghostly, he lightly called, and Ghostly instantly appeared before Qian Renfeng. Your Holiness, what are your orders? Ghostly asked in a deep voice. Arrange for people to focus on investigating the whereabouts of Tang Hao, Tang San, and others. Qian Renfeng instructed, after discovering their location, don't rush to take action. Report to me first before proceeding. Yes. Soon, Ghostly left. Once Ghostly was gone, Qian Renfeng quietly mused. Things have changed a lot because of me. What trajectory will the next events take? On the extreme northern ice field, a long trail dragged across the ground. Yu Xiaogang, covered in frost, was lying on a wooden board. He had been moved from the blue lightning tyrant dragon family to what they called the source of their bloodline. He was no longer treated as well in the family. At least in the family, there was a wheelchair to sit on. Now, on the extreme northern ice field, his legs were gone, and his martial soul had been forcibly stripped away, leaving him weak to the utmost. Lying there, the biting cold made him shiver, and frost had formed on his eyebrows. Below his nose hung 2 icicles. Since leaving Shrek, the barely preserved Yu Xiaogang had now been completely frozen due to the cold of the snowfield. The bone-chilling cold swept through his limbs and bones. "Teacher, are you all right?" At this moment, Tang San suddenly approached from a distance, holding a pot of hot water. "All right? How can I be all right like this? Look at me. How could I possibly be fine?" Yu Xiaogang roared inwardly, feeling twisted to the extreme, yet he hurriedly accepted the hot water to warm himself. After feeling comfortable for a while, he finally took a sip of hot water to ease his body. "Xiao San, I'm sorry, teacher. In the future, I might not be able to teach you anymore," Yu Xiaogang said tearfully, looking as if he had been wronged to the utmost. "I have become a waste. My martial soul has been forcibly stripped away by the evil people of the Martial Soul Palace, and I no longer have the ability to continue teaching you. Perhaps this extreme northern ice field will be my final resting place. Unfortunately, I, Yu Xiaogang, have not left any offspring in this lifetime." As he said this, Yu Xiaogang cast a subtle glance at Tang San, harboring some thoughts. Previously, he had been focused on Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong, thinking that he could still have a chance to enjoy himself and leave behind descendants. Now, with his little brother completely frozen, all those thoughts had been completely buried. The prospect of descendants had evaporated, and even the family might have been attacked by now, leaving no chance for future support. If he still had his martial soul, there might still be a way. Without it, even going to the Martial Soul Palace to scrounge for gold soul coins to survive was no longer an option. In such a precarious situation, if he didn't make proper arrangements for the future, it would really lead to big trouble. Tang San frowned slightly upon seeing Yu Xiaogang in such a self-destructive state. Suddenly, he lifted Yu Xiaogang from the broken board and knelt before him with a bang. "Teacher, once a teacher, always a father. If you're worried about not having descendants in the future, I will take care of you for a lifetime. If you don't mind, please let me call you Dad from now on." Yu Xiaogang was stunned. Not far away, Tang Hao, who had brought Tang San here, couldn't help but tremble his brows. "Am I still alive? What is my child trying to do?" After leaving Haotian sect and hearing that Yu Xiaogang had been teleported to the bloodline source of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, he had rushed day and night to get here. And now, his child was directly putting on a show of calling Yu Xiaogang father. Yu Xiaogang cautiously glanced at Tang Hao, feeling extremely intimidated. Tang San noticed Yu Xiaogang's condition and hurriedly looked at Tang Hao. "Dad, what do you think of my suggestion? Teacher has cared for me meticulously. I believe I should take on his future support." Tang Hao's forehead almost burst with veins. But meeting Tang San's gaze, he finally waved his hand slightly. "You decide this matter for yourself. Once you've made up your mind, you still need to prepare for your strength improvement." Hearing this, Tang San was overjoyed and quickly called Yu Xiaogang Dad. Upon hearing Tang San's call, Yu Xiaogang felt ecstatic, relieved to have an additional son. He had seen Bibi Dong's attitude, and he had also noted Lu Erlong's stance. Plus, with his martial soul forcibly stripped away, he was indeed a complete. Even though he had survived this time, he still worried that he would be crushed if he encountered Lu Erlong and Bibi Dong again. However, Tang San was different. Behind Tang San stood Tang Hao, the Qian Douluo, and there was also the Qian sect, the #1 sect. A solid backing. Good. Yu Xiaogang exclaimed with tears in his eyes, feeling excited before saying to Tang San, "Xiao San, you should first go discuss your strength improvement with His Holiness Haotian. In this world, strength is everything. If you can become a Title Douluo, then everything will be different." Tang San nodded heavily. He hurried back to Tang Hao's side and quickly asked, "Dad, what is the method for improving my strength? Have you already chosen a training place for me?" Tang Hao nodded seriously. "I am still considering this matter. That place is still too early for you. Your strength is still lacking. But right now, apart from that place, there is no other place more suitable for you. I originally wanted to hone you for a few years, but time waits for no one." Upon hearing this, Tang San was instantly filled with curiosity. Even Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but turn to look, very curious about the place Tang Hao was talking about. "Dad, what is that place you mentioned? Although I don't understand why you say that, I feel I can do it. I've always had good luck, so it shouldn't be too dangerous," Tang San said earnestly. Tang Hao remained silent, staring at Tang San for a while, and the furrowed brow slowly relaxed. Then he spoke slowly, word by word. That place is called the City of Slaughter. Chapter 079. Tang San's Madness, Qian Renxue's Pressure. Combined chapter. The City of Slaughter? What kind of place is that? Tang San couldn't help but feel puzzled. He looked suspiciously at Tang Hao, unable to recall any information from his past understanding. However, Yu Xiaogang, upon hearing Tang Hao's words, couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Your Holiness Hao Yin, is the place you mentioned that evil land? Evil land? Tang San became interested. Dad, since it's a place of evil, why would you suddenly say you want me to go there, and also say that my strength is not enough? Tang San couldn't help but be surprised. After saying this, a hint of a greedy expression appeared in his eyes. Not long ago, he had successfully broken through to the Soul Zune level, and he believed that breaking through to Soul Zune at his age made him a genius among geniuses. How could his strength not be enough? The place was where the most evil people in the world gathered, a place where countless people hunted by the Spirit Hall had fled over the years. Saying his strength was not enough meant that there were countless Soul Kings and Soul Sect members there, and even Title Douluo stationed. Tang San couldn't help but take a breath. Countless Soul Kings and Soul Sect members? With his Soul Zune strength, wouldn't he be just delivering himself as a meal to them? Your Majesty Hao Yin, how can you let Xiao San go to that place? Yu Xiaogang asked. Dang Hao et lai. In the City of Slaughter, if you can pass the test of the King of Slaughter and achieve 100 victories, you can leave. Once successful, you can receive rewards in the domain. As his voice fell, a sharp red light suddenly flashed in Tang Hao's eyes, and a terrifying aura spread around. Killing, madness, corruption. Various auras flashed in the red halo. Tang San and Yu Xiaojing's expressions turned pale as they looked at the changing Tang Hao in disbelief. Tang Hao said no more. This is the slaughter domain I obtained from the City of Slaughter, because that place gathers many evil people hunted across the continent. Calling those people evil spirit masters is not an exaggeration, but right now, that is the only place we can go. I have obtained the slaughter domain, and one of the gods of slaughter in the City of Slaughter, and can enter and exit freely, which can indeed protect your safety. But that place is not suitable for improving strength. At this point, Tang Hao couldn't help but look at Tang San a few more times. If Tang San were a bit stronger, he could be more at ease, but now he's just over level 30, a weakling. Going to the City of Slaughter would only leave him in pieces. And if he keeps protecting him, Tang San wouldn't gain the necessary experience. Although fighting above his level is beneficial for strength improvement, it depends on how many levels he has to cross. To let a Soul Zune challenge a Soul King, Soul Sect, or even Soul Saint, Tang Hao didn't even want to imagine it. Undoubtedly, the scene was beautiful but unimaginable. Then he mentioned various situations in the City of Slaughter, including the nauseating Huangquan, which is the currency of the City of Slaughter, and even the Hell Road to pass after achieving 100 victories, explaining everything one by one. Tang San felt a bit stuck, frowning. A fierce look suddenly flashed in his eyes. Dad, I think we don't necessarily have to go to the City of Slaughter. I have a way to buy enough time to improve my strength. At this point, the fierce look in Tang San's eyes turned into madness. What method? Tang Hao asked. Is there a way to destroy the City of Slaughter directly? Tang San said in a deep voice. You said Huangquan is equivalent to the currency of the City of Slaughter. What if we completely destroy the source of Huangquan? Are you crazy? Tang Hao suddenly scolded. Even though he had a very stable mindset now, he was still shocked by Tang San's suggestion. Destroying the source of Huangquan? Completely destroying the City of Slaughter? What a mad act. If that happens, wouldn't the evil spirit masters who couldn't leave because of 100 victories escape from there? If that time comes, wouldn't the entire Douluo Continent be thrown into chaos? Dad, I'm not crazy. Tang San said fiercely. You mentioned the situation in the City of Slaughter. There is no suitable space for me to improve my strength. And you also said that it's an extremely evil place, and that Qian Renxue from the Spirit Hall is an extremely evil person. Look at what he did to my teacher. In my opinion, we should use evil to counter evil. Let them fight among themselves, and we can reap the benefits. Tang Hao took a deep breath. His expression trembled with madness as he suddenly couldn't help but seriously evaluate Tang San. He even doubted whether Tang San was still his son. This method is simply brutal and ruthless. The entire continent would fall into chaos. Soul Masters live longer than ordinary people, and who knows how many evil people have fled there in the last 100 years. Tang Hao said in a deep voice. Moreover, even if these evil spirit masters really escape from the City of Slaughter, they might not dare to confront the Spirit Hall head-on, but our Hao Qian sect, as the former #1 sect in the world, will definitely be greatly impacted. Tang San explained, Dad, I don't think my idea is wrong. Think about the time we returned to Haotian sect. That was your sect. How did those elders treat you? I would be willing to take the blame for you. But they didn't give us any chance and told us to get lost. The sect has already wronged us. Why should we continue to consider the sect? With these words, Tang San silently recited in his heart the 27th rule of the Shantian treasure record: no poison, no man. As long as we can achieve the ultimate goal, we are willing to go to any lengths. Tang Hao fell silent. At this moment, he couldn't help but frown many times, and his mood sank to the bottom. Your Majesty Haotian, I think Xiao San's idea is indeed very good. As long as we let those evil spirit masters in the city of slaughter break free from their constraints, they may not be able to compete directly with the Spirit Hall, but they will definitely cause a lot of trouble for the Spirit Hall. In this way, Xiao San will have a lot of space to cultivate and improve his strength. You only have Xiao San as a son. You can't expect him to be mediocre for his whole life. Done. Yu Xiaogang's voice fell. Tang Hao suddenly made a decision in his heart. Deep in his eyes, a hint of red flashed, and he let out a heavy breath. Xiao San, how do you want to do it? Tang Hao asked. Tang San suddenly took out a medicine bottle from the 24-bridge moonlit night. This is the strongest toxin I can refine now. I believe that as long as we pour this poison into the source of Huangquandu, it should work, right? Throughout, Tang San kept a very calm demeanor. He didn't feel he was doing anything wrong at all. In his view, it was the world that had wronged him first. The Spirit Hall, as the strongest force outside the two empires of the Douluo Continent, had made him so miserable. The Spirit Hall was unkind first, so he thought it was not unreasonable to repay them in kind. As for the common people, in his previous life as a member of the Tang sect, he had often killed to ensure that tasks were not leaked during missions. The psychological burden was almost zero. Then I'll take you to the city of slaughter. Tang Hao made a decision, waved his hand, and took Tang San and Yu Xiaogang away from the extreme north ice field. Although he had lost a leg and his strength had dropped to level 89, there was no way to obtain sect treasures, to recover, and return to the Title Douluo realm. The journey itself was not affected at all. Many days later, in a ruined village, corpses were everywhere, and the surroundings were dim, with crows cawing incessantly. The sound of the crows made any normal person feel their scalp tingle. The three of them appeared here. Hearing the cawing of the crows, Tang San suddenly produced a few steel needles in his hand and shot them towards the crows. A series of sounds followed, and all the crows that were cawing were killed by Tang San. With a sudden quietness, Tang San let out a long sigh of relief. Boom! Soon, Tang Hao took Tang San to a post station and displayed his powerful strength. 3 cups of yellow spring dew. Hurry! With an overbearing demeanor, Tang Hao's glance startled the shopkeeper. In no time, the yellow spring dew was served. Little San Master, drink up. Although I can take you in and out of the slaughter city freely, you need to drink the yellow spring dew. Smelling the bloody odor from the yellow spring dew, Tang San couldn't help but gag, then tilted his head and drank a cup down. Yu Xiaogang also didn't dare to hesitate and forced himself to drink it down. Seeing that both had finished, Tang Hao swiftly drank his cup as well and led the two further away. After the 3 left, everyone in the post station was shivering. That person just claimed to be a god of slaughter? Wasn't he someone who had achieved 100 victories in the slaughter city? Those who had not yet entered the slaughter city had heard rumors about it and were astonished by Tang Hao's strength. 100 victories in the slaughter city is a tremendous honor. In a short while, Tang Hao had brought Tang San and Yu Xiaogang to the slaughter city located underground. Above the underground sky, a blood-red sun hung high. Majestic city walls towered above, with chains clanking on the walls. The sky was covered in blood clouds, and a suffocating atmosphere enveloped the entire city. Boom! A muffled sound echoed. A woman wearing a black veil gracefully walked out from the city gate. Her enchanting black eyes, combined with the black lipstick on her lips, added a sinister charm to her presence. Upon seeing Tang Hao, the woman slightly bowed. Slaughter Envoy. Greetings to the god of slaughter. The woman was none other than the slaughter envoy responsible for welcoming newcomers to the slaughter city. The moment Tang San and Yu Xiaogang saw the slaughter envoy, they both gulped. Especially Yu Xiaogang, a lecherous person, was particularly affected by the coldness of the extreme north. There's an old saying, the more incomplete a person is, the more perverse thoughts they have. The moment he saw the slaughter envoy, many crazy ideas popped into his head. Remembering what Tang Hao had said about the slaughter city being a lawless place, a paradise of sin, he felt his heart racing. The slaughter envoy noticed Yu Xiaogang's abnormal behavior, and a cold smile crept on her lips. God of slaughter, if you cannot discipline those around you, I fear I will have to report to the king of slaughter. The slaughter envoy said coldly. Her proud figure drove many men crazy. But what was terrifying was the chilling aura she exuded. Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but shiver. He quickly buried his head down, suddenly realizing, a paradise of sin? He could imagine sinful things? As a native member of the Slaughter City, wouldn't she be even more sinful? Suppressing his inner turbulence, Yu Xiaogang dared not entertain any thoughts. After dealing with Yu Xiaogang, the slaughter envoy continued to ask, I wonder what brings the god of slaughter back to the Slaughter City? Do you need to be informed? Tang Hao coldly glanced at the slaughter envoy. Ignoring her presence, he led Tang San and Yu Xiaogang into the depths of the Slaughter City. Watching the three leave, a cold smile formed on the slaughter envoy's lips. The god of slaughter returning to the Slaughter City was something that still needed to be reported to the king of slaughter. As her voice fell, the slaughter envoy's figure vanished at the city gate. At this moment, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang, who had entered the outer city of the Slaughter City, saw everything around them. On the street, murders were occurring. Bloodshed was everywhere, and sin had truly become the main theme of this place. Dad, what place are you talking about? Tang San asked quietly. Dang Hao Ziplit Gun Li. It should be the Hell Road. I once had a guess, and I'll take you there directly. Meanwhile, in the hall of the king of slaughter, Tang Chun, who was being controlled by the nine-headed Bat King, sat majestically on his throne. At this moment, the slaughter envoy had returned and informed the king of slaughter about everything that happened at the city gate. Leave, the god of slaughter is here. As long as he does not violate the rules of our Slaughter City, he can do as he pleases. The king of slaughter said coldly. Suddenly, just after his words fell, he stood up from the throne. Hell Road? What do they want to do? The king of slaughter suddenly roared. His body flashed and disappeared from the palace, reappearing at the Hell Road. Just as he arrived at the Hell Road, the king of slaughter saw Tang San pouring the poison in his hand into the boiling lava below. Presumptuous, the king of slaughter roared. His terrifying strength erupted in an instant, forcefully suppressing Tang Hao and the others. Just after Tang San completed the act of poisoning, a flash of fear crossed his eyes, thinking he would die here, when suddenly, Tang Hao erupted beside him. Get lost. The Haotian hammer appeared out of nowhere, and Tang Hao swung it directly at the king of slaughter. Boom! A huge sound exploded. The king of slaughter, caught off guard, was forced back several steps, and, taking advantage of this gap, Tang Hao hurriedly led Tang San and Yu Xiaogang to flee towards the end of the Hell Road. Beneath the lava, the 10-headed sun snake suddenly sprang out, and numerous blood-colored bats flew in from all directions. Tang Hao unleashed his domain of slaughter, with the intention of taking Tang San and Yu Xiaogang away. He quickly reached the other end of the Hell Road. The king of slaughter stood silently in place. He did not pursue Tang Hao and the others, but merely gazed at the Haotian hammer that Tang Hao was holding. Haotian hammer? Haotian sect. The king of slaughter's eyes flashed with a hint of struggle, and then the shadow of a blood-colored bat appeared in his gaze, completely affecting his mind. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the king of slaughter was being influenced by the nine-headed Bat King, the magma below the Hell Road suddenly began to churn. Pop, pop, pop. A series of sounds rang out. This subtle sound instantly caused the king of slaughter to lose himself completely. Is this going to destroy the city of slaughter? The king of slaughter was enraged. His cold gaze viciously turned towards the direction where Tang Hao had left. Haotian hammer, Haotian sect. This king will not coexist with you. A muffled roar echoed. The king of slaughter completely lost his temper on the spot. Then he suddenly flew into the sky, his blood-colored wings spreading wide behind him. A terrifying power pressed down from above. However, even though the king of slaughter suddenly acted this way, the many evil people in the city of slaughter below indeed felt intimidated by his might and did not dare to act recklessly. But soon a soul master suddenly reacted. The restraints are gone? Look in that direction. Something seems to have changed there. This soul master suddenly shouted. Many other evil individuals also reacted. Indeed, they no longer felt the restraints. Could it be that something unexpected happened over there, allowing us to leave this place? Leave? Ha ha. Could it really be possible to leave? I want to get out of this damn place for a long time. The spirit hall has chased me here. I've been here for over 50 years, and I want to go out and take revenge. I want to go out and hunt those tender babies. The taste of those babies is simply too wonderful. It's even more addictive than Huang Quan Du. Different shouts arose. Countless people began to move. Even though the king of slaughter was still in the sky, they still rushed towards the opposite direction of the Hell Road. They had not achieved 100 victories and did not know the information about the Hell Road. But at this moment, following the direction of the change, none went the wrong way. The king of slaughter was furious, but it was of no use. At the same time, the entire city of slaughter was shaking violently, and the city walls that had stood firm for thousands of years began to show cracks. Meanwhile, within the palace of the King of Slaughter, the slaughter messenger could not help but ripple in her enchanting eyes. "Could we leave this damn place?" She whispered these words. The slaughter messenger appeared outside the palace, then looked up at the King of Slaughter still in the air, and her figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. The same thing happened in many other places in the city of Slaughter. Soul masters still fighting in the slaughter fields also reacted, putting down their battles and frantically rushing towards the Hell Road. Spirit Hall. Many days had passed since Tang Hao and his group went to carry out their plans. Today, Qian Renfeng was in his small courtyard watching. In front of him, Qian Renxue's 6 wings of her angel spirit trembled, and the golden sacred dragon fused with her perfectly. After all, it was a bestowal of the acquired. To ensure everything's stability, Qian Renxue had been with Qian Renfeng these days, asking about anything she did not understand. "Your Highness, something bad has happened." Suddenly, the ghostly figure appeared in the small courtyard. "What is it?" Qian Renfeng asked in response. The ghost took a deep breath and said, "A terrible problem has occurred in the city of Slaughter. All the evil people we have hunted for countless years have escaped from there. The villages closest to the city of Slaughter have already turned into rivers of blood, with corpses lying everywhere." A cold light suddenly flashed in Qian Renfeng's eyes. "Has the specific reason been determined?" Qian Renfeng asked again. The ghost replied, "According to the latest situation, before the problems occurred in the city of Slaughter, Tang Hao, Tang San, and Yu Xiaogang had appeared nearby." Sure enough, he silently thought to himself. Qian Renfeng was completely certain now, originally thinking that things had changed a lot, but what was meant to happen still happened. The city of Slaughter was ultimately destroyed. "Send my order. All soul masters of the Spirit Hall are to be mobilized, and any evil individuals encountered are to be killed on the spot. Also, quickly send people to the vicinity of the city of Slaughter. If there are any survivors, do everything possible to rescue them." Qian Renfeng does not betray his identity as the Pope. Even though he knows the possibilities of the situation, he still does what a true Pope of the Spirit Hall should do. Yes, the ghostly shadow agreed and immediately began to arrange this matter. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue, not far away, furrowed her brows. "Brother, I may not be able to continue my training here with you. The sudden changes in the city of Slaughter will surely lead to many deployments in the Heaven Do Empire. After all, I still hold the identity of the crown prince of the Heaven Do royal family," Qian Renxue said in a deep voice. At this moment, she only felt an immense pressure on her shoulders. The royal family's plan had not yet succeeded, and such a chaotic situation had arisen. She could imagine how greatly her own plans would be affected. "Let's go back. If there are any issues, have Snake Spear Douluo or Porcupine Douluo contact me at any time." Qian Renfeng did not keep Qian Renxue for long. Sister has grown up and still needs to let Qian Renxue grow well. Qian Renxue hurriedly left, quickly heading towards the residence of the Tiando royal family in Wuhun City. There was no longer a way to continue feigning illness. After a short while, the Tiando royal convoy departed for outside Wuhun City. They watched as Qian Renxue left for a long time. Qian Renfeng went alone to the Pope's palace, silently sitting on the Pope's throne. A terrifying surge of soul power erupted throughout the entire palace. Under the condensation of soul power, the faces of Tang Hao and Tang San appeared amidst the intertwining of soul power. Soon, Tang Hao's face was dispelled by Qian Renfeng, leaving only Tang San's face amidst the intertwining of soul power, to provoke a disturbance in the city of Slaughter. It seems that only by destroying the foundation of the Hades Do would it be possible. Tang San, oh Tang San, you truly are a person who stops at nothing to achieve your goals. Isn't it good to be alive? Why cause such trouble? The voice fell. A glimpse of sharpness flashed in Qianren's eyes. Chapter 080, The Blue-Silver Tragedy, A Yin's Decision. Combined, just a moment of thought. Qian Renfeng has roughly understood all the reasons behind the current situation. The Spirit Hall is powerful, but there aren't many favorable conditions that can provide Tang San with a peaceful environment for cultivation. The explosion at the city of Slaughter, with countless evil soul masters escaping, is bound to have a significant impact on the Spirit Hall. Victory amidst chaos. That may be the strategy Tang San is employing. He aims to have the Spirit Hall focus entirely on the evil soul masters, leaving them with no extra energy to interfere with his cultivation. However, this comes at the cost of the lives of countless people. It must be said that this is truly a ruthless approach. "Fenger, come here." At this moment, Qian Douluo's voice suddenly rang out. Qian Renfeng heard this and vanished from the Pope's hall, reappearing in the Elder Hall. Upon seeing Qian Renfeng arrive, Qian Douluo softly asked, "The city of Slaughter is gone?" "Yes, it's gone," Qian Renfeng replied. Qian Douluo, how do you plan to proceed? To stop killing with killing. The four powerful words were spoken from Qian Renfeng's mouth, and the cold light in his eyes was even more intense than before. We, the Spirit Hall, are ultimately on the opposite side of these evil people. You are the current pope of our Spirit Hall, and the pressure on you will be heavier than on Xiao Xue. Since you have already made your decision, just go ahead and do it. You can put away your previous low profile. I, your grandfather, am still alive and can still support this sky. Qian Renfeng acknowledged with a sound, understanding Qian Douluo's admonition. After agreeing, he turned and left the Elder Hall. He didn't have much time to continue the standoff with Qian Douluo over who would speak first. Stop killing with killing. These four words couldn't just be said casually. Even though he bore the eight-winged fallen angel martial soul, to the eyes of the world, Qian Renfeng should be seen as an evil person. However, he had never used any sinister methods to enhance his strength. In order to achieve godhood on his own, he even set strict standards for himself, using the faith of the entire Douluo Continent as his foundation. However, he felt no psychological burden when it came to killing those who came from the city of slaughter. Just as he left the Elder Hall, in the next moment, Qian Renfeng had returned to his small courtyard. Ian and Xiao were already waiting in the yard, and upon seeing Qian Renfeng return, they immediately showed expressions of surprise. My lord, Xiao Wu stammered for a while, then suddenly spoke. Xiao Wu has a request. I earnestly ask my lord to grant it. Speak. Qian Renfeng replied softly. I just heard the news about the ghostly Douluo, saying that the evil place known as the City of Slaughter has been completely destroyed and countless evil soul masters are in revolt. Xiao Wu answered. Xiao Wu wants to return to the Douluo Forest once. I have friends there, and I'm very worried. All right, Qian Renfeng answered. It just so happens that I was planning to take you to the Douluo Forest, so we can set off together now and also investigate the specific situation of the City of Slaughter. Without hesitation, Qian Renfeng quickly made a decision. Upon receiving Qian Renfeng's consent, Xiao Wu's eyes immediately revealed a look of surprise. Just as Xiao Wu was filled with joy, Ian suddenly asked from the side, Your Holiness. Earlier, the ghostly mentioned that before the disturbances in the City of Slaughter, Tang Hao and the others appeared near the City of Slaughter? That's right, Qian Renfeng confirmed. Before this, they had returned to the Haoyan sect during their attack on the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and were driven out. Hence they set their sights on the City of Slaughter. Qian Renfeng did not hide the truth. The City of Slaughter was in turmoil, and evil soul masters were spread across the continent. When there was no intention to deal with them, enough space for cultivation could be obtained. Crack! Upon hearing this, Ain could not help but clench her jade hands together, her chest rising and falling, her breathing becoming hurried. Sure enough, it really was that good-for-nothing son who did this. Thinking of how her blue silvergrass lineage did not like killing at all, and how she had made great efforts to save people during her period of recultivation, she was now faced with such descendants, and Ain was filled with rage, her silver teeth grinding together. What about the things we packed before? Qian Renfeng suddenly asked. Ain came to her senses and replied that she was ready, then made a decision in her heart. At the same time she made this decision, a look of determination flashed in Yin's eyes. She would not allow such descendants to emerge from the blue silvergrass lineage. She was the queen of the blue silvergrass. In a moment, Xiao Wu came out of the room carrying a small bag, already impatient. Yin's things were much simpler, perhaps because she had just made a difficult decision. She seemed a bit distracted at that moment. Qian Renfeng seemed to have guessed some of the thoughts in Yin's mind at that moment and didn't bother to point out. After seeing that the two had finished packing, Qian Renfeng lightly spoke. Go Mei, all matters in the hall will proceed according to my arrangements. I will head to the Starry Forest first. For any urgent matters, come find me directly in the Starry Forest. The voice traveled far. Hui Mei, who was handling the tasks assigned by Qian Renfeng elsewhere, quickly responded. He made sure everything was arranged properly. Qian Renfeng grabbed Yin's fragrant shoulder with one hand while the other hand held onto Xiao Wu's shoulder. The afterimage lingered within the small courtyard. In an instant, Qian Renfeng had taken the two far away. Due to the urgency of the situation, he didn't have the leisure to arrange a carriage to take him into the Douluo Forest. He came as quickly as possible. 2 days later, the outskirts of the Douluo Forest. Qian Renfeng has brought Ain and Xiao Wu to a place where towering giant trees are everywhere. The surroundings are lush and green, and occasionally, the low growls of soul beasts can be heard. On the ground, the blue silver grass, which possesses the strongest vitality, is everywhere. Ain raised her fair arm, and suddenly, the blue silver grass on the ground began to grow wildly. Soon, the blue silver grass had wrapped around her jade-like arm, as if it sensed the presence of its royal lineage. What? A Yin's expression, which had been relatively calm, changed. After 2 days, her emotions were no longer as complicated as at first. However, now, having learned a bit of news from the blue silvergrass, a layer of frost covered her delicate face. "Mom, what's wrong?" Xiaowu asked with concern upon seeing this. "Evil Soul Master." Ayin pronounced these 3 words slowly. Her beautiful eyes filled with anger. "According to the information from my clan, a large group of Evil Soul Masters has arrived here. Moreover, they have many human children in their hands, seemingly heading towards the location of our blue silvergrass clan." Xiaowu gasped and immediately covered her red lips. Instantly, both girls turned their anxious gazes toward Qian Renfeng. Especially in Yin's eyes, there was worry and horror. She knew how rich the resources were in her clan's territory. While ordinary soul masters might come to take what they need, evil soul masters are beyond common reasoning, and she feared a major problem might arise. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, "Since there are evil soul masters, I must go and take a look," Qian Renfeng replied. Originally, his plan was not to head towards a Yin's clan territory, but now that an evil soul master was heading in that direction, he had to change his plan. Otherwise, he would not be able to live up to his identity and his title as Pope. After receiving Qian Renfeng's answer, Ayin looked at him gratefully and immediately let all the blue silver grass on his arm spread out. "Your Holiness, let me lead the way," Ayin said, already walking ahead, and Xiaowu quickly followed. Qian Renfeng did not set off immediately. He closed his eyes and remained silent for a long time, a faint bloody smell filling his nostrils. The city of slaughter, evil soul master, since he had encountered it, it was just right to let the meaning of the phrase, "to stop killing with killing," be proven first. He whispered softly. Qian Renfeng followed the footsteps of Ayin and Xiaowu. The blue silver grass clan's territory. A bonfire burned here. Dozens of people gathered, all with shiny bald heads, their bare skulls adorned with many tattoos, exuding a strong smell of blood. "Ha ha! The city of slaughter is destroyed. We finally got out of that damn place. The outside world is so much better." That's for sure. How could the city of slaughter compare to the outside world? If it weren't for the pursuit of the Spirit Hall, would we have run to the city of slaughter? Now it's different. Times have changed. The city of slaughter is completely destroyed. Everyone has come out, and we won't be picked off one by one anymore. Besides, this is the Douluo forest. Even if the Spirit Hall has long claws, they can't reach this place. Want to interfere with things in the Douluo forest? Unless the Spirit Hall sends everything they've got, and the Douluo forest is so vast, it's impossible for them to find us. That's right. Life is comfortable now. It's just that without Huang Quanlu, it always leaves a bit of discomfort in the heart. Although Huang Quanlu is gone, aren't those children still here? They can barely feel the hunger. Anyway, no one knows it's us doing it. If we can live a carefree life like this in the future, that would be truly perfect. Hiding in the Douluo forest to cultivate in peace, occasionally going out to find some children to temporarily replace Huang Quanlu. We will never return to the city of slaughter again. The wild laughter gathered here. One by one, the bald men exuded their aggression to the extreme. Not far from them, more than a dozen human children were tied up. Each child had long streaks of tears on their faces, and none of them cried anymore. Their voices were all hoarse from crying, and they were too scared to cry. Crouched by the bonfire, these children looked at the dozens of bald men eating roasted meat with fearful eyes like they were looking at demons. "Brother, I'm scared." "Don't be scared. I'm here. I'm here. Just now, Brother Douluo was beaten to death by them. I'm really scared." "Don't be scared. Don't be scared. I will protect you." A little boy and a little girl curled up together. The little boy used his thin body to shield the little girl. Trembling, he spoke these words, his gaze drifting to a place not far away, where the corpse of a child older than them lay. At this moment, the child had lost all breath. It was Brother Douluo that the 2 siblings had just mentioned, in the hands of the evil soul masters. They had come from the cannibalistic place in the city of slaughter, where killing was an everyday occurrence for them. Killing a child? For them, it was not a burden at all. In fact, they had long arranged the fate of those children they had captured. With Huang Quanlu gone, these children were selected to replace Huang Quanlu. Death was merely a matter of time. Joking aside, let us be serious. This place is filled with so much blue silver grass. It really is a treasure, and there is even a 60,000-year-old blue silver grass. We can experiment with the method we obtained in the city of slaughter later. At this moment, a more terrifying giant man walked over. In his hand, he was dragging a huge blue silver grass by the end, his movements brutally rough. "Big brother, are you talking about that kind of great tonic method?" An evil soul master asked. Yes, this 60,000-year-old blue silver grass can be considered a heavenly treasure, perfect for stewing 2 children. The leading evil soul master said. Upon hearing this, the many evil soul masters immediately became excited. Then the other blue silver grass should be of no use. Can we vent our frustrations now? As you wish. Once these words were spoken, the evil soul masters began to go wild. Poochie various soul skills were unleashed. The sounds of blue silver grass being cut down filled the air. Many of the relatively strong blue silver grass were all torn apart, and even some roots were destroyed. After all, they were all evil soul masters who had come out of the city of slaughter, each of them strong enough to survive until now. Dealing with these blue silver grass was a piece of cake. In a short moment, the entire blue silver grass territory had been destroyed into a mess. And at this moment, An, who had arrived here with Qian Renfeng and Xiao Wu, stood frozen in place. The territory, her own territory, and that blue silver grass intended for stewing children, wasn't the strongest one in her clan, no longer just blue silver grass, but blue silver king? Damn it. Damn it. Yin's forehead bulged with veins. Even though she usually maintained a very calm demeanor and always smiled at others, at this moment, seeing the evil soul masters, released because of Tang San's actions, destroy her clan's territory like this, tears streamed down her cheeks. Mom, don't cry, don't cry. Xiao Wu, heartbroken, grabbed Yin's wrist, hurriedly patting Yin's back gently, her eyes also reddening, affected by Yin's emotions. All right, Mom, one tea cry. Yin choked out. While saying this, the tears still flowed uncontrollably. As she choked on these words, Yin completely solidified the decision that had been brewing in her heart. Now that the territory has become this way, although it was the evil soul masters at work, the reason these evil soul masters could come out of the city of slaughter was because of Tang San's ruthless methods to achieve his goals. Her blue-silver emperor bloodline, Tang San, does not deserve to possess it. Chapter 081 Yin's ruthlessness, depriving Tang San of the blue-silver emperor bloodline. 3-in-1. Not only that, but there were also so many innocent human children. All of this was because Tang San destroyed the city of slaughter. And the root of it was just because Tang San wanted to seek a stable place for cultivation. Absolutely intolerable, with her emotions in turmoil. Yin's flaws exposed the whereabouts of Qian Renfeng and the others under the watchful eyes of the many evil soul masters. Dozens of bald men immediately turned to look at the 3 of them. Oh, someone has come to our door? TSK. Could it be that we were discovered when we captured these little kids? It's possible, but 3 people came to chase us. That really takes some guts, especially with 2 delicate women. The older one is quite charming, and the younger one has also developed nicely, after being cooped up in the city of slaughter for decades. They must be vented well. There is also a man nearby. Should we take care of him first? Take care of him. The low voices fell. Dozens of strong men stared at Qian Renfeng and the others in unison. Lecherous gazes swept over Yin and Xiao Wu, already considering the 2 as their prey. As for Qian Renfeng, he was now regarded as a dead man. Your Holiness, can we make a move? Xiao was furious, standing next to Qian Renfeng. She quietly inquired. Yin also looked at Qian Renfeng, unable to suppress her desire to act. Your Holiness? Is that the Pope of the Spirit Hall? Goodness. We actually encountered the Pope of the Spirit Hall, and he came here alone? Xiao Wu's words completely stirred up the group of evil soul masters. Dozens of bald men fixed their eyes on Qian Renfeng, each one looking like they wanted to devour him. Upon realizing that Qian Renfeng was very young, they didn't take him seriously as a true Pope of the Spirit Hall, and didn't even believe he had the strength of a Title Douluo. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise erupted. The leading evil soul master stepped forward with great strides, and then 7 soul rings appeared around him one after another. Spirit Hall, I've long wanted to settle this score with you. In the past, the Pope of the Spirit Hall had the strength of a Title Douluo, and now it's getting worse. A little kid dares to sit in the Pope's position? The evil soul master was furious, remembering the days he had to live in fear in the city of slaughter. His anger erupted explosively. At the same time, dozens of bald men surrounded him, clearly intending to leave Qian Renfeng here for good. Just watch. Qian Renfeng's gentle voice stopped Yin and Xiao Wu from wanting to take action, as he stepped forward towards the group of bald men. His gaze was calm, and there were no signs of joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness on his face. Attack. Suddenly, dozens of bald men leap high into the air, activating various martial souls. The overwhelming smell of blood seemed to merge into their martial souls, and some originally normal martial souls became nauseating at this moment. Sixth soul skill, Underworld Blood Sea. A cold voice rang out. 9 soul rings appeared on Qian Renfeng, with the 9th one, a 100,000-year soul ring, glowing red like blood, captivating the eyes of every evil soul master. This is bad. It's a Title Douluo? Damn, how did the Spirit Hall cultivate such a young Title Douluo? No wonder someone so young has already taken the position of Pope. They underestimated him this time. The shock brought to all evil soul masters by the 100,000-year soul ring was like a mountain collapsing or a tsunami. The synergy of the 9 soul rings made the cold sweat pour down the foreheads of these evil soul masters. Run for it! The leading evil soul master suddenly shouted, and his body, which had leaped into the air, twisted abruptly, pretending to escape into the distance. The other evil soul masters followed suit. Realizing Qian Renfeng's strength as a Title Douluo, they had no thoughts of resistance whatsoever. At that moment, a sound like rushing water echoed. Centered around Qian Renfeng, a sea of blood suddenly appeared, and arms began to emerge from the blood sea. These arms accurately grabbed each evil soul master, and the terrifying strength prevented them from breaking free. One by one, they were horrified as they felt their bodies being dragged down into the suddenly formed blood sea below. The blood sea roiled. The arms that emerged steadily held onto each evil soul master. At the last moment, as they were completely submerged in the blood sea, the leading evil soul master still stared wide-eyed, his mind filled with one astonished thought. Who is the real evil soul master? This suddenly generated blood sea and this bizarre soul skill are even more evil than someone like him, a legitimate evil soul master. How could such a person be the Pope of the Spirit Hall? With a soft sound, the blood sea suddenly vanished, and dozens of evil soul masters seemed to evaporate from existence in this world. Behind, Ayin and Xiao Wu stared wide-eyed at this scene, their admiration for Qian Renfeng's strength reaching an unprecedented level. Those were dozens of evil soul masters. They were all wiped out in the blink of an eye. Although his strength completely crushed them, wasn't that efficiency a bit too fast? And that sea of ghostly blood just now? Ayin and Xiao Wu both trembled slightly, their faces pale. Don't just watch. Check on those children. Xiao Wu, you're a 100,000-year soul beast. Try summoning a soul beast to send these human children back to the nearest Spirit Hall branch. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu hurriedly began to act. Ayin also quickly whispered as blue light fell upon the already devastated clan land. Your Majesty, we finally see you again. As Ayin began to help restore the many blue silver grasses, each plant seemed to revive like withered trees in spring, regaining vitality. Cheers arose from the many blue silver grasses, and the blue silver king, who had existed for more than 60,000 years, projected a shadow. Looking at Ayin, it wept bitterly. Your Majesty, I finally see you. The old blue silver king cried. It is my fault. I couldn't take care of the brethren in the clan. Ayin felt a deep sorrow. After comforting the many blue silver grasses, a fierce look flashed in her eyes. This fierceness was something she had never possessed before. Qian Renfeng noticed the yin's unusual behavior and couldn't help but focus on her. Your Holiness, although I don't know if what happens next will affect your plans, please forgive Ayin for taking matters in her own hands this time. Ayin spoke, the fierce look in her eyes still present, as a crystal tear fell from her eye. What is it? Qian Renfeng asked. Ayin took a deep breath and said, Your Holiness, our blue-silver grass lineage has always yearned for stability, but today, due to my issues, we have left an undesired bloodline in the human world. I want to mobilize all the power of our blue-silver grass clan to seek out that bloodline that should not exist. I want to reclaim the bloodline of the blue-silver emperor. Qian Renfeng understood. He didn't need Ayin to specify who it was. He already knew about the bloodline that shouldn't exist in a yin's words. Tang San, the other possessor of the blue-silver emperor bloodline. Whatever, Qian Renfeng agreed. Such matters would not affect his grand plan, and this could be considered a small gain within his scheme. With permission granted, Ayin let out a sigh of relief. Send my order to gather all the blue-silver grass clans on the Douluo Continent. If any other royal bloodlines are discovered, immediately report to me. The issues concerning our clan today, along with the innocent children among these humans and the evil soul masters, are all the result of bloodlines that should not exist. Our blue-silver grass royal bloodline must not support the evil of others. The blue-silver king obeyed. Instantly, many blue-silver grasses around began to sway. The news spread rapidly from 10 to 100. In just a moment, the information had already traveled far and wide. The blue-silver grass, known for its tenacity, was abundant in the Douluo forest, and when it came to information gathering, it was undoubtedly the best. Feeling frustrated by the arrangement, Yin squatted down. Seeing this, Xiaowu hurriedly patted a Yin's back to comfort her. After the blue-silver massacre, she became increasingly worried about her friends in the core area. Although all were soul beasts of 100,000 years, it seemed that there were also Title Douluo stationed in the Slaughter City. What if the Title Douluo from the Slaughter City set their sights on Daming and Erming? Qian Renfeng watched indifferently as Yin arranged things, and he also noticed the worry in Xiaowu's eyes. After a brief adjustment, they continued to set off. On the other side of the Douluo forest, two shadows were engaged in battle, with hidden weapons darting through the air, and many blue-silver grasses emerging from the ground to interfere with one of the shadows. With a series of clanging sounds, one of the shadows fell, riddled with wounds. Tang San stood panting on a large stone, catching his breath.